How terrifying would it be for a patient with schizophrenia to travel to the martial arts world? The old man lies motionless on the ground. Jungni stands silently, speechless. His mind is filled with sorrowful thoughts. He's dead. His body is torn in half. That's how he died. I can't cry, not even feel sad. He was his only family, yet facing this loss, all he feels is an empty coldness. Jungni looks ahead at the burning house of him and his grandfather, flames consuming everything. His hand tightens. Why am I so useless? Memories stab deep into his mind like a knife. Back then, Jungni happily ran over, eyes shining with pride. Grandpa, look! Magical herbal medicine. He was sorting herbs. Hearing this, he looked up, kind eyes. You're back? Jungni nodded excitedly. I searched in the east as you told me and found it right away. Seeing the healthy herbal plant in his grandson's hand, he gently nodded. Oh, this plant is big. We can sell at least 5 dozen. Jungni continued. There was a fox den nearby, but their mother wasn't there, only the young ones. His grandfather's expression turned worried as he listened. Did you kill them? He widened his eyes in surprise. Huh? Why did you do that? If their mother sees all the cubs dead, she'll be very sad. He paused for a moment, then smiled gently. You've done well. Pack up and we'll eat dinner now. Yes, sir. Jungni happily picked up his basket. But as he turned away, his grandfather's voice softened with disappointment. Jung, can you promise me something? Jungni stopped and turned back. What is it? He sighed softly, a gentle smile but eyes distant. The true nature you're hiding, never reveal it to anyone. But now, amidst the ruins of the present, Jungni smiles. A twisted, mad smile, eyes bloodshot like a wild beast. I'm sorry, Grandpa. His voice fades as he suddenly glares ahead with cold eyes. He grabs a scythe nearby. His fingers turn pale and trembling. He mutters hoarsely, I can't keep my promise. In Jonian County, a wooden carriage rumbles down the dusty road. Inside are bandits tied up, heads hanging low in shame. Outside, villagers gather, shouting and cursing loudly. Look at them, worthless scum, pitiful bandits. Die, you vermin! Suddenly someone notices something odd and asks the crowd, who is that? Why does he have his own compartment? This catches the attention of a martial artist sipping water. The thin figure is chained up, sitting dazed inside. Seeing this, the martial artist takes a sip and says, he's small, maybe around your age. Hearing that, someone explains, don't underestimate him just because he's young. He's one of the worst in the group. That's why he has his own compartment. Sit down, order some more drinks, and start telling us what happened. You're from martial arts. You won't be afraid to share. But you'll be surprised if I tell you how many people he's killed with the scythe. They call him Scythe Devil. The martial artist replies, it's just killing people. He quickly says, don't say that. Then asks, what do you want this time? The martial artist picks up his glass and says, I need to hire someone, a young one whose death won't matter. Finished speaking, the martial artist looks down at the captive. At this moment, a stone was thrown straight at the head of the prisoner by the crowd. They shouted loudly, saying such punishment is still quite mild. The soldier began to intervene to prevent any worse incidents from happening. The martial artist carefully observed the young prisoner's face amid continuous insults. Looking closely, the martial artist was astonished to discover the breathtaking beauty of the boy who was looking back. The martial artist thought to himself, he is so beautiful that people might mistake him for a woman. Killing someone with such a handsome face. He has found the right target. The martial artist quickly put on his armor and hat. He bid farewell to the other person indifferently as they were left screaming in vain from being tricked. The martial artist silently left, like a swordsman who had completed his mission, blending into the bustling crowd. All he could think about was finding that young prisoner. He is the perfect choice for my plan. In the middle of the night in Jonian County, at the Jade Green Hall, guards stood watch round the prison area. In the darkness of the dungeon, Jungni sat leaning against the wall, his head bowed down. His eyes looked distant as he immersed himself in dark thoughts about that scoundrel who had killed his grandfather. He remembered when Jungni approached the assassin who had harmed his grandfather, and how the assassin mocked him with a laugh. I wondered who was following me, but turned out to be just an unknown nobody. He tightly squeezed Jungni's neck, lifting him up. His eyes glared fiercely with malice. Jungni could only struggle helplessly, unable to resist. In his mind, thoughts of despair echoed, finally finding the one who had killed his grandfather, but he was not like others. He had defeated me before I could even move a finger. Even if we met again, I would never defeat him. I couldn't think of any way to kill him. He tried to use force to make the assassin release his neck. Suddenly remembering what the assassin said, he realized something important about martial arts. He pondered if he learned martial arts. Could he defeat him? I will never get another chance like this. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke enveloped Jungni from below his feet. He was surprised and wondered if the smoke was on fire. Jungni realized it wasn't ordinary smoke, but a mixture of various herbs. He muttered to himself, identifying each scent: lizard tail, purple radish, licorice root, fragrant lady's bower, sweet woodruff, and sleep-inducing fragrance. As Jungni recognized the nature of the smoke, guards around him began to fall unconscious. He also inhaled that toxic aroma, his eyelids gradually growing heavy. In a daze, Jungni heard the sound of the prison door opening. A figure entered, and Jungni recognized it as the martial artist who had appeared earlier. The martial artist stood still, observing his surroundings before using martial arts to break the restraints holding him. As he began cleaning up the scene, a noise made the martial artist look up in surprise. Jungni was just pretending to sleep to reveal the mastermind. The martial artist exclaimed in shock, "Someone is still awake." Before he could finish his sentence, Jungni kicked him in the stomach with a swift kick. He quickly escaped, leaving the injured martial artist behind. While running, Jungni was calculating. I don't know what's happening, but this is my chance. Because of earlier concocting the sleeping powder, I didn't fall asleep now. Suddenly, he couldn't move anymore. Behind him, someone had struck his weak points. The martial artist explained from behind, "I have sealed your acupoints. You can't move anymore." Jungni suddenly turned to look, thinking, when did he catch up with me? This is martial arts. The martial artist quickly struck Jungni hard, sending him flying back and hitting his back against the wall. Jungni glared angrily, "A martial artist who killed my grandfather. No, although they look alike, there's a scar on this one's left eye. Guard Cam, is it him?" The martial artist and Jungni were surprised to see another person appear. The servant asks, "Mister, you were told to wait outside, right?" He turns away and looks mysterious before answering slowly, "I've never stepped into Lao's house, but I wanted to check it out. It's not as interesting as I thought. It smells terrible. Is it him? Help him up so I can see his face and bring a chair over." The servant replies, "Yes, sir." Jungni could only sit silently, witnessing everything. The servant pulls him up by the head. He laughs. "Haha, you're right. He looks just like me." Slowly, he reveals some hidden layers. Jungni's eyes widen in surprise. Mu Ke-yun finds it amusing to watch. For a lookalike to appear under these circumstances is truly fate. Haha, you seem just as surprised. Jungni is stunned by this unbelievable sight. Mu Ke-yun sits down and continues, "I heard you've been in the prison for 2 days waiting to die. You'll be flayed alive in for more." Jungni responds, "Yes." Mu Ke-yun continues, "Life is unfair. We look exactly alike, but I'm a prince and you're a prisoner. I'll give you a rare chance to become the 3rd son of the Magsword Manor." Hearing this, Jungni is surprised. He wonders if it's an opportunity. Mu Ke-yun explains further, "It's not hard. You'll be kept in the manor with delicious food, beautiful servants, and a comfortable bed. You can enjoy everything you've never had before. And when it's over, you'll get lots of money and freedom to go wherever you want." The guard pulls out something from his pocket and hands it to Jungni. "If you agree, eat this." Seeing their sudden kindness, Jungni doubts, "Is it poison?" Mu Ke-yun answers, "Do you think we'll trust a prisoner like you? If you complete the task I give you, I'll give you an antidote. What will you do then?" Looking straight ahead, Jungni thinks of his grandfather, who has given him another chance. Lincoln opens his mouth. Mu Ke-yun sees this as a chance for revenge. Jungni swallows it down and Mu Ke-yun asks, will the prince really give me that chance now? The third son looks at Jungni differently, making an intelligent decision. The guard says you can unbind his hands. The servant replies, yes, sir. The servant starts to unbind and remove the handcuffs from Jungni, causing him to breathe a sigh of relief. The servant leads the way and says, follow me. Go after me, prince. Mu Ke-yun responds, all right. For safety, he tells Jungni, go first. Looking around and seeing no one, the servant turns to say, it's safe now. Please be careful. But they didn't expect that Jungni acted swiftly at that moment. He twists Mu Ke-yun's head back, catching the third son off guard. Jungni's face shows excitement as he kills someone. Mu Ke-yun's sudden death makes the servant scream in horror. What? Jungni forcefully drops Mu Ke-yun's body to the ground, looking down at it with satisfaction while the guard is still stunned. Jungni says loudly, oh, look what happened, guard, the imposter is dead. Back in the time before the scythe demon was captured, a loud scream echoed through the silent space as people panicked and ran away. The scythe demon swings wildly, grabbing the hair of a head that had already separated from its body. Jungni frantically swings his scythe, a wicked smile on his face. Blood splatters everywhere. He thinks to himself, I've killed all those who might be connected to my grandfather's death. The intense feeling while killing so many people is joy. He remembers what his grandfather said, never reveal the true nature of yourself to anyone. Holding the bloody scythe in his hand, he looks at it without changing expression and throws the head rolling on the ground. He wonders, what was my facial expression while killing all these people? He raises his hand up, seeing it covered in blood, trembling. Was I laughing? He grabs his mouth tightly and laughs madly. Is this the true nature my grandfather talked about? His true nature is wicked. We didn't know, but now we'll indulge in killing. Just like laughing without hesitation, raising the scythe to cut straight with no mercy. But before that scene played out for long, he was kicked hard in the stomach and couldn't resist. The kick was so strong that he flew far away, landing on a pile of rubble. Just like shakily standing up after his powerful kick, coughing. This made him surprised. Oh, you're still alive? Impressive impression indeed. He slowly drew out the sword to face himself. The pain gradually subsided. Standing up, he thought silently, that bastard is too dangerous. His eyes reveal a cruel desire within, approaching and speaking in surprise. It seems like you haven't even learned martial arts, but still survived my ultimate attack. He moved so quickly that it surprised him, retreating. But he quickly grabbed his throat, unable to move anymore, gradually lifted off the ground, making him feel scared. He crossed the distance from far away in an instant, still a human, but now he can't. After all you've done, he praises you, good job, but turns out you're just an unknown nobody who doesn't know martial arts. Following closely, seeing him insult himself, he got angry and thought silently, you! But then he stabbed him straight through, breaking his thoughts. He was in pain, red-faced, shouting loudly at the unexpected attack. Then quickly drew out the sword, making the wound worse. A kid who doesn't know martial arts can survive my ultimate attack. You should kill him immediately. Saying that, he stabbed from the stomach up to the shoulder. He was in such pain his hands trembled and couldn't hold onto him anymore. You shouldn't be killing people. You're shortening your lifespan. You should live a peaceful life instead. In that extreme pain, he baldly thought, I've been defeated so easily after finding the one who killed my grandfather. People are leaving me behind, soon to leave this world, helplessly wondering, will I die like this? He chose to eliminate third son to save himself. As Mok Jing-yun fell, he approached and asked, what now? Guardsman Kim and the imposter have died. Guardsman Kim couldn't accept this, grabbing his throat and urgently asking, you bastard, madman, who dared kill the son, you want to die. He wasn't worried but gently grabbed Guardsman Kim's hand, smiling excitedly explaining, it's actually right that the substitute was supposed to take the place of the real one to face danger. Blind obedience in such a situation is what leads to my death. trying to smile, but deep inside, there's an ocean. He tried to escape this situation, but couldn't do anything, silently thinking, why is he so strong? Pressing Changni against the wall, martial artist asked worriedly, "Didn't you think I could kill you?" With fear in his tone, Changni calmly replied, "If you were going to kill me, you would have done it already. I thought you had no loyalty at all towards that son." Hearing this unfounded accusation, the martial artist threw him down and shouted, "Nonsense!" Pressing him against the ground, he drew his sword from behind and warned, "I will kill you." With his carefree nature, not only was he not afraid, but also wondered, is it really necessary? Why not? As if falling into a trap, he calmly replied, "I drank the poison you gave me. Without the antidote, I can't survive, so there's no other choice. Following orders blindly in such situations is what leads to my death." Smiling with hidden meaning, making the martial artist understand his choice. "So your point is that I should betray the son and use you as a pawn?" The ambiguous smile on his lips made the martial artist understand his decision. "Fine." "How?" A shout then stabbed straight through. The knight's silence answered Cam for him, stabbing his sword near where he stood, which made him feel excited. Sheathed her weapon and instructed the martial artist, "From now on you'll be Ma Kangwen." His plan had succeeded perfectly, bringing immense joy to the young man as a wicked smile spread across his lips. At Cam's armor shop, but you won't meet anyone from the armor shop. Wearing Ma Kangwen's clothes and asked, "Ha, so this is just like being a substitute. From now on, without becoming a substitute, you have no right to question anything. If caught, I won't give you the antidote." "Alright then," the martial artist warned, pointing at him sternly. "If you betray me or do anything against me, I'll kill you immediately." He agreed. "Got it." Seeing he was caught, the martial artist quickly lit a candle and said, "This weird stuff is an antidote. If you don't drink it within 24 hours, the poison will spread throughout your body. Remember that." It was evening. As he took the antidote, he thought about his luck. Not only did he survive those wounds, but also got a new life. "Perhaps this is all Grandpa did to prevent me from dying young. The boy won't die until he avenges his grandfather's death. So don't worry. The Avenger must think I'm dead now. Ma Kangwen's identity should have been found out. Vong Gong heard this is a martial arts family. I'll pretend to be the third son and learn their martial arts techniques. Then I'll find who killed my grandfather." Recalling his grandfather's tragic death, he looked towards the distant green fields and vowed to kill him. He did his grandfather under the clear sky from atop a tall tower. It was like sitting there, thinking about how miraculously he had escaped death. Wearing Ma Kangwen's clothes, he sat at a table with 3 dishes, holding chopsticks to pick up noodles while his mind raced and he got the chance to learn martial arts techniques. Ma Kangwen spoke but then glanced around. Looking at the guard outside the door, he held a teacup and thought, "Cam's bodyguard always keeps an eye on me." He felt uneasy, really annoying. The guard outside was Cao Tuan, one of Cam's soldiers. Cao Tuan stood there with a very uncomfortable face, walking and thinking, Cam's bodyguard overdid it. Cam's bodyguard said in a stern voice, "Keep quiet. Do you want the whole village to know?" Cao Tuan quickly covered his mouth with his hand. Cam's bodyguard continued, "As long as no one knows, it's fine. This is your mission. Keep an eye on him and don't let him leave here. Wait a bit more. I'll think of another plan." Cam's bodyguard gritted his teeth and said, "Throw him out. Replace him with someone else." Cao Tuan looked at the departing back of Cam's bodyguard and asked, "Mr. Cam, didn't you say you gave him poison? So why worry about him not following orders?" Cam's bodyguard interrupted, "He won't listen to anyone else. He's not someone who follows orders." Despite being sentenced to death, he took Ma Kangwen's life to take his place. He'll do anything to survive. Walking out the door, Cam's bodyguard assessed, "A dangerous guy. What good can we get from him?" Cao Tuan stood silently as Cam's bodyguard left in the night. Feeling annoyed and angry, he hit his head against the door frame, wondering, what is it about this kid that scares him so much? He's poisoned and doesn't know any martial arts. Damn, I can't disobey my superior's orders. Feeling a disturbance outside, he picked up his noodles and thought, Cam's bodyguard didn't explain why they needed a substitute. They just left him with one of their soldiers. After some time here, he got to know this place a bit. Line 60, 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 line 60. This place isn't dangerous enough to need a substitute. The chopsticks moved around in the bowl of noodles. No, it's more accurate to say it's very safe. So they need someone else for other matters. Jungmi tapped on the table while continuing to think. Or is he deliberately not saying that he knows? Jungmi let out a laugh. The chopsticks in his hand broke into 2 pieces. Jungmi's gaze was sharp. No, it must be that he intends to replace someone else. Outside the door, only Cao Tuan stood alone on guard. At this moment, Cao Tuan was sound asleep, drooling from his mouth. Jungmi opened the door and pushed Cao Tuan awake. Cao Tuan asked, do you need a bath or something? Jungmi stepped out and replied, no, I just want to breathe some fresh air. Also, I have something to ask you. Can I come in? Cao Tuan's face was uncomfortable as he pointed into the room and said, shut up and go back inside, or don't blame me. Jungmi's clothes were grabbed by Cao Tuan, but her face remained calm. You say your name is Cao Tuan, right? If we keep this a secret, nothing will happen. Cao Tuan grabbed Jungmi's clothes and pushed her into the room. Cao Tuan leaned in close and said harshly, have you forgotten your position? If I do that, I won't gain anything. So just go back inside. Jungmi looked at Cao Tuan with her eyes lowered. You're weaker than the guard, huh? Cao Tuan didn't understand. Why is he grabbing my shoulder? Quickly, Jungmi knocked Cao Tuan over and pinned him down. Her hand held his arm while his shoulder was pressed down. Cao Tuan struggled in a passive position. Immediately, Cao Tuan's acupoints were sealed. Cao Tuan thought to himself, I can't move. How could he have sealed my acupoints? That bastard hid the fact that he has martial arts skills. Jungmi looked at the motionless Cao Tuan on the ground with a dazed expression. Jungmi continued tapping behind Cao Tuan and said, can you move? Did I do something wrong? I'm just following his movements, but it seems to be harder than expected. Cao Tuan, continuously sealed by acupoints, kept crying out in pain. Cao Tuan was so uncomfortable that tears almost came as he wondered, what did he say? He means that after seeing once, I can already follow him. Master Kim said right. This guy is really dangerous. Cao Tuan's eyes showed Jungmi's sinister and extremely cruel smile. Struggling, Cao Tuan turned to ask Jungmi, did you forget that you're poisoned too? If you don't neutralize the poison regularly, you'll die in extreme pain. Blood will flow from 7 holes, ears, eyes, nose, and mouth. If you don't let go of me, Cao Tuan suddenly mumbled because Jungmi had squeezed his mouth shut. Cao Tuan spoke frantically, bastard, damn, scary, what are you doing? Jungmi lifted her hand to taste the blood and said, blood is toxic, I forgot. Jungmi dripped some of her own blood onto Cao Tuan's mouth. Cao Tuan couldn't believe it in his heart. What? Cao Tuan raised both hands to his neck, lying on the ground trembling uncomfortably. Poison, poison. Cao Tuan trembled and fell to the floor, continuously coughing and vomiting. Cao Tuan thought to himself, I have to activate my internal energy now. I need to use internal energy to expel the poison. Jungmi said, I've tried hundreds of poisons since childhood. I was testing herbs for my father. So my blood has gradually turned into a poison too. Jungmi kicked Cao Tuan, who was lying on the ground. Jungmi licked her bloody hand. Just by tasting or using an herb, I can identify its name. Therefore, most poisons have no effect on me. With a threatening look and a smile, Jungmi said, so I don't need to neutralize the poison. Oh, may I ask you something? Only I can neutralize the poison in my blood. You'll definitely need me for that. Cao Tuan's face was covered with sweat and he trembled uncontrollably. His eyes were full of fear as he thought to himself, he is truly a devil. The Wood Sword Workshop, the main hall in Master Wood's room. Master Wood, Mo Nyan lay on the bed with a pale and uncomfortable face. The doctor took care of him, looking worried as he sighed. Is there really no way out? The doctor wiped his face with a cloth, having used all knowledge and experience and various herbs, but still couldn't find a cure for Master Wood. He should transfer the position. The Wood Sword Workshop has 4 sons, but the master didn't mention who would succeed him when he fell ill. So this is just a calm before the storm. If the head of the family passes away, the sons will fight each other for the position. The first wife dotes on their eldest son. Who knows what she'll do to keep her son's place? Lady Thatch enters Mock's main room. Lady Thatch, the head wife, raises a fan to cover her mouth and asks politely, "How is the master?" Defoe looks down hesitantly. "Sir, Master Thatch has lost his patience. I asked him how he's doing." Doctor replies, "Pardon me, my knowledge is limited and I couldn't find a cure. This is an unusual illness." Lady Thatch sighs sadly, waving her hand in frustration. As expected, they call it a strange disease that conventional medicine can't treat. The only solution is to use magic. Doctor looks surprised. "Sir!" The doctor's face shows disagreement. "Using magic is a mistake, sir. Why would you resort to such a method?" Lady Thatch gives the doctor an unyielding look. "Am I just going to stand here and watch my husband die?" "No!" Lady Thatch interrupts. "I don't want to hear any more. I'll call a magician to treat it. You can leave now." The doctor is pushed out by the servants, struggling to say Lady Thatch. Lady Thatch looks at Mock's head and says, "We will call a magician to treat Master Mock. So no one else should come in here anymore." Even if it's a ghost, Cao Tuan raises his hand and coughs as he tells the story to his son. This is the current situation at Mock Sword House. Jinni touches her chin. I understand now. Alright, let's go then." Cao Tuan sits on the floor and asks curiously, "Where are we going? What do you think?" Jinni looks out the window towards a distant house. Jinni crosses her arms and says, "Let's go to Mock Sword House." The two of them walk outside together, with Jinni leading the way as they ask, "So what you're saying is that initially, Mo Jingyun and Kemgard wanted me to be a substitute because the eldest son, Mo Inghao, had already started his actions and was planning to kill the other sons?" Yes, Jinni looks at the painting in her hand, thinking it's not a bad plan. The person in this painting is the eldest son, Mo Inghao, who is 20 years old. He has a birthmark on his left cheek and is obsessed with it to the point where he leaves his room only twice a week. Of the 4 of them, he's the least talented, greedy, and vicious. The second painting shows Mo Ingping, who is 18 years old. He has sharp eyes like his mother, intelligent and cunning. He knows what he needs to do to inherit the position. Mo Jingyun's original plan was to bring these 2 with him, Mo Jingyun fake, to a certain place. Order them to provoke Mo Ingping so that he kills himself. Then the eldest son will stab behind and kill the second son. The 2 of them will kill each other. This strategy is called "A fish catches more flies." If this plan works, whoever survives won't have the legitimacy to inherit due to their brother's mutual slaughter. Then Mo Jingyun's original self will appear and take control of everything. That guy also knows how to use his brain. Jinni thinks deeply about Mo Jingyun's plan. Jinni thinks again in her head, like a number flashing, "I have already killed Mo Jingyun." Cao Tuan follows Jinni and asks why he went to McTranchi's place. "After hearing your story, I realize McTranchi's fate is connected to mine, so I came here. But if the bodyguards see you leaving like this," Jinni starts scattering paper pieces. "You'll keep it a secret, right?" "Thanks, Cao Tuan." Cao Tuan mutters under his breath. Damn it! Clear blue sky with bright sunlight shining through. At McTranchi's place, Thatch Funan stands and watches the physician entering. The physician is named Meatha, holding a staff as he says, "I can now examine McTranchi." Thatch Funan replies, "I've heard me is very skilled, so I'll trust him this time." Meatha carries his luggage and says, "Thank you. The longer the strange illness persists, the worse it gets. So please ask everyone in the establishment to leave for safety's sake. That Funan interrupts. I've already sent them all away. Only guards are watching the entrance now. Methan says even you should leave, lady. Thatch Funan walks on, remembering what she was told. Methan nods, of course. Thatch Funan walks while saying if you find McTranchi's secret techniques and seal, I'll reward 300 silver coins. Methan thanks her. Thatch Funan orders everyone leave until further notice. Done! Thatch Funan smiles to herself as she walks away. Honestly, I don't believe in the magic of a physician either. But below Thatch Funan is a young man practicing martial arts. Thatch Funan glances at McHuthin. The one training is 4th Master McHuthian. Thatch Funan thinks about the low-born son of a courtesan while watching McHuthian sweating from his practice. I can forgive him for flirting with a beauty, but swapping places with such low blood is unforgivable. Thatch Funan walks away feeling extremely uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Chinni and Cao Tone arrive on the other side. Chinni asks if anyone's here. Cao Tone answers it's 4th Master McHiwu Thian, training today. Ah, that's McHiwu Thian. Chinni looks at McHiwu Thian and thinks he knows martial arts well and always works hard. He has the same spirit as McTranchi, so he gets the most attention. Chinni ponders and asks that's how you practice martial arts. Ah, Cao Tone enthusiastically explains. He's using horse stance to strengthen his lower body, because most martial arts techniques come from the lower body. Chinni nods. I understand now. If I learn martial arts, can I kill a bodyguard? Cao Tone is taken aback. Chinni looks down and asks, didn't you hear me? I asked if after learning martial arts, could I defeat a bodyguard? Cao Tone hesitates, thinking suddenly he realizes this boy might be about to be discarded. He knows him as smart and extraordinary. But Cao Tone swallows and answers, Master, the foundation of martial art is based on training, cultivating internal energy through breathing exercises. Or in other words, circulating natural qi throughout the body using alchemy techniques to accumulate internal power. When internal power is accumulated, you'll become stronger. However, internal power isn't formed overnight. Even after learning martial arts, it's hard to defeat a master like a bodyguard, because he has practiced for 30 years and his techniques are no less outstanding. Chinni asks, so in the short term, can't I? Yes. Cao Tone touches his nose and smiles to himself. No, even if you train your whole life, you still can't. There's a special phase of training that is very important. If you don't practice internal martial arts from 5 to 9 years old, your energy will be weak and it'll be hard to accumulate internal power no matter what you do. So I won't ever be able to build up my internal power? Cao Tuan felt happy inside, but couldn't laugh loudly. He could only hold back his fear. Got it! Keep trying! Even if you try, it'll just be futile. Suddenly turning around, facing Cao Tuan directly, Zhengni pulled down Cao Tuan's eyelid with her hand. Your eyes look suspicious. I really want to pull them out. Cao Tuan couldn't do anything but bite his lip in fear. How to on guard? Be my man. Zhengni smiled as she pulled her hand back. Cao Tuan lowered his head and answered. Yes. Cao Tuan touched his own eyes nervously, thinking about it while doing so. So killing Kimgard is out of the question now. Since Kimgard doesn't trust me, it's very hard to bring him over to our side. Cao Tuan spoke up. We should probably leave then. 4th Master doesn't like Woodmaster much. Something might happen soon. Cao Tuan recounted that 2 years ago, Woodmaster called 4th Master's mother a dig, and ever since, they've had a deep grudge. Zhengni laughed loudly. 4th Master is really Liang Shine, right? His real name still sounds like the 4th title. Cao Tuan said, we should leave then. Staying here will only bring trouble, okay? Over there, someone was grumbling and frowning while practicing their internal energy. In what manner in the late afternoon inside the master's room? Red robes were everywhere in the room with silver coins on them. The master lay on the bed. His arms and legs were tightly bound by red ropes. Fang Si Mo Shen stood before the master's bed, holding those red threads. Dark blue veins were visible on the master's chest, especially around his heart area. Mo Shen appraised him closely, These signs are from the lingering effects of killing intent. It will gradually consume his body. He still looks intact, so he must be a martial artist. But it has been too long, and his survival chances are only about 50%. I just need to do this. Don't worry about him living or dying. Mo Shen prepared his tools. He held the red-inked pen and wrote on a golden amulet on the floor. Supreme Emperor's decree, heaven's vengeance, 5 wounds, evil spirit, no death, immortal first absorption, myriad spirits hidden away. Great teaching, great sages, disciple of the suffering ghosts. Mo Shen shouted, and the talisman flew straight to Wood Manor Master. The talisman landed right on the master's heart. The talisman emitted a bright light. Mo Shen clasped his hands together and shouted, mental illness. Little Saint Mystic Pill, protect the spirit and transform evil. Golden armor flutters, great enlightenment, great wisdom, protecting the brain in the water land cave rock. Water demon spirit thirsty mouth, biting the high master's heavenly water, opening the rock path. The master also made some sounds. Mo Shen was uneasy. Damn it, the killing intent is too strong. He shouted loudly. 2. Manifest and protect the brain. Spirit thief cannot be special. Life at risk. Wood Manor Master opened his eyes red. The door suddenly opened. Mo Shen panicked. Was someone entering as the lady? If so, I can't interrupt now. The power from the master's body was emanating strongly. Mo Shen was knocked back by that strength. Mo Shen looked up and saw Zhongni and Cao Tuan enter. Cao Tuan was surprised. Huh, what's going on? Mo Shen didn't understand. Who are you? Cao Tuan ignored him and asked. Huh? Wood Manor Master, said Zhongni. That's the master. Zhongni bowed. I wish to meet my father. The master lying in bed could only speak weakly. Zhongni looked at the bed and said, did you come to see your father? Mo Shen shouted loudly. Please leave. Whether it's his son or anyone else, just go away. Has he not received the lady's order yet? Cao Tuan blocked Mo Shen from approaching and said, who are you to talk nonsense here? Zhongni looked at the man lying on the bed with a talisman on his chest and raised her hand to examine it carefully. Mo Shen said, I'm suppressing the strange evil energy in his body, which is growing stronger inside him. Cao Tuan was surprised and asked again, reverse killing intent. Are you a doctor? Mo Shen shouted loudly, go out quickly. Mo Shen tried to chase Zhongni and Cao Tuan out. Hurry up. If anything goes wrong, it could be dangerous. A box-like sound, like someone spitting, echoed as the Guardian didn't finish speaking. The Guardian and Cao Tuan were taken aback as they looked at Zhongni. His expression was calm while foam bubbled from his mouth, trailing down to emit terrifying sounds. Zhongni thought about what he saw, noticing the pale face of the Trangju with visible blue veins. His mouth hung open, eyes bloodshot and frightening. After a moment, the Trangju suddenly jumped up, his whole body covered in aura. Zhongni wondered if evil spirits had possessed him. The Guardian urgently said, help me. Hold on to the Trangju tightly. Don't let the thread break. Cao Tuan was confused. Hold him tight. The Guardian urged quickly. Quickly, the wooden Trangju is flying up. The talisman on his chest is also breaking free. Zhongni and Cao Tuan each held one of the wooden Trangju's arms. The Guardian swiftly placed a newly sealed talisman over the wooden Trangju. This talisman will stop the evil spirits, cure this terrible illness, and expel demons from the Trangju's body. The wooden Trangju continued to scream in agony. Suddenly, the wooden Trangju grabbed Cao Tuan's arm with his hand. It seemed like the wooden Trangju was trying to break Cao Tuan's arm. Cao Tuan screamed in fear and cried out. The wooden Trangju lay on the bed, still tightly holding onto Cao Tuan's arm. The Guardian observed, this demon is too strong, I see something. The Guardian urged Cao Tuan to endure. If the demon moves you, you'll be in danger as well. Cao Tuan looked at his own arm with visible veins. He saw the demonic thread moving on his arm and was terrified. What? Is the demon moving? Why did you only say that now? The demonic thread is moving from the wooden Trangju's hand towards Cao Tuan's. Cao Tuan screamed. It's coming! Zhongni quickly drew his sword. With one swift cut, The sword cleanly severed the wooden Trangshu's arm. The arm fell off with a splatter of blood. Blood spurted everywhere. Cao Tuan couldn't believe it. Zhengni remained calm. The guardian was in a position to recite the divine chant, equally shocked. Seeing the severed arm of the Trangju, the guardian was stunned. You what? It seemed like he sneered. Cao Tuan panicked. What day is it? Stop. Don't do this. Ignoring him, the guardian held his sword and decisively cut off the remaining part of the wooden Trangshu's arm. Blood splattered everywhere. Cao Tuan dodged but was still frightened inside. This crazy man, he just cut off a Trangshu's hand. The severed arm lay on the floor, covered in blood and steam rising from it. The guardian quickly took out a new talisman to seal the severed arm. Cao Tuan worriedly wrapped some cloth around the wooden Trangshu's severed arm. We need to stop the bleeding. The guardian looked at the severed arm lying on the ground and thought, this is serious. I must escape before things get worse. I can only deal with this for a bit more. Suddenly, the blood-covered sword was at the guardian's throat. The guardian turned to see who was pointing the sword at him and asked, Sir, what are you doing? Cao Tuan didn't understand. Sir, Zhengni signaled for Cao Tuan to be quiet. Zhengni still held his sword at the guardian's throat. Lung said, the Trangshu's condition is worsening due to it. The guardian replied, you can't see this? The Trangshu was possessed by evil spirits. This isn't simple. Even the Trangshu might die. We don't have time. Are you trying to make the Trangshu die? Zhengni realized there was an underlying meaning and asked, you want him dead? The guardian sweat as he admitted, I said something I shouldn't have. Zhengni's face lit up with a smile. So you're saying someone wants the Trangshu to die, right? Zhengni bluntly asked if it was the lady who sent people here. The guardian put his hands up in surrender and denied it. You misunderstand. Zhengni grew impatient. My hand is getting tired. If you're honest, you'll still have your life. The guardian sweat profusely as he quickly said, it's the lady. Lady said, I don't need to save the master. Lady said we should use the devil to find the master's secret and seal that he is keeping. Cao Tuan was surprised, asking about the master's secret and seal. Cao Tuan thought in his mind, damn lady daring to do this, clearly trying to make the eldest son become the master. Cao Tuan quickly looked at Zhengni and said, young master, please save Master Cao Tuan. Thinking in his head, I must stop the eldest son from becoming the master. He continued, otherwise, lady will target you too. Zhengni raised her hand to touch him and said, yes, because of me blocking her. Zhengni drew back her sword, smiled and said, this is what you need to do. Find the location of the secret and seal. Do you understand? Both Cao Tuan and Mao Shan couldn't believe their eyes. Mao Shan replied, if the master is possessed again, it might affect his life. Zhengni didn't care and ordered, hurry up. Cao Tuan thought, that crazy guy. What does he want to do? Why not just save the master? Mao Shan replied, I understand now. The room was brightly lit. Cao Tuan and Zhengni watched as Mao Shan held a dirty doll preparing for work. Zhengni asked, what is that, like a straw puppet being bewitched? Mao Shan replied, it's a life puppet. If the master is possessed again, he will definitely lose his life. Once I connect it with the master, we can trick the evil spirit into thinking this puppet is the master. Mao Shan brought the charm near the standing puppet and said, I'll start now. Mao Shan recited a spell, transforming heaven and earth, preserving life and body. Master Cao's eyes turned blue as he shouted. Zhengni and Cao Tuan were surprised to see this. The evil arm holding the puppet, Mao Shan continued reciting the spell, preserving life and body, no spirit shall touch it, obeying like a law. Mao Shan thought, too much power. If I force it more, the high-ranking demon will escape. Then he won't believe me. What should I do? Mao Shan had an idea in his head and smiled sinisterly. Mao Shan said, young master, we can't control that guy here. Are you okay with that? Cao Tuan opened the door and thought to himself, if I stay, it might not be a good idea. Cao Tuan said, I'll go outside for a bit. Mao Shan continued, let's start now. Transforming heaven and earth, preserving life, Master Cao lay on the bed with a frowning face, grumbling loudly. The master on the bed with glowing eyes asked, Who is calling me? Alright, obey like Allah. Spirit, answer me. Spirit answering. What do you want to ask? Maoshin said, obey like Allah. Where are the master's seal and secret? The master on the bed shouted. Spirit answered, under the bright road, pass through the stone door. Both of them thought, under the bright road, pass through the stone door. The evil hands tightly grabbed Jinni's feet. All the items were thrown up in a moment. Maoshin quickly said, young master, cut the string. String? Maoshin explained that the demons wanted to devour the master's body. Hurry up! Jinni slashed with her sword and cut the string. The evil hands grabbed Jinni's feet. Those wings covered Jinni's feet. They hugged Jinni tightly. Jinni was surprised at Maoshin in front of him. Maoshin grinned sinisterly. Those hands embraced Jinni's entire body. It covered his whole face. A sound came out. Maoshin stuck the charm on Jinni's hand. From the beginning, it was already a monster with extremely terrifying killing intent. That would only be a matter of time before it broke free from its seal. But luckily, it invaded this fool. This is not bad at all. Maoshin held the puppet and pointed to Cao Tuan, who was sealed on the ground. Maoshin laughed sinisterly. I have completed my mission and removed the obstacle. It's a 2-in-1 job. I can blame all these problems on you. A voice sounded with eyes appearing continuously. You dare to deceive me with this puppet? This cannot be forgiven. Playing with me. Who are you? You look pretty young, huh? I'll replace the old one with your body, trapping you in your own mind forever. The sunlight filters through the leaves and lands on Jinni's shoulder. Jinni looks puzzled as he carries a basket on his back. The fresh leaves are vibrant. Before Jinni is a cool stream. Jinni says, this place. Isn't it the hot spring I always go to? The greenery is lush with birds perched on branches. It's a peaceful mountain. I know this place very well. Amidst the forest, Jinni stands by a flowing stream. This is where I fetch water every morning. No matter how hard I try to forget, I can't. Jinni picks up a water jug and starts filling it with water. It's always here, but something feels different today. Holding the jug, Jinni walks back. What is this feeling? What is causing this discomfort? I seem to have forgotten something. Far away, black smoke rises with flames burning. Jinni looks surprised. That smell, it's my home. Jinni quickly discards the jug and runs towards home. Jinni rushes back. Sir, please, 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 sir, Jinni shouts as he runs to his house. Jinni is shocked. He sees the old man lying on the ground, covered in blood. Jinni can't believe what he's seeing and screams. Grandpa! Jinni helps him up. Wake up, Grandpa! Grandpa! Jinni is stunned. This can't be happening. It can't be like this. Who could do such a thing? Jinni prays silently in his heart. No! Please, sir, please don't leave me here alone. Now I realize how important Grandpa's presence is to me. Really, Grandpa, you're really important to me. Jinni mourns as he clings tightly to his grandfather. The spirit speaks. All right. The high-ranking demon witnesses the most heart-wrenching and precious moment of Jinni's life and says, that is what this person desires. A beam of light appears as a high-ranking demon extends his hand. Purple rays approach and embrace Jinni. The purple rays enter through his ears. There's a sound. Hey, what are you doing there? The purple rays reach Jinni's eyes. Jinni is startled. The house remains unburned. Grandpa holds the basket and talks. Hurry up and help me. Why are you just standing around? The purple rays penetrate Jinni's entire body. Line 60 is reached. He's surprised. Uncle, what happened? Purple rays appear in Jungni's eyes. His eyes turn blue. Jungni is moved. They run to hug their grandfather. Grandpa. The grandpa was surprised and didn't understand why he was hugged. What the heck? What's gotten into that kid? He fell down. Jungni awkwardly hugs his grandfather. Grandpa! Grandpa! He thinks to himself, I won't let you leave me again. You're the only reason I keep living when I should have died. The grandpa hugs him and strokes Jungni's head, saying with certainty, this kid is strange. Even high-ranking demons laugh at this sight. Alright, it's him. A precious past. Memories lost. Family feelings. Eternal happiness. Jungni sits with his grandfather to talk. Grandpa, I have something to ask you. What is it? Why did you name me Jungni? The spirit looks at them. So stay by the eternal grandpa's side. Never lose that precious thing again. Jungni glances and makes a sound. The spirit's eyes are full of surprise. What? What is it? Jungni pinches the high-ranking demon's face. He holds the high-ranking demon tightly, smiling and saying, I'm grateful to you for reminding me of this unpleasant memory. The high-ranking demon can't believe his ears. Illogical. How could you see me? Jungni pinches the high-ranking demon's face. Really too much. Daring to play with my lost grandfather. But maybe we misunderstood something. Jungni grits his teeth and says, the greatest wish is happiness. You must show it properly. My wish isn't bringing back Grandpa. It's making those who harmed him live worse than death. That's what I want. His eyes are filled with hatred. The high-ranking demon feels the pressure from his anger and senses something. A surge deep in his heart. It's full of bitter resentment. Not ordinary malice. Pure evil even possessed spirits wouldn't dare to touch. Could a normal person carry such feelings when alive? However, something is stopping him from killing. What is it? The grandfather on the other side speaks. Jungni. Why did you name me Jungni? I'm a special child, different from others. But this old man wants me to grow up into a good and right person. That's why he named me Jungni like that. Just as the name suggests, he hopes I'll make the right choices and not go astray. The grandfather is fading away. So from now on, grow up properly. The grandfather disappears, while Jungni tightly grips the possessed face. The high-ranking demon struggles to free himself, finally breaking free. Run. Jungni chases after the fleeing high-ranking demon with a scythe. He's really crazy, deeper, much deeper into his soul. Jungni holding the scythe chasing the demon. Lucky me, I've entered his body now. Quickly control his consciousness. The demon's foot touches the green grass. The high-ranking demon stands under the blue sky. The sunlight shines down. Right now, the vast grassland. Is this what's hidden in his mind? Before the multi-layered demon are gates adorned with a charm. A gate. A sealed gate. Could it be that even his memories are sealed? But why? Well, let's not worry about that for now. We need to open this and delve deeper inside. The multi-layered demon reaches out to touch the door. Just by invading it, we can do it. Before the multi-layered demon could touch it, dark energy appeared around him. Look, black threads surround the multi-layered demon. Even his legs are caught in them. The multi-layered demon is terrified. Can he control me? No, no way. Stop. If this continues, I'll be killed by him. The multi-layered demon is wrapped in black threads and his arm is struggling. A loud scream echoes as if someone woke up suddenly. Returning to reality, the dark energy from Changni's body, sealed by the charm, starts to emit. Immortal God can't believe what he sees. It's impossible. Changni opens her eyes and removes the charm from her arm. Changni stands up, her hands covered in black energy. She looks around again. Immortal God can't believe his own eyes as he watches what happens before him. Changni glances at Ma Tong and commands Ma Tong. Ma Tong obeys the command. Somewhere in the Moxhang mansion. Is this okay? Someone sits on a step sighing sorrowfully. This is the inner hall master of Mokjian Mansion, Zhang Danshen. Zhang Danshen remembers when he was young and the head of the Mach 9 team. He was famous with extraordinary martial arts skills. All his actions were done under the name of Mokjian Mansion, and everyone believed in him. I had the fortune to meet and get to know him 19 years ago during a suppression of pirates in Hainan. Back then, I was also famous with formidable martial arts skills. We worked together to suppress the pirate chaos in Hainan. Later, I followed the head back to Mokjian Mansion and became an inner hall master under his command. I vowed to be loyal until death. Immortal God looks up at the sky and sighs, but how did things get this way? Immortal God remembers what Lady Stone said. Inner hall master Zhang, do you think giving Mokjian Mansion's authority to that young man is right? For the future of Mokjian Mansion, I believe you should temporarily step aside and wait until the alchemist finds the hidden location of the secret scroll and seal, out of loyalty to the head. I followed his advice. But deep down, I still have many concerns about why the head is in this state. Can that alchemist do anything? Or are they planning to use some kind of drug to control the head? Immortal God ponders with his hand on his chin. He decides to stand up. Damn it! I can't just sit and wait anymore. Sitting and waiting is not my style. I need to act to protect the head from harm. Immortal God takes his sword and heads towards the head's room. Maybe I should return to a Jian mansion and see what they're up to. Mock Jian mansion is shocked by the power emitted. This must be one of the... This is indeed a multi-layered demon. Zhengni smiles and calls out, Ma Tong, kill that alchemist for me. Ma Tong obeys the command and attacks. Immortal God's face covered in sweat as he is surprised. Move forward. Immortal God uses his magic to block Ma Tang's attack. He worries inside. How can he order such a demon to attack me? This is impossible. These evil spirits are just souls in harmony. They only do what they want. How could they follow the orders of a human? Line 60 completed. This devil is too wicked. No one can command them. The Guardian God struggles. Demon Monk launches an attack. The Guardian God flies away from the blow. The Guardian God, holding the wall, looks at the Demon Monk in disbelief. No! The Demon Monk's eyes glow with a wicked smile. The Guardian God is terrified. No! The Demon Monk approaches. The Guardian God shouts, "Don't come closer to me. Not allowed." The Demon Monk opens his mouth wide. The Guardian God is terrified. The Demon Monk's chest is filled with hands reaching out and pulling. His eyes light up. The Demon Monk extends his hand. The hands grab the Guardian God's hand. The Demon Monk catches the Guardian God, who struggles while calling for help. Please save my life, sir. Please spare my life this time, sir. If you need me to do anything in the future, I will obey. Just stand there and say no. The Guardian God says hopelessly, Sir wants to kill me just because I hesitated. I beg of you, sir. The Demon Monk interrupts. That's not how it is. Simply because he knew about the seal and martial arts secret. Knowing too much in this world isn't always a good thing, right? Wretched one, from the start, he had plans. The Guardian God is dragged away by the Demon Monk. The Guardian God resists the hands gripping the floor and bleeds. Long bloody trails are left behind. The Guardian God's face is held in a tight grip. You have killed me. The wretched one leans out of the door to tell Cao Tuan outside. Come in. It's over. Cao Tuan steps inside and gasps. The Guardian God's body is slain. Blood stains her entire body. She dies with her eyes open. Sage, he has died. The wretched one picks up the sword on the ground. Move this corpse out of the master's room. Don't leave it here. We can discuss later. Cao Tuan follows orders. Yes, the death of this sage is due to this. The wretched one raises her sword. Objects in the room scatter and break from the sword's impact. The wretched one's face is cold, continuously drawing her sword. He was possessed by the evil spirits of the master. Due to insufficient magical power, he went mad and swung his sword wildly. Because the master had no consciousness for defense. At that moment, he went berserk and severed his own hand. I tried to stop him, but it was too late. In the end, we only killed him to prevent further chaos from this madman. Cao Tuan holds the Guardian God's hand without saying anything. Cao Tuan asks again, Sir, are you staging this so that the sage going crazy and causing a commotion will cover up what happened? It seems there's an underlying implication. What do you think is wrong with this? Cao Tuan thought to himself. His words make sense, but will others believe him? The lady doctor suspects something fishy. She'll definitely investigate thoroughly. Cao Tuan spoke up. My lord, we should always be careful. We can't act rashly. Any mistakes and you might lose your life. Zhengni asked, do you think there's still a flaw somewhere? Cao Tuan replied, the physician summoned by the lady doctor is surely skilled. My lord said he was possessed by an evil spirit and went mad. Then he killed him to prevent further harm. That makes sense, but with the lady doctor's suspicions, how could she just trust it? This is a serious matter. Zhengni agreed, you're right. Shu Tuan, we should add something more convincing. Let's see. It looks like this now. Zhengni raised his sword. What are you planning to do, my lord? The possessed physician went mad and cut off the master's hand. I tried to stop him, but was severely injured by his strength. Zhengni stabbed himself in the thigh with the sword. Blood splattered everywhere. Cao Tuan was shocked. This situation has a bit of weight. Zhengni threw away the bloody sword. What now? Zhengni wiped his face with one hand. His other hand was covered in red stains. It looks more believable now, doesn't it? Cao Tuan thought, this guy is truly insane, but he's right. The lady doctor's essence wouldn't go to such lengths if she didn't trust him. A sword cut is better than death. Seeing this with my own eyes, I'm still terrified by his deep scheming. Cao Tuan said, let me bandage your wound, as if sitting on a table that had fallen over. His legs were covered in blood, but he refused to move. This looks more believable. The worse the better. Now, I need to be careful and prepared for any unexpected turns. No matter what, just follow me. Don't let him choose you as a target. At this moment, Dina opened the door. Cao Tuan was surprised. Oh, inner hall master, why are you here? Dan Shen looked around in shock. What's happening here? On the bed is a master lying down, and another deity has fainted next to him. Dan Shen was angry. You two scoundrels. What are you doing? Are you trying to kill the master? Cao Tuan hurriedly said, don't get upset, it's just a misunderstanding. Zhengni also urged him to calm down. Weakly, Zhengni said, please check on the master first if there's anything wrong. I've tried my best. Zhengni fainted right there. Dan Shen shouted at Cao Tuan. What happened? Why is that physician dead over there? Where's the third master? Speak up and tell me everything about this. Cao Tuan glanced at Zhengni lying on the ground with a smile. Cao Tuan inwardly cursed. This scoundrel is laughing. He seems to be putting on an act. At the pharmacy, herbs are neatly arranged, and various cabinets hold diverse medicines. Zhengni lay on the bed, his injured leg curled up, thinking about the soothing scent of medicinal herbs that calmed his mind a bit. Being in this pharmacy of the Determination Stone Gate is so comfortable. I'm lucky to be here where the master mentioned hiding secrets. It's indeed to birds with one stone avoiding the lady doctor and investigating at the same time. But no matter what, finding the secret technique or clues here isn't as simple. There are still many quack doctors and servants here, so we can only stay quiet and observe for now. Cao Tone, limping from a bandaged arm, enters tiredly. Master Tai Ha has arrived, as if waking up. Why are you so late? Cao Tone reaches into his robe. He pulls out 2 books. These are the ones we found that Master Tai Ha mentioned. Thank you, but only 2, that's it? Yes, lady, due to this, we can't act until they take everything and burn it. I can only mix these 2 together now, like holding a book in each hand. Do you mean to burn them all? Even after lady had the body incinerated, nothing was left. Perhaps she wanted to erase all evidence. It's normal for her state of mind. I understand now. He looks at the books thoughtfully. In the end, we have only the Yin-Yang Kei Tian Shu and the Kei Shi Shu in Nishi Dao. A bit regrettable, but what can we do? Thank you very much. Why are you looking at me like that? Cao Tong replies, yes, I just have a question. Master Tai Ha, why did you read these 2 books? Do you understand what's written in them? Lady points to the window and asks, look outside. Do you see anything? Outside, Cao Tong moves closer. The night sky is full of clouds through this window. Nothing visible. But there's a monk standing out there. That's why I need to read this book, understand? So you think there should be no sounds outside? Lady, Master Tai Ha hasn't recovered yet. Step aside and let me in. It's Lady Shi who steps in. Lady Shi looks displeased as she speaks. Can we talk? Lady Shi looks at Zhengni, who is lying on the bed, for a moment before leaving. Cao Tong bows to Lady Shi and says, greetings, lady. In her mind, Lady Shi is the woman in the painting, the first wife of the head of Shi family manor, a martial artist. Lady Shi is someone Commander Kim pays close attention to. She's from a martial family, a top expert and also very intelligent. He told me to be more careful with Master Mu and Hao. Jungmi bows again. Greetings, lady. Please forgive my injury on my leg. I can't stand up to greet you properly. Cao Tone is relieved inside. He's doing well for knowing how to behave. If he keeps acting this way, nothing will happen. Lady, she speaks. I'm not here to listen to your nonsense. Jungmi nods in understanding. Lady, she strikes a powerful blow on Jungmi's injury. Blood splashes everywhere. Cao Tone and Jungmi are shocked. Jungmi screams out. Cao Tone is terrified. What? What's happening? At that moment, Wulin draws his sword. He points it at Cao Tone's throat. Wulin coldly says, "Don't move." Lady, she looks at Jungmi's leg and laughs. It seems like you really did get hurt. You're clever, even daring to stab your own foot to prove your innocence. Your confession is quite convincing for the inner chamber hall. But there's something you don't know. A powerful sorcerer will never be possessed by evil spirits. You're saying he went mad and ran away? Lady Stone laughed loudly. Lady Stone slapped her daughter on the face. How dare you lie to me with such a clumsy excuse? Her daughter fell off the bed, causing concern for her father. Master, Lady Stone continued interrogating her daughter after she was hit and fell. Tell me, what have you seen and heard? Her daughter sat against the window statue. The injured thigh bled heavily, dripping onto the floor. She smiled with blood on her lips. The others were bewildered by why she was laughing like that. Her laughter grew louder and more carefree. Lady Stone was extremely uncomfortable. Are you losing your mind? Her daughter laughed. Her daughter opened her dangerous eyes, calling for Ma Tang. Ma Tang appeared by the window. Ma Tang rushed to Lady Stone and passed through her body. Lady Stone felt something and said, "There must have been something that just ran past." Behind them, one of Lady Stone's maids was strangled and lifted into the air. Lady Stone thought in her head, this phenomenon. Her daughter approached behind and whispered to Lady Stone, "The secret technique and seal are exactly what you want, right?" The maid choked and screamed continuously. Below, someone called out urgently, "Tulian, Tulian." Lady Stone looked at her daughter. He said, "If that's the case, then negotiate with me properly. Don't threaten me like this." Lady Stone gritted her teeth and said, One leg is fine while the other is full of blood. I have no intention of competing for the throne. Do you believe it or not? However, there's another contender for the throne besides Hao." Her daughter said with a dangerous expression, "After you treated me like this, should I go find my brother?" Lady Stone glared at the person in front of her, feeling extremely uncomfortable. That matter. Her daughter interrupted, "Oh, have you heard that the youngest brother is very skilled in martial arts? Our relationship with her isn't good right now. What if she gives me a little payment to smooth things over? Wouldn't that be better?" Lady Thatch's face is drenched in sweat. It's clear who has the upper hand now, isn't it? That's quite cold. Look how she shivers from the chill. Looking at Lady Thatch trembling with rage, he mocks her. In Huxia Hall, where Lady Thatch resides, sounds start to rise. Lady Thatch smashes furniture in anger. She stomps and curses as she tramples on things. How dare it? Come on, come on. Did it really have the nerve to do that? Huo steps forward to advise, asking Lady Thatch to remain calm. Lady Thatch takes a deep breath and tries to stay composed. Who told me to be calm? That scoundrel used intimidation tactics on me. Don't you see? Lady Thatch rubs her face tiredly as she thinks. Damn it, I was too complacent with that useless brat again. I thought he would tremble and beg for mercy if he was scared, right? Why did he suddenly change so much? Or is it like a different person inside him? Impossible. He has been hiding his true nature all this while. Thinking back, when we were young, he was relatively smart. But after his mother's death and the family's bankruptcy from her side, he became useless. Maybe at that time, he pretended to be like that for self-protection. No matter how much I dislike him, I shouldn't have been so careless with this. Huo says if he uses any strange magic again, I'll kill him before he can do anything. Lady Thatch places her hands on the table and says, if both the title and position fall into someone else's hands, it will be a big problem. So, Lady Thatch closes her eyes and continues, but I don't want to be controlled by him like that. Lady Thatch slowly opens her eyes and orders the spirit guardians to inform of the necromancer's death. Wulin is shocked, responding, "Yes, it's due to the sect of the necromancer. Mu Kyun-won, I won't allow anyone to take up residence here." At midnight in the crypt hall, a voice speaks. Yin and Yang read the original text, list of descendants. When a person dies, they become an angry spirit. Depending on certain conditions, these spirits can turn into killing spirits. Jung is sitting reading to necromancer books. Jung flips through pages and points at his research. The first level is sickness spirit. At this stage, it's still a worldly spirit that can affect living creatures, causing them to shiver or feel cold. The second level is chilling spirit. This spirit haunts others and makes them feel heavy or so weak they can't move. Level 3 is royal spirit. From this level onwards, it's extremely dangerous and must be expelled from the body of the possessed. They say at the royal spirit level, it can make you have killing intent and eventually die. Jung looks at Ma Ting next to him. Has he found anything? Jung thinks, in fact, Ma Ting is already at the royal spirit level, right? Jung touches a nearby medicine cabinet. Wu Liang, an infrequently used drug. Jung remembers if Ma Ting could find the way down to the basement or pass through this wall earlier. Ma Ting's power didn't work on Lady Thatch, who was right in front of it, so he rushed to the servant behind her. I tried attacking Kao too, and it still worked. Light emits from between two cabinets and they gradually separate. Jungni steps in and says that a first-rate master wouldn't be affected by a guard at the same level as Lady Thatch. So, Jungni flips through the book. Possessing a stronger spirit isn't me. An image of Lu Xing appears. A spirit existing for decades can affect everything around it and cause illusions to other creatures. Very dangerous, so we need strict control. Jungni folds the book back. That's right, that's what I mean. Jungni holds the lantern and enters the passage opened earlier. Should I go right away? Look for any seals and secrets. Jungni slowly steps down. Evaluate the situation. It's really deep. Why would he build such a deep secret chamber to hide the seals and treasures? Now I understand why they're so valuable. That's why they'll do anything for them. I won't let them get their hands on it. The demon power doesn't affect the Guardian Peach. I need something stronger to deal with him. There's a door ahead. Is this it? Jungni reaches out to open it. Below is the medicinal path. Behind are 4 doors. They're stone doors. Jungni opens one of the stone doors. Evaluate the situation. Maybe I need to go deeper. Jungni hesitates, wondering if she should enter. She steps on a large square stone below. The stones above gradually fall down. There's a huge stone. At the top is a rope hanging right over Jungni. He quickly dodges it. I didn't expect there to be a trap here. There's a bright light ahead. 3 arrows shoot out from there. More arrows follow, and Jungni quickly deflects them all. 1 arrow comes at him. Jungni raises the lamp to block it. The impact creates a flash of light. Jungni smiles as she sees the arrow pierce the stone wall. Another large stone falls down. Now I understand, this is really the time to pay the price. A deep secret chamber in a cave full of traps. Jungni dodges attacks while thinking continuously. Is that treasure really worth so much? The arrow pierces the stone wall and shatters into pieces. Or there's something else here, even more valuable. Then sharp iron objects fall down. There it is. Jungni easily passes through, steadies her lamp while adjusting her sleeves. Jungni reaches out to take the lamp from where it was being held, eyes widening in surprise. We're here, and ahead is a well-decorated place. I didn't expect there to be a wooden room underground like this. Everything is very organized. Books, ink, and pens are neatly arranged. It's as if someone has been living here. Could anyone be practicing here? But it doesn't matter. Jungni proceeds straight to the center where a box is right in front of her. Found them. Person becomes sword. Person becomes heart technique. Opening this box reveals to books. As Ko Tuan said, the secret techniques are divided into sword and heart techniques. Jungni puts both books in her robe. Taking both at once, Jungni wonders, but there's only these 2 books, so building such a large room is strange. Strange indeed. Zhongni notices another box. It seems quite heavy and has no function. There are some scratches on the floor too. So let's see if there's anything else inside. Zhongni pulls out the box. I knew it would be like this. Below is a wooden door-like object with seals and charms attached as if sealed. There are more charms on the floor too. Zhongni reaches out to open it. A small wooden box. There's also a spell on it. It's sealed with a spell too. Strange energy is emanating from it. Zhongni removes the spell with her hand. Maybe what he wants to hide isn't just the secret manual. The nearby lamp suddenly lights up. Zhongni looks surprised. What's going on with the lamp? The lamp goes out, but it's not dark. In Zhongni's hand is the opened wooden box. Inside the small wooden box is a book with leather cover. So it's not just an ordinary book. It gives off a nauseating smell and has patterns on it. How was it made from a person? Zhongni sneers, looking at the strange book in her hand. Meanwhile, somewhere else, sounds are heard. Fight back. Fight to the death. The louder and more intense, the better. Many people are playing happily, laughing, and joking around. That's right, it's great. Alright, that's great. It's her master, Wulin. Wulin keeps praising as he opens the window. Great, very lively. The Mokjianjiang tea house looks brighter today. For sure, I must be getting closer to the main location now. Holding a cup of wine, Wulin says cheerfully, "Thank you for coming over." Kim the guard approaches Wulin. Bowing, Kim the guard speaks. Guard Kim pays respects. Holding a cup of wine, the young master speaks. "I'm sorry for keeping you waiting so long. I was planning to prepare a grander feast for you, but my father is still not feeling well." Bowing, Kim the guard replies, "No need at all. I am very grateful for your warm welcome." He steps forward and takes Wulin hand, saying, "Come on in." The guard responds, "Yes, sir." A group of people carrying drums and flutes enter. The young master stands with a sinister smile. "So you're telling me that Mo Kenning has lost his martial arts abilities now?" Kim the guard's face tightens as he recalls past events. Yes, the real person is dead. The fake one doesn't have any martial arts skills anymore. That's not a lie, but I don't intend to reveal that Mo Kenning is now a fake. If everyone knew I couldn't protect my master, it would be dangerous for me, and the fake one knows this too, so he dared to make demands on me. He then replies, "Yes." Then he thinks, "But I won't let things go as you wish." With a serious expression, Kim the guard says, "Master Mo Kenning can no longer use any martial arts now." Thinking to himself, he imagines cutting off someone's head to prove his loyalty to her master. The young master stands there with one hand behind his back and the other rubbing his chin, saying, "That foolish guy. He had no talent in the first place. Now he lost his martial arts too. If he could defeat me, it would be absurd. Well, thanks to you, I got some useful information. Should I thank you for this? Alright, can you tell me why he lost his martial arts abilities? If it's due to your mistake, I'll forgive it." In the same stance, the guard quickly speaks to avoid misunderstanding by the young master. "I'm sorry, but I cannot reveal that information now. Because he knows if the truth is revealed, we will both be in danger." Still in the same position, the guard quickly adds this to prevent any misinterpretation. "Don't worry, even if you don't know the reason, nothing will happen to your plan anyway." The man sat on the chair and laughed. "Alright then, I believe in you. You are a loyal guard. After all, this is an ex-killer from there." As he spoke, the young master's expression became more dangerous, and the guard tensed up. "This guy." Noticing his change, the young master asked, "What's wrong?" He thought to himself, thinking he was still a child, but realized he was quite cunning too. Suddenly approaching the guard, the young master revealed a threatening aura. "Can it be? Could that be something you're keeping secret from me?" He panicked and thought, "This guy has been following me." Quickly replied, "No," reminding himself to be more cautious. Sitting on the chair for a moment, he said, "If there's anything, I'll call for you later. You can go now." As soon as he left, the young master quickly suspected that he was still hiding something from him about Mu Kaiwen. He turned to his subordinates and ordered them, "Go investigate what this guy is hiding. If he's a first-rate assassin, He should be able to handle it. Truyi asked again, "You just want to check?" He replied, "No way, I'd be happy otherwise. Cut his ankle for me." The man responded. The scene changed to a room where Changmi was standing and reading a book, thinking. The pain from the leather-bound book felt through his fingertips wasn't just an illusion, but paradoxically, this isn't something alive. His face turned pale as he imagined. This feeling was like a dying man's heartbeat. Why is such an item here? Curious, he wanted to remove the necklace and check what might be hidden inside right now. As he was looking at it, a beam of light appeared. He turned around in surprise, Ma Tang, then asked, "What happened?" Seeing his frightened expression, he thought, "Why is Ma Tang like this? I can't believe Ma Tang reacted like that." Sure enough, there's something hidden in the book. But if Ma Tang came from a high place to warn me, someone must be approaching my room. That means someone has intruded. Thinking this, he looked up at the ceiling. Outside, a man in black was running very fast and landed under a tree. He was surprised. High-ranking guard. Cao Tong stood outside the room yawning. He continued thinking, why is he just standing outside without protecting his master? So did that young master really do something secret? He cautiously approached the window and peered inside, surprised. Why is he sleeping? Then why order Cao Tong to stand outside? First, check if there's anything suspicious inside. Huh? This is, sure enough, there must be a secret. How could this guy? Never mind with this. My master will have the upper hand, and our young master will win. At that moment, Changni stood behind him. He grabbed his head and slammed it down on the table, saying, "What are you doing in my bedroom at this hour? Still awake?" The man in black was surprised. He's pretending to be asleep? He continued, slamming his head repeatedly against the table, blood splattering everywhere. So I'll help you sleep then. Wasn't that too kind of me? He panicked. He's truly terrifying. After a while, he woke up and said, "Oh, you're awake now." The man in black hanging upside down on the ceiling was Truyi, who shouted, "Where am I?" Then he took out a knife and said to him, "Then let's start your confession." Cao Tong entered with a shocked face asking, Truyi, why are you here?" Changni sat beside Truyi on the ground and asked again, "Do you know him?" He replied, "He's Truyi, one of the 3 close guards to the second young master." "I wonder, the second young master, why did he break into my room?" Cao Tong stood aside, pondering, "Well, I don't know either, but his sneaky approach suggests something fishy." Hearing this, he said, "Might as well let him confess on his own." He hastily tried to stop him. "Wait, are you going to torture him? That can't happen. It's better if he just goes away." Second master is known for valuing talent. If his subordinate has done something wrong, he won't let it go easily. Hearing this, Cao Tong gripped tightly and cried out in pain. He continued, "I'll consider it." Cao Tong fell to the ground sobbing. "No, don't do that, master. That's dangerous, master. He's one of second master's men. I won't know what hit me." After that, he collapsed on the ground. But then he reconsidered. "But it probably won't be a problem. Although you act like an idiot, in reality, you're very smart. It was the same at Master Mu's place too. Didn't you spare him that day?" Strapped to the beam, Triunithur shouted, "Untie me quickly." Calmly, Chinni replied, "Untie him." "Why?" He continued, "Why? You can see it yourself. I'm just following Master Mu and Ping's orders. If you harm me, do you think you'll keep your life? Don't do anything foolish. We will. Speak well in front of second master, and at least you might preserve your life." He thought to himself, "Are you just scaring me so I'll confess? Do you think you can scare me?" Hearing this, he chuckled, "That's interesting." Astonished, he asked, "What do you mean?" Calmly, Chinni drew a knife and said to him, "I guess second master cares about his subordinates even in such circumstances, even though you trust him so much. Alright, I'll untie you." As he approached from behind, Triunithur thought he was going to be freed and said, "Right, a wise person will speak well of me before second master." Suddenly, blood splattered in front of him. He cried out in surprise, Suddenly, Chinni sat down in front of him, holding a finger. But whose finger is this? He thought, he cut his own finger, right? But why don't I feel anything? I can't move or sense the pain inside. Guessing his thoughts, Shinni said, I used a poison to paralyze you from your neck down. I prepared it with some herbs from the apothecary. You'll lose sensation below your neck for several hours. In that position and with his hands on the ground, Cao Tone panicked and screamed. He said from under him. I have a few questions to ask you. For each second without answering, one finger will be lost. The first question, why did second brother send you to break into my room? Answer quickly. Saying this, he raised the bloody knife. Triunithir panicked and screamed. Wait a moment. He started counting. 1. If you don't confess, blame yourself for 2. As he counted and cut his fingers, blood splattered on his face. He cried out, stop! But he continued to count. 3, 4. His fear reached its peak. He pleaded. Please, sir. Holding the bloody knife in front of him, he said, next is your thumb. Panicked, Triunithir confessed. Gong! Lord Mu and Ping ordered me to investigate why someone lost their martial arts skills. He must have a good reason for losing his abilities, right? I'm sure he's telling the truth. I continued asking, next question, did the black robe guard say that too? His response was hesitant and fearful. Yes, exactly. Hearing this, I said, he must be wise. He only told half the truth to save his life. Even in the dark, he still had the energy to think, why? Did he suspect the black robe guard of betrayal? Has this guy always been so smart? Maybe he suspected the black robe guard from the start, or maybe it was him who infiltrated the second prince. If that's the case, he wouldn't need to torture me. I turned and looked at him as I continued. But now, I can't think of any more questions. What do we do now? He was sweating profusely, thinking in his head, I'm done for. Seeing the terrifying expression on his face, he quickly spoke up me. I swear to be loyal to you, my lord. I didn't know you were so intelligent. You would make a great master of the page. Please give me a chance to choose the right path. Master Mu, I swear I will sacrifice everything for you. Please spare me. I'll do anything for you. Please, my lord. He stood there and responded, Alright, here's something for you to do. You can order the fish. He was relieved, thinking he was saved. Of course, your highness. Please give me an order, your highness. As soon as he accepted his words, he stabbed the knife in his hand and the blood of his attendants spattered everywhere. I said softly, but those who will sacrifice their lives for us, then let me borrow some of that blood. Just a few seconds before death, he thought bitterly, damn you. What are you thinking? Why should I die? Holding the book in my hand, I said, we can't open this chain with just strength. I think this is the mentioned in the book for the Yin-Yang manuscript. According to the book, this method is used to something unjust by using essence energy. So taking something impure and touching it can weaken the essence energy. The blood of someone like Ziyi, who died unjustly, will have an effect on it. I'll pour that full of resentment onto the book. Thus, the unjust thing within has formed. As I said this, I placed the book under Ziyi. Fresh blood flowed over the book. The chain suddenly broke forcefully. I said, now let's see what will come out. Suddenly, a stream of fresh blood gushed out from beneath him and splattered all over the room. Jinni was shocked. What is this? The book was drenched in red blood. The blood splashed towards Jinni's direction. Then the blood seemed to deform. A figure emerged from the blood. Following that, a stream of blood shot up right in front of Jinni. A pool of fresh blood. Jinni's eyes widened in shock. Red silk with butterflies fluttered. The person wore a red robe and approached Jinni. She walked slowly, her long white legs. A girl in a white hat appeared before him. A girl with white hair wearing a red dress approached Jinni. Jinni stood aside, surprised, thinking to himself, this is of the 6th level, mentioned for the Yin-Yang manuscript. It's King Ling. Honestly, I thought it would be of the 6th level. My luck is really good. Suddenly, a stream of fresh blood surrounded him, and the girl standing beside him screamed, crazy. Release the person's soul and give us their essence. Saying this, she pulled out a pin from her hair with an arrogant look, matching her thoughts. Level 5 Fan Lin is an ancient soul that harbors hatred, existing through decades. The power strong enough to cause significant illusions in the visual and auditory organs to harm the target must be eliminated. It's extremely dangerous. The pin on her head is also a cigarette. As she smoked, she glanced at him and asked, "Why haven't you released your soul yet? You're really drunk." He fell to his knees, thinking with a smug expression, "This book is extremely dangerous. Now I understand why the book says that." He smiled and said, "Interesting." Fan Lin was slightly surprised and called out, "Why?" His hand sank into a sea of blood. He continued speaking, "No matter how powerful he is, you only desire another person's body. I found something interesting for us. It seems like without a physical body, your soul can't do anything, right? She still stood there smoking. If you desired my body so much, why didn't you take it by force?" Suddenly, the blood shot towards him, tightening his arm and making him fall into the pool of blood. Fan Lin slowly approached and began her attack. "Die. Foolish man. You dared to," she said as a stream of blood sprayed toward his face, half of his face now missing, leaving only flesh and flowing blood. He cried out. Covered in the other's blood, Fan Lin continued, "Now you can see it for yourself. Finally, you're powerless, so you have no choice but to give me your essence." He staggered but managed to stand up, breathing heavily. She now seemed more surprised than before. Despite the torn skin and mangled face, "He still resisted me?" She said, "You're not an ordinary scoundrel either, but that's it. The human man is quite valuable. I'll give you a chance to negotiate if you agree to give me your essence. Then I will help you fulfill one of your wishes." He asked unexpectedly, "What are my wishes? Why are you negotiating with me like this?" She approached him and hovered in front of his face, replying, "Consider my offer." He asked again, "Consider it." She continued speaking, "If you continue to attack, your soul will be damaged. That's not beneficial for me." Lying on the ground, he asked her, "What if I refuse?" With a calm expression, she replied, "Then I'll kill you and find another essence." The fresh blood continued to tighten around his neck. He spoke hesitantly, "There is one." Her calm face suddenly brightened as if in realization. She shouted at him, "Yes, tell me your wish." Seeing the deep hatred from the depths of your heart, I know you've had a life full of hardships. Has anyone betrayed you or killed the family you loved? Speak quickly, whoever it is. I'll make them pay and ensure their soul wanders in torment. Tell me immediately what your wish is." Calmly, without any fear on his face, he replied, "My wish is that you keep quiet and work for me." She angrily gritted her teeth and said, "You got lucky. Try tasting the power of me, foolish man." Saying this, she launched a series of blood arrows at him. She continued, "Do you feel pain every time your skin is torn? The bones are breaking and your body is in pieces, right?" She said, "I also feel a bit ashamed for damaging your essence slightly." He was drowning in fresh blood, his mind filled with thoughts of the taste. It's even redder than a pomegranate, though it's still sticky and dirty. The taste really depends on sensation. Touch, sight, and taste all indicate it's blood. But this is different. I've tasted blood many times under my alias, Lin Si Kwai. Was the blood back then like this? Feeling the breath of life, warmth, and heat means you're still alive. But what I'm feeling now is death. And it's all an illusion. Suddenly, a bright light appeared, shocking the space and pushing the girl away. The fresh blood was gone. You're still stable in front of her. Fan Lin stood there in shock, not believing what she saw. No way! A blood butterfly appeared on Fan Lin's hand and flew towards Chen Ni before vanishing. She thought, dispel the feeling, release the sensation. The only way to escape the illusions that trick your five senses is by denying them again. It seems easy just from theory, but actually doing it in real life even for top experts feels difficult. How can a child who's not an expert do this? It's hard to believe. Did he have the potential of an expert since birth? Suddenly, Chinny laughed loudly and asked in surprise, "Are you still able to laugh? Even though you've escaped my illusions, do you think you can control your current situation?" He replied seriously, "I just thought of something interesting. There's a person speaking. Interesting. Suddenly she panicked and shouted, "You!" Holding the book in his hand, he thought according to yin-yang theory, the longer it exists, the more bizarre it becomes. It has a place to reside. This book is it. After thinking, he bit through the cover with his mouth and blood from Thanlin sprayed out, causing her pain. He gloated, "Just as I thought." She angrily wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. "Damn you, who dares?" No one has ever destroyed that book full of negative energy before. That's why top experts sealed it away. How could he? Then she shouted at him, "The real person really made me furious." Saying this, she quickly rushed to grab Chin Ni's neck and pushed him down, pressing her face close as she yelled, "If you're so brave, tell me it's just an illusion. Now I don't need your soul anymore. Go die then, drunkard who wants to drink again after not drinking. Now go and reincarnate." He lay on the ground with bits of paper still in his mouth laughing. "How strange, you could take back the book from me, but didn't. Just as I thought. You can't touch this book, right?" Her face changed immediately. He continued with a smug tone. Then she tightened her grip on his throat even more. "How dare you? Throw it away. Get rid of it now." He still lay on the ground calmly. "The blood from earlier is invading my entire body. The blood is flowing back and destroying my body." She looked even more terrified at him. "Spit it out quickly." He continued to think, "This whole body pain feels like the first time I ate a poisonous herb, but what makes this pain worse is the anger of this. Her hatred towards someone is as deep and hopeless as mine. I can clearly feel her intense desire for revenge." The more she saw his calm face, the angrier she got, shouting, "You damn crazy dog." As she shouted, she emphasized even more. Chin Ni spat out blood. Suddenly, the space changed to another place. Chin Ni stood in a sea of blood with dead bodies. He exclaimed, "This is a region full of corpses." From afar, Thanlin was kneeling on the ground holding a sword, and he recognized her silhouette. That's Thanlin. She looked exhausted, both hands tightly gripping the sword, her body covered in fresh blood, but her eyes were still fierce. She stood up, biting through her sleeve to wrap it around her hand with the sword and moved towards a high seat. She said something, but Chin Ni couldn't understand him. Although I couldn't hear what she said, I could feel her extreme anger. The tall figure with long white hair looks like a deer. She rushed towards him but was punched hard by his hand, as if her heart was ripped out. She fell to the ground motionless immediately. Then his subordinates approached her body one by one and hit it hard. Her body quickly turned into pieces, leaving only a white hair and a sword. He suddenly woke up, feeling something attached to him and Thanlin. Thanlin was surprised, almost screaming out loud. As a spirit child, "Finish this matter right now." She rushed towards him, squeezing his neck tightly, but her own neck was also being squeezed. She quickly let go and gasped for breath. Damn it, he still stood there, touching his throat, thinking silently. Maybe the spirit and its master will share the same pain. What about a demon warrior? In that incident, I felt like I was brought back from the dead. The demon warrior wasn't doing much better either. He said to her, "It seems we are bound together now, so let's help each other out. My name is Mu King. What about you? How should I call you?" She sat on the chair, smoking a cigarette, responding indifferently. "Call me whatever you like." He replied calmly as well. "So calling you Red Lotus Armor means abandoning evil and red." She angrily turned around and shouted loudly, "Do you want to die?" He laughed loudly. "It seems you don't like that name, right?" She was angry but didn't know what to do. All she could do was shout, "You dare toy with me?" He continued the initial topic. "If you don't like it, tell me your name." But her answer remained the same. She sat on the chair, crossing her legs, and turned away. "Why should I tell my name to a common mortal like you?" He had no choice but to think of a suitable name for her. Since Thanlin's soul level is Thanlin, he would call her Thanlin. He said to her, "I'll call you Thanlin." She still looked indifferent. He stood by and sighed. "It sounds dramatic, but we can't use our power to subdue her. We got her without using power, so we might as well persuade her gradually." Holding the book in his hand, he asked curiously, "Thanlin, do you know what's inside this book?" She refused to answer and said, "Who is Fan Lin? I don't know, don't talk to me." Flipping through the pages, he suddenly thought these words were written in blood. The cover was made of skin and the writing was in blood. No one knows who created it, but it's quite interesting. But everything here is gibberish. What do they mean? HMM? He pondered silently. Fan Lin sat on the side, staring at him intently. He felt uncomfortable with that too. It seems she doesn't want to tell me. Just stare at me like that. Want to know? Go find out for yourself. Suddenly, he said, "I'm extremely desperate relying on the mind of another. Before vanishing into nothingness, I must possess this body and form, which seems impossible. Demons always block good things, but extreme blood has the power to reverse all." Fan Lin was surprised and turned around, shouting, "Huh?" Zhang Mi shouted. The book was stuck in my hand. While Fan Lin screamed frantically, "No, no way! How can you do that?" He was surprised, not sure what happened. What did I do? Could it be the book did this on its own? A black aura appeared from nowhere and she panicked. It's too late now. Lady Lin steps towards Zhang Mi. "Little boy, hold your breath quickly. Empty your mind and don't think about anything." He immediately follows her instructions. The book falls from his hand. Fan Lin is surprised, thinking how fast it was. He has already figured out that ritual. A person without martial arts skills can do this too, huh? It's even more surprising he discovered the key phrase of that ritual. Only after killing someone can one see things that living people cannot. Zhang Mi suddenly slams into his chair and exclaims, "I feel like I'm about to suffocate." "Why is that?" She replies, "Because you didn't perform the ritual correctly. Your breathing was wrong." He chuckles and says, "Are you explaining this now?" Her anger flares up. "I'm just saying to wake up the foolish people who won't affect me." He quickly laughs in response. Okay. He asks again, "What is that ritual?" Fan Lin explains as its name suggests. When you suck something back, it will stick to you. You can control anything with your mind. He questions, sucking something towards me. "But why does my stomach hurt and the blood vessels constrict?" She answers, "Because you tried to suck something into yourself. Except for the book, there's nothing else. You controlled the flow of qi, but couldn't absorb anything. The qi became chaotic. Try sucking it in now." Pointing at Yi Chang, he asks, "This one?" She confirms, "Yes. Suck the qi from his danshan. His body will expel it since he's dead." As if pulling his corpse closer, she says, "Is the danshan below the navel?" He agrees, "Okay." Fan Lin guides him. "Now repeat the key phrase we just said." He sits down and places his hand on his danshan, thinking, "I'm sinking into despair as I rely on another's mind. Before dissolving into nothingness, I must seize this body." It seems impossible. Evil always blocks good fortune. But the blood of 1,000 lives has the power to reverse all things. Suddenly, a purple aura appears in his mind. "This is it. Warmth flows through the veins into my palm and circles around my danshan." She steps aside and says, "You can suck anything into yourself, including qi. Have you felt that yet?" Fan Lin explains, "This is how the ritual works. Perform it correctly as we did before." A warm flow surrounds his stomach. This is the qi cow to mentioned. It takes a long time to gather. Now I can absorb others' internal qi into my body. In other words, I won't be far from becoming stronger soon. Suddenly, it dissipates. He asks her, "Why did it vanish?" She replies, "Of course, because the nature of qi is like that. That's why one must use a special method to condense qi, otherwise it can't gather in the danshan. This special method only works for this type of qi, so it won't scatter or mix with other qi. In fact, the ritual cannot help you condense qi into your danshan." He sighs and says nothing. "I thought we found a shortcut to success." She laughs and replies, "Becoming a martial artist is as easy as eating porridge? But don't be too disappointed. Using the ritual can still bring significant benefits." He asks her, "What are they?" Fan Lin thinks to herself, "The first technique is also the basic of this ritual. It's called Pa Si Ba Shi. Once mastered, he will gain unlimited abilities." She continues, "Even though it dissipated everywhere, qi still exists. Try using your hand to guide the flow now." He looks puzzled and asks again, "How do I guide the chi?" She sighs and says, "Just imagine and visualize it." He questions. She explains, "Guiding chi is like painting a picture in your mind. In this way, you can also bring chi into your palm." After that, she thinks to herself, "It's easy to say, but he won't be able to apply it. A beginner who has never practiced martial arts before cannot do it. Losing the chi he absorbed earlier is a pity, but there's nothing we can do about it." However, contrary to her thoughts, a flow of chi approaches Zhongni. She is surprised and exclaims, He picked up the book and replied, "We need to burn a few things." He panicked and said, "Burn it. Don't say you're going to burn them." He answered softly, "Yes, those skill manuals of the natural sword art." Cao Tuan's face turned pale as he shouted, "Why are you doing this?" Just standing next to the fire pit, he threw the books into the flames. Cao Tuan thought to himself, "This crazy person. He really did burn those to skill manuals." Cao Tuan looked at him in shock and shouted, "What are you planning?" His face was extremely calm. He almost cried silently. "No! Young master, why did you burn them? You may not know martial arts, but you'll definitely use it someday. Many people desire those skill manuals. We can take advantage of this situation." He threw the book at Cao Tuan, which is why we're burning them now. Cao Tuan was still stunned. "What?" He remained calm. "Only I can use those to skill manuals." He was surprised. "Huh? Just me? Just me?" He pointed to his head mischievously. "Here you are. Everything is right here." Cao Tuan still didn't understand even after your explanation. He was so confused that he was sweating but still couldn't grasp what the master meant. He slowly explained, "Cao Tuan, for strangers before dawn, you must give them to Lady Stone and second young master." Cao Tuan didn't understand what was happening while he kept asking questions. "You just said that many people desire it, right?" He looked at the burning fire. "I want this place to be peaceful and harmonious. So we should share it with everyone, wouldn't that be better?" As he spoke, his face suddenly showed a fierce expression, shocking Chu Tuan. The sky was quickly brightening as the sun slowly rose behind the clouds. A man was diligently working and thinking every morning, waking up, tidying the bed, changing clothes. Then he would clean around him and check his to-do list for the day. These were habits formed when he was a hitman. Everything had to be planned meticulously. But soon, he wouldn't have to live like this anymore. He leisurely poured himself a cup of hot tea, calculating that if his target switched to second young master, he would soon take over as the head of the mansion. Just recently, he was just an orphan, having to do everything on his own. Now, his life is about to turn a new page. As he thought, a guard ran in to announce something. "Guard Kim, young master and Ping is looking for you." Hearing this name, Guard Kim had an ominous feeling. The scene shifted to the courtyard of Ping. A loud noise broke the quiet atmosphere. Guard Kim came out from his room and walked towards the fire pit, muttering curses under his breath. "Damn it, damn it, damn it." Guard Kim's head was filled with blood for some reason. Recalling what happened earlier when he heard that Triyun Hither had disappeared, Guard Kim was surprised. "What?" And Ping recounted, "I sent Triyu VA to investigate third young master to confer he truly lost his martial arts. He vanished without a trace. Not even the guards knew where he went." Third young master fiercely questioned Guard Cam. "Why did you dare deceive me?" Hearing this, Guard Cam sensed something was amiss. He quickly explained, "I never deceived you. There must be some hidden truth inside." Of course, and Ping wouldn't give him a chance to explain anything further. He threw the ink pot at Kim's guard's head with force. Then he shouted loudly, trying to hold his mouth shut. And Ping seemed out of control. "Why hasn't she arrived by now? Do you think I'm an idiot?" Kim gritted his teeth. Why is everything turning against him like this? Damn it, if things keep going this way, the last support he had might be lost for good. He couldn't accept it. All the effort he put in over time shouldn't go to waste. He absolutely couldn't lose everything like that. Then Kim spoke up, asking Ping to give him some time to bring Ji back and prove his innocence. And Ping's face fell. He still expected me to trust you, Kim said loudly. I swear on the life of a martial artist and my right arm that this is my last chance for promotion. It seemed Ping was. He stared at Kim for a long time without saying anything. Finally, he gave Kim a chance to prove himself. Alright, then show me. And Ping shouted, this time I'll give you a chance. If you find Ji, I'll believe you. Otherwise, I'll take your life, not just your right arm. He gritted his teeth as blood continued to flow from his head, respectfully looking at Ping. At your command. Kim stormed out of the room, frustrated. Thinking about it, since that imposter appeared, nothing has gone according to plan. He angrily wiped the blood off his head with a cloth. If he really had any ulterior motives, I won't let him get away with it. With a growl, Kim threw the now dirty cloth far away. From afar, he saw the tall figure approaching him. His face showed some confusion, perhaps due to lack of sleep. Kim shouted angrily, you! He tightly squeezed his throat. Suddenly, he was caught off guard and couldn't react in time. Cao Tone screamed out in fear. Master! Brother! Kim growled. I told you to keep an eye on him at all times. Didn't you respect my orders? Cao Tone stammered. No, there was nothing like that. Then why are you here now? Did you collude with him? Cao Tone was scared and his words were hesitant. What kind of collusion? Suddenly, a book in Cao Tone's pocket slipped out. Kim grabbed it curiously. What is this? Cao Tone panicked but couldn't think of an answer. Wait, brother. Here it is. Kim stared at the book in his hand, momentarily stunned. He stood there, staring at the book he just took out. With great effort, he managed to take a breath and say one word. You! Finally, the anger inside Kim boiled over as he shouted. What have you been doing all this time? Cao Tone looked at Kim nervously, unsure how to explain himself. The rest can be guessed. Cao Tone came out with fewer losses this time. Kim quickly returned to the household servant quarters where everyone seemed to avoid him. Kim said nothing and hurriedly walked away. Behind him, a pair of feet dragged on the ground. This face looks familiar. It's Cao Tone. He was knocked out cold. The guard Kim is dragging him around on the ground. As soon as he arrived, he fiercely kicked open the door. Jung still stood there quietly reading a book. Without saying a word, the guard Kim forcefully threw Cao Tu onto the ground. His face was flushed with anger. He heard a noise and turned his head curiously. Cao Tuan had already passed out. His face was covered in blood, suggesting he took quite a beating. He gave him a bright smile, looking at him calmly and welcoming the guard Cam. Seeing this expression made his blood boil even more. The guard Cam's eyes seemed to be able to kill someone. He didn't say much, just glaring at him fiercely. Inside, the guard Cam cursed, bastard. Just by looking at his face, he felt like it was dirty and lowly. Jung pretended to be innocent. What could he explain? The guard Kim slammed the door shut. He didn't have time for this show. He was worried, feeling an indescribable discomfort in his heart, and that fear lingered on. His senior master, but still close to him, from the start, I warned you like this. Before he could finish speaking, the guard Kim forcefully pushed Jung against the wall, gripping his throat tightly. A deep voice echoed, if you do anything foolish, I will eliminate you. Jung challenged the guard Kim with a look. Did he say that? He couldn't remember. His cold attitude made the guard Kim furious. You dirty rat! The guard Kim shouted. Where is the second master's guard? Jung remained calm. Who are you talking about? The whole body of the guard Kim trembled. Stop pretending. You didn't touch him, did you? Jung stayed composed. What could I possibly do to harm anyone? He was momentarily at a loss for words. Of course, that's why we have this uncomfortable feeling. Jung still kept his indifferent expression. That's what I said. Do you agree with me? His face quickly turned sly. I am the third master, having lost my martial arts skills. How could I harm him? Didn't you say that before? You said that from now on, the third master cannot use any martial arts. Martial artists are usually very temperamental. The guard cam was nearly out of control. Jung had killed the ordinary million. He knew this but couldn't confront him now. Inside, he cursed himself. Bastard! Seeing his expression, Jung laughed loudly. What will you do? Guard cam, you are the one who brought me here as a fake. And the fake, killed the second master's guard. They argued back and forth. Jung kept challenging the guard cam's patience, making him nearly lose his composure. The things in his room quickly became messy from the fight. Exhausted, the guard cam slumped down on the ground. Jung knew he couldn't kill him now. After calming down, he felt powerless and fell to his knees for 3 years. He continued, I was born an orphan and grew up in a hitman camp before leaving it. I earned some money and eventually ended up at a sword school. For the past 3 years, I've been supporting myself. The guard cam trembled with sorrow, trying to suppress tears. That's 3 years of my life. But you ruined everything. Killing the third master wasn't enough. Now you're eliminating the second master's guards too. So I have no choice but to kill you. Otherwise, I won't be able to live in peace here. One way is to kill you, the other is to leave this place. There's no other choice. Suddenly, Kamhav's eyes froze. It seems he was thinking about something. Not willing to accept such a result, he shouted loudly, but it didn't work. Even though Zhao Wei-Chang is dead, he can't come back to life. But I could use something else to trade with the second young master. Kamhavi seemed to have found a lifeline, handing over the book he had taken from the tall man's family and presenting it in front of him. I don't know how you got this, but the rest of the secret technique is still in your possession, right? Kamhavi's face showed malicious thoughts. Once I have both books, there's no need to keep your life anymore. Then he couldn't hold back and shouted loudly, quickly, reveal the color. He replied calmly, I'm not sure either. Kamhavi shouted again, by now, you still have no problem? If you don't reveal it, I'll cut your throat and leave this place. But if you hand over both books, I might reconsider. But if you keep quiet and refuse to reveal anything, I'll torture you until you die. So be wise while I'm still patient and hand it over completely. Pretending reluctant, he exhaled a breath. Alright, I'll give it to you. Kamhavi seemed to believe him. He let go, thinking that no matter how stubborn you are, once close to death, there's no other choice. Good. You were wise to say so earlier. Now hand it over. It seems Kamhavi was very eager to get this good item, but he only stared at him silently, placing his hand on Kamhavi's in front of his malicious gaze. Kamhavi became angry. What are you doing? He replied casually. Why? I'm just giving it to you. The secret technique book. He sneered at him. Everything is in my head now. Kamhavi was extremely surprised and angry, momentarily speechless. You, shut up. Oh, one more thing. Before he could finish his sentence, he tightly squeezed Kamhavi's hand. His smile didn't fade. I'm grateful to you, Kamhavi, he said sincerely. He looked at him. It seemed that Kamhavi's inner strength was gradually being drained. Kamhavi was confused and didn't know how to react. He only felt his own chi slowly depleting. He laughed loudly. I don't know where or who to test this on. I never expected you to willingly be my experimental subject. Where should I hide your body? Kamhavi looked at the man in front of him and shouted frantically, You bastard, let me go. The trident in Kamhavi's hand quickly stabbed towards him. He didn't seem to care about this issue. His face remained unchanged as he coldly looked at Kamhavi like seeing a dead person. Kamhavi noticed the cold gaze of his when looking at him. He was terrified and shouted, Damn you. Kamhavi was terrified, staring at the hand that kept sucking away his chi. Then he fiercely kicked towards him, making him fly far away. He struggled to get up while Kamhavi after this scene was so scared that his breathing became erratic. He felt his hand trembling with no strength at all. The bodyguard thought he couldn't sense any true chi in his hands anymore. Had he absorbed my true chi? He slowly stood up with a sly smile. This was his first time experiencing it. But that wasn't enough. There were no other choices left. He had to use another method to eliminate him. As he spoke, his face turned extremely sinister and vicious. He looked at the bodyguard like a piece of tasty prey. The bodyguard secretly sweated and gritted his teeth as he shouted loudly, "You said you performed some ritual?" Then he almost roared, "Did you dare kill me? Do you think you've won over me?" As soon as the bodyguard spoke, he fiercely rushed towards him with his fist raised. It seemed both of them wanted to take each other's life today. The bodyguard was furious and went to die. Suddenly his eyes glowed. He smiled slyly and muttered two words, "Ma Zhang." Then very quickly, he blocked the bodyguard's unexpected attack. The bodyguard widened his eyes in shock. Could he have stopped it? How was that possible? To satisfy his curiosity, he asked him, "Little guy, what spell did you use?" He looked at the bodyguard and said, "Well, it's kind of similar. I'll show you what it is." As soon as he spoke, Ma Zhang slowly appeared from behind. The bodyguard was startled by this face. At that moment, his face turned pale with fear, stuttering, "Girl, what is this?" He looked at the trembling bodyguard in front of him and said, "I'll give it back to you. This knife, along with the inner strength just now." A smile appeared on his lips, more captivating than before because they belonged to him. As he spoke, that sharp knife quickly stabbed into the bodyguard's chest, causing him to stagger. In an instant, fresh blood from the bodyguard spilled onto the ground. He coughed a few times in difficulty. The bodyguard calculated him. He made a mistake. The position he stabbed wasn't critical. If I don't withdraw the knife correctly, I might bleed to death. That guy, he drained all my inner strength and used that power to attack me as well. How infuriating. Why did I bring such a dangerous person here? But wait a minute, he suddenly called out loudly, "Hey you, didn't you forget who ate the poison pill from me?" He finally felt satisfied. Wasn't that exactly what we needed in situations like this? Contrary to Kemha's thoughts, he remained calm and suspiciously looked at him. "So what? Go on." The bodyguard, not understanding his intention, said proudly, "Can I do it?" Then he continued, "Let's make a deal." He asked curiously, "Deal?" The bodyguard quickly replied, "That's right, if we keep fighting like this, both of us will suffer losses. I'll give you the antidote and some money. After all, your goal isn't to escape from here, is it?" He was satisfied with his thoughts. "Surely now you have to admit defeat. Your life still matters more than killing me, right?" Suddenly, blood spewed out of his mouth uncontrollably, startling the bodyguard. Finally, he couldn't help but collapse and vomited a lot of blood. His eyes remained straight as if he knew this outcome beforehand. The bodyguard looked at the blood on his hands in fear. "Girl, what is this? I've been using my chi. Why am I feeling like this?" A single character of poison appeared in the bodyguard's mind. His breathing was a bit labored and difficult. He calmly asked, "What's wrong?" The wound wasn't deep. Why does he look so painful? The bodyguard was now certain. "Why you? You dare? What did you do? Did you poison me? When did that happen?" He walked to the window. "What's there?" "Just now, you stabbed me with that knife. So it's covered in my blood." But even then, the guard still didn't understand. "What are you babbling about? My blood is also a kind of poison. Explain slowly." Cinnamon bark, reishi mushroom, native ginger, black beans, sugar cane, longevity herb. Inferior ingredients. Do you know them? All of these are toxic drug ingredients. Maybe because I've eaten too many poisonous plants since childhood, my blood has gradually accumulated with toxicity. As he approached the guard, he continued speaking. "Do you understand what that means?" Your voice becomes dark and cold. You don't need to understand it. Antidote. Seeing the boy transform into someone else made him feel uneasy. He had just killed someone. "What's wrong with you? Why are you shaking so much? Are you cold because I opened a window? I thought your whole body was feverish from the poison, so I opened the window to help cool you down. According to principles, if the body temperature is low, the poison will spread more slowly and you might survive longer." The guard finally realized the danger, trembling as he raised his hand. "Please, please save me." "No, don't. I beg of you. Please save me. I swear to be absolutely loyal to you. If you want, I'll lick your feet. I will lick them. I will roll on the ground. Whatever you like, I'll do it. Please, please save me. Save my life. Desperately grasping at his coat, the guard's voice was pitiful. Please. You look satisfied with him. That attitude suits you well. Isn't it better this way? If we keep acting like this, we can cooperate in everything. The guard seemed to think he was given an antidote and smiled joyfully. But his sinister smile appeared on his lips as his face turned dark. If only you had treated me like that from the start. He quickly stabbed the guard's chest with the knife, causing him to panic. A cunning man like you would never say such words about loyalty. You look disgusted at him and apply more force. Die already. His eyes, filled with resentment, stared at him fiercely. He quickly pinned the guard to the ground, no longer wanting this cunning man to live. The guard was trembling but had no strength to resist as the poison seemed to have invaded his organs. After a while, the guard lay motionless on the ground, no longer breathing. His entire life's plot ended in a gruesome death. His face relaxed slightly as he sighed with exhaustion. He stood up and stretched, still feeling some pain. It's all his fault. He made my new clothes look like rags. But I dealt with him earlier than expected. Should this be considered luck? Since he knew my identity, he must have planned to eliminate me at some point. Suddenly, he glanced at Cao Tuan lying motionless on the ground. His face became evil. Should I kill Cao Tuan as well? After considering it, he told himself, no need. He seems to have kept his mouth shut, so he spared his life. After all, he can still use it. Cao Tuan approached and shouted loudly, if you've heard what I said, wake up quickly. He panicked and sat up abruptly. Looking around, Cao Tuan wondered, how do you know I didn't die? You answered, how could you not know throughout the entire battle? The person kept inching away slowly, as if afraid we might step on him. He was stunned, that's right. You smiled satisfiedly but also said, you've been quiet too. I have some praise for you. You are gradually making me feel more content. Cao Tuan scratched his head. Thank you, sir. But then he gave orders. Now get out and find a way to make everyone stay away from here. I will deal with the body of the guard. Cao Tuan 3 legs for thighs. Yes, order issued. Right after that, he looked at the motionless bloody corpse on the ground. Let's start then. You placed your hand on the guard's dantian as instructed by the spirit. A surge of powerful inner energy quickly entered his body. He thought silently. Feeling his inner power, it was warm, but what I need to confirm isn't that. What I sensed in the underground cellar was a very chilling aura. You judged that it was death chi, the feeling of killing someone. Your hand continued to draw inner energy from the guard, gradually depleting him. Suddenly, you finally found what you were looking for. Here it is. This is the kind of aura. The cold and terrifying aura was accumulating in my dantian. How frightening that chill feeling is. This is exactly the aura I always felt during massacres when I was a reaper. To accumulate more death chi, I must kill more people. The scene you just witnessed has been seen by the spirit from afar since the beginning. She felt disgusted and repulsed. Look at him. I think I understand why he's affecting people. Because he is a devil. As they spoke, the spirit and demon monk silently observed the boy enjoying drawing inner energy from the dead guard. After the rain, the sky outside was exceptionally clear. A voice echoed, Guard Cam, no matter what you think, I never thought he would betray the master. The speaker was first-rank guardian Yang Bing. Yang Bing said, I agree, but could it be that on the day he was discovered, he lied? Yang Bing asked back, why so? He sighed. People are like this. If handled well from the start, everything later will go smoothly. Therefore, Master Bao must prove that I am a strict and meticulous person. Later, when the other party behaves better, we can show our forgiving side. Then things will be more stable. Human nature is inherently different, so sometimes people need to treat others well for greater results. Yang Bing nodded. Indeed, the master has a deep insight. He looked at the sword and didn't say empty words like that. Yang Bing asked again, what empty words? He thought Guard Cam speaking honestly. Such a test is necessary, as expected of the master's talent in handling people. Inside, Yang Bing was certain. The successor to the lordship would surely be the second master. At the same time, from afar, someone suddenly rushed in. The master has something big. Yin Bing was annoyed. What is it? What's going on? The one who just arrived is second Liang Hubei Han Sheng. He was startled. Just now! Camhubei Guard. The Camhubei Guard intended to attack Lord Yun Gongzi directly. Yang Bing shouted in alarm upon hearing this. He couldn't believe his ears and asked again. Tao! Why? Camhubei Guard again. Yuan Bing cut in. If Han is trying to prove his innocence, that's really foolish. Han, please continue. But this isn't the main issue. Third Gongzi has already. He paused for a moment and continued speaking. Announced that the real culprit who ordered the Camhubei Guard was actually Lord Yuan Bing. Yuan Bing seemed a bit anxious. What? What? Come here. Saying this, he grabbed his sword and rushed to the bed as if wanting to deal with me immediately. Yang Bing quickly tried to stop him. Hold on, master. If you touch the third master now, it will only make everyone believe what he said is true. He's furious. Are you telling me I have to stand here and take this? That scoundrel mock King Wen would laugh at my defeat if he sees me like this. But you're asking me to just sit here and watch him laugh, right? Then let's try influencing that place. Hearing him say this and been stopped abruptly as if they understood each other, Yang Bing continued, saying the third master claimed his guard had tried to kill him. If that's true, things will be much easier. The guard of Kim Huo has a lot of fighting spirit and even their own rules. Failure is unacceptable for assassins or sects. Even retired killers are no exception. They'll do everything to complete the task given to them. He continued, let my subordinate go there and say a few nice words to that place. The terrible place Yang Bing mentioned is the three great assassins of Zhang Yuan, Fei Seimin. And Bin fell silent in thought before calmly recalling Fei Seimin. All right. Thinking about his pitiful appearance, he sneered maliciously. It seems this time Bin really wants to take action. Night quickly descended. At the main residence, everything was very quiet. He sat silently in a room, intensely focused. I've been trying to gather energy in my danshan according to the secret technique all this time, but it's still failing. Even though I brought the qi close to my danshan, it dissipates completely. Why is that happening? Then he spoke up loudly. He answered outside anxiously. Yes, sir. Do you have any instructions? Zheng asked him. I'm trying to gather energy in my danshan, but it keeps dissipating. Do you know why? Cao Tuan was confused. What did he say? He hasn't even practiced martial arts once. How dare he be disrespectful and hesitate? Oh, so that's the case. After a night, I feel full of vitality. Could it be due to luck? Cao Tuan was internally screaming. What are you talking about? He felt helpless. If he said this, he would be killed. Thinking this, he lowered his voice. Master, have you checked yet? You're acting like a villain. How to check? Cao Tuan continued. Check why the qi you transmitted into it dissipates. Let's go now. He calculated carefully. Alright then, follow my instructions closely. He's still a child. Isn't everyone thinks they're talented at this age? Then he guided him to sit down, not paying attention to me, but focusing on gathering qi. He quickly closed his eyes and followed Cao Tuan's instructions. Zheng's breathing became steadier, and now the transfer of internal energy became easier. His whole body felt like it was receiving a huge surge of strength. Cao Tuan was extremely surprised by this scene. Huh? What kind of nonsense is this? He really did gather qi, and his blood is strong so the qi doesn't get blocked. If not for a high-level internal martial artist regularly stimulating his acupoints daily, how could he achieve this? Cao Tuan was shocked, quietly assessing this young man as a legendary genius. A strange feeling washed over him. What? What is this? I feel something strange, a cold and eerie presence. A surge of power surprised him so much it was almost scary. You're disappointed. Sure enough, it's all gone now. Cao Tuan was shocked. Young master, did you sense anything? You look serious. Tell me the truth. Can it really be that I can't form an energy cluster in my danshan? Cao Tuan hesitated. It's true, like that. How to on narrates. I sensed something strange near the young master's dantian, but couldn't figure out what it was. You were sad for a moment. So is this the cause? What should we do now? Should we just give up on our martial arts training like this? How to on wondered. That's strange. It dissipates all the true energy. There shouldn't be such a kind of energy in the dantian. What kind of energy is it anyway? He observed that there was a sense of opposition. I'm stunned just hearing this. Opposed? Cao Tuan thought he might have said something wrong and panicked. Oh, that's just my guess. You don't need to worry about it. But that sentence made you think. Opposed, opposite, right? He kept questioning and answering himself. Thinking back, the true energy is very warm. Well, this air feels cold. You interrupted Cao Tuan. No, I think Cao Tuan was right. You grimaced seriously. We need to maintain the opposite energy flow. Hearing that, Cao Tuan's mouth dropped open in surprise. Huh? He quickly shouted to stop. No way! Young master, please wait a moment. You'll be jumping the gun. The gloomy spirit spoke with a cold voice, threatening. Bing! Do you want me to shut you up? She fiercely thought. Those foolish famfu, you will die for your ignorance and recklessness. If the spirit kills the person who made the pact, I'll get their body. If the fake pact is broken, the spirit contract ends and I won't be bound anymore. The gloomy spirit was extremely excited. She didn't expect to be freed sooner than planned. She calculated that when someone dies, their soul will disappear, and I'll tear them apart with my own hands. Meanwhile, at Huohua Hall, the surroundings were eerily silent. The dark figure emerges from the shadows. I am a spirit mage of the Spirit Corpse Temple. In a deep, eerie voice, I am Sok, the spirit mage Sok. Lady Stone ponders, a corpse temple mage has died, but why just one? By her tone, it seems to be a young woman. She pauses and looks at Talit closely. Why did she bring it here? Sok speaks again. I brought the corpse temple's body here for revenge against those who killed my disciple. Lady Talit thinks, disciple, does this mean Sok is of higher rank than the corpse temple mage? She agrees without hesitation. Alright, Sok continues, there's something else I need to do. She asks curiously, what is it? Her eyes gleam with malice. Third young master Mu Yunjing, I must kill him. Lady Stone slowly moves her fan aside, revealing her face. Honestly, at first, I didn't believe it, but now I like the person. Lady Stone can't help smiling as she speaks. With the master's approval, Sok is satisfied. Alright. She then channels her inner strength and raises both hands to form seals, focusing fiercely with her eyes. At that moment, the corpse of the goddess suddenly moves, his eyes wide open, mouth agape in a terrifying manner. Meanwhile, Sok recites a series of incantations, head into battle, advance, command the Empire's orders, use dark spirits, level by level as per the calendar. As she finishes speaking, Sok's eyes glow with malice, and she fiercely thrusts her wooden sword down. The corpse of the goddess seems to be infused with some kind of evil power, looking very eerie. Soon after, the body of the goddess begins to tremble and move, accompanied by strange sounds. Lady Stone and Hoen stand aside, feeling a chill down their spines. The corpse of the goddess starts transforming. Its throat is covered with numerous large and small warts. Not only that, but countless black hands emerge from its orifices. In an instant, a mountain of hands sprout out. Sok commands those strange things. Target third young master Mu Yunjing. It seems tonight we'll see a bloodbath at his mansion. Soon, a green smoke seeps in through the window. Fan Lin and Ma Zhang quickly realize something is wrong. The strange hands don't attack them but pass by as if they were invisible. They are aimed at him. Third young master Mu Qingyun. Ma Zhang quickly rises to fiercely block the hands from attacking him, but they keep rising like ants. Fan Lin, especially Cao Tuan, is extremely angry about this. With her extensive experience, Fan Lin immediately recognizes this as a reverse killing technique. Lady Stone thinks to herself, if that's a reverse killing technique, then each time she stabs, the little brat will suffer pain. Sok silently continues stabbing the corpse, increasing in strength with each strike. Meanwhile, Ma Zhang is still trying his best to stop these disturbances. Lady Stone, perverted, licks her lips, just imagining it gives her pleasure. She watches Sok stab repeatedly, feeling extremely satisfied. Lady Stone's inner voice screams, "Stab again, stab!" Mu Qingyun is still focusing on his practice with his eyes closed, Ma Zhang protecting him from harm. On the other side, Sok hasn't stopped her actions. It seems this ritual will only stop when he dies. Lady Stone feels like she's about to fly, urging her to make him suffer more. Fan Lin stands aside and smirks, "Ordinary mortals." Immediately, Fan Lin steps forward and gently touches his clothes. A stream of red flows out and tightly wraps around the hands. The red streams cut through each hand like sharp knives. Suddenly, her face wrinkles slightly. Fan Lin angrily curses. "What's going on?" Meanwhile, Sok is intensely stabbing the corpse. Fan Lin gets annoyed. "You dared to ruin my cooking!" Frustrated, Fan Lin now focuses her inner strength directly. "Transform!" She can handle all these dirty goons by herself so they can't touch you. The Spirit Lin power has reached even where the Sorcerer Sok is performing dark magic. Quickly, she and the assassin were thrown out. A painful shock came as the Sorcerer Sok cried out. Lady She screamed in alarm. "Are the Sorcerer people alright?" She couldn't say anything, just coughing heavily with her mouth covered. Looking at the blood on her hands, the Sorcerer Sok couldn't believe it. This is unreasonable, defying death and still getting counterattacked. With her experience and power, the Sorcerer Sok quickly realized this isn't a level Lin spirit. Then she spoke up. "Lady Shi, I think I need more payment." Lady Shi was surprised. "What do you mean? Do you want more money?" She replied, "Yes, that's exactly what I meant. I need an additional 1,000 taels of silver." Hoa Ying was puzzled. 1,000 taels? What do you mean by that? With 5 million taels, we could buy a lot of rice already. Why are you asking for more? The Sorcerer Sok explained, "This incident affects my life, so I need to be compensated at this level." Lady Shi was uneasy. "Are you saying it's that dangerous?" The Sorcerer Sok explained, "It's a high-level spirit entity. At the level Lin spirit level, it already poses a threat to human life. Now it's even higher than the Lin spirit level." While explaining, she raised the carriage containing the corpse and stood up. Then she continued, "If we surpass that level, it will become a disaster. At the Spirit Lin level, no sorcerer can destroy it. Only one of equal level might have a chance." Although Lady Shi didn't fully understand the severity, she was very afraid upon hearing the Sorcerer Sok's words. Then quickly, Lady Shi agreed. "I agree with you, Lady Shi." Lady Shi furrowed her brows and said, "We must find a way to deal with Mu K1 for sure." The Sorcerer Sok continued, "If there are different levels of spirit entities, then our sorcerers also have different levels. From the highest down, the Sun Moon technique is the most advanced, to levels higher than the Soul level, and a beast that has completed 5 years of basic training." The Sorcerer Sok continued, "I am one of the 3 major sorcerers in Spirit Realm, capable of controlling all kinds of spirit illusions as if they were divine consciousness. In other words, that young master won't be safe." As she spoke, she quickly pushed open the door and left with a fierce look in her eyes. The Sorcerer Sok silently resolved herself. She was certain this would happen. The scene switched back to your room. Everything inside was messy after the fight. Spirit Lin still stood there, vigilant. She cursed angrily. "Damn it! Why did those people dare to ruin my good plans?" Spirit Lin thought if they hadn't woken up and died, that death wouldn't have been voluntary anymore. "I'll lose this opportunity," daring to touch the body about to belong to me. A strange aura quickly surrounded her as Spirit Lin saw it. She was so surprised she almost screamed. Death energy and dark energy impossible. Looking at the boy in front of her, she couldn't believe what was happening. How could he absorb death energy? Spirit Lin became more cautious. "This guy is really weird. He can actually perform this ritual. A little brat with bad luck still doesn't understand it, yet he's doing everything." She recalled all she had witnessed. Now he's even absorbing death energy into a living body. "I hate to admit this." But as Spirit Lin thought this, her eyes slowly opened. Still standing silently behind, she observed the strange young man. He was looking at his own body, wondering what had changed. She told herself, indeed, I'm becoming more interested in this little guy. He looked at his hands covered with magical energy. Sure enough, reversing luck is a correct method. Unlike true chi, this kind of absorbed energy doesn't dissipate. It's a pity we can't gather it in the danshin due to its small quantity. Fan Ling glanced at him and asked with a mouthful of words, Hey, are you really still alive? He sneered back, I'm still alive just like what you're seeing. Fan Lin wondered, how can someone as healthy as you absorb death energy? She was surprised. That's impossible, right? Fan Lin said, it's not impossible. But then he stood up and asked, by the way, Fan Lin, why is this room like this? Bin Tan replied, are you curious? She was puzzled. The demon. He turned back and looked at the insects on the ground. His face suddenly showed a mysterious gloom. Meanwhile, Cao Tong was still lying in bed, sleeping peacefully, even snoring loudly. He fiercely slapped him, shouting, Wake up, Cao Tong. As he woke up, he screamed, Oh my god, what are these things? They're dangerous. Quickly catch them all. Suddenly, his hand started hurting so much that Cao Tong's expression changed. Cao Tong looked at it. His hand was already covered with bite marks, making him panic. What's going on? Just touching them lightly. Zheng loudly said, use your inner strength to defend yourself. He thought, though small, their numbers are too many, we'll be eaten if we keep this up. Ling calmly asked, what do you plan to do? If you continue like this, you'll become food for those beetles. He replied, I think so. Z called out, Ling, can you help us? She faintly responded, me. Why should I? Why should I help you? Ling tried to persuade him. We're already bound together. Why not cooperate? Why still refuse to work with me? Cao Tong was sweating. Who is he talking to? Ling took the opportunity. If you give me your soul, I might reconsider. He felt helpless. Fine, let's make a deal then. Then he frantically chased away the insects while Cao Tong kept shouting loudly. There are too many. Ling spoke up. You're in for it now, little brat. Let's make a bet then. He paused his actions. Zheng asked curiously, bet? Ling smiled. That's right. A game of chance. She continued, now you're in a precarious situation. If you die, give me your soul. Pause for a moment and she added, on the contrary, if you can survive this crisis, from now on, I'll help you. He turned his back and didn't look at Ling anymore. Is that so? A word is a commitment. His reaction surprised her. She was quite firm. The insects near them quickly climbed up to the bed where Zheng and Cao Tong were standing. He was flustered. Young master, they're appearing more frequently. What should we do? He became serious. Cao Tong, find something that can burn quickly. We'll make a fire. He was surprised. Huh? Zheng explained, if you use that lamp to light it, no matter how many there are, they won't harm us. Cao Tong is still fierce. Why the flag? He panicked and hesitated, but the lamp was too far away. Zheng focused on the lamp with intense concentration. His eyes flashed with sharpness as he applied the ritual technique he just learned. Line 60 completed. A strong gust of wind quickly sucked everything towards him, making the lamp move into his hand. Ma Tong suddenly appeared from behind, intending to ambush, but she quickly recited the incantation, summoning evil spirits as if by law. Cao Tong was surprised and asked, have you used anything just now? He hesitated. I don't have time to explain. He thought silently, who could have caused this? A normal person couldn't use magic or control a spirit. He thought with a sinister smile, it must be Lady Stone. He judged that there was likely a sorcerer near Lady Stone. If they started a fire, everyone would panic and take advantage of the situation. Pausing for a moment, he made a cunning decision. I'll eliminate the sorcerer. The squirrel sorcerer controlled the bird. Hey, he shouted loudly. Suddenly, the insects became even more frenzied and rushed towards him straight into the river. Cowtone yelled in surprise. What's going on? He was momentarily at a loss for how to react. The squirrel sorcerer slowly approached from the shadows, saying coldly, "Do you think I'll just sit and let you play tricks?" Wherever she went, the insects followed her. This scene looked extremely eerie. The squirrel sorcerer glanced disdainfully and cursed. "Foolish name," she said. "My right eye is a white eye. It can see through this world. No matter what you do behind my back, I won't be able to hide from me." As she spoke, she placed her hand on the wall of his room and felt the movements inside. The squirrel sorcerer gloated because she could see everything. Suddenly, she went mad. "Damn, fox spirit, break open the door for me." Just as she finished speaking, the door to his room suddenly burst open with a loud noise that startled Cowtone. Both of them were stunned when the figure of the squirrel sorcerer gradually appeared through the dust and smoke. He looked at her calmly. "Nice to meet you," Cowtone said blankly. "Who are you?" The white eye of the squirrel sorcerer glowed as she stared intently at him. From his chest, something like a red thread extended out and continued glowing. Though, just as she finished speaking, those hands fiercely struck down on Ma Tong like a waterfall of water. She harshly kicked Ma Ting's head with her foot and cursed him, "You useless thing." Then the squirrel sorcerer looked at him. "I can see everything now." Cowtone tried to stab her from behind with a knife, but it seemed the squirrel sorcerer had noticed. She harshly took out a yellow paper talisman with red writing on it. This is exactly what she needed. Then she threw the talisman towards Cowtone and loudly recited, as law commands. The knife in Cowtone's hand was flung away as he quickly caught it. The squirrel sorcerer harshly ordered her bird, "Cugis, kill him." The bird obeyed her command swiftly. It charged along with the insects. But he didn't expect them to be so terrifying. In an instant, they fiercely rushed towards him like a hungry tiger. A swarm of insects quickly surrounded his entire body, leaving him momentarily disoriented and passively defenseless. Hundreds of beetles charged crazily, looking at him as if he was a delicious morsel. The squirrel sorcerer darkly called out, "Third Sun Muke Yun," her eyes revealing a deadly glint. Someone watched the insects surround Cowtone with satisfaction. "Now you can sleep for an eternal night." At that moment, he was sitting motionless among those poisonous insects. He tightly closed his eyes and didn't move. They slowly bit into his body, causing him some pain. His room quickly turned into a chaotic and gruesome place. Ma Tong was restrained. He was surrounded by insects while Cowtone had fainted. The squirrel sorcerer gloated, dealing with them faster than expected. Could it not be that spirit? She no longer cared about any spirits and directly aimed at the bird. "Good job, good job." Come on, if he was alone, the insects would eat him alive and leave his body behind. Gloating as she left, this task wasn't significant. Suddenly sensing something, Cowtone stopped in surprise. Those insects seemed to stop following him. He decisively stabbed himself with a knife, causing fresh blood to flow out quickly. The squirrel sorcerer slowly turned around and noticed, "Ada feels an intimidating aura right behind me." His eyes were indeed terrifying at this moment, blood dripping from his wounds onto the ground. The insects that sucked his blood all fell to the ground as if poisoned. He looked like a demon from hell demanding someone's life. He fiercely glared at the squirrel shaman. Ada and the nearby bird had eyes that seemed like they belonged to someone else, looking hollow and strange. He repeatedly cut his skin with a knife, causing fresh blood to flow profusely. It seemed everything was unfolding as he had calculated. The insects died in droves after touching his blood. Almost none of them survived after sucking his blood. Very quickly, all of them lay dead on the ground. The squirrel shaman stood there dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening to her insects. She had never seen such a mad person before, cutting his own body to make a poison to kill the toxic insects. Blood splattered all over him. He looked like a blood demon smiling in ghastly delight. The squirrel shaman had never felt so chilled in her life. She had faced many terrifying opponents, but this was beyond frightening. Then he straightened and loudly said to her, "Unlucky for you. My blood is toxic, killing those insects isn't difficult. As soon as he spoke, he lunged forward with a sharp knife aimed directly at her, causing the squirrel shaman to panic and fall to the ground. She had never felt such fear before from this mad young man. Oh! Oh no! The black bird loudly screeched and flew towards him. It seemed it wanted to protect its master. He gritted his teeth, realizing attacking with insects was ineffective against him. While the bear was buying time, he needed a powerful spell to boost his strength. Quickly, he pressed an incantation, performing the divine power spell and breaking the 8 formations, aiming for one strike. Meanwhile, he fiercely fought the bear, drawing it towards himself with the ritual. The bear was firmly in his grasp, and he cruelly laughed as he squeezed its neck tightly. Seeing this, the squirrel shaman panicked and glared at him viciously. The bear's miserable cry echoed before it fell silent. He sighed with relief. The bear was no longer easily deceived. Satisfied, he felt a bit more at ease. The squirrel shaman hurriedly ran towards him, shouting loudly, "So, what is this? 9 bear!" Suddenly, a red thread like a leash appeared from the squirrel shaman's chest. She panicked. Pain gradually spread, causing her to collapse. Oh, why am I suddenly in so much pain? This pain originated from my 9 bear spirit. What happened to the 9 bear? Suddenly, she collapsed again. She sensed it was the 9 bear's yin energy, but its yin energy was rapidly diminishing. If this continued, her bear would be in trouble. Surprised, she looked at him with confusion. Is he draining it dry? This realization shocked her. How could this be possible? He's still alive and absorbing both death and yin energy? This is not normal. She pondered the situation, unsure of how to react. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. The squirrel shaman thought he killed insects without any weapons, indicating he had dark energy. Moreover, it was accumulating more and more over time. By killing, he could create a condensation in a short period. Seeing the beloved bird slowly losing its yin energy, she felt heartache and spoke up. Hold on! The squirrel shaman's tears fell. If you absorb so much energy, the bear will die. Stop it! Don't suck anymore. Please stop. Taeket's expression makes you very satisfied. A sly smile appeared on his lips. Scene change. Huxia Hall. The residence of Lady Shi. Haksuan anxiously approached. Lady, I beg your pardon. It's cold outside. The master still remains silent. She continues to speak. Send someone inside to check. Lady Shi is uneasy. The situation is unclear. I can't just sit here. Lady Shi's face shows a look of determination. If necessary, I'll go check myself. I want to ask that which 2 things. One is about Mok Kaining's life. The other matter involves the secret scroll. To prevent her from taking the secret scroll, I must ensure no one else gets both scrolls. A moment later, a servant beside Lady Shi excitedly announced loudly, Lady, the witch has returned. She startled and turned around, seeing the sorceress's figure moving towards her from the darkness. Lady Shi couldn't hide her joy as she greeted. She's back! So she did it. She was pleased with herself. Mok Kaining, you worthless scoundrel. Now both secret scrolls are in my hands, and my son will become the master. Thinking this, Lady Shi couldn't help but feel elated. Her face twisted into a smile. Haksuan and the maidservant were also pleased by this. Witch Lady, congratulations to you. Congratulations to Lady. Lady Shi waved it off. Alright, don't get too excited. But then Lady Shi noticed something strange. The sorceress was just standing there staring at her. This odd behavior made Lady Shi and those around her uneasy. Lady Shi wondered to herself, why isn't she coming over? She asked loudly in confusion. Sorceress Sok, what's the matter? Come here and tell me about it quickly. Suddenly, Sorceress Sok closed her eyes tightly. It seemed like she wanted to say something difficult. Finally, she took a deep breath and spoke loudly. Lady, our ghost spirits have received an order from you, but we can't kill Mok Kaining's 3rd son. Upon hearing this, both Lady Shi's servants and herself were taken aback. She was stunned, unable to believe what she just heard. She couldn't react immediately. Sorceress Sok was furious. That scoundrel, he is a demon in human form. He made me do this. recalling earlier when you told her to deceive Lady Sheep with your own words. Seeing the sorceress's uneasy expression, she continued, "You said you would work to save your spirit. If I kill you, she will send someone else, anyone from your ghost spirits. That's why I told you to accuse her." He glared at her fiercely. Thus, the ghost spirits and Lady She would become enemies. Sorceress Sock bit her lip in thought. It was like she became a traitor to the ghost spirits, but there was no other choice. Back to now, she shouted loudly again. "You said Mok Kining's son is a demon. She asked us to eliminate all demons and kill his son as well. But from what I saw, Mok Kining's son isn't a demon at all. So never blame that on ghosts or spirits again." Lady Stone's expression turned cold as distant whispers began to echo. What? Who is trying to kill who? Is Lady Stone planning to take the third prince's life? Or just seize the position of head lady? Hurry to the Lotus Hall. Rest Lady Stone. Or Enhua. Big grandmother. The guards from Family Jia. They're rushing here now. Grandmother. And Hua's voice grew more urgent, but Lady Stone didn't answer her calls. Her mind screamed for Mok Jingwen, Mok Jingwen. In the still night, a loud voice added to the tension in the air. What happened at the Lotus Hall? Where did the third prince come from? The Fangxi Sock turned towards the direction of the sorcerer. Have you followed my instructions? You saw, didn't you? It's all done. Angrily shaking with rage. Finally, everything is as he wanted it to be. Lady Stone and Ghost Mansion will now become enemies. She has turned into the culprit who wants to kill one of the three princes. We don't need to worry about her anymore. But in order to save the spirit, I had to betray Ghost Mansion. They'll definitely chase us for the rest of our lives. Fangxi so thought it was time to go. After that, she looked at him and said, "Return the spirit as you promised." He smiled warmly at Fangxi So. "Before returning it, I have something to ask you. You don't know what I'm going to ask, but it's definitely not good for you." Fangxi So was surprised. "Do you want to know about the spirit tent?" He replied calmly, "Yes, tell me about the one controlling the spirit, like Ma Tang or this bird, especially Ghost Mansion of your people." Fangxi So looked at Ma Tang and thought, indeed, he wasn't possessed by a demon, it was his own spirit. But how did he absorb such an angry soul to become a spirit? I'm sweating. More importantly, he has more than one spirit. From your heart position, Fangxi So saw the spirit threads. He squeezed the black bird hard, making it cry loudly. She didn't want to tell him. Fangxi So sighed and hesitated. "Well, you asked for it. There are levels beyond the spirit tent: beasts, monsters, demons, fiends, spirits, gods, and deities. Even a beast can cause trouble. The higher the level, the more dangerous they become. Ghost Mansion has 3 people, including me, who control these types of spirits as their own. One of them is Gur, the assistant to the masters. He controls a spirit called Lao Shishin's ancient carvings. I don't know its power, but it's definitely dangerous. There's another one, the master of Ghost Mansion. I don't know what kind of spirit he uses, but it must be among the top 2 in terms of level." Zheng deduced that it might be a divine or celestial beast. Fangxi So continued, "No way, divine or celestial beasts only exist in legends. I've never heard of anyone possessing such a creature as their spirit. I guess it's just an evil or demon beast. There's a book about these types of spirits. I'll give you the book now." Cao Tuan read the title aloud, Classic of Mountains and Seas. Zheng happily accepted it. "Thank you." Curious, he opened the book. "Master of Ghost Mansion. A deity is a creature. Huh? And so on. And so on. We've absorbed so much negative energy just from those 9-tailed foxes. You wish silently. If we could get a high-level spirit veil, that would be great. Then you returned it to her. Alright then. Good job. This is the spirit of the person. The fox hasn't been hit for a long time. Its head is still spinning. You asked the proud squirrel wizard. Don't thank me. You gritted your teeth in anger. Thank you. Continue speaking. Speak louder. The proud squirrel wizard spoke again. Thank you. You raised your voice. Alright then. We can go now. Cao Tuan stood silently on the side. This brat. He really is. The proud squirrel wizard quickly hugged his fox and left with a sense of relief, feeling furious inside. I'm satisfied. It's been a lucky day today. Now Lady Stone can't do anything to me anymore. Every move she makes from now on will be monitored. After absorbing most of the negative energy from the fox, we can start cultivating the medicinal pill now. From now on, I can practice martial arts. Your thoughts are firm and resolute. You think this is fine? You asked again in confusion. Why? What do you mean? Cao Tuan looked at me. The squirrel wizard. She must be hating you now. You hummed. Then, if I've promised something, how can I go back on my word? He was worried. Don't worry about the consequences, right? What if she retaliates? You remained calm. You're right, but I think she won't do anything to me. Cao Tuan was puzzled. Why? You changed your tone and asked back. Because I have another trump card. The proud squirrel wizard hugged the bird as it trembled weakly, feeling heartbroken. If it dies now, there's nothing surprising about it. You thought fiercely, mocked Jingyun. Even though I'm leaving now, one day I'll come back. Suddenly a cold voice echoed. Seems like she's planning to take revenge herself. Immediately after, a dark energy attack hit her. The proud squirrel wizard stood still and looked at the place where she was attacked. This feeling is this is exactly what it is. The words revenge echoed in my mind. She can't believe it. No way. She just can't believe it. How could a demon soul as wicked as this one become your spirit? The proud squirrel wizard clutched the bird tightly. From the darkness, a hand reached out towards her face and one of her eyes was destroyed. That eye helped her see everything. Fang Sisok held his eye tightly in pain but didn't dare to scream. Suddenly, a head turned towards her direction. It was King Lin. She chased all the way here as if following his command. King Lin taunted with a wicked smile. Still beautiful after losing an eye, right? Fang Sisok seemed to have yet to regain composure. Hey, can't breathe. Before she could understand what was happening, blood spewed out from her nostrils. The scene switched to Lady Shi. She fiercely shouted at the outer hall master. This is so unfair. Mukyun, it was Mukyun who orchestrated everything. You really thought I attacked him? Fang Si and Third Prince had conspired to frame me. They were the ones playing tricks. The woman called outer hall master pounded on the table loudly. Be quiet. Lady Shi was surprised by this, her voice echoing as she shouted at the outer hall master. Be silent. Lady Shi was taken aback by being shouted at. She momentarily glared fiercely. The outer hall master's face darkened and repeated, be quiet. Silence. He continued to ask on the rug road. What happened? Lady Shi hesitated. The incident. Ah, that's right. It was a forbidden place, but he entered anyway. He asked again, didn't you save the hall master? Or did you try to kill the hall master? Lady Shi suddenly shouted at the outer hall master. Outer hall master. Seeing her like that, he glared at her. He continued, we cannot ignore this case. I will send people to investigate and hope you can confess honestly. Lady Shi was speechless for a moment, only nodding silently in response. He said again, don't worry, we will get to the bottom of everything. We will find out all the truth about you, Second Prince and Third Prince. Return to the main hall. You are focusing on your chi cultivation. Your body is covered in wounds from the fight. Night fell. The space here was incredibly silent and tranquil. The darkness enveloped everything. The outer hall master continued to sit deep in thought, tapping his fingers repeatedly on the table. He pondered but couldn't understand why Second Prince and Lady Shi wanted to kill Third Prince. Was it for power or because Third Prince was favored by the hall master? Currently, Third Prince has no martial arts skills and no one supports him. So why do they all want to kill him? Or is there some reason I don't know? He slowly recalled when interrogating, his attitude was not normal. He seemed very relaxed as if knowing everything in advance. After the life or death moment, he hasn't fully recovered yet, or maybe. Pausing, he thought, there must be something that makes him feel secure. Thinking hard, the outer hall master stood up. There was no other way. I will investigate on my own. There's no choice. I will find out myself. You are focusing on gathering qi in your dancing over there. Ma Zhang is still guarding behind you. After dealing with Fang Sisok, King Lin quickly returned. Ma Zhang respectfully bowed upon seeing her. King Lin glanced at him. Surprised to see his intense focus, she said, "Look at that little guy." King Lin observed more closely and realized he had gathered a lot of qi from such a short time. When he said there was a faster way to form the danshan, I thought it was just joking. Turns out it's true. She stood silently, observing him without saying anything. After watching for a while, she suddenly thought, this little guy is also quite handsome. At the same time, as she looked closely at him, he slowly opened his eyes. Upon opening his eyes, he asked curiously, "What are you doing?" King Lin blushed and quickly turned away, stammering, "Nothing. What are you talking about?" She glanced at him and noticed her discomfort, smiling lightly as she asked again. Really, being teased like that by a vengeful spirit, she momentarily got upset and gritted her teeth. Finally, unable to hold back, she shouted loudly, focusing on her luck, "Don't be disrespectful." She was annoyed, damn it. Why did I provoke him back then? I don't know. That damn spirit. Yeah, we need to try harder. Suddenly, her thoughts echoed out loud. "Oh right, now I remember. I need you to confirm something." She asked curiously, confirming that he hummed and continued, wondering if this was the dantian Lin mentioned. Lin sneered. How could a dantian be created in just one night? If someone works hard, it might take a day or two. Before she could finish her sentence, he cut her off. "This small lump is right below my navel." Hearing this, she looked surprised and curious at him. It seemed Lin was panicking. Looking at the glowing thing on his stomach, he wondered, "Isn't that a dantian?" Lin's eyes widened in surprise at what happened. She stared intently at it. Lin scratched his head nervously. "Can you check for me?" He quickly agreed. "Sure, you do it, but how should I check?" She said, "I'll place my hand on the dantian. Use your index finger to it and touch it to feel it. It might be uncomfortable. Try your best." As he touched it, a strong yellow light emitted from his dantian. Seeing her reaction, he was surprised and asked again, "What's wrong with you?" Lin glared. "I can't touch it." He mirrored her glare. "Huh? Why not?" She was anxious. "How would I know?" "Hey, monk, try touching it too." Unable to resist his curiosity, he asked, "Do you know why?" Lin wasn't sure anymore. She pondered. Could it be because I became a spirit? Looking at the sleeping cow Tuan beside him, she had an idea. Then she thought of poking his stomach, but strangely, he was touchable. But Cow Tuan is just a regular person. He couldn't handle it and fainted. Lin apologized. "Sorry about that." She felt uncomfortable. "I didn't think the problem was with me." He asked again, "Do you have any other way to check?" Suddenly, she remembered something. But there's still another way. Then he heard footsteps approaching his room. Lin and he silently watched the direction of the approaching footsteps. From outside the door, a voice echoed, "Noble son, during my noon break, I am the Outer Hall Master, Shang Hongbai. You're questioning this. The Outer Hall Master? Why would he be here at this hour?" Shang Hongbai, the Outer Hall Master, is one of the loyal subordinates to the second generation Woodsword Lord. He's a respected elder and trusted by many. They even think that any young lord supported by him might become the next Woodsword Lord. That's why Lady Stone doesn't dare to offend him. He's the most influential person in the Woodsword Hall. The Outer Hall Master, seeing no response, spoke again. "Are you still not asleep? You're questioning, what could be so urgent that you called me at this time?" Outer Hall Master, he spoke up. "First of all, as a subordinate, I apologize to you. The Outer Hall warriors failed to ensure your safety. That's my fault. You waved your hand in confusion. It's fine, don't blame yourself." The Outer Hall Master lowered his head slightly. "No, no matter what. This is your shy. No, don't do that. I really am fine, so I'm not blaming you at all." Suddenly, the Outer Hall Master's expression changed as he slowly raised his head. Then he urgently shouted, "Noble son, wait a moment. His arm paused just before touching your head. Both of them fell into silence. He stood there, looking blankly. You raised your eyes to look curiously at the outer hall master. He was shy and lowered his hand, moving it to your shoulder, laughing loudly as he patted you. Thank you for understanding me. You were curious but asked, but where's the dagger I gave you? Why didn't you use it? You questioned back. Dagger? The outer hall master said it was a self-defense dagger given to you when the Wood Sword Lord fell. I distributed them among all 3 young lords. Could it be that you lost it? You secretly glanced at the tall figure, who lay motionless and still unconscious. There's no way round it. I remember now. I put it in my drawer. He smiled happily. That's settled then. Thankfully, it's still there. I thought you might have lost it just now and felt a bit sad about that. Then both of you burst into laughter. You hesitantly continued. But what about the vegetables? The outer hall master asked again. What about them? I frowned and thought hard. I've never heard anything about it before. The outer hall master stopped pretending and removed his mask. Indeed, because I never gave it to anyone. Immediately after, he rushed forward and fiercely struck you. One strike fell on the bed, breaking it apart quickly. The outer hall master angrily looked at you, having made 2 mistakes. He approached your pressure point and began speaking. First of all, 3rd young lord would show arrogance when seeing others bow their heads. And since 2nd and 3rd young lords were defeated by 4th young lord, whenever someone raised their hand on that day, they would instinctively recoil in fear. You, however, are too relaxed, not a bit anxious at all. I've already sealed your acupoints, so don't even think about moving. So just honestly tell me where the young master is now. Seeing these things, May couldn't help but secretly smile. But what no one expected was that when he landed, his feet could touch and stand firm on the ground. The outer hall head was surprised to find that despite being sealed, he could still stand steadily. It was a shock. What? He looked up at the sky and laughed maniacally before shouting loudly, Fan Lin! At this moment, his eyes showed signs of madness and wickedness. Following that shout, a hand struck swiftly towards the outer hall head's chest. He panicked and shouted out, My heart! How dare you! Fan Lin smiled sweetly from behind me. She spoke with a cold voice. Want to die like this, huh? I'm satisfied. As expected, Fan Lin is at an entirely different level. She continued, I understand now. Life energy and death energy are opposite extremes. So the life energy entering a dead body would dissipate completely. She concluded, your ordinary person must have a condensation already. A resurrected human body can create a condensation without deep internal cultivation. Thus, sealing points wouldn't work on you. How interesting. Even though you already have a condensation, your true identity has been revealed. So what are you going to do now? If we practice martial arts here, it might be difficult. He calmly replied, I know! I didn't expect to be discovered so quickly. With a sly smile, he seemed to have come up with some cunning plan. He ordered Ma Tang sneak into Shang Hong Bai. The outer hall head was stunned. Fan Lin couldn't help but praise him as truly like one of us demons. The outer hall head trembled. Who is he talking to? Sneak attack. A sudden pain hit the outer hall head, causing him to panic. His body felt like it was being torn apart. The outer hall head was terrified. Why me? What's happening? A 3rd master identical to the young master appeared here. Even when I sealed him, it didn't work. Something is squeezing my heart. But clearly, I don't see anything here. He started feeling afraid. Could I have discovered something unknown to me? The outer hall head trembled and asked, Who's the real person? He stared at the outer hall head. I'm the 3rd master, of course from the Sword Pavilion. When it's bright, it's also fresh air to push away the darkness that covers the deep things. Cao Tuan was puzzled as he walked around, thinking, strange indeed, very strange. Just woke up and found the bed broken. The outer hall martial artists have become strangely cautious today. Yesterday, they secretly followed us like criminals. Before his thoughts could finish, one of them stepped forward respectfully. Greetings, sir. The young master is waiting for you. Cao Tuan's face darkened. Actually, what's going on here? But he still maintained his manners. Oh, yes, when Cao Tuan opened the door, a familiar figure had been standing there since early. He was so surprised that his mouth dropped open, his mind screaming internally. Just seeing you makes me happy. You're here. Cao Tuan still didn't understand what was happening. What's the deal? The master gave orders. Go do your work now. Outer Hall Master. Outer Hall Master is also known as the last demon monk. Alright, I'm going then. Cao Tuan was still in shock from the respectful demeanor of the Outer Hall Master towards him. The master interrupted his thoughts. You came at just the right time. The meal has just been served. Come sit and eat with me too. As soon as the door closed, Cao Tuan shouted loudly, Young master, how can this be? The master spoke sternly. Alright, just sit down. I'll tell you the whole story later. The master said, I have a question for you. Cao Tuan hesitated. Oh, yes, sir. What do you want to ask? He asked cheerfully. Can you teach me the basic stances of the elemental sword technique? Cao Tuan's food fell out of his mouth in surprise as he heard this, recalling how he was practicing diligently before Ling King. But after a while, he still couldn't figure it out. It's strange. Clearly, I followed the instructions in the secret scroll, but why are none of these movements connected? Ling King exhaled a puff of smoke. Because it is an advanced martial art. The stances in that scroll contain advanced secrets. You need to focus and gain enlightenment to reach higher levels. He asked again, isn't it valuable? Ling King scolded him. You're so stupid. Even true martial artists might not be able to achieve enlightenment. If you don't learn the basics, how can you understand advanced martial arts? Advanced martial arts focus on gaining enlightenment to reach a higher level. It helps martial artists transcend their current state. It's a form of martial art that helps people achieve a higher level by eliminating unnecessary stances. If you don't learn the basics, even having the scroll won't be useful. In other words, without knowing basic techniques, it's like having martial arts without bones. While eating, he thought that if he didn't learn the basics, he wouldn't be able to gain enlightenment from the scroll. Back in reality, Cao Tuan stood up in alarm. Are you studying this secret scroll now? Do you want to become the Hall Master? The master looked fierce. No, how could I possibly do that? He asked incredulously. Why then? The master replied, I just thought it would be useful for me. Cao Tuan explained, it's not a regular scroll, but an advanced martial art. Its value is recognized throughout the martial arts world. You're serious? Cao Tuan said again, if you learn it, there might be problems later, just don't get caught. I can't teach you the basic stances. He asked curiously, why? He said he only saw the practice homepage from afar a couple of times since he didn't know anything about it. The basic techniques of the elemental with sword are unique martial arts skills. The basic moves include 9 postures of elemental, wood and basic elemental with sword techniques, passed down within the family to those with the surname Wood. Only those who inherit the Wood bloodline can learn them. You're asking, then who knows these basic techniques? Cao Tuan recalled it was the homepage master and other young masters. He pondered for a moment. Then he continued, only they know, right? Cao Tuan replied, yes, that's correct. Cao Tuan secretly feared, no, if there were any conflicts with the other young masters today, it would be risky. He might reveal his identity. He stood up decisively. There was no other choice. Let's go! Cao Tuan looked after him in confusion and asked again, where are you going? He said straight away, I'm going to find someone who can teach me the basic techniques. He was once again surprised. Cao Tuan quickly followed and whispered, no way! Young master, if they suspect you, just stop. If you keep worrying about this and that, nothing will get done. Let's go and figure it out later. He hesitated. But Cao Tuan kept following and asked again, who are you going to meet? His face suddenly turned pale, his body trembling uncontrollably. He didn't expect the person he wanted to see was the 4th young master who had defeated him before. They quickly stood in front of where the 4th young master trained. Cao Tuan silently observed for a long time. His body was incredibly strong, and his face showed a determined spirit from his posture. Both remained silent as they watched the fourth young master train. After some time, he happily decided to call out, but Cao Tuan behind him hurriedly stopped him hesitantly. "Wait," Cao Tuan said, "I've already told you about it." They had a similar incident before. He looked surprised. Was it the third young master who was beaten because he insulted his family? As he spoke, he became more anxious. "You know this and still want to go there." Cao Tuan sighed. "I remember that day very clearly. At that time, the third young master was screaming in pain. Don't, please stop, beg you to stop." Cao Tuan continued. Several of his leg and rib bones were completely crushed. He cried out and continuously pleaded for help. The fourth young master was truly furious at the third young master. More importantly, pausing a moment, he said he was only 16 then, already reaching an absolute realm like that day. Fan Lin stood beside him. If what he said is true, that person would be very useful. Can you see? It's rare for someone to have such good luck at the age of 16. He's a natural genius. If I were still alive, I would take him as my disciple, she warned. Be careful, now that the sun is rising. I'm not strong enough to help anyone. Hearing Fan Lin say this made him even more interested. He smiled contentedly and seriously advised Cao Tuan. "So we should give up then." Before he could speak, he quickly walked past them. He shouted in fear, "Young master!" On this side, the fourth young master was focusing intently, standing in a stance with sweat pouring down his body. Realizing someone was staring at him closely, he opened his eyes to look around. Seeing Cao Tuan, his expression quickly changed to an extremely fierce one. Cao Tuan was terrified and quickly hid behind the fourth young master. The fourth young master said cheerfully, "Why isn't he scared?" He hesitated for a moment. "Quickly leave or don't blame me." Despite being warned, he still stood there, surprising him greatly. Fourth young master glared at him awkwardly and asked, "You, how did you get here?" Without saying anything, he simply took out the secret manual from his pocket. He smiled gently and slowly, then asked, "Do you want it?" Fourth young master didn't hesitate, but knew not if it was real or fake, so he threw it over, telling him to check it out. Fourth young master looked at him cautiously as he firmly grabbed the book. He quickly opened it and was shocked by what he read inside. Fourth young master flipped through many pages. If this is true, everything in there would help improve martial arts skills. Clearly, it's the master's manual. But when he turned a page, fourth young master was surprised to see some pages were torn. He curiously looked at him. "Why are these pages torn?" Without answering, he pointed to his head, indicating that he had erased those pages and remembered them. Fourth young master silently cursed in his mind. "This damn guy!" Then he asked him, "Where did you get this?" He replied straightforwardly, "Is it important? You just need to know that I have it now." Suddenly, fourth young master roared loudly, "Why are you here to meet me? Soon enough, I'll become the master better than you. Stop daydreaming. Are you here to say this?" Saying that, he forcefully threw the book at him and disappeared from sight. He didn't bother picking it up, seeming like he misunderstood my intentions. He brushed off the dust on the book and continued, "I came here just to negotiate with you about one thing. I have no interest in being the master." Fourth young master was momentarily confused and asked again, "What?" He laughed loudly. "Is that so? You're not interested in being the master?" Then he punched him hard in the face. Fourth young master really hit him hard, causing him to fall to the ground. Seeing this, Cao Tuan was greatly alarmed. "Young master," fourth young master asked him sarcastically with a low voice, "do you really think I'll believe that? Have you forgotten what happened 2 years ago? Then he will make you remember." Fourth young master roared, "You won't be able to do anything to me again." He wiped the blood from his nose and thought silently. Ultimate Realm, looking at the blood on his hand, he smiled satisfactorily. He really is different. He thought silently, ignoring the sword singer. The previous singers I met like the bodyguard or outer hall master didn't give me this kind of pressure. Now I understand why Cao Tuan was so scared. Looking at the young man standing before him with a fierce expression, he silently evaluated. This guy is truly a monster. He thought, not considering that sword singer anymore. Previously, those singers like the bodyguard or outer hall master didn't give me this kind of pressure. Now, I understand why Cao Tone was so scared. My body couldn't react in time just now. If I practiced martial arts harder, could I become as strong as this? If I trained that martial art, maybe I would. I can completely avenge my ancestor. Thinking about it, he was satisfied and spoke. Alright, your power is indeed formidable. Fourth young master looked at him with an extremely contemptuous expression. Are you scared? It seems like you're still talking nonsense. Then you must not be afraid yet. Maybe I need to beat you up again so that you can wake up. He spoke. Alright, if you doubt me, then I understand too. Fourth young master grabbed his collar tightly. I don't doubt, but I am certain. He prepared to strike him hard. Everything you said is worthless and not worth believing at all. He smiles but doesn't resist. Alright, then there's nothing left for me to say or. You keep talking, I'll just have to hand over that secret technique to Brother Ni Hao then, right? Fourth young master seems a bit shaken by this. His fist was about to hit you but stopped quickly. You grab his wrist tightly. If either of you, Makin Hao or Makin Bin, were the headmaster, what would you do? What will they do first then? Of course, their first move is to get rid of you as a thorn in their eye. He's really flustered but still shouts loudly. Are you threatening me? The truth is at stake here. Your life is on the line, so don't be complacent. You need to reconsider this. Don't just threaten like that. Do you understand? But fourth young master looks a bit scared now. His eyes are fixed on his brother standing in front of him. He quickly releases his grip and asks hesitantly, "Who are you?" He has completely let go but remains vigilant. Are you really Mok Jingyun? Fourth young master's face shows clear doubt and caution. Hearing this, Cao Ten beside him starts to feel nervous. He keeps a calm expression, looking directly at fourth young master without blinking, with a sincere attitude. You didn't answer that. Instead, you ask, "Is there something wrong with me?" Fourth young master looks at you like you're some kind of alien, but he's lost in thought and asks again. What? He speaks up. You think you know everything about me, right? Fourth young master argues back. So you think I don't understand anything about you? 2 years ago, you were often beaten like a dog by me. Since then, you haven't dared to come near me, have you? You run away as soon as you see me from afar, right? He moves closer. That's not what I meant. You remain silent. We're not talking about the fight between us 2 years ago. Do you think that's why I'm afraid of you? What you know about me is too little. He moves closer, and fourth young master becomes more scared, retreating a step. You keep asking, can't you guess what I hate or like? Now, you don't even know what's going through my mind. Do you think the next headmaster position is something I need? Try guessing. Fourth young master looks at him with genuine eyes and shouts. Alright, you said that, so, do you know anything about me? He gets excited now. All of you have treated me like an outcast and distanced yourself from me, right? You said so, I'll ask you then. Everything I've done hasn't been recognized by any of you. Why is it always me? You only reject everything I've done based on my background. No matter what I do, you never recognize my position. He remains silent and then speaks calmly. Simply put, maybe you have more strength and effort than the other two. Fourth young master looks at him angrily and asks, what? It seems all the grievances from before are finally being resolved. He clenches his teeth. Fourth young master remembers growing up with hatred and insults because I was an outcast. So I've always been alone, doing things that don't concern anyone else. The only thing I could rely on was training. That's the only way to be recognized in the future. But now, someone has recognized my efforts. And this person is one who used to bully and torment him. This is truly something I never expected. I thought he would never care about me after all the bullying. Could it be time for a change now? Thinking of this, fourth young master suddenly feels some goodwill towards him. He speaks up. Alright. Pauses and looks directly at him seriously. You speak. I'll listen. It seems this persuasive approach is working. He smiles contentedly. Alright, our request is that both of you should have a long conversation right after. After discussing, it appears the negotiation went smoothly. Walking while chatting, they seem quite happy. Cowtone can't help but praise in his heart. Truly impressive. I must admit he's strategic. Previously, I wondered how he trained martial arts and handled everything, but now I understand a part of it. He dealt with all the difficulties swiftly without any hesitation. McKinvan knows a lot in his family. He understands basic martial arts. All those previous matters were just his plans, so he didn't reveal them. Cowtone recalls when negotiating with Yutian, I had 3 requests, and you asked Yutian for the same 3 things. At that time, I was straightforward. After you become the master, don't interfere with what I do. Second, whatever I need, you must agree to provide everything to me. Can you do that? Yutian said these 2 things are not difficult. If you don't overstep and involve me, I'll turn a blind eye. What about the 3rd thing? He smiles. Finally, Cowtone recounted that what he really wanted was the basic martial arts of the natural woodsword sect. At that time, you said it's finally the basic martial arts of the natural woodsword sect. Cowtone thinks I thought his straightforward request would raise suspicion and be rejected, but Makyu Tian didn't seem to suspect anything. At that moment, Yucham looked at him with a puzzled smile. Basic martial arts, Kao-Tuan knows. To make Mu Hu-chan complacent, he asked for simple things, so now Hu-chan has no doubts. Now, everything has succeeded. Ma Kinningwan has achieved all he needed. Since then, Kinningwan became the one Mu Hu-chan trusted most. Therefore, Kinningwan's request to Hu-chan to pass on basic martial arts was fulfilled. What Hu-chan did surprised everyone. He grasped it in just 2 hours, while Kinningwan mastered it by hearing alone and had his own insights. Cowtone evaluates. He truly has a sharp mind, handling everything thoroughly. Thinking this, he silently praises himself. This is the future I'll have following him. Returning to the present, Cowtone flatters. Master, you've worked hard. Subordinates sincerely praise what Master has done. While exchanging martial arts knowledge with Hu-chan was good, subordinates think it might bring disadvantage later. He calmly responds, no problem. What I said to him is just trivial matters, nothing important. Cowtone didn't expect those deep things to be so light for him. He unconsciously nods. Continue. Only I know these details. You continue. But one said, I'll tell everyone. Cowtone stands silently, his expression unreadable as he listens to him. He recounts, every 10 characters I taught him, I left out one, confusing him about reality and illusion. When talking to a martial genius, I fear he might discover something different, but I successfully passed the test. Everything was meticulously planned. It couldn't be revealed so simply. He's truly cunning. If known, he could turn into a demon or even die. He feels slightly scared and curses in his heart. This bastard is indeed dangerous. He smirks. That has nothing to do with me. Cowtone shivers and tells himself, he's truly a devil, but he dares not say anything, only following along. Yes, this is unrelated to Master. Scene shifts to an ominous mountain with a huge pagoda. The dark space around it is eerie. A hooded figure speaks. Cough, cough. As he finishes, another figure with a cane steps out, the iron staff clattering on the ground. He reports no information from the squirrel. He says Milton didn't offer sacrifices to him. Instead, he exposed Lady Shi's bad deeds. This severed all ties between us and Shi family manor. Our reputation has been damaged. He angrily shouts, my disciple, go now. Find the missing squirrel sorcerer and uncover the truth to restore our honor. From the shadows, a voice quickly echoes. The disciple understands. On the cliff edge, clouds surround this scene. Looking down, one might feel their spine shiver. A familiar leaf hat is stuck on a tree branch, drenched in blood. Some scattered items and dried blood-stained ground hint at the squirrel's demise. One of the demon sect members quickly found where the sorcerer died. He stands silently, surveying the scene. He takes a talisman from his hand, burns it with ancient inscriptions. The demon sect thinks it must be the third figure in the shadow. How could he be defeated so badly? He ponders for a moment. Clearly, there's something hidden. He quickly raises his hand and shouts, "You, palm strike, assassin signature." The Emperor granted us this power. Quickly reveal what happened. Urgently, as if following a law, the Hatsok's hat seems to be saying something after he cast his spell. Everything in his eyes was replayed vividly and incredibly realistically. First, the hired sock was brought in. Then she started setting up the end how she was defeated. His terrifying face appeared clearly, followed by the final frightened look of the sock. The dark figure ordered him to step back. But soon, I will definitely. Before he could finish, a chill ran down his spine. He felt a cold hand slowly making contact with him. That hand moved like a ghost, causing an eerie feeling. For a moment, he had an ominous, and his eyes seemed lifeless as if someone was manipulating them. Just returned from those terrifying memories, he couldn't help but feel scared. The black figure couldn't help sweating, his breathing becoming chaotic. He said to himself, "What just happened?" He looked up at the sky and confirmed it was a grade A spirit. "It seems we need to prepare thoroughly." Sure enough, he stood in the dried blood puddle, silently calculating how to face this situation. The spirit stood before him with an evil glare. He was diligently practicing movements from the secret manual. He remembered every detail of each movement, practicing day by day. It's not that he has a natural talent. He learned everything quickly. Although he had never practiced or been taught, his movements were very smooth now. The spirit observed him closely and thought, "What kind of person is this?" Usually when learning martial arts, one starts with basic stances. A stance is a form, and combining many forms creates a complete technique. That's why repeating the same posture repeatedly to make it smooth is necessary. But that guy, except for the initial position, he made no mistakes at all. Now his only task is to repeat the process to strengthen his muscles. In other words, he doesn't need to practice anymore. She truly admires him and says he's extraordinary. I thought he would beg me for more instruction. Of course, I have no intention of teaching him, but if he begs, I might teach him a little. Thinking this, she suddenly blushed, realizing her expression, and shouted angrily, "What am I thinking?" At the same time, Cao Tuan entered. "Young master, I'm here." He spoke. "Ah, the person has arrived." As soon as he came in, directly addressed the issue. "I have something to discuss with many people." Cut to a bustling street scene. People are living their lives normally in Zhongliang County. It's very lively here. Everywhere, people are happily going about their business. Inside the permanent cage, Cao Tuan sat quietly, deep in thought. What is this? In his hand was a small piece of paper. It had only one character written on it. He recalled asking earlier, "What is this supposed to mean?" Said he wanted to understand more about it. Cao Tuan, just send the request for information as I told you. Back in reality, he remembered had instructed him. This place was the only source of information in this area, and it was at the bottom of the bottom tier, so don't expect much. Cao Tuan was confused. Wait, why should I worry about this? Now I'm just a lowly servant. What happened here? He looked up to the sky and thought, although he said that, actually, it doesn't matter to him much. I don't have any goals for my life, abandoned by my parents, raised by my master. Yet, I lack any skills and am forced to wander through the. At most, we can just work with Brother Cam, relying on each other. He's not exactly a good guy either. He treats me like a tool. The old master was the same way. But I don't mind, because I'm incompetent, it's only fitting. I'm just a useless person, barely making ends meet, discarded when I'm no longer useful. Thinking about it, maybe this is for the best now. Now even menial tasks are done by those street fighters. At least I feel like I'm doing something and living. But I never know what that guy will do next. Every day I have to be on edge from his crazy tricks. And he threatens me with poison too. Well, it seems there are a lot of threats against me now. Thinking this, he shrugged. Forget about it. Just do my job well and that's enough. As his thoughts ended, the door to Cao Tuan's room suddenly opened. A big, fat man laughed loudly. He quickly spoke up. "Sorry, made you wait long. The one who just arrived is Lord Quack Long, the owner of the Eternal Fragrance Inn and information provider for Lord Quack Long." Cao Tuan was displeased. He heard that you're from the Glory sect. Disappointing, you've already strayed into forbidden territory during the day, but reluctantly spoke up. "Alright then, just accept my request quickly." Suddenly, he shouted loudly, startling Cao Tuan a bit. "What? You're asking again? What are you doing?" Lord Quack Long blushed. "Ah, this is the new servant here." He cunningly looked at the girl sitting beside him. "How about it, pretty?" Cao Tuan was serious. "This is a request from someone very important. Send her out." Lord Quack Long smiled brightly. "Ah, she's one of us, so don't worry." Cao Tuan's face turned stern and his voice became dark. "Send her out right now." Lord Quack Long was a man of weight. He quickly let go and stepped back. But his eyes couldn't tear away from the beauty. "Before she left, she still reminded him to serve me well. Don't forget I taught you how to please men." Cao Tuan could no longer hold it in. He angrily slammed his fist on the table and finished his work before doing whatever he wanted. At that moment, the girl suddenly fiercely slapped Lord Quack Long across the face. The incident was too unexpected for both Cao Tuan and him to react instantly. The girl's face turned dark with anger. She couldn't take it anymore. Lord Quack Long felt a tickling sensation. That person. This bitch. Because he was hit by a woman, he momentarily became angry after shouting and charged towards her. The girl didn't back down either. She directly flipped her body up. Her hands fiercely grabbed Lord Quack Long's hair. His head was quickly twisted to the side. This girl's movements were extremely skilled. Although it looked harmless, even Lord Quack Long didn't have a chance to cry out. After she released her grip and stepped down, that was when Lord Quack Long fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Cao Tuan hurriedly stood up and quickly grabbed his sword. He stammered. "What?" The girl didn't say a word. She directly kicked the large table into Cao Tuan's face. Despite being just a woman, her strength was too overwhelming. He couldn't react in time. "This matter," the girl cunningly said with a smile. "It's been a while, low-level assassin." The chopsticks in her hands skillfully pierced Cao Tuan's acupoints. Fan Lin happily looked at him. "So let's have dinner together then." Suddenly her face turned slightly flushed as she spoke. A happy smile unconsciously appeared on her lips. She turned back towards his study room. A girl was chewing her food noisily. Still not touching the chopsticks, she continued intently reading the military scrolls in her hand. The sound of chewing echoed throughout the room as she focused on eating. She happily couldn't help but praise, "It's really delicious." Jung was surprised and turned to look at her. "Really that good?" The girl slowly opened a jar. "One joy in life is eating and drinking. One day you'll understand what it means to have luck. Even rolling in manure is fine." Turns out it's Fan Lin. Thelma thought, "These few days I've tried taking over the servant girl who brings food. Seems very satisfied. I wonder if I did this from the start." Suddenly the servant girl's hand trembled, blue veins gradually becoming more visible on her hand. Fan Lin angrily looked at the body. She can't even last a day. Jung thought, not long ago, she wanted to take over a beautiful woman and almost got killed in the process. Fan Lin quickly exited the servant girl's body. He wondered if high-level souls couldn't exist in normal bodies. She looked at him and said, "Hey, you, what are you asking me for?" Fan Lin said, "You're to focus on magic techniques." Jung quickly understood. Looking at the book in his hand was the six-man spirit technique. He casually replied, "No big deal, it's interesting." Among the spell books Fan Lin brought were some from a female Taoist. One of them had a technique called six-man spirit technique. Very interesting. Suddenly his face became mysterious as he spoke. For example, that soul which has already died. For no reason at all, suddenly his figure seemed lonely and melancholic. For some reason, both Zheng and Than Lin felt a strange sensation simultaneously. She looked at him blankly for a moment before hesitantly praising. Zheng remained silent, his face tense as he stared intently towards the door. The room was quickly surrounded by thick demonic energy. Turning back to Cao Tuan, he handed something in front of Tai Lin. These are the clothes for female disciples. She scrutinized the outfit on her senior brother and frankly criticized it. How fancy! Inside him, his mind was screaming. Cao Tuan bit his lip, sweat pouring down his face. Dangerous! Dangerous! It's really very dangerous. Her becoming the sect leader means she has at least reached the realm of absolute determination. She didn't pay attention to this. There are no better outfits now. Cao Tuan thought to himself. If I betray senior brother, I have to act fast. She will kill me. He calculated. I need to find a way to inform the evil one about this. Thinking this, Cao Tuan hesitantly scratched his head. While the sect leader is changing clothes, I'll go out first. Tai Lin was unprepared and teased him. What's wrong? Don't want to watch. She continued wriggling her body lazily. Opportunities like this don't come often. Hearing this, Cao Tuan's face suddenly turned red. He stopped abruptly. Tai Lin saw him suddenly become serious and laughed loudly. I was just joking. But we are still very grateful to you. Thanks to you, I was able to easily enter here. Cao Tuan smiled foolishly. No big deal. I'm also looking for an opportunity to seek revenge for Brother Cam. Cao Tuan thought. Although we were defeated by that evil devil, I've always harbored the intention to take revenge. The master's rival is like 1,000 reinforcements. Tai Lin smiled carelessly. Sure enough, even though he retired, he's still a hitman from the Phantom Assassin sect. Her eyes suddenly turned dark as she looked at Cao Tuan. I trusted you. He forced a smile and quickly turned away, not daring to. I'll ask for permission instead. A cold voice echoed. Do you think I would let you go? Brother Kim is dead, yet you can still live like this. Doesn't that mean you've already submitted to him? An incompetent loser forced into retirement, yet he still talks about enduring humiliation for revenge. Cao Tuan was startled and thought, she knew everything. I should have doubted you from the start. Tai Lin mocked, still foolish, cowardly, and stupid as ever at this age. You're still as naive, timid, and dull as before. She laughed, haven't you learned anything? So a useless loser like you should die. At that moment, her face showed a fierce expression. Cao Tuan clenched his hand in panic. Where did this start from? From when that evil devil killed Mok King Wan? Or from when I betrayed Brother Cam? As he spoke, Cao Tuan's face showed reluctance. No, actually, I know clearly. Because of my weakness, precisely because of my timidity, this is what happened to me. Tai Lin took out a knife and said, you killed Mok Gong Tut to seek revenge for Brother Cam, then cut your own throat, forever gone. Cao Tuan tightly closed his eyes in reluctance. Am I about to die like this? A hand forcefully broke the door open, breaking the fourth wall and bursting out. The suction quickly pulled Tai Lin's knife back. In just a moment, Tai Lin completely lost her weapon. Her foot kicked hard at the door, causing it to shatter. Both Tai Lin and Cao Tuan were shocked by this magnificent scene. Dust and smoke flew everywhere as she smiled brightly with the knife in hand. Cao Tuan's bodyguard, Tu, was sweating, looking at him. This is the first time that evil devil looks so cool. He remained calm, as if it were just a matter of nothing. He asked Cao Tuan, too dangerous, right? But then a hand forcefully grabbed Cao Tuan's collar and pulled him back. Tai Lin pushed the knife to Cao Tuan's neck and shouted, stand still there. A gentleman, if you don't want to see your bodyguard die in front of you. He suddenly became silent, staring at her intently. Cao Tuan thought. Right, before coming here, Tai Lin had investigated him. But according to the information she got, third young master was just an unskilled vagrant. So his use of the void technique made her extremely confused. Even now, she probably thinks he's a top-notch master. Cao Tuan gritted his teeth. Therefore, I had no choice but to trust him, trusting that this evil devil is not someone who takes others' lives, a demon in human form. Thinking of this, Cao Tuan closed his eyes tightly, inwardly screaming, "I'm doomed." But surprisingly, he held the knife and stabbed it firmly into the ground. Facing Cao Tuan's shock, he looked straight at Tai Lin and said, "Release him." Both brothers and sisters were momentarily shocked to a point where they couldn't react. He continued, "If you release Cao Tuan, bodyguard, I'll spare your life." Tai Lin sighed, "It seems you value your bodyguard very much. He's calm, but not entirely. He just tends to be a bit unpredictable. Cao Tuan has many other duties as an attendant. I'll miss having such an attendant around. So go ahead while I still allow it." Cao Tuan looks at him in confusion. "That evil guy. Do you want to save me?" The room suddenly fell into a heavy silence. They stand there, not saying a word. Tai Lin sneers inwardly. "Let me go." She fiercely thinks, "Who dares give orders to our philosopher's slaughter sect leader?" She pushes the knife hard against Cao Tuan's neck and continues, "If you want me to spare your life." Pausing for a moment, she says, "Kneel down and beg for mercy from me. Only then will I be generous enough to let you live." He calmly looks at Tai Lin as if nothing happened, but her true colors are already showing. He sighs deeply, his expression unchanged. He says nothing. Then he bends down and looks like a demon about to strike. Tai Lin is surprised. "Are you serious? It can't be that just because of one attendant, we have to make him kneel for mercy." Suddenly, his eyes become sharper. He doesn't kneel but quickly grabs the knife on the ground. Then he rushes towards Tai Lin with ferocity. She smugly says, "How can you possibly beg for mercy for a mere attendant like him?" Tai Lin immediately wonders, "Wait, what is he looking at?" From above, a familiar figure and hand slowly descend near Tai Lin. Ling Sheng's hand gradually approaches Tai Lin's head. An ominous feeling makes her uneasy. At Tai Lin's feet, bloody hands rise up in a strange manner. As she turns around, Ling Sheng strikes hard. Tai Lin hastily dodges. Just a light wave of her sleeve is enough to make Cao Tuan fly away from Tai Lin. Seeing the scene before her, she grits her teeth in anger. What's going on? But when she looks back, everything seems completely different. It was just an illusion. She quickly disappears without leaving a trace. Ling Sheng appears again, truly reaching the peak realm. At the peak realm, one can sense spiritual energy and also perceive the aura of another spirit body. Therefore, I thought she would definitely dodge it. Pausing for a moment, she continues, but Tai Lin is still dazed when Ling Sheng attacks from behind. Ling Sheng challenges, "Have you forgotten something?" She fiercely throws the knife at her. Tai Lin momentarily loses ground. She angrily dodges. Ling Sheng quickly moves towards him, takes the silver needles off his body. Tai Lin looks at him with a grimace. "What's going on here? It seems none of the rumors about you are true." She thinks to herself, "Clearly I felt an unusual aura behind me, but couldn't see anything." She wonders, what kind of dark magic did he use? Tai Lin starts observing and evaluating her opponent. She realizes he's still too weak. Thinking this, a hint of ferocity appears in Tai Lin's eyes. She rushes forward. Based on the knife's force, he's not an absolute peak expert. I need to finish him off quickly before he can cast another dark spell. Thinking this, Tai Lin runs towards him. She quickly prepares to draw her weapon. Cao Tuan is alarmed by Tai Lin's actions. He notices the strange object at his waist. Just a glance confirms it's the philosopher's slaughter sect's secret weapon, extremely sharp needle. Tai Lin's face shows cunning as she looks at Ling Sheng. The silver needle has already been taken out. Ling Sheng smirks and says to her, "You've made a wrong choice." But it seems Tai Lin is quite confident. She smugly grins. "Not at all. Not at all." Tai Lin has calculated everything meticulously. Though this can only be used once, it's definitely worth a try. On this side, they quickly activated their internal energy to counterattack with consciousness. But it seems like you made one wrong move. Thanling couldn't help but feel satisfied looking at the situation. Any weapon that Tai Lin launches will be fatal for even a martial artist master. To pierce through the hard chi of those with deep internal energy, It was specially designed to not be affected by internal force. Right now, he stands still like a statue. His body can't move anymore. Fanling shouts in alarm as she sees him standing there waiting to die and yells out, "That guy." Tylin happily says loudly on the other side, "Die," with an expectant look on her face. That silver needle is just a little bit away from his chest. He can only stare blankly as it slowly pierces into his heart. Suddenly, Cao Tuan runs fast to him and lunges at the silver needle. Cao Tuan's action surprises both Fanling and Tylin. Tylin couldn't have expected this situation. No one had time to react. And thus, Cao Tuan decides to sacrifice himself for Tylin. The silver needle pierces straight into his chest, causing blood to spurt out quickly. Cao Tuan falls to the ground under everyone's horrified gaze. Tylin can't move. He just stands there watching. Cao Tuan's blood splatters all over his face. Bodyguard of Cao Tuan. Tylin stands there dumbfounded. He doesn't understand why Cao Tuan would do such a thing, but seeing his own people hurt in front of him, he clenches his teeth in anger. His eyes turn red with rage. He shouts out, "Fanling, no need to say anything more." Fanling quickly understands and rushes forward viciously. Tylin is confused about what's happening. She yells loudly, "What the hell is going on?" On this side, Tylin focuses on using her technique again. The silver needles she launched to attack him are caught by his hand. Blood splatters all over his hand as they pierce through it. She looks at the young man in front of her and is momentarily shocked. What's happening? Then, bloody hands suddenly grab her body from behind. Tylin is lifted up quickly. She closes her eyes tightly, trembling with fear. Fanling appears menacingly and asks, "I told you already. Why didn't you leave when I allowed it?" She's gagged and suspended in the air. Fanling lands down satisfied. Tylin stands there like a demon. "I told you that is your mistake." As soon as he says this, those bloody hands quickly swallow her whole. Tylin cries silently. She has endured something terrible, but collapses with her body and soul drained after just a moment. When she falls to the ground, it's only a cold death. The one who deserves punishment is dealt with. Tylin's face turns black as she approaches Cao Tuan, who lies dying on the ground. Even though her face briefly shows pain, she doesn't show too much emotion. Blood flows out of his nose and mouth. He whispers softly, "Bodyguard of Cao Tuan." A sense of loss spreads in his heart as he stops speaking. Cao Tuan shivers violently. What a pity! Line 60 completed. We thought we could have a long-term cooperation, right? You were curious but didn't get an answer, so you asked directly. Why did you do that? Cao Tuan followed through. My mission is to protect you. Whatever needs to be done must be seen through. Stop for a moment. I'll ask next. Have I fulfilled my role properly? Did I betray anyone? Just remain silent. Cao Tuan felt relieved. Finally, I've managed to do it. In this life that's meant to be used, someone cares about me. At last, there is someone who makes me satisfied. Cao Tuan's eyes gradually became hazy. After those final words, he couldn't hold back and took his last breath. He was sad but couldn't cry, a sorrowful feeling rising up inside him. Perhaps Cao Tuan wasn't willing to leave this place. He didn't close his eyes and gently stroked as if seeing off his subordinate for the last time. A familiar voice sounded, making him turn around. Did he finally die? Seeing Tylin, who just died, now standing in front of him alive and well, he quickly recognized. He asked straightforwardly, "Did you also take her soul too?" Her satisfied smile quickly appeared on her face. Fanling was extremely satisfied. Not bad. That's right. Sure enough, a young and beautiful body is really enjoyable. Suddenly, the joy didn't last long as bruises started appearing on his body again. Fanling became angry. Damn it! This body won't hold up for much longer either. She then looked at Cao Tuan. Forget it. That guy, he's really pitiful. He doesn't deserve to die like that. Moreover, his attachment wasn't deep enough, so he couldn't become a vengeful spirit. Looking at him, he was clearly not a bad person. Perhaps in the end, he finally attained peace. Even though Fanling said that, she felt even more sorrow for such an loyal subordinate dying because of her. Suddenly, she spoke up according to the six-realm spirit technique. As soon as these words came out, Than Lin was momentarily surprised. She asked back, "What? I still have inner strength." Although a soul is born from strong attachments, if they die in such places with too many resentments and killing intent, they can be reborn again. My essence is made of killing intent. Hearing this, Than Lin was suddenly startled. She continued, so using my killing intent, I could turn him into a vengeful spirit. She couldn't believe what he said because these were things from the book. Her ears moved quickly in midair as she recited incantations non-stop. To Kwak Tabat Than Tac Tai Shi, Kiming Gok Chugong Hapyo. Through the spirit of communication, through the grave, based on the master's will, secret assembly for bodies towards the country. A strong green inner force quickly entered Cao Tuan's body. That light was like a flame. It grew larger and larger. She continued reciting, Kwai Sat Kwai Kuong, Du Bat Do Bat Vi Huang, Tan Tu Tri Trung Vo. All of this was what she had been diligently studying and practicing every day. She stood still in front of him. A ball of light flew up in front of her. A red thread grows from his body, connecting to that bright spot. Than Lin stands by observing, her mouth agape in amazement. This is a thought thread, and it's also how the spirit connects with the soul. Because it absorbed its own essence, this connection was formed. However, when the spirit is too weak, the soul might dissipate. It lacks an appropriate container to hold on to. We need one quickly, otherwise it will vanish. Than Lin replies, yes, but where can we find a body now? She suddenly stammers and asks, are you planning to see his serious face? She clutches her chest, sweating, could it be? In some place, Cao Tuan's consciousness wonders, am I dead? My spirit is fading away. This is meaningless. Why did I do this? Why push myself to such an extent? At that moment, a familiar voice interrupts his thoughts. Guard, Cao Tuan continues thinking. At least the last moment wasn't bad. The voice echoes again. Guard Cao Tuan is surprised. What's that? I think I heard his voice. Outside, someone frowns and shouts loudly, Guard Cao. He jumps up in shock and yells, what? Why am I still alive? He sighs deeply, Guard Cao. Listen carefully. To keep the person's soul, I had to transfer some of my retribution essence into you. Therefore, you will become my spirit. But even so, your spiritual energy is too weak. It's about to dissipate. What? What have you been saying all this time? He doesn't answer directly but continues. So I had no choice but to transfer your soul into another body. A familiar voice speaks, not Cao Tuan's. What? He looks helpless, but there's only one empty body left. Therefore, I transferred your soul into that assassin's body. Cao Tuan stares at the ample chest and shouts in alarm. How is this possible? The scene shifts to his mansion. He yells loudly, breaking the silence, let me go. His face looks pitiful, almost on the verge of tears. Young master, please change my body back for me quickly. No matter what, I can't live in a woman's body like this. He speaks, otherwise you'll disintegrate. Even if we find another body, you must kill that woman. Cao Tuan ponders. He agrees, the body isn't the issue. If the vengeful sect finds out their sect leader is dead, they will surely attack us. This is a dilemma. The spirit suddenly speaks. You really are living in bliss without knowing it. Cao Tuan panics. Who? She glares with an ominous voice. I don't even have a body to enter. Cao Tuan screams out of fear. He stammers, who? I don't know who, but it's definitely a demon. I can feel this clearly. After all, he is just an ordinary person seeing Cao Tuan in such a situation for the first time. He shuddered, talking to himself, even seeing the blood sea illusion due to such a huge class gap. He looked at himself. This guy, has he always been by the side of such an awful existence? Who is he really? Than Lin asked curiously, why do you look like you're about to die? Tan Bin, at least you should thank me for giving you a new body, tall and strong, but I'm male. She angrily shouted, you still have such ordinary thoughts? Rising from second tier directly to the peak in one step. Shouldn't you be happy about that? Jung also asked curiously. Let me try. As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Tun heard a wind sound by his ear. A foot quickly kicked over. He could clearly feel each movement. Jung fiercely kicked, but Cao Tun dodged instinctively. Cao Tun shouted in surprise. Master, this is highly long. Indeed, it's different. He started to get interested. Now I notice. This clearly isn't my movement. This must be the action only an absolute peak expert can do. Fan Lin asked from behind again. Are you satisfied now? Cao Tun was still in shock. But I'm male. She teased. And you're still secretly laughing, right? And pretending to be hesitant on purpose? Cao Tun argued back. Then why did I do that? Hai Long spoke as he saw the two talking. Alright, let's go with this. Later, if there's a chance, I'll change it for you. Cao Tun was relieved. Hey, you promised, he helplessly said. Yeah. At the same time, footsteps rushed towards Hai Long's room. Master, are you here? I'm Fu Hin from the inner hall. Jung lazily opened the door. What is it? Fu Hin was anxious. We have good news. Hai Long asked patiently again. What's up? The guard took a deep breath. Lord, the master has woken up. This made everyone here, including Hai Long, stunned. At night on a high mountain, the man standing there was the ghost image phantasm. He looked around secretly observing. This is indeed the spirit mirror pavilion I saw in the tortoise's memory, where they dared to provoke our ghost images. This isn't simple. As he finished speaking, his hand quickly made a seal. Suddenly, a large black bird flew up from the foot of the mountain. This is indeed the ghost intent domain. The old master was surprised by this. He only intended to observe the natural wood sword through the old master's eyes. But he ended up seeing something else. He calculated that the demon intent domain is a kind of barrier. Once inside, it will be discovered immediately. What should I do? Suddenly, from afar, he spotted someone below in the mansion. There he is. The servants downstairs are worried. Oh my! Are you all right, young master? That person looks tired. I'm fine. I didn't drink anything. A guard spoke up. Young master, let's go inside quickly. He was half awake, half asleep. Got it. I'll be going now. That is also the great master Mu and Hao. The guards quickly reported. The master has awakened. The other young masters are on their way here too. Hearing this, he was delighted. Are all the young masters of Natural Wood Sword Hall gathering here? A good opportunity. After saying that, he turned and disappeared, clearly planning something in his mind. Now he must meet Trang. I'll take this chance to control Cao Tuan, my spirit consciousness, and go there. Then I can kill him when he's alone. The guard stood dumbfounded as the young master exclaimed loudly. He laughed happily. I'm so happy that I blurted out. It really is great. The guard also said, then chuckled along with him. His face turned dark. It's going to be troublesome now. I plan to leave after reaching a certain level of cultivation because I didn't want to get involved in power struggles. Who would have thought the master would awaken at this time? I wonder how he will handle this situation. The kind guard added, the master ordered me to call everyone here. Got it, let's go. Inside him, he was shouting, can't escape right now. Then, as usual, he looked at Cao Tuan. Cao, wait a moment and repeat that. Guard Tylin, could you clean up here for me? Cao Tuan was still unaccustomed to this, hesitating. Yes, I understand now. You can relax a bit. So I'll go first then. Spirit Ling quickly followed him. She has always been by your side ever since we set up the stakes. Cao Tuan entirely closed the door. After going through a life and death situation, his mind was far from calm. Looking at my own near death on the ground, do I have to clean up the scene of my own murder? Moreover, it's like suicide. What a tragic fate for me. Looking at that bump in front of him, he couldn't believe he had possessed this body. It was truly awkward. The more he looked, the redder his face turned. He still wasn't used to these girl-like things. He then turned around and scanned the area as if searching for something or checking if anyone was nearby. Cao Tuan sneered, I can't wear this outfit in the sword hall. I should change into a guard's uniform. Should I try it on? Suddenly, while changing clothes, Spiritling appeared through the wall, her face full of mischief. Spiritling didn't say anything but blew out some smoke, leaving Cao Tuan momentarily speechless. Then she laughed loudly and turned away, leaving Cao Tuan blushing profusely behind her. His mind was screaming, I want to die now. After all, I'm already dead. Look back at yourself. Fan Lin asks curiously, where are you going? She answers calmly, to see a fool. Suddenly, while walking down the street, he meets the Prince of Death. The face radiates with vitality. Hatred burns on his face as he stares at him intently. Fan Lin asks in surprise, oh, is he still alive? He answers calmly, yes. Looking at Huatian's face, although the skin looks a bit strange, at least you didn't fall into the trap of fake meditation techniques. Zheng speaks cheerfully. Hello! Long time no see. About 4 days, right? Huatian is annoyed. Stop talking nonsense. You! Huatian stammers. Have you tried it out yet? Zheng asks again. What do you mean? He whispers softly. Spit! Don't say it out loud. Just answer my question. Fan Lin stands beside him. Looking pitiful, Zheng doesn't answer but asks back, what's going on? Huatian is annoyed and looks at his expression. Seeing your face like that, alright, have you tried it out yet? Zheng smiles lightly, of course he has. Huatian shouts loudly, so why are you still safe? Could it be that my comprehension level is far behind him? Impossible. Fan Lin looks at the young man in front of her and momentarily falls silent. Suddenly, her face changes. Something makes Fan Lin raise an eyebrow. Don't just stare straight ahead. Zheng quickly notices something unusual about Fan Lin. Finally, she teases with a smile, here you are, your courage is big. Daring to enter my demon intention domain. It seems like someone from the shadow realm. Zheng looks at her expression and smiles. There must be someone coming. Fan Lin disappears through the wall without forgetting to say, I'll be back for a while. Huatian can't help but ask, hey, why are you laughing? Zheng answers calmly, nothing. Huatian is annoyed. Just tell me already, don't be vague. He responds, personal matters, from Vague Ren's prince. Sure enough, haven't you tried it out yet? Zheng patiently replies, I said no. Huatian persists, so why are you dressed like that? Isn't it to meet your father? He answers calmly, I'm busy. Huatian argues stubbornly, what could be so important? Zheng throws back and leaves. Never mind. Huatian loudly follows, hey, stop. You're still here in the hall. He continues whispering even as they enter the hall. Definitely didn't practice it. Lady Shi is worried about her 2 sons. Yinbin frowns as he thinks, hey, you guys, why are you walking together? Lady Shi shouts at her son, why do you still have honey on your mouth even when you're grown up? It's all alcohol smell. Just be quiet. I'll take care of it. Did you hear that clearly? How brother is lazy. Yes, mother. Yinbin glares at his brother with disgust. This brat is really useless. Then he smiles satisfiedly. Well, it must be the one who called us here for that matter. Lady Shi thinks to herself, father just woke up and summoned all of his sons, surely because of that matter, deciding the successor. Xiangqian also has his own thoughts, right? Whether that meditation technique is correct or not no longer matters. As long as I become the heir, everything will fall into place. Out of curiosity, they heard that the master is one of the top 10 martial artists in Anhui province. When he was still bedridden, I couldn't sense anything. But now it's different. What you feel now is the aura of a powerful person, the master, and his servants speaking at the same time as the young masters have arrived. A strong voice echoes from inside, come in. The 4 of them echo together. Father, congratulations on your recovery. I wish to greet you. Zheng lowers his head mechanically. Me, I wish to greet you, father. Father coldly nods. The person here is strange. The master of Mock Sword Sect and Mock Ring Group. He looks satisfied at his 4 sons. You're here, that's good. Zheng clasps his hands respectfully. Me, I wish to greet you, father. The person on the chair hums. Jung thinks Mock Sword Sect and Mock Ring Group. Mock Ring Group speaks up. You're here, that's good. Mock Ring Group has woken up and is different from when he was in bed. This truly is the aura of the master of Mock Sword Sect and Mock Ring Group. Yin Bin and Hao Bo with slightly worried expressions. Jung glances at Xiang Tian, then looks at Kenning's two brothers, and Hua and Shao. It seems so. I've been wondering why everyone cares about the master's life and death. It's not just because of his status, but also out of fear. Jung looks at the person in front with admiration. Amazing, despite being poisoned for a long time, he hasn't weakened at all. There are no signs of poisoning in his body either. That person is indeed the master, Mock Ring Group. That's why I'm curious. Who dares to poison someone like that? The night sky, houses glowing, at the outer path martial artist villa of Mock Sword Sect. A hand breaks a seal and speaks out. Has Master Mock Ring Group already been detoxified, right? Yes, all around are people covered in blood. Ming Dao Wang and Zhao Yi Gong are among them. How is that possible? Han Sheng, full of blood, covers his mouth with his hand, unable to make a sound, filled with fear. Zhao Yigong says, I heard Master Gorfang's voice. Ming Dao Wang asks back, Master Gorfang is the old demon on Mount Luwu. Ming Dao Wang laughs loudly, so it must be that Taoist who got involved. He definitely detoxified him there. What should we do then? What else can we do? We'll just go get it ourselves. Ming Dao Wang carries his large weapon and says, by the way, let me ask you. Sleep well, Ming Dao Wang smirks at Han Sheng. Han Sheng exclaims, I've been discovered. After a moment, blood splatters everywhere. The door is covered in bloodstains. Ming Dao Wang kicks the door open and leaves with his sword drenched in blood. Eyes glowing. All right, let's go, Ming Dao Wang orders. The soldiers began to act, heading towards the mock sword hall. The four mock princes stood in a row. The referee called out, all right, do any of you know why I've summoned you here? Among those three, everyone's eyes avoided except for Ning, who remained calm. He asked directly, isn't this about choosing an heir? The others looked surprised, assessing him. The referee noted that he had changed. Is what Master Innerhall said true? The referee recalled the situation back then. What is it? It was the third prince who saved us. The deity responded, yes, that's right. The third prince stopped a mad Taoist from being possessed by evil spirits. The referee thought to himself, at first, I thought it was just coincidence, or maybe he wanted the throne, so they set this up for him. Before, when in front of me, he always looked down and wouldn't dare look straight at me. But now, there's no sign of fear on his face. In my absence, what happened to you? The referee smiled. It seems we need to test him first. The referee spoke up. All right, I'll organize a trial to select the heir. I will carefully examine who is worthy of the throne through rigorous tests, Ning said. If that's the case, forgive my incompetence, and please allow me not to participate in this trial. The others were surprised by his words. He doesn't want to participate. Yes, that's right, Yin Bing thought to himself. That's the best way. If this brat withdraws from the throne battle, it will save me a lot of trouble later. The referee stroked his beard and asked, why? Ning replied, because I feel that I am lacking in many ways. The referee asked again, why do you think you are lacking? Hai Jian thought to himself, what's this about? Is this brat serious? Ning said, I don't deserve it. The referee was even more surprised. What? Ning calmly said, compared to my brothers or younger brother, I am far less capable in many aspects. An heir must be someone with outstanding abilities or significant contributions to the family. But I have nothing like that. That's why I feel unworthy. Therefore, I request to give up my position as the head of the sword hall. The referee heard his words. Ning felt a bit strange. Suddenly, the referee burst out laughing loudly. So that's it then. The referee thought about Ning. It seems you've truly changed. You're not a man who seeks power or steals others' achievements. But you are someone who saved me. Moreover, you know how to recognize yourself for the safety of the sword hall and willingly step aside. Seeing you grow up like this, I am truly delighted. You deserve to be the head of the sword hall. The referee asked again, Why do you think you're not worthy? He took off his robe. All four were surprised. Surely everyone here knows about this. Ning's eyes shone. His right arm was cut and bandaged. Not long ago, we were attacked by a stranger. The Han guy went crazy and severed one of my arms. My eldest son stepped in to save me. Didn't you say yourself that those who make significant contributions will become the successor? Isn't this proof enough that you've made a big contribution? Mu and Bing stood there feeling extremely uncomfortable, and Bing thought he had heard about some incident, but never imagined it could be such a big deal. Looking at Zhenyi's demeanor just now, and Bing felt strange. Come on over. Why has he been so unusually silent all this time? Zhenyi recalled the flames burning in his memory. He remembered that day when his grandfather was killed. The marks left by the Alliance are identical. The mark we've been searching for. The mark on my late grandfather. That mark since he attacked us. On my chest and abdomen, a black mark as if it's missing a burn. And I finally found you. He smiled sinisterly. Found you. He smiled. Then suddenly, his smile vanished. Zhenyi glanced to the side. The Alliance was speaking. So you have a right to. The Alliance hummed. Why all of a sudden? What is it? Yu Qian called out. Father. Someone opened the door. They've launched an attack. Swords clashing sounds. The green-eyed men in black cut down the new guard who just opened the door. The entire Mu Manor was filled with loud cries of alarm. Ming Dao Wang smiled. It's a surprise attack. The guards fought back fiercely. Block them. Protect the main gate. Hold out until the master arrives. A chaotic battle ensued. Footsteps were heard. It's Ming Dao Wang. Ming Dao Wang wielded his sword in front of the main gate of Mu Manor. This gate is ordinary. Ming Dao Wang swung his sword. And Sang appeared. The guards of Mu Manor fell back. The gate was shattered and broken into pieces. Stones flying everywhere. Ming Dao Wang wielded his saber and said, Now, come out here. His eyes glowing as he spoke. That thing, the female spirit advisors behind the door observed it. The reluctant advisor looked at the scene in front of her. What's happening? It's complicated. I tried to lure the spirits with a Cao Fangshi rank, but in this situation, I can't handle Mu Jingguan. At least she used, so she won't be discovered. A chuckle came from behind Cao Fangshi. Cao Fangshi recognized it as a spell. The meaning of public service has been revealed. The spirit beast fist technique, all clear and orderly like laws. Cao Fangshi was frozen in place. What? What is this? My has been broken. Lord Triuingia Sang grabs the old alchemist by the neck and asks, Are you the one who cured the master? The old alchemist coughs uncomfortably. Lord Triuingia Sang evaluates the man in front of him. Just by making hand seals, he can already perform such powerful magic. At least he's a lunar chamber alchemist. Lord Triuingia Sang squeezes the old alchemist's neck and says, You're the one who cured our master. The old alchemist thinks to himself, as if an organization wearing masks suddenly attacked and a powerful mage appeared. He struggles to explain. No, not like that. Could it be that he betrayed the magic order and joined a major martial arts sect, daring to obstruct the actions of the original slaughter hall? The original slaughter hall, the old alchemist was killed brutally. King Ming Dao walks over from afar and asks, What are you doing? Eradicating pests. It must be the master of some old alchemist. Alright then, go find that thing quickly. Lord Triuingia Sang holds a piece of paper and says, I know now. Let's go, head to the main hall of the Wood Puppet sect. Our society's treasure is there. The two walk amidst the battle as the puppeteers wield their swords. 8. The groups on the rooftops, holding their swords aloft, say, Dare to enter the Hall of Natural Sword. Prepare yourselves for death. The guards cheer, The master has arrived. The master is here. The puppeteers, with swords in hand, lead for young masters behind them. Follow me and protect the Hall of Natural Sword. Follow the master. Zhenyi glances ahead without speaking, creating fire from friction on the ground. Zhenyi shifts to another direction. Footsteps and sword scraping against the ground can be heard. Zhenyi looks around and says, Good timing. Even if I don't know what's happening in this chaos, One person disappearing wouldn't matter, but how should I proceed? I haven't had a chance to ask the master if I should help. Black energy appears. Chinni reaches out to dispel it. There is an attacker behind who swings his sword at Chinni. Chinni counters effortlessly, surprising the attacker and causing him to gasp. Chinni stabs the attacker with his sword, who collapses from the wound, struggling for breath. Pain, despair, and screams. This feeling is created by countless deaths. It's a killing intent, like reaching out to taste blood. Great! Killing intent permeates everywhere. I feel full of energy. I want to absorb it all. But still, this place is too dangerous. Jia Tailin appears. Young master, are you alright? I was changing clothes when a group of strangers suddenly rushed in. Chinni crosses his arms and says, "They came just in time." Tailin is confused and asks, "Can someone keep watch for me for a moment?" Chinni nods and says, "I need to cultivate my energy." Tailin looks surprised. "Can you stay here and guard me?" Chinni nods in agreement. Tailin dodges an attack from one of the attackers while saying this. "Do you want to cultivate your energy here? That could lead to a reverse flow of energy." Tailin fights back. Chinni is cultivating on the other side. This is crazy. Chinni feels exhilarated inside. Great! The killing intent created by dozens of deaths. Pain and screams. Despair, regret, negative emotions in the face of death are overwhelming. The purity is very high. It's even twice as strong as when I absorbed it from the Nine Swords Lake. Not to mention 3 times stronger. Tailin fights back with determination. Damn it, too many enemies. If only reinforcements could arrive. Where's that terrifying demon? Behind Tailin, Hungbok appears. Outer Hall Master Hungbok, right. I heard there's another spirit in the body of the Outer Hall Master, like a stranger. Tailin says, "Forgive me, Venerable Monk. Can you help?" Tailin pauses and calls out, "Venerable Monk." Hungbok's eyes turn dark. Suddenly his face looks younger. A voice echoes from the face behind Hungbok's face. "Oh, interesting." Tailin looks surprised. Amidst the bloody battlefield, someone calmly sits and cultivates. Tailin's face shows slight worry. Unbelievable! My entire body is warning me that this man in front of me is a formidable martial artist, and I can't match him. Mingdao Wang touches and smiles at his son, judging. "He's really interesting." Tailin shouts urgently, Young master, wake up! Enemy, you must wake up now." Tailin is worried inside. Damn it! The Han Man doesn't move at all. What should I do? If I touch the Han Man, he'll turn into a flaming monster. But I can't fight that beast. Mingdao Wang carries his sword and hums. Mingdao Wang quickly passes by Tailin. Tai La jumps in surprise. Mingdao Wang says, "Strange indeed. It seems this isn't a normal way of cultivating." Tailin is worried rather than happy. His eyes still have tears. Such a large body can move so fast. Mingdao Wang looks at his son who is cultivating in front of him. Let's see. He seems to be from the Mu clan. Mingdao Wang grins. If I tease him a bit, it would be very interesting. Tailin is desperate and can't do anything but say, "Damn it, forget about it." There's noise behind Mingdao Wang hums. Tailin rushes to attack. In his memory, Tailin has a secret martial arts from the assassin school. At least I could buy some time if I use it. Assassin technique number 7, Tailin attacks with all his might. Tailin jumps wildly like lightning. Mingdao Wang grunts in surprise. The fight is over. Tailin prepares to attack Mingdao Wang quite fast too. In an instant, Mingdao Wang disappears. Tailin looks surprised. He can't even raise his hand before being hit by Mingdao Wang and kicks him away. With one sword swing from Mingdao Wang, Tailin is sent flying. Mingdao Wang uses the sword to send Tailin far away. "That kid, if you dare block me again, I'll kill you." Mingdao Wang raises his hand for the final move on Tailin. Tailin is sent flying and screams. Tailin crashes into the wall. He flies off like a meteor. Tailin falls to the ground, struggling to make a sound. Mingdao Wang speaks. "Now! I will! Ming Daowang approaches his son who is cultivating. Tai Lin, covered in injuries, raises his hand and says, "No! Not allowed!" Ming Daowang extends his hand. Let's see. The hand nears his son's head. Ming Daowang ouches, raises the sword, preparing to strike right down on his son. There are quick movements heading towards the two of them. Ming Daowang spoke up. Finally, they've arrived. It's the ring sect that stopped Ming Daowang's sword and saber. Their fighting, Sang keeps radiating power. Tai Lin raised his arms to cover his face, closing one eye while keeping the other open to observe. This is the main hall. The ring sect coughed up blood. They've stopped their fight. Ming Daowang laughed twice and said, "With that little strength, do you think you can defeat me?" The ring sect wiped his mouth with a hand, laughing. Ming Daowang continued, "Wood Chief, I'll only say this once. If you don't want the Wood Saber sect to be exterminated, come out obediently." Ming Daowang spoke loudly, referring to the secrets stolen from our society. Far away, flames were burning. A fairy in a red dress approached. Kingling looked ahead and thought, "The demon is invading my spirit domain. It seems like it's trying to lure me out, but unexpectedly, it died suddenly. This means its master has died." A mere mortal couldn't quickly defeat a martial artist who could control such a beast-level demon. Kingling bit the needle into her mouth and looked thoughtful. So the Wood Saber sect must be in great danger now. The Wood Saber sect's fire was raging. Something was happening. In front of the main hall of the Wood Saber sect, everyone gathered. Ming Daowang sat with a saber and smirked. Danger is here. Zhengni is still channeling energy. Zhengni slowly opened her eyes. She noticed the chaotic yet quiet atmosphere around them. What's going on? She heard some noise from somewhere. Zhengni stood up. Zhengni looked ahead. There are people standing there. The Wood Saber sect guards were tied up. The black-clad men from earlier were guarding. Ming Daowang and the ring sect face each other. Zhengni wondered, has the battle ended? He dies or weakened. Too bad. Zhengni stepped down and approached. Zhengni asked Guardian Tai Lin, "What happened? And what are those people over there?" Tai Lin saw her and said, "Oh, you're awake now?" Tai Lin replied, "Strange. The main hall surrendered after one move. It seems they guessed their opponent's identity." The sword was thrust into the ground. Sure enough, it belonged to them. The ring sect put down their swords, cutting off the ring sect's neck. He spoke up, "I surrender. I'll return what belongs to you. So promise me to spare the Wood Saber sect and retreat in peace." Ming Daowang chuckled. "Perhaps I've revealed my intentions too much. If they resist a bit more, it would be more interesting." The ring sect said, "Promise me." Ming Daowang nodded. "All right, I swear by it." "Yes." Ming Daowang, Tung Dian, one of the 5 kings of the Heaven and Earth Society. "I swear." Tai Lin was shocked seeing the Heaven and Earth Society. It's an extremely dangerous organization. Zhengni asked the Heaven and Earth Society. Tai Lin explained that the Heaven and Earth Society is a very dangerous organization. The Heavenly Earth Society is one of the 3 major forces dividing Wulin's central plains because they worship might. Thus, they intend to unify Wulin, and that's why just hearing their name alone can make Wulin practitioners tremble with fear. However, it's also a large clan, but the Heavenly Earth Society is in an entirely different class, and he is one of the top martial artists in Wulin and one of the 5 kings of the Heavenly Earth Society, Silver Sword King Zhuang Dian. If we're not careful, our Trang sect might be exterminated. Tai Lin continued speaking. That's why the sect had revealed the location of the treasure. Now, Zhuang Dian's subordinates are going to retrieve it, but the treasure they're searching for is actually in the underground cellar of the Medicine Street. Zhengni looked at him. Zhuang Dian extended his hand and said hopefully, "The location of the skill manual is written on the human skin treasure of our society." Zhengni glanced. Remembering the leather book with patterns I once encountered, the treasure they're looking for is in Medicine Street's cellar. They thought it was a leather book made from human skin. Zhengni said nothing, recalling the leather book with patterns Zhengni saw in Medicine Street's cellar. Tai Lin continued, "So we should remain silent for now." Huh? Tai Lin was bewildered as if he had disappeared. Zhengni appeared right after the eye group. Behind him, Tylin gaped in surprise. The I group looked at Zhongni and said, "Where did the injured person go but still has breath? Let's rest first." Without replying, Zhongni asked, "The scar on his side?" The I group looked at him in confusion. Zhongni continued speaking. "That mark of gratitude. Why does he have it?" Suddenly, why? A sudden interruption. "I found it." His subordinate handed the box to Silver Sword King Zhuang Dian. Zhuang Dian looked at the box with excitement. The I group said, "The current situation is not good. I'll tell you later. There's no need for us to do it now." The I group couldn't believe what they heard and gasped in surprise. "This is a deal." Both of them looked at Zhuang Dian, eagerly looking at the box. Reaching out, the treasure of the Heavenly Earth Society finally returned to our hands. "I'll handle this situation for you." The I group didn't understand. "What is it?" Zhongni spoke from beneath Medicine Street. Zhuang Dian's aura radiated strongly. Zhuang Dian called out, "Moonlight Sect Leader." Zhongni smiled and said, "Nothing at all." Zhuang Dian angrily released his aura. Hai Tian and Yin Bing were shocked. "What is that?" Lady Stone smiled. "This reaction indeed means someone has obtained the skill manual. If we clarify this now, the lucky witness will." In Lady Stone's eyes, a pair of familiar earrings appeared. "The earrings in the box are not a leather book." Zhuang Dian asked, "What is this?" Lady Stone was surprised, and so was the I group. That's the gift our sect head gave me on my wedding anniversary, these earrings." "Could it be?" Lady Stone looked at Zhongni, who smiled contentedly. Zhongni spoke up, "Those earrings, aren't they her treasure?" The audience couldn't believe it. Lady Shi's face showed shock. Mingdao Wang clenched his fist and crushed the earring in his hand out of anger. "Finally, you chose death." The audience quickly said, "Oh, stop." Zhongni crossed her arms and replied, "Madam, why are you pretending not to know?" Lady Shi said, "I knew those earrings belonged to me." Even though the situation had become like this, she still pretended not to know. Zhongni continued, "It's really too much." Lady Shi immediately said, "Stop. This is a misunderstanding. This is slander. Think about that. If I had stolen them from the beginning, wouldn't it be impossible for me to put my own jewelry there? The real thief must be someone else." The real culprit was a figure who moved as swiftly as a gust of wind past Lady Shi. The audience leaped up, and the guards raised their swords to shield Lady Shi. The guards and Mingdao Wang attacked while defending. Lady Shi reached out to dodge. The guards fell to the ground. Mingdao Wang said, "Simply put, because you didn't know the location of the secret technique." "Can I kill everyone? Listen up, all of you." Subordinate Mingdao Wang shouted. "Yes, yes, yes." Zhongni looked at the situation and smiled. "Have you decided to tell me yet?" Mingdao Wang held out a peach, his eyes shining. The main character underestimated the Heavenly Earth Gathering, and the person across roared. The King of Enlightenment swung his sword at the one in front, spraying blood everywhere. The King of Enlightenment continued, saying that the stolen secret technique was unacceptable. The remaining guards were terrified to see this. The ring group hurriedly said they would tell him later. Zhongmi replied that negotiation wasn't like that. The King of Enlightenment fiercely attacked and killed. From here, even an ant couldn't survive from the Wood Sword Pavilion. The ring group looked at Zhongmi and asked if he intended to kill everyone here. Zhongmi answered that those who forced me to repeat the same words. It seems that something serious must happen for this story to be told, right? Footsteps approached as Huo Yin reported to Lady Stone. "Sir Knight has something to say. When the great lady was in a weak position, some would benefit from it. They are the culprits." Scholarly Gratitude pointed at the young masters and said, "What?" Scholarly Gratitude continued, "Has anyone entered where the secret technique was kept?" That person left earrings to frame Lady Stone. At the place where Heavenly Earth Gathering's treasures were stored, other secret techniques must be used there too. Yin Bing and Yu Qian were surprised. Remembering Yin Bing had once received a book, Yu Qian did as well, given by Cao Tuan and sent with a message. Sent by Master Zhongni, who said to keep it for when he becomes the head of the family. Zhongni smiled. Scholarly gratitude said that the enemy keeping the secret technique must be the culprits, so find them and interrogate them. Yin Bing quickly said that was nonsense. Yu Qian agreed it's a frame-up. But the King of Enlightenment agreed, there's logic in this. Those who reacted immediately now. It must start with you guys, right? Let's interrogate them first. Right. Pull them for interrogation. The Ring group gritted their teeth in discomfort. The Ring group said, Golden Saint. That is the Golden Saint. The one who left a mark on my body was Luqian Bashan. Got the Golden Saint? Quickly bring back the secret technique. Zheng Mi smiled. For the final holy sword, the sound of bells echoed. Zheng Mi's eyes widened as Huo Yin transformed into a demon. Huo Yin had caught a fish right in front of him. Very peculiar, a mudskipper. Zheng Mi was slightly alarmed by the sound. Master Zhao Yi said from above, you've made a mess. The King of Enlightenment said, Regional Sand Slaughter, hurried to Zhao Yi's side. Zheng Mi sensed that he was very dangerous. Zhao Yi raised his hand and said, I will punish you. Running continuously, Zheng Mi felt it was extremely dangerous. Zhao Yi appeared with a strong aura, raised his hand and said, I'll curse you to hell. Zhao Yi recited the incantation, struck with force. Huo Yin screamed as demons rose from the river. The aura was too powerful. Whitehair struggled to open its eyes, but Zheng Mi remained calm. Zhao Yi said, that demon, return to the void. A knife flew towards Zhao Yi with a voice saying, you're doing something futile now. Zhao Yi dodged as his subordinates blocked and helped him. Zhao Yi shouted to stop. It was Zheng Mi who shot it over. The two subordinates in front of Zhao Yi worriedly asked, are you okay? You dare to say that? One of them said, Fang Si. Joy in Gai Gong is laughing from behind. Joy and Gai Gong heads towards Zheng Mi. You look at each other. Joy and Gai Gong looks at Zheng Mi. I've seen you before. Joy and Gai Gong steps closer. Can you do it? Zheng Mi responds. I don't understand what you're saying. He thinks I just want to save Ma Tang, but it seems I was a bit too hasty. Joy and Gai Gong senses in his head. I can feel it now. You are also a monster not inferior to the Gai demon. Joy in Gai Gong holds up a staff made of multiple beads and says, you don't know, I could kill you without hesitation. Hoa In's face turns pale, with many blue veins visible, his eyes wide open, just like Ma Tang. Joy in Gai Gong says, the people here have no idea what we're doing. Lady Shi looks alarmed as Huo and falls to the ground. Zheng Mi looks at Joy in Gai Gong. Talent in martial arts is innate, but magical talent is rare. Among all magical talents, one is highly valued, the eye. Other factors can be developed through practice, but the ability to see through things cannot. In other words, you have a natural talent for magic. Even I don't have that ability to see through things. Therefore, you should be proud of your abilities. Zheng Mi responds, I don't understand what you're saying. Do you still want to deny it? Then I'll change the question. Joy in Gai Gong raises his hand and recites a divine mantra, immediately manifesting the Four Seals technique. Why are you stopping me? Sang shines right in front of Ma Tang. Tylin looks surprised while Zheng Mi remains calm. Joy in Gai Gong says, demons don't usually follow people, but it seems that's what's happening. What method did you use? Ma Tang? Then I'll release you. Zheng Mi recites the divine mantra, and Joy in Gai Gong is surprised to exclaim, what? The Four Seals technique encircles Ma Tang like an ice block. Ma Tang cries out loudly. Joy in Gai Gong says, blocking a Four Seals spell with the same Four Seals spell. Someone who has learned the level spell defense. Zheng Mi responds, do you really need to learn and use it? Joy in Gai Gong is surprised. So, did you just see once and mimic it? The Four Seals technique is a high-level skill only attainable at the moon rank. The ability to apply magic within an already cast spell. Ma Tang is sealed by the Four Seal technique. Joy in Gai Gong thinks, even showing such intelligence in that moment. It turns out not just eyes are innate. Zheng Mi and Joy in Gai Gong face each other. Joy in Gai Gong laughs loudly, points his hand at Ma Tang inside the seal. Do it. Joy in Gai Gong unseals Ma Tang and points at Zheng Mi. Vong Dao lead, others don't matter, but give me that child. What? The rest are shocked and horrified. Vong Dao wields the sword to water it again, doing useless things. Joy in Gai Gong says, I have that authority. Vong Dao agrees, fine, but everyone else will be killed, depending on who. The guards of Wooden Sword Pavilion plead for mercy. Please spare our lives. Zheng Ni speaks up. Stop! Vong Dao glares. What? Zheng Ni approaches. What you're looking for? I know where it is, so please stop. Vong Dao's eyes glow with danger. If this is a lie, then even his request counts. We'll rip them apart and kill them. Where? Chinni pointed to her own head. It's here. It's in my head. I burned that book clean. The frightened bandits heard the answer, smiled at Tundian, then tasted their own words. Aren't all the righteous just liars? Chinni asked back why people thought it was false. Wending eyes glinted as he fiercely said that wasn't something like that. Chinni remained silent. She wasn't burned or destroyed, as if protected by something. It's a thing like this, if you're going to lie, it's better to think carefully first. Tundian drew his king sword and chopped at Chinni, who quickly dodged from the next life onwards. Chinni spoke, even though the surface was made of non-flammable material. Tundian stopped. Blood-written content is easier to burn. What? He knew that the content was written in blood. Tundian said if you lied, even if it hurt your neck. Chinni calmly said there's no reason to lie. Tundian thought even within the council, only a small portion of high-ranking members knew about this. Tundian said he really saw that. Unbelievable. Because everyone who saw it is dead, but if what this person says is true. Tundian remembered the warning and tried to retrieve it at all costs. He asked, try reading it out loud. You didn't say anything, the secret manual is in your head. So if you read it out, the answer will come out to see if what you said was a lie. The others looked at Chinni's silent figure. Chinni thought in his mind, maybe it's fake, but knowing its content could be dangerous. Just say a couple of sentences to check. It's not hard. Chinni stepped into the blood puddle. So Chinni looked down at the ground, his feet stepping on the blood-soaked floor. Fan Lin's image on the rooftop made Chinni pause. He called out in his mind, Fan Lin. Fan Lin folded her hands and told Chinni, as soon as she said it, he would die. Chinni remained silent, understanding that this was anger. The blood wave covered the entire scroll, revealing these illusions. Fan Lin's eyes filled with blood, which Chinni felt was immense and unfathomable rage. So step into the puddle of blood. Chinni looked down, his feet stepped on the bloody floor. A voice said, Death. A figure stood on the rooftop behind the bright moonlight. Chinni stopped. He called out in his mind, Fan Lin. Fan Lin folded her hands and told Chinni, as soon as she said it, he would die. Chinni remained silent, understanding that this was anger. The blood wave covered the entire scroll, revealing these illusions. Fan Lin's eyes filled with blood, which Chinni felt was immense and unfathomable rage. And the result of this fury is directed at the Heavenly Earth Council. The full moon shone brightly. Fan Lin stood high up, while Chinni looked towards Wending. I thought you didn't know why, but it seems that Ming hates them deeply. And she also didn't reveal the content of the secret manual to me. Maybe she wants to keep this a secret. Wending looked at Chinni, still deep in thought, and asked, why didn't you say anything? As if looking at his own reflection through his king's sword, he thought it doesn't matter whether I speak or not, both of us will die. You know that too, right? But what a pity, Fan Lin, I'll never die so easily, at least until I can avenge my ancestors. Chinni glanced towards Fan Lin. Fan Lin spoke. I could feel your worry. Chinni looked over. His hair swayed gently in the breeze. And you can't let us die either. So we'll use it then. Zheng Ni answers. Correct. Zheng Ni thinks further. To leave this place. The sect of heavenly eye swordsmanship. The night sky. Bright moonlight. On the mountain. Trees are pitch black. The cart is being pulled, a troop of soldiers marching up the mountain. The wheels hit the stones and make noise. So Mok Jing has become a hostage of the Heavenly World Society. But why am I here too? Yu Qian is also tied up in pain, thinking, night with bright moonlight. The cart has stopped. A commander says, we'll stop for about half an hour to relieve ourselves or take a rest. Patrol order. Yu Qian and Zheng Ni are tied up in that cart. Yu Qian curses inwardly. Bloody hell! Why am I also being held hostage? For hours ago, the king of Pure Dao defeated Mok Jing, won, and demanded that the sect of Heavenly Sword must repay all remaining debts. The king of Pure Dao said, if you don't fulfill it, your entire sect of Heavenly Sword will face annihilation. It's because he couldn't forgive the theft of treasure from the Heavenly World Society. The king of Pure Dao requested two things. First, the sect of Heavenly Sword must isolate itself for 10 years. And second, the successor will be held hostage by the Heavenly World Society. The successor refers to the strongest one as they value strength most. As the strongest among the Mystic Brothers, I was chosen to go. Yu Qian is surprised and says, forgive me. Back to now, Yu Qian isn't happy inside but thinks, that's why I'm here. I never expected to be recognized as the successor in this way. Yu Qian struggles against his bindings. Master, they tied us up too tightly and even prevented me from using internal power. Although not knocked out like Mok Jing Wan, I think it's better to let them go. At least I can trust them. Just today, I was looking forward to becoming the head of the sect, but now I'm a hostage. Yu Qian is tied up and blindfolded in the dark corner. Suddenly he hears something. What will happen to me? Is there someone here? It should only be Mok Jing Wan and me. The ropes binding my eyes are removed. Yu Qian is surprised as Zheng Ni stands in front of him. He exclaims. Yu Qian asks, how did you do that? Zheng Ni puts a finger to her lips, signaling silence. Yu Qian asks Zheng Ni, why can you do it? I have my own way. I'll untie you if you tell me. What do you know? Zheng Ni looks at Yu Qian and asks, who is the shadow sword of Luqian Baking? And so the shadow sword can be there. Yu Qian responds, yes, but it's just speculation, a fairly believable rumor. Zheng Ni thinks to herself, this makes everything seem a bit strange. Wherever possible, it's there. Outside voices call, mortal, outside matters are resolved. Zheng Ni aunties Yu Qian, I'll keep my word. Now untie me. Yu Qian reacts to late. Wait, were you planning to escape? No, if we run away, they will come back and take over the sect. Indifferent look on Zheng Ni's face. So what? And then? You can stay here if you don't want to go with us. What's that? Heavenly Virtue was knocked out by Corrective Daughter. Corrective Daughter opened the door and stepped outside. Outside, there are urgent voices. Mortals, what are you doing? Hurry up. Corrective Daughter looked at Heavenly Virtue as she thought, he's too easy to defeat when he can't use his internal power. Corrective Daughter replied, yeah, I'm coming. Spirit Clear saw Corrective Daughter and said, I've cleared the path ahead. Let's leave quickly before the astrologer arrives here. Corrective Daughter replied, okay. As Corrective Daughter stepped out, something suddenly made her body react. Spirit Clear noticed and tilted her head to ask, what is it? Corrective Daughter thought in her mind, what was that just now? Corrective Daughter replied, no, nothing happened. Then let's go quickly. On the ground were unconscious soldiers who had been knocked down. Spirit Clear flew and said, this is your first time using lightness technique. Are you sure you can do it? Corrective Daughter started moving her limbs and said, I think so. Corrective Daughter prepared to release her aura, opening her eyes wide. She shot off like a bolt of lightning. On the mountain, two beams of light flashed past like rockets. It felt as if he was stepping on air, leaping high into the sky. From up there, he looked down at the forest below, feeling like he was flying at incredible speed. His body sensing how much faster and lighter it had become. Maybe we'll escape sooner than expected. The two of them continued to fly, Corrective Daughter focusing on her flight. Corrective Daughter and Spirit Clear took turns, leading the way as they quickly escaped. Corrective Daughter's movements created streaks of light due to her use of power. She glanced around. A branch! The bright moonlight! Corrective Daughter stopped. Spirit Clear stopped and asked Corrective Daughter, Mortal you are. Corrective daughter interrupted. We're in a circle. Spirit Clear was confused. Why? Corrective daughter said. That tree, it has no leaves, and it's being illuminated by the moonlight. Corrective daughter observed and said, this is the 4th time I've seen it. We're definitely stuck in a loop. Spirit Clear replied, you mean we're trapped in some kind of matrix or something similar, right? Spirit Clear waved her hand and said, maybe I misinterpreted. If that's the case, I would have noticed earlier. Spirit Clear continued walking as if she was worried. We need to hurry up, like how she looked. She said, it seems my legs are a bit cramped from not using lightness technique before, maybe because I'm still unaccustomed to it. I need to treat the injury first before we continue. Spirit Clear put her hands on her hips and said, you're such an idiot. Here, let me heal you. Thank you. Spirit Clear touched Corrective Daughter's foot. Look, touching the purple screen. Jungni cries out, Than Lin. Than Lin makes a slight noise. Jungni grabs Than Lin's neck with her hand. Than Lin is startled. What? Jungni demands to know. Who? Who is it? Than Lin struggles, her face turning purple as she's squeezed. What are you doing? Let me go. Than Lin is strong enough to free herself. You've chosen the wrong target for your transformation. Soon, Than Lin's face turns blue as she struggles. Her body seems to crack. Jungni's eyes are sinister. People should strive harder than this. Jungni squeezes tighter. A puppet appears. Jungni claps her hands together. Closing her eyes, she recites the power of the 4 seasons and the heavens to maintain the balance of qi. The puppet falls to the ground. Jungni continues reading, let the earth and heaven be at peace in their inherent nature. The cycle of the moon and sun marks the seasons and time, all to keep the balance of qi. The sun and moon infuse qi, just like spiritual beings and souls, merging into one. Mind and soul are countless, myriad, or 10,000. Even for the highest deity, it takes effect immediately. The seal breaks, shattering and crumbling. Zhao Yigong appears, thinking to himself, the soul refinement spell is a high-level incantation that can make the opponent see the puppet as a trusted person. Could he really break it in just a few minutes? You, Jungni, look at Zhao Yigong. Become my disciple. Zhao Yigong says to Jungni. Zhao Yigong looks at Jungni. You become my disciple. Jungni is silent. She calculates in her mind. The distance is 10 steps. There's no one around. If I can do something before the Taoist uses his spell. Something rushes past Jungni's face quickly. A cut appears on Jungni's face, bleeding. Jungni is sealed within Zhao Yigong's magical circle. This, Zhao Yigong says, do you think you can do anything when no one is around? I've set up a barrier here. If you try to break it, your body will be cut into pieces. To survive in this dangerous world, you must always be prepared. This is the first lesson your master teaches you. Jungni argues, I've never agreed to become your disciple. Zhao Yigong throws the puppet at Jungni. You're a stubborn one. Jungni holds the puppet, thinking, demon, but no matter how I look at it, I can't sense any qi from it. How did he do that? Zhao Yigong says, I give you sincere advice. The heavens and earth are a place where one's life can be snatched away at any moment by the will of those above. If you're not my disciple, you'll struggle to survive. Jungni holds the puppet, thinking, disciple. Jungni says, alright, Zhao Yigong hasn't understood yet. What? Jungni continues, but I have a condition. What condition? No matter how I look at it, I can't sense any qi from this puppet. Is this the concealment of qi spell? Teach me this spell. If you agree, then I'll become your disciple. Truan Gong couldn't help but laugh loudly. Turns out, I should use a spell to shake you up. Alright then. Alright. Teaching you this spell isn't too difficult, but first, you have to swear to me. Jungni took the bracelet that Truan Gong offered. The oath? Truan Gong explained, put it on and say I, Mu K1, son of Mu Jianduan, vow to become Truan Gong's disciple. What if I do this? Truan Gong replied, if you can, you won't harm me. I can't trust someone who tried to kill me and ran away. He put on the bracelet and agreed. Alright then. The bracelet emitted light as Jungni recited the oath. I, Mu K1, son of Mu Jian, vow to become Truan Gia Gong's disciple. Truan Gia Gong silently looked at Zheng Ni, recalling his uncle Engen. If you wear this bracelet and swear, you will never be able to defy the command of the person who made the oath. Truan Gia Gong, always wanting everything he desires. This is how he usually recruits disciples. Truan Gia Gong threw a book at Zheng Ni, saying here it is. Sheng Wen Bai Shi, this is the spellbook created by my master. Truan Gia Gong turned around and said, containing all the spells you want to learn, memorize them and return them to me. Zheng Ni clasped his hands and said, thank you, master. Zheng Ni asked curiously, but aren't you going to remove the spell you cast? Truan Gia Gong replied, there's also a way to dispel this spell within it. I'll give you an hour. If you can't manage, you'll have to endure some pain. Zheng Ni flipped through the book, thinking as Truan Gia Gong left, has Han started training me already? Interesting. Ling King appeared. Finally, that scoundrel has gone. Zheng Ni attacked with his hand, but Ling King quickly dodged. Zheng Ni asked unhappily, what are you doing? Zheng Ni replied, just checking something. What are you babbling about? Ling King recounted Zheng Ni's actions from earlier. Look, just now you were jumping around like a fool because of an illusion. Why didn't you keep going? But the Book of Six Heavens seems to contain a very powerful energy source. Why did you swear like that for it? Zheng Ni pointed at the book in his hand and said, to get this. Ling King couldn't believe it. Are you swearing just because of this? Not like him. It's nothing. Zheng Ni took off the bracelet from his wrist. Ling King couldn't believe what she saw. What? What is it? Zheng Ni spun the bracelet and explained. An oath is a promise made with one's own name, right? My black identity isn't Mu K1, and I'm not the son of Mu Jian. Ling King gasped in surprise. So you're running away now? I was planning to do that but changed my mind. Zheng Ni put the bracelet back on his wrist and said, I want to become Truan Gia Gong's disciple. Ling was surprised. What? She couldn't believe it. You? What are you saying? Do you want to become a disciple of the Heavenly Earth Society? Zheng Ni revealed his arm with the bracelet and said, I heard something. What? That Qi Jin might be at the Heavenly Earth Society. Lushan Bashang, titles for the strongest martial artists in the 6 people have martial arts skills reaching divine levels. Though not as powerful, the other 8 also have peak human martial arts abilities. They are called the 8 stars and Qi Jian is one of them. Qi Jian became famous 17 years ago. By killing the court's experts, everyone thinks Qi is one of 2 people, either a royal expert or a member of the Heaven and Earth Society. So if I go to the Heaven and Earth Society, I might meet Han, as Ni said, so I thought that when that Taoist offered me to be Han's disciple, I would take this chance to infiltrate the Heaven and Earth Society. The bright moonlight shines on them. Fan Lin speaks. It's quite coincidental, isn't it, Zhen Ni? Fan Lin continues. Fate seems like a random occurrence, but it's inevitable. Perhaps from the moment we met, our fate was already predetermined to come to the Heaven and Earth Society with you. Zhen Ni doesn't understand and asks, why are you saying this? Fan Lin speaks again. Please become my disciple. Carry the burden of Yumai and join me in a bloody purge. Zhen Ni thinks about the person before him. Now I remember that Fan Lin's anger is directed at the Heaven and Earth Society, seeking revenge and sharing the same goal related to the society. Zhen Ni asks, but this happened long ago. Didn't time already avenge you? Fan Lin speaks again. Are you going to sit and wait for time to avenge you? As the sea holder, I cannot forgive those who carry the blood of that scoundrel still living and the truth being trampled. No matter how much time passes or how many enemies die with time, my deep-seated anger will never fade. I want to cleanse it even if it means spilling all blood. Zhen Ni feels like he's sinking into a sea of blood. The blood-soaked water overflows, covering his entire body except for his eyes. Zhen Ni is submerged in a sea of hatred. To deep, the illusion created by Fan Lin's anger is dark and cold. It carries the unquenched hatred after 100 years. Truly alone, Fan Lin lives a life haunted by revenge just like me. Zhen Ni replies, I understand, I will become your disciple. Fan Lin is surprised at how quickly she agrees. Fan Lin looks silently at Jinmi as she puts the needle holder in her mouth. Fan Lin exhales a cloud of smoke and says, "Naturally, but I have one condition. Tell me why you want revenge. I don't want to be dragged into something I don't understand." Fan Lin looks down at Jinmi. Fan Lin agrees. "Alright, I will tell you one thing. The Heaven and Earth Society was founded by 3 sects. One of them is Yumai and then Lin, and I am from Yumai." Jinmi thinks to himself, "I wonder what happened. Why didn't he want to say it out loud?" But Jinmi crosses his hands in front of Fan Lin. "My real name is Zhang." Jinmi thinks, "Then I will find out. I will try the Yumai method and become Fan Lin's disciple." Disciples continue their fate. Fan Lin looks happily at Jinmi under the bright moonlight. Jinmi says, "I will become your disciple, Fan Lin." Fan Lin praises with a puff of smoke. "Good, from now on, call me master." Jinmi replies, "Oh, there's one more thing. I refuse the title of master and disciple." Fan Lin is extremely uncomfortable. "What? Why did you call that Taoist master?" Jinmi holds up the puppet to argue. "I am the owner. Have you never seen a puppet not calling its owner by name?" Fan Lin is speechless and turns away with a clatter. "Calm down." Fan thinks in her heart, "That cheeky brat." The puppet speaks. "Master." Jinmi smiles. "Well done, monk." Fan Lin is annoyed inside. "What? You're still laughing." Jinmi denies it. "No, nothing." Jungni raised her hand to sense something out loud. "So what should we do to get out of this rain now?" The sun was slowly rising. Over here, Zhao Yigong was thinking. "That brat took more time than I thought. It could have escaped right away, even though that might be a bit too much for an entry-level practitioner. There's no other way. I'll go and save it." Zhongni's shadow appeared. Zhao Yigong couldn't believe his eyes. "And he?" Zhao Yigong smiled inwardly. It really did accomplish something. Zhongni clasped her hands in a respectful bow, saying the disciple has returned. "Master," said Zhao Yigong, evaluating Zhongni. "She's the most talented among those I taught, and I can grasp it," replied Zhao Yigong. "Let's rest and prepare for our departure. You understand? We still have a long way to go until we reach the next destination. Move faster, everyone." Zhongni sat in the car, sighing. Even with the sun, she remained motionless. Zhongni smiled. "At least we're not blinded anymore. Alright, at least I still have this doll." The puppet inside Zhongni's body stuck its head out. Ling King inside said cautiously, "There's still a drop of water left. Why do I feel like it will shatter immediately even with just a slight movement?" Zhongni comforted, "I'll find you a better container. Be patient." Ling King made a chomping sound while holding a needle. Ling King thought, "Who would have guessed that he could escape so quickly? Even bringing my soul into this doll, the Taoist master will faint if he knew about it." Zhongni looked out and said, "Shall we go?" The troop started moving. The sun was up now, illuminating the mountain path to the heavenly world gathering. About a week later, the carriage moved across the ground. The troop continued walking. Someone above was looking down. Tylin looked at the soldiers below and cursed silently. "What a mess! Why did I get involved in this? Is it related to that strange thread connected to the young master?" After becoming a spirit guardian, I started feeling anxious about being separated. Probably because my instincts reminded me that if he dies, so do I. My life is tied to that evil demon. How do we get in here? But thinking of him being held captive by the heavenly world gathering, it's not hard to find his location since becoming a spirit guardian, but I don't have enough courage to infiltrate this terrifying place. Tylin suddenly had an idea. Right, Huazhuo Tylin is the granddaughter of the head of the ancient executioner clan. She must have ways to help me infiltrate their base. Alright, let's recall that memory. Infiltrate, infiltrate. Tylin imagined a charming lady. Tylin helplessly thought, "A beauty plan. I can do this." Tylin made a slight noise, alerting the soldiers below. Tylin quickly hid behind a rock. Phew! Zur was discovered, but something feels off. Why didn't they head straight to the heavenly world gathering after getting what they wanted? Instead, they took a roundabout way and collected underage children. Something is coming. Meanwhile, Zhengni read through the magic book Zhao Yigong had given her in the car. An announcement was made. "We've arrived. Finally here." Zhengni peeked out and asked, "So this is it, look ahead, the heavenly world gathering." The King of Enlightenment looked at the celestial gate and felt awe, always marveling at its grandeur. The majestic scene of the celestial gathering hall was vast and imposing, with horse and people marching in. Fan Lin, the puppet spirit, asked Zhengni if he was worried as he gazed outside. "A little," Fan Lin replied. "That's right." Fan Lin continued, "You will start from the lowest level now. You've progressed incredibly. Instead of just being a boy for half a month, but honestly, there's still a long way to go." Zhengni asked, "Don't I only need to absorb essence again? Can't I strengthen instantly?" Fan Lin replied, "What do you think will happen if you keep doing this? You'll need more experience to progress further, so relying solely on absorbing essence won't be good. You must stand up by your own strength. See how I'm here, you should have some hope too." Zhengni interrupted, "Hold on a moment." Fan Lin asked, "What is it?" Zhengni was puzzled. "Something feels off." "About what?" Zhengni said, "They're not heading to the entrance but somewhere else." Zhao Yigong appeared and informed Zhengni about the bad news. "Master, what do you mean? What's happening?" Zhao Yigong entered. "No time for explanations now." "What is it?" Zhao Yigong handed Zhengni an item. "Take this. If you wear it, you can still use your abilities without the talisman." Zhengni looked at the ring on his hand. "How could that be possible?" Zhao Yigong asked, "Why is that unreasonable? I thought you were a hostage so nothing would happen to you." "Oh my!" Zhengni's expression was confused. "I don't know what you're talking about." Zhao Yigong explained, "The leader of the Celestial Gathering Hall ordered to bring your two brothers to the blood-soaked valley." Zhengni wondered about the blood-soaked valley. He imagined his face covered in blood. Everywhere were dead bodies. Zhao Yigong explained, "It's a trial ground. Survival rate there is less than 10%. Zhengni saw people falling into DHO, and the image quickly sank into his mind. Before him lay numerous bloody corpses, struggling to endure. Zhengni imagined the gruesome scenes before his eyes, his hand clenched into a fist. Zhao Yigong said he would immediately request for their release from that place. Therefore, you must do whatever it takes to survive. Someone outside called out, "Enough, please leave now." That person said, "You little brat." The person's eyes glowed green and they warned, "Welcome to the blood-soaked valley." In the silent night, a sudden urging sound echoed. Groups of people hurriedly crossed the wooden bridge in confusion. Muhu-chan was in pain and exhausted, rubbing his shoulder as he cursed. "Finally here after 2 weeks unconscious, but where am I now?" Seeing a familiar figure in the distance, he shouted, "Hey," pushing everyone aside and yelled this, but got hit from behind. The person shouted, "Hurry up," causing him to cry out in pain. Both of them couldn't bear it, asking each other where we're being taken. "Don't know." Muhu-chan worriedly checked his back and muttered, "Damn, they've sealed our internal energy, so I can't speak clearly. How does the Celestial Gathering sect treat their prisoners like this?" Langla observed him from behind. Looking ahead, she saw something emitting green light on someone's neck. She thought to herself, "Forbidden pots emit it. It blocks internal energy flow, not just Muhu-chan, but all of us here. What are they planning to do?" Behind were countless spines piercing through life. He looked down at his clothes and whispered, "Fan Lin, do you really have no idea what's happening? How could I know how the Celestial Gathering sect operates? The only thing I'm sure of is that we didn't do such things before." Fan Lin replied worriedly. She looked ahead and warned carefully, "A mortal feels something ominous." Suddenly, from afar, a bright flame lit up, drawing Zhengni's attention. At the foot of the mountain, countless people gathered as if waiting for something. The flickering fire under the dim moonlight had everyone present. He glanced around and thought, "I see new faces joining in. What is this place? It seems to be a testing ground for them." A voice suddenly echoed, startling everyone. In the crowd's astonishment, that person continued, "You will have to take a test." He raised a sparkling object, explaining that it was a gemstone. "A gem like this lies in the valley over there. Those who don't find the gem within the time limit will be eliminated." As he explained, suddenly someone raised their hand to interrupt. Wait, we're all from different clans and sects coming here to participate in the test. But if the test is just about finding a gem without explanation, he didn't finish his sentence as he threw the gem straight into the person's face, causing them to bleed profusely and fall back. After the unexpected attack, he continued calmly, "There's nothing important here. The only thing that matters is following rules. If you don't obey orders, you'll die. You will die if you question the order given to you. You will also die if you fail the test." These words left everyone stunned and silent. Only Jungmi quietly observed, as if plotting something, welcoming them to Blood Corpse Cave. At some point, a figure slowly approached and stood at an angle, shouting, "Damn it, why didn't you tell me that I accepted him as my disciple?" Dongyan looked ahead, pondering that leaders never revoke orders once given. After hearing this, the person remained silent. Dongyan frowned helplessly. The leader's command was absolute. They had no choice but to follow it. "I can't just sit here waiting. I must go see the leader and ask for him to be released. I can't lose a talented disciple who has just become my disciple." Dongyan sighed in relief, leaning back on his chair. He wasn't just talented. Speaking of which, Dongyan thought he had achieved what no one else in the sect could do. He revived the lost sword technique. A technique that disappeared 100 years ago. I still can't understand why they would do this at Hizzy Corpse Cave. After these thoughts, Dongyan seemed to have an epiphany and quickly shouted stop, causing the person to pause in confusion, wondering if it was a test. A candle was lit, signaling that time had run out. He loudly started the countdown. Everyone rushed to find the gem desperately to save their lives. This candle will burn for half an hour. With fewer gems than people here, it's best to act quickly. Everyone was frantically searching everywhere. Muo Shiqian looked elsewhere and suddenly noticed Zhang Ni quietly observing everyone. Why is he just standing there? Zhang Ni remained motionless while Muo Shiqian rushed forward in panic. "Damn it, I'll die if I can't find the gem." The candle had burned a quarter of its length. Everyone searched underwater without missing any spot. How are we supposed to find anything here? Suddenly, someone found something and held it up shouting, "I found it." This caught everyone's attention. Quickly grabbing the gem, Zhao Nuo thought, "Good luck." He just wanted to survive, but was sure he would make a good impression as the first finder. Someone tried to snatch it from him, but his quick reflexes kept the gem with its owner. After running away, he threatened, "Stop or I'll beat you until you're dead." Realizing he had escaped, he turned back and taunted, "What's so easy about this? Damn it!" Facing him, the person froze. He stood there from start to finish, a terrifying pressure weighing heavily on their mind. They wondered when he started waiting and why. The leader watched everything unfold with intense focus. The one who stopped was chased down by both sides. They couldn't run away, so they stood still, holding the gem and shouting. Frustrated, damn it, I won't let you take it." He grabbed the gem and put it in his mouth. In that mad night, he didn't argue but swallowed it down, but before it reached his stomach, he squeezed the person's throat and lifted them up. Everyone watched the scene, no one daring to approach. Holding tightly, he pulled upwards, feeling increasingly difficult to breathe. With a cold look, he laughed at the troublesome person. He tightened his grip even more, causing tears to stream down their face. Everyone around was stunned and shocked, only staring in silence. They all waited for his next move. The leader stared intently without blinking. Then he pulled the person's neck with no hesitation, causing blood to splatter everywhere. That bloodthirsty look made the scene even more terrifying. Corpses lay on the ground. Seeing this horrifying scene, no one dared to chase after. Some were so scared they fell and retreated. Holding the severed piece of skin from the neck, the gem gradually dropped out. Quickly approaching the leader, he examined the gem for a moment. The leader felt a sense of unease. An unwelcome presence had appeared. He smiled and handed the gem to the leader. Lin King also seemed pleased by this. Excitedly, he got straight to the point with him. 63, that's the number of people. Zheng quickly grabbed it. There was a bold inscription on top. The gem and his blood quickly merged together. Line 60 is repeated as per instruction. The two of them laughed at them. That fool died for daring to argue without knowing anything. The other guy pointed towards you. Hey, isn't that guy over there? The remaining one replied. Right, the madman tore open his throat with his hands. But what is he doing now? You stand on this side and silently read the Book of Death, the windless scroll, the diagram of life and death, the ignorant great journey, the impermanent form of power, the vast sea of strength, the boundless sea of transformation acupoints. Without consciousness, a strong flow of energy quickly envelops you. It's actually comfortable. This technique doesn't require internal force. Sure enough, I can still use it even when my acupoints are sealed. You quietly observe the group that is continuously tearing each other apart as their deaths transform into killing energy. A large amount of killing energy is gathering, more than what was at the natural woodsword school. Just look at the sea of blood in front of you, crying out in your heart, kill more. Perhaps even you didn't realize that your eyes have turned red now. The incense has quickly burned down to almost nothing. The command is heard. For one last minute, Jie Tian is desperately fighting for his life. He also started snatching jade from others. Fresh blood flowed out rapidly. Jie Tian continuously punched the person who was falling down. He seemed to be driven mad by fear. His mouth kept shouting loudly, Die! Die! Jie Tian's eyes and face now showed a fierce and cold look. Finally, he stopped breathing, the jade in his hand loosened. He trembled as he held onto the jade. We got it. We got it. Jie Tian sat on the ground trembling, staring intently at the jade. We got it. He quickly looked towards the burning incense that was left with only a little bit. Jie Tian was momentarily startled. This was his first time killing someone, and he was slightly trembling. The smoke gradually dissipated. After this incense, the fate of those who failed to complete the challenge is won. The red mask guy observed for a while before finally speaking loudly. Time's up! Kill all the failures. His subordinates quickly obeyed the order. Yes! One by one, they fell in front of Jie Tian. The cries echoed, making people shiver with fear. Jie Tian stood blankly around him. That small stream had turned into a pool of blood in just a moment. It seems like growing up only in the palace, even though hated, there were no such bloody scenes. The guy quickly took out his sword and stood before Jie Tian to carry out the order. He approached closer towards Jie Tian, who was still standing there blankly. Finally, with what little reason left, Jie Tian raised the jade in front of him. He approached and placed his hand on Jie Tian's shoulder before shouting loudly, next. Then he passed by Jie Tian with a stiff smile that froze like a statue. In the end, he couldn't bear it and sat down, cold water splashing him. Jie Tian hugged his head in fear, sitting among the lifeless dead. I'm alive! I'm alive! Looking at his hands drenched in fresh blood, he wondered, Me? What did I do? A voice echoed, startling Jie Tian. 468 people left. The red-masked guy continued speaking. About 6/10. Not bad. Congratulations to those who passed the test. Then he slapped his hand and continued. Then we'll start round 2. Hu Tian's face is still in shock. For a main sect family heir, this is an extremely difficult challenge. Everyone is talking excitedly. It was just our recent test, and I'm so tired now. Hu Tian hasn't calmed down yet. Just finished the test. He clapped loudly and said in a loud voice, Silence. The crowd quickly fell silent. He continued speaking loudly. Round 2 is very simple. No one dares to breathe while listening to the rules. The rule is this. From now until dawn, you just need to survive on that mountain. As he spoke, he pointed at the growing mountain in the distance. The surroundings were extremely gloomy, and everyone was silent, only keeping a watchful eye on that direction. It's just an ordinary mountain with no special features. It doesn't even seem dangerous. Everyone is questioning, do we just need to survive? Is it really that easy? The masked red devil said, "Of course not. There are 40 flags on the mountain. By dawn, you must be near one of those flags. Each flag can have a maximum of 8 people." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Although no one spoke, everyone understood what would happen next. He continued speaking, "Not more than that, nor less 8. Exactly 8 people. And the harsher part is, those left behind will be eliminated." Hu Yuqian started calculating. Surprised by this harsh rule, there are 40 flags in total. Currently, about 500 survivors remain. If calculated based on flag numbers, only up to 320 can survive. It seems everyone understands the meaning of this test, forcing us to kill each other. Now, damn it, this is. He continued speaking, "This is a team cooperation test. You must steal flags from others and protect your own flag." Hearing this, Hu Yuqian's eyes flashed with intense anger. He cunningly said, "Good luck in the next test." Everyone gathered to hear the rules. The atmosphere here is always gloomy. No sunlight, making it even more eerie. People started discussing, "Hey, anyone want to form a team with me?" "Sure." One of them stepped forward. "Hey, are you from Jusosh Cavern? Let's form a team." He looked at that person. "I don't remember you." Then he dismissed the person. "Get lost," he thought. So this guy is in the lowest tier of round 1. No need to team up with him. The key for this round is cooperation. Therefore, it would be more beneficial to form a team with those who passed round 1 earlier, both strength and endurance-wise. He approached that person. "Hey, are you from Beijing Gate? I'll just come straight out. Let's form a team." As expected, the key for this round is cooperation. Don't waste your strength anymore. Work together with those who have abilities. The other person looked at him with disdain in his eyes. The Beijing Gate member continued speaking. "You're right." He felt satisfied. "So I'll..." Before he could finish, the other interrupted, "I decline." The other person was surprised and shouted loudly. "What?" He remained calm. "We can find opportunities later to look for teammates." He calculated, "I'll have to face this guy sooner or later. No need to reveal my secrets to him." The Jusosh Cavern person was surprised and angry at being rejected. "You'll regret it." "You will." He smiled, not looking back as he waved his hand and replied straight away. "You'll see then." Then he looked at the girl. "Hey, Flower Room." You didn't finish your sentence before she interrupted him. "Disappear." His eyes were full of anger as he harshly cursed. Those scoundrels suddenly came towards him. "Hello," that guy turned around in surprise. He continued happily, "Do you want to form a group with me?" He thought, surprised that this guy approached him first. Did he think the same as me? Honestly, not bad. The leader and second in command formed a group together, but looking at her smiling face full of kindness, for some reason, he spoke up to answer. "I decline." He said to himself, something's off. After saying that, he walked away without looking back, scratching his head. Rejected already? What a pity. Ling's smile was stiff. Maybe seeing you tear the throat of that guy shocked them. No one wants to form a group with you. You saw his face suddenly turn vicious. Such a shame. I was going to kill you first. Just as he was thinking, someone approached and broke his thoughts. "Hey you!" He turned to the person who spoke. "Do you want to form a group with me? We're still missing one member." "What?" Among them was a beautiful girl with golden eyes waving at him. He smiled lightly and waved back. He quickly agreed. "All right. Hessian has been secretly observing you all along. Have you found your team?" He said to himself. "Forget it. I'll handle it myself. I've also found my team. I'm definitely going to survive. Definitely." Very quickly, the second round began with a series of bangs. Everyone started moving, bodies still scattered and unattended on the ground. The assassins their side, truly pitiful. They'll realize the first round was much easier. Good luck! Over 500 people moved through the water one by one, their clothes dirty and messy. He went behind everyone alone with a grim expression. One of his team members approached the girl. "Little Flower, are you sure? Should we accept that guy into our group?" The guy who invited him earlier continued. Yes, everyone else avoided him, although I agreed to let him join us. Little Flower laughed loudly. Why? Are you scared of him too? He's shy and stuttering. What? Xiaohua tries to comfort him. Calm down. Trust us. Those fools only hate him, but I think we should exploit his presence. With him in our group, others won't dare touch us. We'll make full use of him until dawn, then abandon him as planned. I've ordered someone to wait nearby to take his place after he's killed. Plus, he's alone while we have 7. His internal energy is sealed. What can he do now? She finishes and looks at him with a satisfied smile. Perfect plan. Xiaohua carefully examines his face. She can't help but smile. Xiaohua thinks to herself, but this face is really a pity. Maybe I should try seducing him? Thinking of it, she approaches. You seemed impressed earlier. Where are you from? Xiaohua smirks. After all, we're both men. Seeing his silence, she continues. Tell me, I like you. The guys look angry at him. She's happy. If I try to seduce them, no one can resist, and I'll use their jealousy to make them more loyal to me. You smirk. So do I. She blushes momentarily. This guy is quite bold. He replies darkly, I really like you and the ones in front of you. All of them came to me on their own. Before she can react, he brutally breaks her neck. The cold-blooded commander watches as Xiaohua falls, the others shocked. This crazy guy, he killed Xiaohua. With a cold gaze, she looks at those who wanted to harm him. It's time for dinner now. His eyes glow with blood like demons emerging from hell. I'll take my leave then. He looks at them like they're delicious food. Boys, thank you for the meal. One of them angrily curses. This dog, I'll kill you. Someone quickly stops him. Calm down. Stay calm. Hearing this, he looks at those who want to kill him with a blank expression. The others try to comfort their teammates. First, stay calm. The angrier we get, the more he likes it. Even after Xiaohua is dead, we still have 6 of us left. Our side has the advantage. The fat guy stops. It's my mistake. Thanks for reminding me. That guy continued, we have to team up and kill him, then make him pay. The chubby one clenched his teeth in agreement because he killed Xu Hua. You were quickly surrounded by 6 people in the middle. Suddenly you spoke out, not as expected. That guy was surprised. What? You continued to speak. I thought you would lose your way without a leader, right? But it turned out better than I thought. Another guy shouted loudly, we don't need your praise. See how quiet you get after we beat you up. A demonic smile quickly appeared on his face, revealing the most evil expression he had. As soon as he finished talking, he fiercely grabbed him by the face with one hand. He leaped swiftly, and the others couldn't see his movements clearly yet. That guy was thrown hard into a nearby tree trunk. Blood spurted out quickly, and in an instant, that guy had completely stopped breathing. The remaining guys were shocked by this scene. They shouted loudly and grabbed him. Everyone rushed to attack him together. He remained calm. He quickly charged towards the closest guy to him. He caught his ankle swiftly, gently knocking that guy down, blood flowing out again. Then he grabbed another guy's leg and hit him repeatedly towards the others. His strength was now enough to take on 5 opponents at once. They didn't miss any chance to defeat him. Seeing an opening, his comrades were attacking him from behind. Now is our chance, guys. They charged towards him like hungry tigers. He blocked the attacks with both hands. One of them secretly thought, great, we're in a good position if we keep this up. He used his hands to block the blows aimed at his face. He loudly said, it's too weak. Then he quickly darted out and escaped from one guy's grasp, leaving that guy surprised. What? He threw a punch towards him, not using any weapon, but it was enough to kill them. The moment he got hit by his punch, the other guy couldn't react anymore. Then he turned around and struck hard at another guy's leg, causing him to lose balance. It felt like bones were breaking. He screamed in pain. Quickly, they all fell down unconscious on the ground. Only one last guy remained. He was scared and retreated. We can't win against him. His fighting skills alone are at a different level. He tilted his head and smiled heavily at him. The other guy looked at him as if he saw a ghost. Tears couldn't help but flow out suddenly. Finally, scared to death, he screamed loudly and ran away like encountering a demon. Black, with his broken leg, seeing his comrades retreat in fear, cursed angrily. What a dog! He raised his hands to chant, the sun and moon together with air, spirit, deities, and souls merging into one. Heart unites, consciousness merges, absorbing. As he was desperately trying to run away, he suddenly felt a strong force pulling him back. His strength seemed like an invisible string tightly wrapping his legs, continuously pulling him back. He looked extremely fierce now, not at all like someone from the righteous side. Just as that guy said, he looks more like them. He savored the fear and despair of the other guy as death approached. The other guy was scared to his limits, struggling desperately to escape him. His hands gripped the ground hard, blood streaming out. The screams echoed in the mountains, making people shiver with fear. With that broken leg, he saw this terrifying scene. He was so scared he started crying. When the other guy was completely pulled close by him, he had already stopped breathing. The guy with a broken leg was so scared he couldn't even cry. I should have stopped Xu Hua when she wanted to invite that monster into our group. Or rather, we shouldn't have met that monster in the first place. He remained silent all this time. Suddenly, he felt someone else's aura around him. It seems like that guy was so scared by what happened that he accidentally made a noise. He spoke up, "There's still one more coward, and he has already run away quickly." He heard the sound and immediately realized it was the last person Xu Hua mentioned. He shouted in his mind, "Right, run fast and tell everyone what's happening here. Run far away and tell everyone, anyone will do." At the same time, pull out a wooden puppet from his chest. You read the incantation, reveal the secret hidden for so long, release it. At this moment, a strong dark power surrounded him and that person. His inner voice kept shouting, telling everyone that the devil has appeared and he will inevitably die. On his side, the last guy was still trying to run as fast as possible away from him. He was really shaken by what happened just now. As he ran, he thought, "Oh no, unbelievable." Thinking of his face, he couldn't help being scared. Devil, he's definitely in disguise as a human. I need to tell everyone, gather as many people as possible to catch him. Suddenly, an uneasy feeling came from behind him. The veins on his neck couldn't resist bulging out. He was terrified while running and looking back. His mind kept screaming, "What is this feeling?" From far away among the trees, something seemed to be emerging. Its hands, those vicious greenish-gray hands without any life, like dead people's hands. They keep stretching out, leading by a demon monk who was crazily chasing them. Seeing this horrifying scene, his face turned pale as a sheet of paper. The image of the demon monk and those hands made him fall down. Turning back to himself, he concentrated on absorbing the negative energy from those trees. Feeling looked at him. "You look strange. I've been wondering why you didn't act as usual. Turns out you planned this from the beginning?" Straightforwardly replied, "It's a good opportunity." Suddenly that guy turned back towards him and Thieling froze in anger. "It's a demon monk. He took over the last person's body to bring Thieling confusion. What's this? Why didn't you kill him instead of taking his body?" Zheng quickly understood. "Are you doing this so I can absorb the negative energy more easily?" He smiled contentedly and said, "Thank you, you really understand me." Zheng couldn't help praising. "Sure enough, he's the spirit I trust most." The demon monk looked proudly at Thieling. She was annoyed by his arrogant look and hit him hard. "Are you happy now?" While the monk only held his head in pain. He laughed, "I can feel it." This satisfaction, a feeling that can only be experienced when your Danshin is full of power. Suddenly, this scene was seen by another group of people. Zheng stood up solemnly and looked at them. "It's really a feast. This mountain, like a huge table inviting us to eat." He sighed, "I'll eat everything. Leaving some food for later is never good." Sitting on the pile of dead bodies, he thought according to the rules. "I just need to leave 7 names, and the night will cover the mountain inside with a suffocating atmosphere." A white owl perches on a tree, glaring round suspiciously. Outside the cave entrance, There are two flickering fires, while the sky remains pitch black. The masked Red Devil Lord walks between two assassins who follow him into the cave. It seems he's meeting someone in here. Don't stay silent and wait. An old man hobbles out from inside. You're here, Blood Cup Master, he coldly hums. The old man with silver hair speaks hoarsely, admiring the bright flames. The Blood Cup Master orders his two subordinates on either side to wait here. They quickly comply. Yes, sir. Then both of them proceed deeper into the dark cave, where no sunlight penetrates. Inside, a large animal with thick fur like a porcupine is caged. The Blood Cup Master asks, "Are everything ready?" The old man replies, "Of course." He continues, "I've heard this strange beast is even more dangerous than before." The old man says, "We should stay away from it. Even though it's controlled, they're still very dangerous. Even the young ones are fierce beasts." That animal is glaring intently at the two in front of them. He watches tensely. Are these beasts more ferocious than wild animals? The old man speaks loudly. Caddis is a demon brought from the northern sea near North Lake Mountain. This creature looks like a pig but has a large body with thick fur. It roars fiercely. He steps back and nods in satisfaction. Good. He adds, "When you receive the signal, release it." Back to center. You're very close to where the flag is. The surroundings are filled with a suffocating aura, laziness at its core. What a coincidence! I just found it. Ling King speaks up. Oh right. So what do you plan to do? Are you going to take it with you? Just to observe? No, that's a bit tricky. You observe then. The metal rod and iron piece are connected. If you want to carry it, you need to break them apart. But if the flag isn't intact, it won't count as passing the test. Ling King suggests, so we should just break it. After all, you were planning to eliminate all other groups anyway, right? He looks over and agrees, yes, I don't need it now. Then he moves closer to examine the flag. He seems to have noticed something. Ling King asks, "What's that?" He says, "There seems to be something written on the flagpole." Ling King asks in surprise, "What?" He reads it out loud. 3 sword symbols, enlightenment of meridians, sword journey like a shadow. Ling King thinks deeply. He continues reading, ownerless decision first. Sword falls as one, spirit creature extraordinary appearance. That's all. She says, those are the incantations of the sword ray plane. He examines more closely and asks her, what about the plane? He asks again, is the plane a type of formation? She answers yes, but it seems like some part of the incantation is missing. If there are only these many spells, it would create loopholes at the 4 cardinal points, Cup Mark, Divine Chant, Soul Lock, and Vanguard. Even if a sword formation could be formed, it would just be for children. Why write an incomplete sword spell here? Hearing her say this, he thinks deeply for a long time. Then he speculates, maybe it's on the other flags. The other flags might have the rest of the sword spells. Could that be true? Ling King answers, yes, perhaps they are right. If there are other flags with incantations, it would be different. They definitely want us to find other flags. Yes, that's right. It seems there's a hidden mission here. You calculate it out. Those who found the flag will eventually realize this too, and they'll have to face each other when searching for more flags. Did they want to start a war from the very beginning? Analyzing the problem, you suddenly smile deviously. Interesting. Fan Lin is on high alert. Things are getting more complicated now. You remain calm, but at least we know a little bit more now. No problem. Just as you cut the flagpole, you discovered a secret inside it. You bend down to examine it and say to Fan Lin, there seems to be some kind of force on the flagpole. Her face shows signs of suspicion. Could this be a trap? You carefully inspect it. No, it's not like that at all. More precisely, the feeling is that it wasn't activated when broken, but rather deactivated. From afar, something seems to be running very fast in the forest. You look around and deduce there must be more here. On the other side, weaker individuals are starting to get punished. They stare at him with fear in their eyes. He smirks. Is that all? If you're going to attack, show some guts. The others are shocked. Damn it, even without inner strength, he's still so strong. Is he from the Clutch gang? He approaches. What are you standing there for? Do you want me to come personally 10 times? One of them thinks if they keep this up, their whole group will be wiped out. Then they secretly nod and signal loudly. Run fast. The guy from the Clutch gang is surprised. Oh, then he fiercely chases after them. Who gave you permission to run? Do you think you can come and go as you please? I'll kill all of you and hang your bodies up as a warning to others. So just die obediently. Sacrifice for your comrades. His laughter is arrogant and full of triumph. One of them panics, this madman. But when he reaches a nearby bush, he suddenly stops in horror at what he sees. The Clutch gang member also stops in shock at the sight before him. A large, furry creature continuously emits strange sounds. It's feasting on the people who ran away earlier. Its bloodshot eyes and sharp, bloody teeth make these people tremble with fear. They all break out in a cold sweat and can't breathe properly. It seems it's preoccupied with its meal and hasn't noticed those on this side yet. The Clutch gang member signals, slow down, slow down. He grits his teeth and slowly backs away. He knows he couldn't catch it without inner strength. Suddenly, a loud noise comes from someone who accidentally stepped on a dry branch. Everyone turns to look at that person with intense gazes. The Clutch gang member's sweat continues to flow down his face as he cautiously glances towards the creature. It has now noticed them and roars, showing its sharp, bloody teeth. The Clutch gang member yells, "Wretched things, run fast." It starts screaming and chases after them, everyone running like bees from a hive in front of him. But for some reason, it doesn't chase after them. On closer inspection, it might be an abnormal wild boar. Of course, when it stops, they don't dare move, fearing it will go crazy again. It just stands there, not knowing why but showing no reaction at all. Then suddenly it turned and left, leaving everyone dumbfounded, not understanding what happened behind them. It quickly vanished as the crowd began to stir. Huh? What was that? Why did it come back? One of them wondered why it acted like that. I don't know. Chu said. Kegger fumed. Damn it! How should I know? He guessed maybe it saw something behind. He searched around but found nothing unusual. Only the red flag fluttering in the wind. Just looking at it, he thought it might be because of that flag which scared the rabbit. The scene shifts to the other group. After giving up on its target across, the monster continued hunting. It seemed like a famished beast desperately searching for prey in the night. Everyone was screaming in the quiet night. Anyone who fell into its claws met a grim fate. Dead without mercy. The young man ran with fear. Damn it, my inner strength is sealed. I can't use lightness techniques. He wondered, what the heck was that? Why would there be something like that here? As he ran in panic, he saw a figure standing there. He noticed someone's heart filled with joy as they looked on. It's a person! Then he shouted loudly, "Save me!" And the person in front was none other than himself. He shouted, "Monster! I'm being chased by a monster." The young man's face showed confusion as he asked, "A monster?" The beast with sharp claws covered in fresh blood finally caught up. "You're even more terrifying than the monster I thought was gone but ended up dying at its hands." As he finished dealing with that person, it got closer. Stay calm and observe. It slowly approached aggressively. He still held onto the person's belongings, looking at it for a moment. Its eyes glowed red when it saw him. Completely unlike any ordinary animal. Unlike others, he wasn't afraid or running away. He was curious about what this was. He then threw the person to the ground. The beast was also examining him. Lin said, "Though it's my first time seeing it, based on its appearance and sound, it must be a chew fish." She explained, "It's a kind of demon that eats human brains. It lives in the northern sea near North Lake." Hearing the word demon, he became wary of it. At the same time, Kaicha couldn't wait any longer and lunged at him aggressively. He leaped high into the air, quickly forming hand seals. Since his magical artifacts could be used now, he wasn't restricted much. He chanted, "Bing sa shi sa." He had used the Four Winds convergence technique to subdue the demon. Then he tightly squeezed his fists and shouted, "Feng." The golden chains in the air quickly tightened around it. A sharp pain and suffocation sensation came over him, making the chew fish panic. Strangled by the tight chains, its breathing became difficult. It cried out in pain. Still, he tightly squeezed his fists, increasing the pressure of the chains. The demon couldn't move and only screamed helplessly. Suddenly, it sharply raised its sharp claws, breaking the magical chains. He was surprised by its strength. Soon, it completely broke free from his seal and escaped. Rocks and earth flew round as he was sent flying by the immense inner force. The fierce beast stared intently at him. He quickly stood up to defend himself. Finally, its sharp fangs bit through the last remaining restraints. His eyes began turning bright red, but he remained calm and unflustered. Its fierce eyes glared at him, but it didn't seem ready to attack. He wasn't any less formidable. His inner strength surged as he stared back with a threatening gaze. It would fiercely attack other prey, but seemed hesitant around him. Suddenly, after a moment, it turned and left despite his menacing glare. Zhang told then Lin, "It's gone," to which she replied, suggesting he thought her a tough target. He wondered aloud, "I didn't expect the spell to be so easily broken." Fan Lin continued, "If it was a ferocious beast, we could have controlled it by now." Fan Lin added, "It said that as cacti mature, they become known as monsters. Judging from its size, it must be nearing maturity right now. It's just a low-level spirit about to evolve into a monster." He was confused. Things were getting complicated. She asked again, "Why are you scared that the spell didn't work? With me here, what do you fear?" He hesitated. "No, not really." He looked at the dead bodies nearby and said, "I'm afraid it will steal all my prey." Sighing sadly, he said, "Looks like I need to hurry before it eats everything up." The scene shifted to the bandits. Their exhausted voices echoed, "Must we do this? We know we have to find the incantation on the other flags, but just break off the top part of the flag and take it." He was annoyed. "Don't argue, just follow my instructions. If I'm right, you'll thank me for this." Suddenly, Cactus appeared from the bushes, charging out fiercely. One bandit cried in fear and hesitated, raising his hand to signal them to stop. But strangely, it didn't attack their group. After observing for a while, it turned and left. He glared menacingly. "It's gone now." Cactus cackled, "See? It seems there's something on the flag that repels it." Everyone looked at the flag with joy. He continued, "But we need to hurry. We don't know how many people might know about this. For sure, someone will discover the secret of the incantation." As predicted, everyone gradually uncovered the secrets of the incantation. Just as he finished speaking, he quickly led the way ahead. "Hurry up!" the others shouted in response. All right. On this side, the assassins began loading the dead bodies onto carts. From now on, they would be completely heartless. The masked man checked everything and asked his subordinate, "Is it done?" He nodded quickly to indicate everything was ready. The other man said, "Let's head out." The carts carrying the dead bodies sped up towards a hill. Red ropes and yellow talismans were tied along the path around them. They gathered the dead bodies here. The old man quickly applied the talismans to each corpse. Then he instructed his subordinates to throw the flag with the talisman down the cliff. Absolutely don't look down. They quickly followed orders and threw all the corpses off the deep cliff. One of them asked, "Senior, why not burn it instead of throwing it down?" The other replied, "Just follow my instructions without asking." He quickly obeyed. He said, "I'm not sure either, but they always do this during inspections. They said the water here flows to one place." The man asked again, "What was that about?" He replied, "I don't know. It seems like some kind of nutrient source." He warned, "Don't ask any more questions. If we curious lowly ones do, only trouble will come our way." The man asked, "Nutrient source, gathering. What does he mean by that? Do they throw all the dead bodies down here every time? There are already over 100 dead bodies here. So how many dead bodies are there below then?" The dark figure curiously looked down and suddenly felt an invisible force envelop him. Suddenly, a hand forcefully slapped his shoulder hard. Only now did he wake up, but he was already very close to the sheer cliff. He panicked, wondering why he ended up here. The old man frowned. "I told you not to look down." Then he turned away and still reminded them not to look down under any circumstances. His face darkened as he warned, "You'll be enchanted by it." Turning back to the group of Right Heaven, that demon was still engrossed in eating human brains. His clothes were tattered and his teammates fearfully retreated. This seems to be the first time their team faced this Kadu. One of them spoke out of fear. "What is it?" Hearing a loud noise, it turned its large red eyes around. But Right Heaven's group had a flag, and just like what that guy said, they seemed very afraid of it. The Kadu immediately turned to run in another direction without looking back. This action surprised the people from Right Heaven greatly. He couldn't help but sit down on the ground out of fear when it left. They discussed, "It's gone. Is it full now?" Right Heaven sighed tiredly. "I'm worried. 2 of my teammates died protecting the flag, and now they have to face that monster too." He held his head helplessly. "Can I survive here?" Right Heaven looked at the dead bodies, but something was strange. If they died from fighting or being eaten by that monster, there should be wounds or missing heads. But on my way here, I saw a few dead bodies with broken necks only. Right Heaven stared up at the sky in confusion. What's happening on this mountain now? Tonight, the bright moonlight illuminated the area, but it was a long night for those in Blood Sweat Valley. He continued to absorb the corpse energy from the dead bodies along the way. "You're serious? A little too much." Ling Sheng spoke up. "Who's talking about corpse energy? It must be because they only eat dead bodies and he killed them himself." He dejectedly stood up, feeling like eating someone else's leftovers. He pondered for a long time before sighing unhappily. "This can't continue." Ling Sheng curiously waited for him to continue. His face and voice turned grim. "I have to kill the Kadu," he determinedly told Ling Sheng. "I must kill it." Hearing this, Ling Sheng thought for a moment. She enthusiastically suggested, "Then let me handle it. Even you without inner strength would find it hard to defeat it." "You're sure about that?" Ling Sheng was confident. "Yes, so please release me." He read the incantation on the wooden puppet. Cycle of rebirth, transform and return, release. After he finished, a wave of inner force surrounded him. Blood quickly appeared under his feet. Ling Sheng gracefully emerged from the wooden puppet, her appearance slightly more vibrant. She happily stretched her body, feeling much better being free than trapped. "I'm about to die from exhaustion." He hurriedly said, "You'll go now, right?" She quickly flew up. "People are so impatient, I'll be back in a bit. It's been a long time since I was free." Ling Sheng felt like a bird released from its cage. Her red figure stood proudly under the moonlight while below, people were fighting over something. But even after some time, Ling Sheng couldn't find the Kadu. She wondered, "It's strange that I can't see it. It's becoming a monster and shouldn't be this hard to find." Fan Lin wondered where it had gone. Suddenly, a strange light appeared, making her curious. She followed the direction of the light to a deep pit emitting bright green light. This momentarily angered Fan Lin. She softly chuckled with a mocking tone. Fan Lin couldn't help but curse. "Even if she didn't know who you are, you're definitely crazy." Then she quickly returned to find him. Son, could it be that someone found it?" She spoke with a mix of joy and urgency. "I found something more interesting than the others." She was curious too. "What is it?" Fan Lin quickly told him. "Follow me." His face remained unchanged, but he knew this might not be good. Above a hanging mountain, Fan Lin flew while he walked below. She flew over the wooden bridge where the others had gathered, their faces pale. He slowly crossed the bridge as he couldn't use his kung fu at the moment. As he walked, he observed the tire tracks, suggesting someone had carried something up there. Suddenly, he noticed something, surprised like Fan Lin earlier. He approached a deep abyss and saw a continuous flow of green energy rising from below. There were also many charms and ropes blocking it. Fan Lin asked him, "Son, do you know about ancient poisons?" He replied, "How could I not know?" Ancient poison refers to hundreds or thousands of poisonous creatures placed in a jar with only one surviving. The surviving creature carries the strongest toxicity and is called an ancient poison. Looking down at the abyss, she said the ancient poison was below. He also looked down, his eyes suddenly glowing red. From the depths, he heard many people's cries for help, sounds like demons continuously echoing, "Save me." There were also curses and biting sounds. I don't want to disappear. Damn it. I'll kill you. Mom, save me. It seemed they wanted to escape, but were trapped by something. He guessed these might be restraints. Fan Lin said, "You've used this technique before to keep souls in the mortal world. You used it on Cao Tuan." He wondered, if all these bound souls were gathered together, wouldn't it become an endless abyss where they would kill each other? He looked down in amazement. Truly ancient poison. Suddenly, Fan Lin's face showed a hint of sadness. Perhaps the ancient poison born here might be a vengeful spirit. Thinking this, he sneered and chuckled heavily. She continued, "This is a good opportunity with pervasive killing intent. Just extend your hand and use your consciousness." As she spoke, he quickly leaped down despite Fan Lin's shock. She shouted after him, "What are you doing? You're going crazy. Why pick up trash outside when it's better inside?" Fan Lin frowned. "Do you want to die that much? That place is a chaotic stream where spirits kill each other. If you step in there, they'll eat you alive." He chuckled. "Didn't Fan Lin say this before? With my skill at the Heavenly Assembly, I can't do much here, but if it increases my chances of revenge a little, then even sacrificing my life is worth it, right?" Hearing him, Fan Lin was momentarily speechless, seeming convinced by his hatred. He stepped forward and said, "How can I resist this temptation?" As he spoke, he quickly descended again. "Then I'll go first." Fan Lin couldn't respond. The spirits below were desperately crying, trampling each other. They looked at him with envy. A living body, humans, they screamed and lunged at him like hungry demons. He recalled Fang Shishi's words, "If you wear it, you can use the technique without charms." He thought Fan Lin said it was a ring containing magical power. Though he didn't fully trust the man, he completely trusted Fan Lin. His hand quickly formed seals: heat, illness, special, death, transformation, shock, heat, cold, power. The magnetic field activated quickly, isolating those souls trying to bite you from coming closer. You're surprised? This barrier is quite useful in repelling approaching vengeful spirits. He glares at the souls. "Let's just continue our meal now, shall we?" Standing on the soul mountain, he quickly closes his eyes and seals a seal. Meanwhile, the little fish continues to eat the brains of the challenge participants outside. Protected by a spell barrier, you can move freely without any soul disturbances. You start jumping into the water. The souls look extremely eager but can't touch you. These are clearly water spirits. They keep trying to rise up. He seals and tries to push them away so he can pass, but it's hard because they keep clinging to him. They cling tightly like suction cups and try to pull him down. I remember the Yin-Yang scroll mentioning that water spirits are more persistent and dangerous than regular monsters. Seeing this with my own eyes confirms it. So he starts reciting a spell by sealing. Using his magic needle, a strong golden light binds those souls like fireflies. They quickly retreat into the pile of dead bodies on the shore. All the underwater spirits are frightened and rush to the shore. After dealing with them, he jumps out of the water quickly. You start being cautious. This is a bit dangerous now. Water splashes up like rain as you look at the sky. It seems those souls aren't giving up. They try to grab your legs and pull you down. Their actions are fast and surprising, leaving you unprepared. You're annoyed. What's going on? At the same time, Fan Lin quickly appears to help. Dare you? She fiercely strikes those water spirits, causing their bodies to break apart. She lands gracefully. How dare a lowly creature desire what belongs to others? But they're not backing down either. They gather and create another pile of souls from the water. It looks terrifying, but she doesn't seem at all scared. Fan Lin calmly looks at them. "This person is mine." Saying this, she forcefully strikes those water spirits, shouting loudly, "Get out!" In just a moment, Fan Lin quickly handles the troublesome souls. She taunts them. "You deserve it for being hasty." He approaches happily and looks at her. Just in time. Fan Lin turns around with a raised brow. "What?" He repeats sincerely, "I believe Fan Lin would definitely come to help me. Even though it's a 100-year-old vengeful spirit, she was still young when she died. Her words make her blush." She becomes angry and shyly shouts at the little brat, He laughs happily. Then he returns to his serious state. But things don't seem too bad now. You can see that other vengeful spirits are even afraid of Fan Lin. She's strong, no wonder people underestimate her. She scoffs, thinking ordinary things couldn't challenge me. She says to him, "Look around, the souls are hungrily looking at you. If you're not careful, they'll attack." Fan Lin points and continues, "These vengeful spirits fighting each other are like a flood. Even I can't protect you in this chaotic flow." Her face suddenly becomes serious, especially that black whirlpool over there. If you fall into it, you won't survive. So it's best to give up now. Before she finishes, he interrupts. "I think I'll be fine here." He quickly undresses. Fan Lin shyly covers her face. "What are you doing?" He continues. "I was going to do this since the spike pierced me." She still stands there, confused about what he's planning to do. He reached back to feel. Found it. Then quickly read the seal. Prohibited technique revealed. The metal stakes, which had sealed his acupoints, sprang up rapidly, straightened and forcefully pulled them out of his body. Ling King stood observing. She couldn't help sweating. She didn't believe her eyes. "You just pulled the prohibited technique from your spine without any flinch?" He replied nonchalantly. "The relief is better now." Ling King thought it's extremely dangerous and painful compared to using consciousness in this way. Thinking about it, she found this amusing. Frustrated, "I have to pull out the rest." Very quickly, many metal stakes were removed by him. Ling King was speechless, looking at this young bull in front of her. His body's energy seemed suppressed for a long time, and now it burst out forcefully. She thought, "When your acupoints were sealed, I didn't know how much internal strength you had accumulated, but there's more than I imagined. If you can absorb all of it, you'll reach the... Your aura is so strong that ordinary things can't get close to you. Now you feel lighter and more relaxed." Ling King wondered, "Have you endured this since then?" He explained, "I heard experts can sense others' chi, thus, I tried to control myself." Ling King praised, "So you didn't jump out impulsively, but you still faced danger. It's best if you clean up the surroundings first before proceeding. This will take too much time. Besides, don't people say that eating the head of a fish is the tastiest?" He looked at the black hole in front and said, "We should start with the head." Ling King helplessly asked, "Do you think this is a fish?" He continued, "Can you help me?" She sighed, "You really want to die soon." Ling King looked at that black hole and thought, "But it's not a bad choice. If you can absorb it, you'll save 10 years of cultivation." She tacitly agreed with his decision. "I will attract their attention, just charge straight ahead." He was happy. "Thank you." Ling King, old-fashioned, tried to eat it all up. Then she took a deep breath from her pipe before acting. Ling King began closing her eyes, focusing intensely. Her breath carried an ominous scent. When she opened her eyes, blood dripped down from Ling King's eyes. This is the blood tears of the vengeful spirit. The drop of blood quickly flowed to the ground. This is the blood tears of the vengeful spirit. From this drop of blood, more and more blood appeared, gradually increasing in speed. In just a moment, the area around Zhang was covered by a sea of blood. Ling King's dark voice echoed, "Quarantine realm." Two figures stood proudly amidst the sea of blood. A path of blood quickly opened before Zhang, surrounded by chains. Zhang shouted loudly, "Let's go." He tried his best to dash through the chains created by Ling King. Knowing it would be more dangerous as he went deeper, his expression remained unchanged. In that dark scene, he was like a bright star flying through the darkness here. The hungry souls' mouths were terrified by Ling King's power. They looked at him with desire, but the aura of danger from Zhang made them hesitate to approach. Although they couldn't touch Zhang, they kept clinging to his back like flies. Suddenly, a bright golden light appeared in the darkness ahead. Zhang quickly landed there and cautiously observed the strange light. Zhang began to slowly step forward. There are no souls here, but there are some human bones underground. You wonder, have we reached the center already? Hearing a strange noise, he quickly looks up. A large monster is swallowing souls while drunk in its cave. It opens its big mouth, emitting hungry sounds. In its hand, it still holds a soul that's continuously crying out. The The scene before him momentarily leaves him stunned. He stands there, staring at it for a long time. The monster sits amidst a pile of dead bodies. It greedily eats one person after another. I wonder what this is. He thinks to himself. It's pulling and binding the lost souls. Is that thing at the center of this flow? It quickly detected his presence. The monster glances over. It's much larger than a human. Its appearance is extremely bizarre. At this moment, it opens its mouth wide, filled with chains and a living person above them. When it speaks inhumanly, he's greatly surprised. It widens its mouth, looking at him hungrily. Then the monster seems to lose control. It shouts to eat flesh and fiercely lunges towards him. As soon as it raises its hand, the chains quickly bind him tightly. He's instantly dragged close to that large, saliva-covered mouth. Since there's only souls for food here, he can't resist his hunger. The monster viciously bites down hard. It roars, "Foolish human, daring to enter our domain, I'll crush you into pieces." Even though it has him in its mouth, he remains calm and starts removing the ring from his hand. His cold voice echoes, "I agree with you." The monster is momentarily shocked. He grins, coming here to eat human flesh, then quickly casts a spell of dominance. This act aims to release the power within the ring. Light rapidly glows from its mouth. It feels like its mouth is about to explode with heat. Panicked, it opens its mouth wide. He takes a deep breath and grabs one of its large teeth. The monster's pain causes tears to stream down its face. He looks around. Too bad for the humans. When people swallow us, they directly absorb soul energy from lost souls. It's from inside their bodies. He smirks, a fatal mistake. Now I'll start absorbing soul energy. A furious voice resounds. Do you think you can do that? Suddenly, its arms fiercely grab him and pull him down. It gloatingly says, "A mere human like you dares to boast. I'll let you taste the pain of life." He's immediately pulled back into its belly. It screams, "I'll devour you." Realizing his haste and carelessness, he grits his teeth but can't maintain balance. For a moment, he tries to grab something with his hand but finds nothing. He finally lands on the bottom, looking around. It's still bright inside. He looks around, questioning himself. Where am I? From afar, he sees 3 people discussing something. The successors of other kings have also agreed. This is what our society has long desired. So you must follow the example and do as we say. The 2 others quickly respond. We will remember your teachings. He stands behind, silently observing. The young man smiles. Brother, I'll always be by your side, supporting our family. It seems he's beginning to understand this soul's past. This might be the history of this lost soul, right? The scene shifts to where those people were fighting over jade in a stream. The elder brother of that teenager had found the jade first, but gave it to him instead. He hurriedly said, "Quick, take it." "What are you doing, elder brother? You're being so mean." That elder brother quickly calmed down. "We'll find it soon. Let's go ahead." At that moment, he was very mean. "Elder brother, hurry up or we won't have time before someone else gets here." He ran behind them, still hearing the elder brother say, "I'll find it and follow quickly," thinking of his strict father and younger brother always following him. That's why he came to this blood sacrifice cavern. As they took the flag, hesitating, but then a shaky voice broke through his thoughts. The elder brother was dazed. Why? Why would you do that? He didn't expect his younger brother to hit him with a stone. At this moment, the other man revealed his sinister smile. "Just let me die and everything will be over. You always pretend to pity me while you have everything." He went mad and shouted, "You're only better than me because you were born first." The weak elder brother tried to explain with his hand. But his younger brother didn't give him a chance to explain. He fiercely lifted the stone. Then he continuously hit the elder brother's head while shouting non-stop, "Die!" Blood kept spraying, but he didn't stop. It seemed like all his anger was directed at his elder brother. He stood silently as the elder brother lay motionless in a pool of blood. The other man quickly fled after completing his task. He watched the truck carrying the body, thinking to himself. He didn't realize his younger brother's jealousy and envy. That's why he died at his own brother's hands. Like many other killers, he was thrown down that cold mountain and forgotten forever. His death was quick as the vengeful spirits tore him apart immediately after being thrown. He sat alone among the killer spirits, seemingly unwilling to accept his fate. He followed, watching the scenery change with each milestone of his journey. He saw the elder brother alone, hugging himself and crying, knowing this was a place full of ancient poisons. He couldn't bear it. Why must I still suffer after death? The vengeful spirits around him cried out endlessly. He felt pain and helplessness. A fear rose up. Why am I still being eaten even after death? Was I born to be eaten? He began to transform, screaming in agony, I won't let anyone eat me. If my fate is to be eaten even after death, I'll fight against it. I'll eat and devour everything. Suddenly, his arm fiercely grabbed himself. He screamed, all you vengeful spirits here, and the others too. At this moment, that person revealed their true form as a monster. It continued to scream, everyone, I won't let anything eat me anymore. It seemed to be in a rage again, opening its large mouth to attack him. He quickly sank into the sea of vengeful spirits and hatred, thinking silently. The emotions of countless spirits surged into him, sorrow, regret, anger. The accumulated anger and resentment of these spirits over decades surged like a hurricane. And the emotions he had consumed, which he was also planning to consume. That emotion was revenge. He closed his eyes, gathering energy. His arm floated in the endless void, caught off guard momentarily. Quickly, he was submerged in a sea of blood that almost reached his head. He raised his hand and began to use magic, shouting loudly, Fatet Bad Thuk. A powerful energy flowed into him. Wu Shi Feng Li, Di Xing Wei Shin Yang. A bright light began to form, illuminating the sky. Lin Sheng was outside waiting, momentarily shocked by this power. The power from within the pit is continuously flowing out. It seems like there is some issue with this pit. Fan Lin calculates that the chaotic flow is violently shaking, and the soul thread of the spirit beast is beginning to waver. Could it be that she anxiously looks towards the entrance of the black hole? Daughter, have you finally failed? The red thread in front of her chest keeps moving chaotically. Fan Ling becomes urgent at this moment. She thinks, indeed, young people are too arrogant and self-important. She frowns, let me handle it if you don't want to be punished. Quickly jumping into the black hole to retrieve her daughter. Fan Lin is surprised. Even the 6th grade vengeful spirits are being absorbed. She thinks and speculates, could it be that the ancient poison, with its unceasing vortex, has souls wanting to escape but getting sucked back in? The souls keep crying out, running, save me, help. Here, the chaotic noise is so thick it makes one's hair stand on end. These souls are constantly looking at Fan Lin with desire. Come here, we will conclude our journey here. They quickly merge into a single entity, forming an existence filled with despair and evil. Fan Lin looks ahead in bewilderment. She immediately recognizes it as another spirit. In front of her, a strong spiritual aura rapidly emerges from the vortex of vengeful spirits. Fan Lin quickly lands nearby to observe. A figure slowly stands up in the darkness, surrounded by smoke that makes it hard to discern his form. He steps closer. Fan Lin is surprised to see him. She exclaims, Human, the face of the main spirit is emotionless and grim. She raises an eyebrow, thinking, has his spiritual aura changed, or was he possessed by ancient poison? Unable to resist her curiosity, she asks, have you been devoured? He looks at her calmly and answers, no. Fan Lin is extremely surprised. Zheng Dayi holds out his hand for Fan Lin to see. How could I be eaten? Then he tightly clenches his fist. It's me who ate it. She remains stunned, unable to believe her disciple was so terrible. She hesitantly looks at him, struggling to find the words. After a while, she asks again, have you absorbed all of them? He replies with a smile, exactly as seen. She is secretly shocked. I didn't think anyone would dare do that. Hard to believe. Looking at the strong man in front of her, he has absorbed vengeful spirits equivalent to Fan Lin's level. Zheng Pingtan tells her, it seems I've eaten too much. My stomach feels like it might burst. Fan Lin quickly replies, right, because he is human. Then she urgently says, You need to release some of the negative energy. He questions why. She explains a human body is like a container with limits. That's why you need enlightenment to expand your capacity. Before doing that and absorbing too much negative energy, it won't be good. Now release some of the negative energy. He turns around and begins to expel. Alright, now I'll transfer this excess negative energy to it. Fan Lin asks again in surprise. Why? She follows him curiously asking, what are you doing with that? You mean you're digging through the bones? It should be here. Finally, he finds a skull among them. It's still attached to an anti-poison charm. Here, Fan Lin is still surprised and asks, that one? Before she can react, he starts transferring negative energy into it. The skull quickly absorbs the excess negative energy from him. He silently observes it. She can't help but ask, what are you doing? Why transfer negative energy to it? The skull continues absorbing a lot of negative energy. It soon forms a complete human skeleton with body and limbs. Fan Lin silently watches as he begins transferring the negative energy into it, and when only the skull remains now, it gradually takes shape. She wondered if this was a skull located at the center of the vortex. It spoke, yes. The chains around its body quickly vanished. It seemed to be reborn from the dead. More strangely, platinum blonde hair began to grow rapidly. A flesh and blood person tightly hugged her own body. Ling Lin looked at the figure on the ground in surprise. What is a girl? Black was furious and stood up loudly arguing back. What kind of girl? Ling Lin and Zhang were taken aback by this harshness. Black stood tall, proudly introducing himself. I am a pile of male essence. After his introduction, Ling Lin and Zhang fell silent. The atmosphere around them turned quiet. He firmly looked at the two people in front of him and even lifted his hair to make everyone see clearly. Ling Lin teased, aren't you a girl? You're too big for your age now. No, she frowned and asked him, why did you revive it? Shouldn't we have killed it? Zhang said, I thought it would be useful. This brat is getting really bold. Aren't I right here? What are you talking about? Ling Lin quickly asserted her authority as an elder. She firmly squeezed his neck and stared at him coldly. Did you dare say that? You're going to die now. The brat seemed to understand the situation well too. It obediently curled its tail, looking small and submissive. No! Suddenly Zhang spoke up, startling the brat. Why did you revive it? He cunningly held up the skull. This one? For this reason. Without hesitation, Zhang crushed the skull in his hand. The brat screamed in pain, writhing on the ground. Ling Lin stood by, momentarily speechless. She laughed. Did you destroy its origin? It must be suffering terribly now, right? You revived it and tortured it, didn't you? He showed them the remnants of the crushed skull in his hand. Then he swallowed everything clean. Ling Lin and the brat were surprised by this reaction. Zhang decisively swallowed all the pieces of the skull into his stomach without a word. A rope quickly appeared from within him. The brat was fierce. What are you doing? That rope quickly connected between them, making the brat temporarily submissive. From now on, he would become a spirit like Ling Lin. The boy cried and trembled, looking at the rope as he mumbled continuously. No, this can't be happening. Ling Lin looked at the rope on her chest in thought. This is how to bind a vengeful spirit. It seems a bit unreasonable. She silently reflected. Indeed, he never acts without planning. This mortal is truly cunning. After finishing his work, he satisfied himself by shaking off the dust from his hands. Ling Lin thought to herself, what he did was unpredictable indeed. Zhang smiled as he looked at the spirit robe on his chest. Done. The brat trembled on the ground, gritting his teeth and looking at him like a wild beast facing him. Cut to a tall tower where night had quickly descended. Inside the room, candles were brightly lit. An old man was kneeling on the floor. He was the original killer of various diamond cell owners, okay? Suddenly, all the candles on that spot went out simultaneously when there was no wind at all. He startled and opened his eyes to look at this phenomenon for a long time. He was so tense that his veins stood out constantly, which seemed to worry him. He quickly got up and walked out into the empty hallway, looking unusually hurried for some reason. Arriving at another room, he forcefully pushed open the door but was shocked by what he saw inside. The chain of that bottle had cracked, and the bottle itself shattered on the floor. He trembled as he picked up the chain and broken pieces of the bottle, his mind in turmoil. Could it be unbelievable? The ancient spirit technique was actually broken. At the same time, the dark night enveloped the entire desert. The strange-clad mystic sorcerer sat silently at the entrance, not a single passerby around. Suddenly, all the masters rushed out of their rooms. The meaning public sorcerer saw this and immediately ran to ask, "Master, or rather, the lords, are you going to report to the headmaster to pause the test? This kid is very useful. We can't let him die like that. Lord Masters, please hurry. It's not the time for such discussions now." Seeing his confusion, Mr. Leon said, "Our ancient spirit technique has been broken. It seems some monster passed by and messed with it. Meaning public palace, how can we break through the barrier set by our master?" The masters thought at least this was a level 3 beast demon. Master Triu seemed taken aback as he muttered, "Level 3 beast demon?" As they were walking, one of them turned back and said, "So quickly prepare your magical tools and come with us. We must go to the blood test cave." This made meaning public secretly happy. He thought that a major test was currently taking place in the blood test cave. The appearance of a level 3 beast demon, there was an urgent situation. Fortunately, we can use this to pause the test. The spirit scene had changed. The ghostly figure must be listening to that child whining now. The poor kid wondered, am I a guardian spirit? Impossible, why is it like this? At this moment, he approached the boy and asked, "What's your name?" The child immediately reacted angrily. He thought you'd tell me for sure. Before he could finish speaking, the red-eyed figure scared him with its fierce gaze but still tried to roar. But a second later, the kid bowed his head and confessed, "Master, my name is Kue Tu-ha." This kid changed his mind too quickly. It shocked the other two who couldn't say anything. He quickly sat down and asked, "Tu-hua, will you be a loyal dog for me?" The ghost girl immediately called him by that name, making the spirit sweat. She thought this guy was even worse than the monk, and she didn't expect he would reveal his true name so quickly. Usually, spirits don't want to disclose their real names. A spirit about to become a guardian spirit revealed its real name so easily. It must be due to that aura of his. Naturally, she wondered, "But son, I see something strange. Why is your aura crossing over like this?" The ghost quickly asked back, "Did you also notice it? What are you surprised about?" Mr. Leon said, "Actually, I just came up with a new blood oath for the break for 8's technique." The spirit jumped in surprise and didn't believe his own eyes. He began to read out each line of the oath. Break for 8's technique. Power of the great demon. Blood without boundaries. Ma quantity form power heart. Harmless power void all. The spirit was stunned as she heard it. Her mind thought, what kind of blood oath is this that I've never heard before? He continued reading. 5 cycles mystic iron unbreakable. I can split my efforts. The spirit was speechless. She observed him and thought, usually martial artists have to pass through a certain barrier to break free from the lower dantian's constraints. The disciples used the principle of break for to overcome it. Tua's realm is at the peak late stage. He saw that the inner strength in his body was twice as much as a normal peak late stage martial artist. So he must be twice as strong as someone with the same rank. Then he looked up at the sky and sighed, "It's almost time. What a pity. I plan to kill everyone except 7 people. Time doesn't allow it. We're done here. We'll just have to kill everyone we see." Cut to a nearby forest. The sound of harsh laughter echoes, really piercing our ears. Turns out Yu Qian's group was ambushed by another group. The other group is led by Chu Sachang, angrily asking Yu Qian, "Why do you want to steal our resources? You already have a different resource card." Chu Sachang sneers and says it's just his preference. Everyone around joins in laughing loudly. He continues mocking, "Mao Huafang, I invited people into the group before, those who refused. Now your teammates are all dead, so you're clinging to them now." Halen angrily says he's here. Yuqian is worried, thinking hard. Is he trying to eliminate his rivals? I don't understand why he's taking such a risk. It's almost dawn. As long as we hold out until then, the test will be over. The kid turns around and cheers everyone on to keep fighting. Chu Sacheng laughs, saying, "Do you think you can hold out? Fine, let's see if you can." He signals his subordinates to make a big commotion. Yuqian's group is surprised and confused by their actions. Suddenly, an idea pops up in Yuqian's head, shocking him. "No, stop everything." Just as I suspected, danger is coming fast. Halen hears strange sounds and turns to ask, "What was that?" Yuqian looks terrified towards the source of the sound. It's him! Heavy footsteps shake the forest. Everyone is anxious, on edge. In an instant, the monster appears with immense rage. Yuqian is terrified as he shouts at his teammates. It's getting bigger. Everyone screams in unison. It's that monster from before. Run! Halen notices the group of the provocateur and wonders why they're not running but clinging to a flag. The monster is getting closer. Someone shouts, "Oh my god, how did it get here?" Halen stands there for a moment before realizing everything's about the flag. She quickly reminds everyone, "It's the flag, stick to the flag." "How can we do that?" Someone asks in panic. She shouts, "It's coming, don't think too much, just grab it." The monster rushes with red eyes and sharp teeth, chasing relentlessly. Halen falls behind. The monster lunges and kicks her, tearing her back. In pain, she screams and collapses to the ground. Yuqian shouts for his teammate. The provocateur mocks, "Serves you right. Don't be too sad, little brat. Competition is like that. Goodbye." Those words make Halen hurt, but she can't say anything. She struggles to get up and faces the monster in front of her. Her whole body trembles with hope. "Keep going, it's almost dawn." Yuqian's team immediately starts throwing rocks at the monster while shouting, "The monster, look over there. He's right here." But all efforts are futile, it just wants to chase her. As death approaches, she becomes despondent. Will we really die here? Yuqian panics and shouts, "No." Suddenly, a voice echoes, startling the monster. Instantly, magical chains appear in the air. They rush towards the mad monster, wrapping it tightly. The chains are covered in dark purple aura. This pressure makes the giant beast stop and become less aggressive. A familiar figure steps forward, looking at the kids with a cold voice. "Lucky me. Just in time." Seeing him, Chu Sacheng asks curiously, "Who is that? You've stopped glaring at me too." Lan escaped just in time. She vaguely saw some purple chains and wondered if they were real chains. Looking at the scene before him, Jung couldn't help but smirk with satisfaction. Everything we need is right here. The power of these chains is beyond doubt. A few chains so bright that they blinded Chuzhou, leaving it unable to move. Jung walked over and spoke up. "We're really lucky today. I didn't expect the guys we were looking for would gather here together." Chuzhou angrily shouted, "You stupid monster! What are you doing? Quickly kill that girl! Why are you standing there? Did you hear what I said? Eat its head quickly!" But it's still standing still. Hu Qian wondered silently why it was standing still. "Forget about this nonsense. We need to act now." It seems no one noticed the chains blinding them. The boy quickly rushed over and helped his friend, asking if she was okay. Lan weakly asked, "Did you see that? Over there, a young woman is using her chain weapon to blind the monster again." Hu Tian didn't see anything. He thought it was just a dream and a mistake. Lan insisted, "No, I'm completely awake. Let's get out of here quickly then." Hu Tian quickly pulled her towards the master's group. Hua heard this and looked surprised. The boy reported to Zheng, "Master, it seems that the other party can see us." Hearing this, he was very excited and smiled mysteriously at the crowd. Suddenly, everyone started screaming wildly, shocking everyone even more. It roared loudly. Its strength wasn't weak either. The chains of Chuzhou were broken in several places. Seeing this, Niu Lala was very excited and cheered on. "Should we? Go ahead and kill all those bastards. This pig is too noisy, it's making Zheng quite annoyed." He jumped up and gave the monster a strong hit to its head. This action made everyone else jump in surprise. The fierce fish now lay quietly at Zhang's feet, like a puppy that dares not move. Not stopping there, he used his hand to pry open the fish's mouth, making it extremely uncomfortable. With a fiery look, he said, "This is your punishment for daring to touch my prey." Finished speaking, he forcefully opened the pig's jaw wide, causing it to scream in pain. But due to the chain's pressure, it couldn't move at all, only screaming helplessly as Zhang did whatever he wanted. Chu Zhao was shock stiff. He didn't believe his eyes anymore. Suddenly, blood spurted from one of the Chu's bodies, its pupils constricted in pain. It turned out that Zhang had torn open the pig's jaw with one hand, causing it to bleed profusely. Hu Qian and Lan were stunned. No one believed Zhang could do this. The pig's jaw was thrown onto the ground by Zhang, blood spewing like summer rain. This meant that the Chu was now officially dead. Chu Zhao looked terrified at Zhang and said, "Let's get out of here fast, otherwise we'll all die." Zhang shrugged his shoulders in disdain. The eyes of the Chu Zhao remained fixed on Zhang. He was so scared that he couldn't even blink. Turning around, Zhang slowly exhaled. The head chaser panicked and quickly turned to his companions, saying, "Run fast." But how can they escape when Zhang has them as prey? He ordered everyone to be blinded. The chains of the company immediately shot out and tightly wrapped around each person's body. Not only did New Lala's group get blinded, but Hu Qian's group was caught too without waiting for anyone. Zhang looked like an old fisherman casting his net to catch a big haul. Everyone is surprised and asks each other why we can't move at all. Chu Sajao looks worried and uncomfortable, probably calculating something in his head. He grins heavily and says, "Let's check this flag for a moment." He walks slowly towards it while the others are still struggling to understand why they can't move. Chu Sajao is so worried he's sweating profusely, silently thinking, "Damn, what did he do to us?" He moves through the crowd and heads straight for the flag. First, he examines his allied team's flag. The boy panics and asks, "What are you doing?" After reading the incantation on the flag, his mood isn't good as he exclaims, "It looks similar." He breaks the flag carelessly. His ally tries to stop him, but it's too late. The flag is broken in two. He gets angry. "Damn you, what are you doing?" He doesn't care. He throws the broken flag aside and heads towards the other one. His allied team looks worried about the broken flag, unsure of what to do. Seeing Zhang approach, Chu Sajao asks, "Are you going to destroy our flag?" Before he can answer, he continues, "Aren't you looking for a different flag with what you have? But our flag is similar too, checking it won't help much." Seeing Zhang ignore him, he adds, "But I know the incantations on that flag." Thinking himself clever, he makes an offer. "I'll tell you about it. So, shall we make a deal? Join our team. After all, you need more people, right?" His entire team immediately disagrees. "You're crazy, Dimlang. Our team is already full." He shouts loudly, "Be quiet. Do you want to die together?" Then he firmly says, "I'll remove one person from the group and let you in. What do you think?" Zhang ignores him. He approaches a man with a flagpole segment on his back. He shouts excitedly, "Here it is." Dimlang thinks to himself, "Oh no, this guy didn't memorize the incantation, so he has to carry it." He quickly changes his attitude. "Now this one, I'll bring that person over." As he says this, Zhang looks confused and makes him hesitate. He waves the flagpole segment and asserts, "This is mine." This infuriates Dimlang. Not only does he take the broken flagpole, but also asks for the whole flag. He says, "This flag is mine too. Why did you claim it as yours? Or are you just scared and about to be removed from the group?" Dimlang's anger rises, his cloud darkens. Inside, he curses Zhang for being a scoundrel. His ally on the other side shouts back, "Don't believe that scumbag. He'll trick you." Dimlang's anger intensifies, his cloud darkens further. Inside, he curses Zhang for being a scoundrel. On the other side, Hu Wishan shouts back, "Don't listen to him, Kinwan. He'll trick you." There's also the flag Lan found inside. "So join our team." Dimlang screams in anger, "Shut up. The flag you've been holding from the start is ours." You guys found nothing, yet you're talking about heavenly virtue devouring them. You're just cowards using that monster's power. Kinyan, don't pay attention to what he says. Yama quickly tried to persuade them. No, not like that. Follow our team. If you help me this time, I'll reward you handsomely. Don't forget we come from the Bamboo Death Cavern, so I have a lot to offer you. And a fierce verbal battle erupted. Did you betray us? Betrayal? Without me, all of you would be dead already. Kinyan, come back with us. We have the key phrase now, you're silent, so no one will say you led them. Come on, if you join us, there will be many benefits for you. This group is too noisy. He slapped his hand hard to make everyone quickly quiet down and focus on him. Standing in the middle of the crowd, he smiled warmly and said, I'm truly grateful. I didn't expect so many people would want to travel with me like this. Then his voice slightly moved emotionally as he continued. Honestly, I also want to travel with everyone, but rules must be followed. This made Zimla and Heavenly Virtue somewhat confused. To clarify, if I take one person over another, it would be unfair. Can we do this instead? As he spoke, he ordered the ship to remove the shackles so everyone could move freely again. Then he stood in front of them as a benevolent figure and said loudly, Let's all gather together. Zimla wondered, what's going on now? He continued, the 7 survivors will join my team. Everyone was stunned. They thought, how did this guy come up with such an idea? In the face of life and death, how would they choose? Soon, a deadly battle began right there. Punches were thrown straight at each other's faces until one died. They not only fought their enemies, but also their allies. Once comrades in arms, now they had to kill each other for survival. The fight was extremely chaotic. Everyone understood that only the strong would survive here. The weak would die in this harsh forest. Zimla defeated another one. For him, defeating these few people wasn't difficult. Suddenly, he heard his own praise. Good job. He noticed that Zimla and Heavenly Virtue were killing each other like beasts, while he was the only one watching. And Dong viewed this as a form of entertainment. Sometimes he laughed and commented on each person. This touched Zimla's pride. He became furious and cursed silently. Damn it! How dare he humiliate me like that? His whole body trembled. He vowed to make this one die at his hands. In contrast, under the warm morning sun, his expression was unusually calm. The sun had risen higher than the mountain. This meant that the fierce battle here was over. The Blood Cavern contestants appeared in the forest to inform everyone that the competition was over. But what they saw before them shocked them. Indeed, some people hadn't stopped yet. They kept hitting another person violently and uncontrollably. Heavenly Virtue rushed forward to grab their hand and shouted loudly, Stop now! But he didn't let go. He has to die. I said he's dead already. But Heavenly Virtue still wouldn't listen. Yama remained silent. He slowly stood up and looked around. The chaotic scene before them made the Blood Cavern contestants wonder what had happened to cause such a mess. The master of the Blood Cavern also arrived. At that moment, Old Kane appeared. Upon arrival, he sighed heavily in disappointment. The two stood silently before Katchu's body for a long while. Then Old Kane spoke up. As expected, it had matured, but ended up like this. The Cup Master pondered for a moment and asked his subordinate, How is the Kim Gate spreading? This unexpected statement left the subordinate confused and he asked, Why? The Cup Master clarified further. I was asking if the captor's internal power had been sealed or not. The subordinate understood immediately and went to check right away. After carefully examining himself, he reported back to the Cup Master that everything remained intact. The Cup Master pondered again for a moment, then turned his back and left. I understand now. All right then, let's leave this place now. The subordinate asked again with malice. Why? The Cup Master gently asked in return. Do you have something to say, subordinate? The subordinate jumped and answered immediately. No, sir, immediately after those people left. He sat there watching their backs disappear. With a satisfied look, he said, No one noticed us. My middle pill hall is still open. Lin King also curiously chimed in. Despite the meridian blockage, The middle pill hall was not sealed at all. This is indeed strange. If Zhang knew this, he would feel very wrong. However, Lin King reminded him to remain vigilant. The masked red devil is also a skilled practitioner. His cultivation level is no less than that of the former Mingdao Wang we encountered. She believes that when one stands out in a group, it often attracts more attention from others. So be careful from now on. Otherwise, you might end up with significant trouble. Lin King's advice made him slightly, and he nodded in agreement. Alright, I'll think about it. After announcing the test results, the selection process began. Out of the 259 survivors, 59 were eliminated for not finding the flag. From the 200 who passed, those holding the flag's contents stood separately. Ultimately, 80 people made it through. The remaining 120 failed. They were ranked as lower-level martial artists. Some felt lucky to have survived so much trouble, but most were disappointed to be only lower-level martial artists. Some even complained about how to report this to their parents. Dinla heard them whispering and sneered at them. A bunch of fools! This test was too easy. Since he was in the top 80, he thought it wasn't necessary to worry about those riffraff. Now, the important thing is to prepare for the next round. He was certain that soon this would be decided. Ma Wan, I will show you how different we are. The Cub Master stepped forward and addressed everyone. Let's start now. He took out a coin and continued. We'll decide who will be the winner of this checkpoint. Deemla's face showed increasing confidence. He was sure it would be his time to shine. The Blood Chamber Master seemed uncertain, pacing back and forth as he wondered how to make the decision. Should we choose those who have memorized the flag chant or select the one with the best performance? Meanwhile, Zimla's arm suddenly shot up, interrupting the master, curious about what was going on. Zimla confidently declared, "Even if you ask me anything, I can answer." His words left everyone present in shock. Everyone turned their gaze to Zimla. Even Han, a powerful martial artist from Hu, was surprised by his confidence. The Blood Chamber Master found him interesting and asked, then explained the chant clearly. Deemla smirked. "The time has come. The time has come," he repeated. Han boldly answered. The chant focuses on 3 key points and 6 vital spots, combining offense and defense for versatile changes like a fine stir-fried sword technique. The Blood Chamber Master nodded in agreement after hearing his explanation. It seemed Han was quite satisfied with himself. He praised, in such a short time to grasp it all is not bad at all. Protecting the flag and understanding the chant are both impressive. Deemla's satisfaction showed on his face as he boasted, "I am the one who will be crowned leader." Just as the Blood Chamber Master was about to announce the winner, another arm rose. Not just sword techniques, but also sword formations. Zimla, you're the one who raised your hand. His words surprised everyone again. Even the Blood Chamber Master focused on him. Deemla smirked, pleased with himself. No matter what tricks you used to get past me in the previous checkpoint, your martial arts knowledge won't beat mine. Because that's my talent. You'll have to look up to me. Scream when facing the hopeless future ahead. From now on, you will kneel before me. He confidently stated, I am the one who will be crowned leader. Just as the Blood Chamber Master was about to announce the winner, another arm rose. Not just sword techniques, but also sword formations. Zimla, you're the one who raised your hand. His words surprised everyone again. Even the Blood Chamber Master focused on him. Deemla couldn't believe he understood that. The Blood Chamber Master asked why he thought it was a sword formation. Deemla confidently replied, the basic techniques are executed with precision. Each move is ranged without overlapping. His words made Zimla more nervous. Han wondered, can it really be a sword formation? Even if it was a sword formation, how could he recognize that? Only someone of similar rank to the Blood Chamber Master could do this. A sword formation is formed from dozens of fake swords. How did he recognize that just from the chant? He must have visualized and understood all those moves. This is something only a great master can see, or maybe he didn't need to learn it. He could figure it out in 2 days. This guy is truly a genius of geniuses. The Blood Chamber Master wanted to test him and asked how many people were needed for the formation. Zimla immediately answered, 8, shocking the blood chamber master into silence. He continued, it could be 16,230 but with more people, the formation will look messy. The blood chamber master laughed loudly and uncontrollably. His laughter grew louder until he lost control. Dimla and everyone else were surprised by his reaction. After laughing, the blood chamber master tossed a coin to Zimla and declared him the leader of this round. Zimla's face remained indifferent, as if expecting victory. The others had various expressions. Dimla was furious but couldn't do anything about it. The blood chamber master announced that Zimla won the second checkpoint. While everyone was surprised, they were more interested in the mysteries revealed. He tossed a coin to the winner. Our champion has secured first place in both rounds. He also thanked Than Lin for her help. It turns out those sword formations were due to Than Lin's reminders, which is why he spoke so well. Dimla was bitter about losing his leadership position, but couldn't do anything about it. He clenched his teeth and glared at Zimla with murderous intent. The blood chamber master continued, congratulations to the 80 of you who passed round 2, you have great potential. You all have the qualifications to become intermediate martial artists. Hearing middle rank martial artist, everyone got excited. However, the Blood Cup Master's expression seemed very serious. Alright, from now on, I'll explain to you about the Bright Heaven Ray step by step. That's the name of the sword ray written on the flag. It's a top-secret formation technique created by the previous headmaster of the Bright Heaven Society. It can be deployed with up to 32 people and at least 8 people. I'm sure some of you quick-witted ones have already noticed this. So for round 3, it will be a team of 8 deploying the sword array. Those who become team leaders will automatically pass round 3. Regardless of how the test results turn out, everyone was surprised by the rules set by the Cup Master. The Cup Master also gave them 1 day to rest and recover their strength. That time was also when they formed teams and decided on team leaders. The Blood Cup Master added that from now on, no killings would be allowed. Dismissed. Everyone immediately started talking excitedly. What? If there's no killing, how do we choose the team leader then? This is more complicated than expected. I'm sure everyone wants to become a team leader. Just as they were about to leave, the Cup Master remembered something he hadn't done yet. He announced that from now on, the banishment prohibition would be lifted. This made everyone extremely happy. Everyone cheered together when finally they got released. Zimla was the happiest. He had been looking forward to this moment for a long time. My heart is filled with joy, thinking that even if I have no extraordinary strength or exceptional talent, everything will be different if I regain my inner power. Just take me along, I'll make you kneel before me. Not only Dimla, but also has his own plans. The scene changes to the outskirts of the Bright Heaven Society's outer city. This is a complex of places for entertainment, dining, and relaxation with all necessary facilities. There's a place called Hong Hui Lane here. This heavenly paradise is where many famous servants gather to enjoy themselves and entertain. It's also the place where Bright Heaven Society officials go to have fun and spend money. Inside, a young lady angrily slammed her brush down on the table. Turns out it was Cao Tuan. He sat at the makeup table sighing deeply. I just wanted to find some kung fu practice. Why am I here? The story is that yesterday, he tried every way to enter the Bright Heaven Society, but because of strict protection, no one let him in. So he decided to bribe a guard to get inside. The gatekeeper, curious about this, asked back, "Miss, are you trying to court some heroes from the Bright Heaven Society and want to enter?" Cao Tuan smiled on the outside but cursed inwardly, thinking money talks. He then spoke up. "I've shown my sincerity. Please help me, big brother." But that guy sighed and refused. What a pity! If I did that, I'd be dead. So I can't help you now. Cao Tuan was about to beat the man up when he quickly came up with another idea. I can show you an alternative way. This intrigued Cao Tuan. That guy continued, "Do you know Hong Hui Lane?" Following the gatekeeper's advice, Cao Tuan found his way to this place of entertainment and performance. The gatekeeper said that Honghui Lane was a brothel where high-ranking officials from the Bright Heaven Society often visited. Being naive and gullible, Cao Tuan fell for the sweet talk. He used his skill with the Gukin to become a courtesan here. Now he regrets it too late. Looking at the red thread connecting his soul, he pondered deeply. After some thought, he made up his mind. Alright, there's no going back now. I must find every way to get into the Bright Heaven Society. With that in mind, he painted himself up beautifully. Suddenly, a red-clad madam approached and called out. Line 60 completed. Are you ready? Kao Tuan is hesitating. Yeah, that's it. She starts criticizing. Just the preparation part already took so much time. I think you just need light makeup. You're already beautiful. She emphasizes further. With her looks, she would soon become a side character to a major figure even if she's not made up. Kao Tuan is shocked and terrified at the thought of being held by an old goat in his arms. For him, this is even scarier than death. A reckless idea suddenly pops into his head. What if I climb over the wall? Even if I die, it'll be with dignity. Cut to the Heavenly Earth Gathering. In a tower, this must be where contestants rest. After eating and regaining energy, Dimla relaxes as he freely cultivates his internal power after removing the restriction. Dimla's body immediately emits a strong aura. After some cultivation, he notices that Dimla's aura is getting stronger. It can only get better, not worse. Dimla walks with immense confidence. Let's go! As he walks, he thinks, with the restriction lifted, I've felt my realm, for sure, first rate. While mine is at its peak perfection, the gap between us is significant. I acknowledge your talent in swordsmanship, but my internal power far surpasses yours. Like everyone else, I want to rest and conserve energy, but he's probably resting too. This is our best chance. After all, as long as he's alive, no one cares what he does. As the door opens, Dimla sees his own face staring back at him. They stare at each other, both with their own schemes. You won't give him a chance to resist. You immediately attack with a cold gaze. It seems we have the same idea. Impressive. Grabbing Dimla's face, he pulls it tightly. The door slams shut behind them. With his grip on Dimla's head, he slides across the floor with a loud noise. Dimla is stunned internally. This is it. He's creating counterforce. Dimla isn't going to sit still either. He grabs his own wrist, trying to push Dimla away. But after 3 seconds, he realizes the opponent's aura has dispersed. Dimla looks terrified now. He says with disdain, "You're weaker than I thought." Just as he was about to argue, Dimla hits him with 2 consecutive punches, breaking his nose and cheeks. Hitting someone like that and saying not to worry. Despite Dimla's pleas for mercy, Dimla isn't stopping. As he beats Dimla, he reassures him, I'll take you into the group no matter how weak you are. Because we think alike, can't we be good teammates? Outside, participants of this trial don't know what's happening from the commotion. After a while, Dimla appears with a bruised and bloody face. But he wasn't walking on his own. Dimla was dragging him by the feet. Everyone here is surprised. They start speculating. Oh my! Isn't that Dimla from Chusakuo? He controlled one of the 3 major sects without any injuries. And he won both rounds. Everyone's eyes are on Dimla now. Who is this guy, really? I don't care what others say. He wipes his face and whispers to Than Lin. Hands looks weaker than I thought. Line 60 completed. You placed your hand on Dimla's shoulder to hold him back and asked, "Where are you going? You didn't accept my offer. Don't you think it's too easy for you to leave like this?" Dimla was confused as he repeated the question. What do you mean by flag? He reminded himself of the rules out of fear of forgetting them. Haven't you heard that killing is forbidden from now on? He didn't care about those words. You started giving orders. Reincarnation realm. Summon the original soul. Release! Dinla was immediately controlled. His body stiffened as pain spread throughout him. Then his legs trembled and he fell to the ground. Dinla panicked, thinking what's happening. A strange aura suddenly enveloped his body. He had to push it away. But Jung wouldn't allow that, shaking his head and saying no, no, then rushed forward to punch Dean Na in the stomach with great force. At this point, all he could do was curse. A mysterious voice echoed in his subconscious, urging him to sacrifice his body for it. Since your offer was rejected, how generous can I be? Sacrifice your body for me. Hundreds of strange hands appeared around Dean La, grabbing and pulling him into the abyss of darkness. In his last moment, he let out a heart-wrenching scream before falling silent. Jung looked at this scene with a very satisfied smile. Just as he was enjoying himself, someone interrupted. You seemed quite alert and kept quiet without saying anything. The doorbell continued to ring louder. Seeing that person didn't leave, Yu asked who it is. Outside, they replied, I'm Ma Hala from the Mao Huang office. Hearing this, Yu remembered Hala from the Night Forest. Meanwhile, Ma Tang had completed his transformation process. Dinla's body was still contorted. The places he was hit by Jung had healed and seemed even stronger now. He adjusted his nose for a better look and straightened his neck, flexing his abs to get in shape. Now it's perfect. Jung was very pleased with himself. Then Yu led Hala into the room. She opened the door and looked surprised. Then she asked curiously, who is that person? Jung glanced at Dean La before introducing him. I hope this person will join our group. Hala quickly interrupted, no, things have changed. Jung thought to himself, waiting to see what she would say next. Hala frankly said that wasn't Zimler. The three of them stood in silence, surprised by the situation. Jung recalled the forest incident and smiled mischievously at Hala. Hala was also surprised by his attitude. Then she sensed danger and immediately took an offensive stance. Zuha mentioned that Hala might have seen her in the forest. This made him very excited, smiling wickedly at Hala. She was also taken aback by his behavior. Sensing danger, she immediately went on the offensive. The secret was out. He revealed himself, emitting a thick aura of corruption. Round him, strange and powerful chains appeared, holding a wooden stick. He smiled like a dead fish and said, as expected, you saw it. Then Jung whispered, reincarnation realm, summon the original soul. He cunningly laughed. Once discovered, there was no other way but to make everyone silent. The chains shot towards Hala. She quickly dodged them. Zuha grinned and said, Master, let me handle that woman. Ling teased, always boasting about being a man. Why do you want to enter a female body now? Zuha stammered, that's the issue. Hala shouted, stop. I have no intention of fighting with you. Jung approached and asked, why should I believe you? Who knows? Holland spoke in a low tone from the start. Our goal was to verify what we saw. He chuckled lightly. Is that your wish? The cost of verifying it is very high. Holland stood before him, sweating but forcing a smile despite the pressure. We might as well follow. How much does it cost? I will return it. Hearing this, he fell silent for a moment. Holland looked at him seriously. I need that power. Help me. Jung remained silent for a long time without saying anything. He quickly ordered his subordinates to retract the chain. You want to use my strength. Holland was not going to waste words. Yes, she continued. Do you want to possess this body? I will transfer it to you. Let me borrow the power of that entity from you. Jung scratched his head in confusion. It seems she also heard our conversation. The spirit voice spoke up, as if that investor had clairvoyance and could have detected it when on the brink of death. However, that investor's clairvoyance might not compare to a demon, who can understand the essence of the other world. He recalled what the physician said. Among all the talents a physician has, the eyes are the most valued. The insight from those eyes. He asked again, do you want me to help you? Holland confirmed. Yes. Jung asked her, why should I help you? This question made Holland pause for a moment. He continued, it might be too presumptuous to say so, but I can take anyone's body at any time. Why should I harm myself to help someone? Holland silently looked at him, and after a long silence, She cut lightly through his left sleeve with a knife. She asked him in a serious tone, "Do you think I'm being arrogant?" The spirit voice shouted loudly, "Mortal, step back." He asked her again, "Why?" Very soon, a sharp object flew past his face, cutting a few strands of hair and leaving a few drops of blood on Anne's face. Jung quickly retreated. He angrily asked the spirit voice, "Was it just a thread?" Holland sternly asked him, "Do you understand now? As long as I decide, I can end your life right away." He touched his face. "It seems you're confident because you have this secret card," the spirit voice said irritably. "Yes." The spirit voice continued, "I'm thinking, why does this sword technique look familiar to me? This investor must be a descendant of the King of Slaughter." Jung immediately asked, "Are you a descendant of the King of Slaughter?" Holland looked at him and asked, "Who are you?" Jung remained silent in confusion. Holland looked at him with surprise. "How do you know about the King of Slaughter?" The spirit voice said to him, "Your use of Lianqi and Di Ying forbidden techniques is very subtle. Anyone can recognize it." Jung recounted, "Just one glance and I understood. Could you be using Lianqi and Di Ying forbidden techniques, right?" Holland thought silently. The King of Slaughter was the first to establish the sect. Only members of that sect can read martial arts like Lianzi with their mouths. Only the sect leader and his successor understand those techniques. But how does he know about that? Holland continued, "The situation has changed. Tell me quickly, where did you get this information from?" Then he stepped towards Holland. Jung forcefully kicked the ground. The wooden planks were quickly pushed up. She still refused to back down. "Otherwise, I'll find out the truth." He remained silent and ran swiftly towards Holland. She fiercely threw her sword at him, but he quickly dodged out of the way to avoid it. None of their strikes hit him. Then he reached up towards her to grab her head. But Wulin wasn't easy to catch. She leaped away from his attack swiftly. The knife in her hand fiercely swung at his face, making him slightly surprised. He couldn't help praising, "She's also quick. Faster than a matchstick." Wulin's knife fiercely stabbed towards him, and he quickly bit down on it with his teeth. Wulin was surprised to encounter such an insane opponent. She was taken aback. He immediately tightly squeezed her neck, making Wulin struggle for breath. He lifted her up with one hand, but she struggled futilely to escape. With a wicked smile, he held the knife in his mouth and stared at her menacingly. Then he threw the knife away, letting it fall freely onto the ground. He looked at her appreciatively. "Oh, when did you put this on my neck?" Wulin was fierce. "I've said before, don't underestimate me. Just add a bit more strength, and your head will separate from your body. So when I'm still soft and not angry, how about you?" He lightly smiled, using his internal force to quickly snap the thread. Wulin was extremely surprised. She didn't expect him to be capable of such a thing. She secretly panicked as the internal energy in the thread had dispersed. Then he quickly delivered a powerful punch with internal force towards Wulin. In pain, she fell to her knees, clutching her stomach and trembling. He laughed cruelly. "Surprising! You're quite useful." He tightly squeezed her face and lifted it up straight. "Our team needs you very much. Join us." Wulin asked in surprise. "What?" He continued speaking. "I was going to kill you right here, but I've changed my mind." Wulin was annoyed. "What did you say? Does that sound ridiculous?" He wiped the blood across his face and then forcefully pushed it into her mouth. Wulin panicked, her breathing becoming shallow. Her mind screamed internally, "Is it poison?" She tried to vomit out the extremely toxic substance. "I need to quickly use internal force to detoxify." He made his request, only one thing. A loyal dog, he forcefully kicked her away after saying this. He looked at her seductively and said that when the time comes, he would consider whether to borrow my strength or not. Wulin glanced at him. "I don't need it to be so extreme." He interrupted, "I can't believe you're like this. Moreover, you yourself said." She looked at him in surprise. He repeated the words he had just spoken, "No matter what price, you will pay." Looking at his terrifying face with full intent, she felt a bit frightened. Wulin recalled that it was indeed a corpse nature. When she was young, she asked her grandfather, "What is this?" At the time, he answered, among countless people, only one person is born with a corpse nature. That person will feel joy and savor every moment from death and destruction. It can be confirmed that it is the perfect characteristic of an actual assassin. It's also a kind of ability. Those who carry the killing intent remain unshaken when killing, not swayed by emotions. Those with killing intent are the pure embodiment of evil, truly so. Therefore, you need to remember, if you encounter someone with killing intent, stay away and don't get involved with them. Thinking back on what her grandmother Jija had warned her about when she was young, Wulin shivered. She just stood there, staring at him as if she was lost in thought. She secretly regretted it. Me? Did I make a mistake? His own eyes looked at her like a demon from hell. Hala had met many people, but none quite like him. He quickly turned back towards everyone. Everyone was surprised to see him. The crowd kept talking. What's this? Am I seeing things? Standing between Haller and Dinla, he looked very commanding. People continued to chatter. Have the people from Mayo Hua Pavilion and Chusat Kok submitted to him? Impossible. What did he do? He walked through the crowd without paying attention to the curious glances. Yu Tian stood in a corner, quietly observing him. He didn't step out to meet his brother directly. Yu Qian didn't want to face him now. He closed the door inside. Yu Qian thought of the scene inside the mountain. At that time, his face was extremely cruel. His calm gaze swept over everyone as he said, "Now, let's destroy each other." Yu Qian was very surprised at this. What did you say? The look of eager anticipation on Yu Qian's face showed that he took it seriously. A big question popped up in Yu Qian's mind then and now. Did he really want that to happen? Yu Qian looked dejected. No matter how much he hated me, he wasn't a wicked person. Why did he change so much? Thinking about it, Zhu Qian let out a sigh and decided to let it go. If he didn't care about me, I wouldn't need to worry about him either. He silently resolved that from now on, he must focus on himself to survive. Thinking this, Zhu Qian quickly practiced his internal energy. Zhu Qian thought, before being freed, I used to think I was the strongest here, but clearly, there are more skilled people here. This is so vast and I need to be stronger. To survive and for myself. His eyes showed great determination. A voice echoed, I sense something familiar. It turns out it's the martial arts of immortal Malu O Jianzhuang. Yu Qian was surprised. The one speaking was Ma Tuan. He continued, Ma Dushan, are you the successor of immortal Malu O Jianzhuang? How can a person from the righteous sect be here in this bloodbath cavern? Yu Qian fell silent. He didn't know if he should tell his teammates. He thought, Ma Tuan, he was the first to help us and we both survived the Inquan Gate together. But he came from the Heaven-Earth Society. Why does he know immortal Malu O Jianzhuang's martial arts? A series of thoughts flashed through Yu Qian's mind, distracting him. Pause for a moment. Yu Qian asked, how did you learn immortal Malu O Jianzhuang's martial arts? Ma Tuan replied, is it really important? What we need to ask is why someone from the righteous sect like you ended up in this bloodbath cavern. He speculated that perhaps immortal Malu O Jianzhuang betrayed the righteous sect. Feeling offended, Yu Qian suddenly shouted angrily, what are you saying? Ma Tuan asked with a serious face, didn't you come here to become the successor of the Heaven-Earth Society leaders? Fish asked, what are you talking about? Zhu Qian explained that whoever passed the final test in Bloodbath Cavern would be accepted as a disciple of the 5 kings or one of the 3 patriarchs of the Heaven-Earth Society. When he learned this, Yu Qian was shocked. What did you say? He felt like his world had collapsed. Turns out it's like this, right? Ma noticed his unstable stance and felt angry. Heavenly Virtue realized, I understand now. That's why everyone is willing to take such risks. Images of blood and gore flashed through his mind. Heavenly Virtue finally understood that this was a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity to improve his status among the outsiders. If they become disciples of the Celestial and Terrestrial Alliance, they'll hold the future of martial arts in their hands. He cursed himself for being ashamed. I've always lived straightforwardly until now. Now I have to survive to become a leader of our enemies? Ma continued questioning, as if you really know nothing. Why can you come here then? Heavenly Virtue asked. I was captured as a hostage. Ma Tong questioned. Why would a hostage come to Blood Valley? Heavenly Virtue honestly replied, how could I have known about that? Ma Tong started to understand, but wondered why he kept silent until now. Ma Tong raised his hand for Heavenly Virtue to be quiet. He was surprised by this. Ma Tong apologized, but it took me too long to trust you so quickly that I decided to speak now. Despite Mock Sword sect being a reputable sect, Heavenly Virtue asked again, what do you mean? Ma Tong frowned and whispered, I'm an agent sent by the Righteousness and Justice sect. I belong to the Shadow Arrows. Hearing this, Heavenly Virtue was extremely surprised, his face turning pale. The Righteousness and Justice sect is a pillar of the righteous sects, along with the Celestial and Terrestrial Alliance and the Evil League, dividing the world into 3 parts. In the Righteousness and Justice sect, there are 4 core organizations. One of them handles secret missions and assassinations, which is Shadow Arrows. However, because they claim to be righteous and just, they always deny the existence of this organization. Thus, although the organization exists, it only appears in rumors. Heavenly Virtue looked at Ma Tong warily. It really is Shadow Arrows. Heavenly Virtue asked curiously, why tell me all this? Ma Tong said because the situation is very urgent now. Heavenly Virtue was surprised as Ma Tan continued, in Blood Valley, including me, 15 people successfully infiltrated. But more people died than I thought. Everyone passed through the first gate, but 11 died at the second gate. So I need more support. Hearing this, Heavenly Virtue suddenly became serious and started sweating. Heavenly Virtue speculated, could it be because of that monster? Ma Tong wasn't sure, maybe. Ma Tong asked further, do you have other thoughts? Zhang Qian was drenched in sweat, tense. Could it be? Ma Tong seemed to understand his dilemma and said, yes, the problem is him. That Ma Qingyun, that madman, wiped out all 9 of us. Hearing this, Heavenly Virtue helplessly rubbed his head, not knowing how to explain it. Ma Tong honestly replied, at first, I thought you were on the same side as him because both have the Mok surname, but when they faced each other, I realized that wasn't true. But since you're a half-brother with him, I'll tell you this. I will deal with Ma Qingyun. Hearing this, Heavenly Virtue was momentarily surprised and then shocked. Ma Tong continued, with the support numbers reduced, my time is limited. I must act immediately. I need to prevent any potential factors from arising. Heavenly Virtue was alarmed, but that guy, Ma Tong chuckled, I know he's a real madman. But we're not lacking in madness either. The scene shifted to the main hall, where a graceful girl passed by, making everyone here blush and feel proud, according to what Ma Tong said. In Shadow Arrows, there's a small team called Iron Cavalry. They are known as monsters among the organization, not only because of their supernatural strength, but also for another reason. They are not like ordinary people. Then Zhongling asked from her room, Mortal, why don't you rest? Straightforwardly, wait until death to think about that. Zhongling continued, Ma Tong and Jia Lan have left to recruit members, so she didn't finish her sentence before a figure appeared in front of the main room. Zheng looked out the door and asked, who is it? The girl answered softly, are you Ma Qingyun? According to what Ma Tong said, she's a typical example of those to monsters. After going through numerous rituals and countless tests, her body became an irresistible attraction for any man. The girl continued speaking. I have some things to discuss with you, Zhongling asked curiously. Discussion, she sighed and quickly began removing her outer robe. Ma Tuang said that's why her temperament became extremely odd. She continued talking, using this beautiful body to chat. The girl with a scorching body and an incredibly alluring beauty looked at him. She is Lang Hua Yang, and what she likes most is making others suffer pain while drowning in pleasure. Surprised by the scene, Fan Lin sighed sarcastically. After a moment, both of them curiously stared at her face, turning red. Zuha asked, why did she come here? Actually, who knows? She just undressed and rushed in, so we had to act. Fan Lin whispered sarcastically. Rushing in means wanting to have sex with someone, right? Zuha frowned. Could such words actually be said? She still wasn't done, really enjoying it while pretending. Zuha chimed in, "Oh my god, you're blushing, it's complicated. Do we need to wake her up and ask why she came here?" Zuha's eyes shone with anticipation. He quickly understood what the kid meant. Whatever, Zuha looked at Lang Huayang with longing eyes. Outside, Yuqian and Ma Tuang ran frantically. Ma Tuang hoped it wasn't too late. Yuqian ran forward anxiously, hoping for a safe return. Remembering earlier, Yuqian knelt down and begged Ma Tuang not to like that name, but he couldn't just stand by as a comrade from Sword Mountain Monastery became disabled. "I can't just sit and watch. I'll convince him. Please do it." Ma Tuang was annoyed, scratching his head at Yuqian's sincerity. "FCK!" Ma Tuang stood up. "There's no other way. We must stop them before it's too late." Yuqian was delighted. "Thank you." Before leaving, he spoke up. "I don't like that name either, but you're a righteous person, so I'll help you this time." Inside Yuqian's mind, he was screaming he had to convince him at all costs. He was determined to change his nature. After all, he still had to be on the right side. Surely, he would reconsider. Just as they arrived, a crowd was already gathered and bustling round. Ma Tuang asked curiously, "What's going on?" Yuqian looked around, seeing someone being dragged out. Ma Tuang gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down. "FCK!" He tried to keep calm. "The one being dragged was our member." Yuqian's face turned dark as he heard this. "Is it an assassin?" From afar, a masked man excitedly patted his shoulder and praised him nonstop. "Great job!" Yuqian's face darkened as he struggled internally. That was when he heard cheers in the background. "We found the target." The masked man laughed happily. "All thanks to your efforts." Yuqian's heart was on fire. He kept shouting inside, "Ma Gongwen," remembering before everything unraveled in his room. He was sitting there listening to the story. So she is an assassin from the dark sect that must come from our righteous side, meaning there's a group opposing us here, so she came to investigate. Lang Huayang replied, "Yes, master." At this moment, Lang Huayang was also Zuha. He continued speaking. When reading her memories, there might have been 4 assassins who entered here. Fan Lin spoke up. They didn't think the cult had invaded and revealed each other's identities. Agreed, that's right. You asked Fan Lin, by the way, do you think the difference in ideology is what divides the into opposing factions? It's all meaningless. It sounds unreasonable, but it's true that lies indeed in chaos because of this. Fan Lin pondered as both sides believed they were right. Therefore, due to this ideal, both sides fought to the death. This difference led people into deep-seated hatred. Zheng sighed and closed his eyes, reflecting. "I understand now. You think about it, it's not just in those with different ideologies at the also didn't fight to the death. They really made me sick." As he was thinking, Fan Lin asked again, "What are you going to do now? It seems these assassins wanted to eliminate you because you caused too much trouble and danger for them." Zheng calmly said, "Their actions towards me weren't wrong. The tailor had finished dressing up. The master can let me deal with each one individually." Zheng smiled deviously. "There's no need to go through all that trouble. Quickly get out of here. I just came up with a good idea. And now we're in this situation." He kept praising Fan Lin as if nothing happened. Catching the cult was indeed a great achievement. Zheng said, "Thank you, sir." He continued, "You will receive a reward worthy of that." At this moment, Zheng thought happily, "I don't have to deal with them personally and clear everything up at once. It's both making a contribution and eliminating those who wanted to assassinate me through others. Hands, it's 2 birds with 1 stone." Thinking this, Zheng quickly stepped forward. The tailor looked at him with interest. Ma Tong was surprised to see his teammate standing beside Fan Lin. The tailor in the guise of a sunflower shouted loudly, "He's also an assassin from the Dark Arrows." Ma Tong panicked and fled quickly. "What's going on?" The masked man ordered his men to grab Ma Tong. They quickly chased after him. Yuqian stood there with a fierce gaze as people rushed past him. He stood silently, looking at Zheng. Fan Lin also stood there in silence. Zheng smiled mysteriously acknowledging that Yuqian wasn't foolish either. Yuqian quickly understood his brother's intentions. Inside, he was shouting, "What sort of immortal?" Instantly, Yuqian couldn't contain his anger and rushed over. "Let's talk for a moment." He was surprised. "What flag?" Yuqian shouted angrily. "Do you know what you did? You betrayed the righteous people you were with." Zheng remained calm. "You're still too inexperienced." Looking at Yuqian, he continued, showing such anger. "Did you admit to being an assassin?" Yuqian was sure of the outcome but still asked back, "Didn't you think it would be dangerous when acting like that? Didn't you think the master here wouldn't have recognized them as cultists sneaking in?" Hearing Zheng, Yuqian fell silent. His expression changed slightly. Zheng continued, "I realized we were cultists. After passing the second checkpoint, the inspector was instructed to pay attention to us then." Yuqian truly didn't think it would end up like this. He looked extremely shocked at that moment. Fan Lin sincerely advised, "As someone from, don't do foolish things. If you want to survive and escape here, think before acting." Saying this, he turned around and left, leaving Yuqian with his anger behind. Yuqian said angrily in return, "Do you know the purpose of this exam? Has he stopped listening at this point? Why do we need to care? Your words have some merit. I don't know what else to add." Ling asked curiously, "Wouldn't it be better if someone acted with him?" He chuckled lightly, but now is not the time for his help. You have your own plans. After all, we both came from Sword Mountain Village. Acting together might raise suspicion. So let him stay there quietly for a while before deciding. As you approached the room, another person ran over to greet you. "Mu Kejing Yuan," you replied straightforwardly. "What is it?" That guy relayed a message. The Cup Master called for someone. Hearing this, he was momentarily startled. It was late at night. The surroundings were extremely quiet. One room still had lights on inside. Someone was admiring themselves in the mirror, their face marred by disfigurement, causing them to look melancholic. The sound of knocking on the door broke their reverie. The Cup Master's subordinate brought him here. The Cup Master quickly put on a mask and hurriedly said, "Come in." He was swiftly ushered inside. The Cup Master had already prepared a tea set on the table. The Cup Master sat down calmly and looked at him, saying, "Sit down." Then he continued, "We need to talk." Looking at the Cup Master's expressionless face, his mind was very cautious. The Cup Master spoke, "You were brought here from Moose Sword Village as a spy for the Heavenly Earth Society, correct? I know you were captured and forced to work here, right?" He replied calmly, "Yes, that's true." He asked further, "If you were forcibly brought here, why did you reveal your own secret information?" His eyes narrowed with a threatening gaze. "It would be best if you could provide a reasonable explanation." He calmly thought through the situation. The speed and heat radiating like fire suggest he's a formidable expert. Now I understand why Ling said I still have much to learn. He quickly sent a message to Ling, but she was still in a fierce state of mind. She looked at the sword and that familiar aura. A strange feeling brought her into deep thought. The other person spoke again. "What are you hesitating about? I don't have much patience." He looked surprised at him. "Can you control the yang heat?" He asked back directly. "Are you referring to the Zion sword technique?" The Cup Master was shocked inside. "You know that. Besides me and the society leader, only for people do. Could it be that the society leader kept this a secret and brought you here? Is the society leader testing me? If so, Lisa will regain her title of queen." He was unwilling to accept this. THDA thought he had proven himself enough. Chin stood up. Lisa once received 3 titles of queen from 3 people. So why is only the Cup Master here now? Looking at him with a serious expression, he continued, "That's not an answer to my question." His attitude made the Cup Master surprisingly surprised. He began to turn and attack him. The Cup Master thought for a moment. That posture, even without speaking, I can feel it. A perfect and flawless awakening doesn't exist. Before his thoughts were finished, he had already delivered a strike. The Master was surprised. Even though it was an illusion, we could still feel the pressure as if it were real. His martial arts is exactly what our ancestor always mentioned. He gave a wicked smile and looked at him, It seems you've recognized it. You often talk about this. I thought you wouldn't recognize this side of him since he's just the grandson of Li Huaifan. He recalled his ancestor saying that the master he served for half his life was. Pause. Then he continued thinking that day wasn't as lowly as you think. Back then, Jian asked his father, our ancestor, Li Jiaxi, were we really a rebellious family? His grandfather gently asked back, Jian, why did you ask that because of the scars on your face? At that time, he was just 15 years old. His face was covered in cuts from fighting. Back then, during his journey to become a martial artist, such incidents happened countless times, being called rebellious, despised, and bullied. A loyal servant must trust their master completely. That's natural. But I couldn't accept it. The chains of servitude have plagued me for too long. He loudly argued with his grandfather. Better to swear eternal loyalty to the guild leader than this. His teeth clenched as tears fell continuously. Why? Why? It's because of that master that our family became rebellious. Yet you say you must uphold the same loyalty? I can't accept it. His grandfather was deeply heartbroken, calling out to him in a tone he couldn't hear. He cried and refused to give up. Our ancestor always said, because I am a loyal servant, I can't accept that. If I don't focus entirely on something, I won't be able to bear it. Perhaps this is why I became the first in our family. That year, at an immature age, he overcame all obstacles. Alright, I can do it. No one in our family has ever mastered the Xian sword technique. I will fulfill my family's wish, but perhaps this ambition became a poison. My grandfather warned that before fully mastering level 5, never attempt to break into level 6. And then, due to impatience, I encountered the fire entering the body. At that moment, the flames spread throughout his entire body. The servants in the mansion could only shout, Young master. Very quickly, Jian's face was completely destroyed by the fire. But fortunately, his grandfather managed to save him at the last second. He was surprised then. To save me, he sacrificed himself. Firewind absorbed all the flames onto himself to save Jian's life. He could only cry in despair. I never expected our reunion after 4 to 5 meters to turn out like this. The image of my kind grandfather waving goodbye before being completely engulfed by fire has become a ghostly memory in Jian's heart for so many years. He knew that feeling was painful, but because he was haunted by it, he tried not to cry out even half a word. At that time, there was nothing he could do except watch his grandfather gradually disappear. Jian recounted, despite treatment, I screamed for more than half a day. Back then, I was extremely desperate, but the story ended there. Please punish me, please. He hugged his face and cried in regret, but his grandfather could never come back to life. His father gave him a piece of paper. Take it. This is the last poem left by our ancestor when he was alive. Jian remembered. That day, watching his ancestor's silhouette among the black bones always lingered in my mind. Even though I might forget over time, the memory of that night under the moonlight never fades away. Our ancestor remained loyal until the very end, but the so-called heir of Li disrespected this loyalty. To restore our ancestor's honor, I resolved to inherit his spirit. Back in reality, this unworthy grandson, even if it means wearing a mask to hide my identity and deceive them, even if it means enduring humiliation for years, I will wear the mask and conceal my true self. So we can't not recognize it because I've always heard our ancestor mention it. He asked curiously, how do you know their martial arts? Who are you exactly? And yet, you can use it? Seeing is believing. He couldn't help but be amazed by the young man in front of him. Fate has brought us together. This move from you made Trivium slightly startled. The bright and elegant sword spirit quickly appeared before his eyes. Upon seeing her, Trivium immediately fell to his knees. He slowly removed the mask from his face. He remembered how our ancestor kept mentioning that he was not only strong, but also more beautiful than anyone else. Looking at Than Lin, he respectfully said, Master of Moonstream, Trivium humbly greets you. Standing there like a painting, Than Lin was as beautiful as ever. Despite the millennia, Time could not wash away her beauty. She silently observed the young man kneeling before her. For a moment, she didn't say anything but smiled contentedly. Finally, she spoke. "I knew it. If you were the blood sovereign of LSA Van, you would still be loyal to me." Vin Val looked at him with a smug look and said, "See?" Chin remained silent, thinking that even as a vengeful spirit, he still trusted humans. Fan Lin was truly foolish. He paused to look at the young man who had been kneeling before her without raising his head. "But I didn't expect them to remain loyal for 100 years. I thought she would be disappointed. But this is not bad either." Thinking of that, he quickly took out the wooden figure. Fan Lin looked at Trivium and said firmly, "Rise up. It's been a long time." Meanwhile, Chin recited, "The law of impermanence. The body is not permanent. The mind is not permanent. All phenomena are transient." He poured himself a cup of tea and explained, "I am the vessel for her." He silently thought that Fan Lin trusted this person, but he didn't. Thus, controlling him would be better. Chin smiled cunningly. "The loyalty from for generations will belong to me." Then he handed Trivium a piece of paper. The man took it. He trembled as if this was the command from his master. He remembered that our ancestor said that my Viam Sang was created by both him and another person, but was unfinished due to a tragedy. Looking at the paper, he saw the wish of his sect now in his hands. Upon reading it, he found it interesting and couldn't help shouting out loud. Guiding the Yangqi from the Guaku point to the Yangwang point was surprisingly simple. It really is powerful. Fan Lin was annoyed. Simply put, you have to die and open your ghost eyes to realize its value. Fan Lin gritted her teeth. Damn it. I should have kept my mouth shut when explaining about the Al family. I accidentally told him about the promise and martial arts command, which made that cup master trust this boy more. Trivium was curious, but seemed to think he had left something out on purpose. Chin said correct. Trivium was extremely surprised and wanted to know why. Chin laughed sarcastically. Although the command is complete, we need to be careful. Are you not afraid of rushing to train for your family's glory only to bring disaster upon yourself? I fear you might encounter unnecessary disasters. Hearing this, Trivium looked at Chin with a bit more respect. He remained silent for a long time, lost in thought, his face drooping slightly. Trivium knelt again before Chin's surprise. He silently observed. Trivium spoke. As a subordinate, I not only pledged loyalty to the command, but also to the person. Despite being an omen, he still cares about our family. I am deeply grateful and wish to reaffirm my loyalty once more. Please accept this pledge from your servant. Chin silently looked at Trivium, not planning to stand up until told. Fan Lin spoke. Did you see? It's like that. You don't need to doubt anything more. You can trust him now. Fan Lin understood his intentions. I know why you wanted the Cup Master's loyalty. I believe in him, but not you. So I don't have any objections. Regarding Li, don't expect me to tell you anything. Plague demon on Earth. Commander, Shuxia has a question. Just let me answer. What is it? Suddenly, Ziwei brought up the topic. The Great Spirit Gathering War. He was taken aback by the mention of the Great Spirit Gathering War. Ziwei continued speaking. Due to the Great Spirit Gathering War 100 years ago, our family was branded as traitors and have suffered humiliation ever since. That's why Shuxia wants to hear about that day. He looked at her. Ling King spoke quickly. Why are you looking at me? Go on, speak up. Fine, but I have no intention of telling you anything. Just admit it and let me reappear. Suddenly he asked Ziwei, what do you think about it? I'm curious, how do you perceive the Great Spirit Gathering War in your thoughts? Ling King was surprised by his response. Instead of answering, she chose to ask him a question. Ziwei hesitated. Subordinate is unsure if he should reveal what he knows. He smiled and said, go ahead and speak. The wooden statue of Ling King roared. What's wrong? He chuckled and said to Ling King, don't try to give me advice. She fiercely shouted, human, shut up and stop making noise. Press the wooden statue back into your robe. I'm satisfied. Soon I'll know about Ling King's past. You might end Ling King. once the masters of Yumine alongside the Heavenly Earth Society. For a long time, I've been curious. Why did Ling King become an angry spirit? The plague demon began to recount, saying that Ling King went mad with anger, cursing the damned human. He would destroy this wooden man. He felt sorrowful thinking about what Ling King must have endured. Suddenly, a loud noise startled them both. He turned his head to look out the window. Ling King inside also asked him in surprise, "What is it? What's going on?" Ziwei suddenly stood up. He cautiously watched every move of the plague demon. Ziwei stood by the window, observing the situation. The sunlight illuminated his face with an eerie glow. He spoke. "Lord Likakin." He pulled down the curtains. "Commander, reporting. Nothing to worry about." His expression darkened. "Can I go outside for a moment?" Without waiting for his response, he walked straight out. The sky suddenly showed an anomaly as something landed on the ground. Subordinates and astrologer Zhao seemed to be clashing. Shuxia appeared injured, lying on the ground with clenched teeth. Regional slaughter masters advanced with wands and charms, confirming his suspicions. He glared angrily. "The ancient poison of our master is here." 2 hours ago, a subordinate ran to report to the regional slaughter master. He asked curiously, "Where are you going?" Han honestly replied, "We're escorting an informant." The regional slaughter master approached the carriage to examine it closely. The master quickly asked, "What happened at the Spirit Valley Cavern? Is there a problem with the test? Even small issues are important? If not careful, the test could be cancelled." Subordinate Tanzi had no major issues, but something strange occurred. A student named Mu Jing still killed that pig-like monster. Hearing this, both the master and astrologer were shocked. He hesitated and asked, "Boys, have you died?" Fang Zizi was in a hurry. "Master, it's that child, the one I told you to remove from the test." He was surprised and shouted loudly. "What?" He thought, has this kid mastered academic magic for just over a month and already killed them? If that's true, he is truly an amazing talent. The boys said we need to meet him first. But let's find back what was lost first. Fang Zizi didn't understand at the moment. The masters looked up to the sky and started channeling energy to write spells in midair. Fang Zizi was shocked. "What are you doing?" "Master, why?" A protective barrier quickly appeared. The yellow-colored talismans rapidly grew longer and surrounded the masters. The subordinate fell down with a loud thud. He realized that only those who have reached the Sun Realm can perform this technique. This is on par with techniques created by higher-level vengeful spirits. How could he do it? Very quickly, a purple chain shot out from inside the carriage. It seemed to be the subordinate's move. He fiercely attacked the old master. He retaliated directly and made the subordinate fall on the ground. Compared to him, this kid seems weaker. The subordinate felt his breathing was becoming difficult. Yisakaizi happily said loudly, "I suspected it would be here, and indeed it is." He fiercely stared at the boy and simultaneously exerted power to suppress him. Introducing this person, he is Yuan Senkaizi Renshiyu, a strange sorcerer who is very interested in dark arts like the spirit god ancient poison technique. When he was 31 years old, he discovered a hidden technique from Mao Shen sect, which is said to have created 6 out of 10 current magical techniques. At that time, he knelt before the statue and shouted loudly, "Heaven bless me." However, most of the techniques he found were banned within the hexagonal region. Therefore, in pursuit of his ambitions, Shiyu left the hexagonal region and joined the Heavenly Earth Society, becoming one of the strongest sorcerers. Now, he is staring intently at the subordinate. Fang Zizi wondered, "Is this ancient poison? Thanks to Master's protective barrier, I can see it too." Shiyu replied, "Yes, if it was better cared for, it could have become a spirit already." Fang Zizi flattered, "But you're already very good." The subordinate recognized the man. "That's the one who pushed me into hell." He saw the hatred in his face and said with malice, "I want to tear him apart right now." "You're still afraid because he reached the primordial realm while alive." Thinking of this, the subordinate quickly tried to escape. "I have to run to my master immediately." Fang Zizi quickly channeled his inner energy and shouted loudly, "Where are you going?" Transformation of stillness. Hardened transformation. Proceed with caution as if following laws. The subordinate fell to the ground in pain, angrily saying, "This wretched sorcerer, I will kill him." He laughed, "Your tongue is sharp, but you are the one I've been nurturing. But don't worry, you'll soon change your mind, because you will become my spirit servant." Saying this, he took out a talisman from his chest. He told Fang Zizi to look closely and practice thinking techniques to transform spirits into servants. Transforming spirits into servants is almost impossible, but if successful, I can control it, something known as a disaster. Shiyu was pleased when he saw the subordinate's head lowered. "Now tell me, you are my master now." His face was extremely evil as he smiled wickedly at him. Looking at his twisted smile, the subordinate said, "Die, old man." Seeing the boys, the masters silently felt disappointed. "Have we failed?" He gritted his teeth and glared fiercely. How could it be? At that moment, he called out loudly, "Subordinate! Subordinate!" He showed no fear as he directly asked, "Why did you do that in front of my dog?" When Zahu saw him, his eyes shone brightly with joy. "Master!" Yuan Saizhu was momentarily startled. "What?" He looked at the young man in front of him, not believing what he heard. Yet, his ancient spirit called him master. Fang Zizi smiled happily. "Sensei, that's indeed the child. The child is Muku Jingyun whom you spoke about." Hearing this, he was surprised again. He was surprised but casually greeted back. "Sensei!" Fang Zizi quickly introduced. "Jingyun, greet him. This is your ancestor." Yuan Saizhu silently looked at him without saying a word. He stepped forward respectfully. "Yes, master." Before he could finish, the old man cut in. "Hold on, repeat what you just said." He didn't know what to make of it and looked up with a frown. Yuan Saizhu urgently asked again, "Are you really its master?" Fang Zizi stepped forward to shield him, fearing the old man might hurt his beloved disciple. He saw that the old man seemed to have left an unpleasant impression on him. Seeing no response, he grew angrier and exerted inner power to intimidate. "Speak up." The words monster flashed in his mind. He chuckled lightly. "Yes, that's right." Yang Gong was extremely surprised. "What? How could it be possible?" He couldn't believe what he heard and asked him to command the creature. "Any order will do, command it." He looked at the boy directly calling out, "Jia, come here." Zahu quietly walked past the wide-open eyes of both men. Fang Zizi shouted loudly, "What did you do? Speak truthfully." He looked directly at him. "I didn't do anything, and I have no obligation to tell you." Han was angry. "Are you daring to defy me? Never mind, I'll make you talk." Monster transformation. No division. His bracelet suddenly glowed, startling him momentarily. Seeing the situation, it seemed his disciple had taken the upper hand, the Xiaohai side. He thought. His gaze turned to emit a spell. Indeed, there was another force at play. Was this some kind of mind control magic? Although it would be ineffective if I used a false name, but... Alright, with that thought, a sly smile appeared on his face. His expression suddenly changed as though controlled, making Zhang Jiahui jump in surprise. Di Xiaohai wondered who had put it on him. Yang Gong repeated, "As you can see, I still can't fully control it." He thought, among his disciples, only Yang Gong was most like me. He is truly cunning. Not knowing what to do, he fiercely lunged and hit him hard on the face. Yang Gong hesitated. "Master, that old man is tricky. I need to check if the spell really works." And Gia Gong is shocked and tightly restrains him. "Master, that's enough. It has taken effect already." He swore in the name of the Wood Sword sect as its Grand Master. Seeing his expressionless face lying on the ground without resistance, Gia Gong gradually relaxes his guard. Themingok is satisfied. Let's help him up and ask what happened. Gia Gong quickly obeys the command. "Yes, master." Gia Gong looks at him. Mu Qin responds, "Listen carefully. Tell us in detail how you subdued that." He looks dazed and says Grand Master in a confused tone. It seems like he successfully pretended it. Both Master and Gia Gong are startled to the point of shock upon hearing this. Themingok is anxious. "You just said Grand Master?" Why mention the Grand Master? He angrily grabs his head, shouting, "What nonsense are you talking about? What are you saying? Is the Grand Master coming here? Speak up louder." As if challenging Master's patience, he speaks again, "Grand Master." At the same time, he fiercely attacks Yuan Kakwoju. His hand forcefully pierces through the old man's chest, startling Yuan Kakwoju. He maliciously says, "Grand Master, how could that be possible?" Yuan Kakwoju trembles as he hesitantly speaks. Summon! Summon! He fiercely squeezes the old man's hand, trying to break it, making him scream in fear. "No! You are cruelly mocking him. Even if one were a powerful sorcerer." Before he could finish, the sorcerer immediately flew out and kept a safe distance from him. He begins to chant, invoking the 5 metal form, Divine Commander, Spirit Talisman, and Far Eastern Talismans. The Elder Supreme Deity appears with an angry face. He shouts, "Traitor, release my master," then continues chanting, "Spirit Command." He wonders, what kind of spell is this? "It seems like you still have much to learn from me." "Master," he yells, "be silent. Have you ever considered me your master before?" He slowly releases Yuan Kakwozu's hand. Once a master, always a master. He thinks deeply. These lies have formidable spiritual energy. Moreover, I still need to deal with my master. Just summoning the true spirit is not enough. Now I can't summon the true spirit either. So thinking this over, he grins and speaks. "Master, there's a gift I want to give you," but he can't let his guard down. "What?" You didn't answer and tightened your grip on the original Sand Lord's heart even more. His heart was already exposed, yet his expression remained unchanged. The benefactor was surprised by what you did. This brat finally. Before he could finish thinking, you spoke up. "Master, are you trying to reject the chance that your disciple has offered?" The benefactor was momentarily confused and didn't understand your intentions. "What are you talking about? You just said that the position of the original Sand Lord is vacant, right?" Hearing this, the benefactor became even more alarmed. He never expected you to be so extreme. "Are you afraid I'll take over his seat after you kill our master?" How could he step back in fear? Of course, I have no feelings for my master, but not being able to protect him is a different matter. If I can't protect him, who will recognize me as the Lord? Moreover, the current situation makes my position unstable. I'll take over his seat and won't suffer any losses. You start reciting the incantation, casting out the fire soup, gathering the 5 metals, and preparing the medicinal solution. The benefactor was startled. This is the 6-person spirit technique. You pour blood into the original Sand Lord's mouth. The benefactor remembered teaching you that the 6-person spirit technique creates life and dead spirits by having them drink the blood of a dead person, and it uses the gathered essence to cast spells, which is forbidden due to its brutality. But the real issue lies in its effectiveness, controlling a dead person to kill countless others to gather immense essence. So even if we kill everyone here, it would be hard to perform this technique. Seeing the original Sand Lord stand up on his own, the benefactor was alarmed. How did he do that? You continue. "My proposal is as follows. I will transfer control of life and death spirits to you. You can use our ancestor as a decoy to become the Lord." Seeing the malevolent stance of the benefactor, you ask again, "Are you still going to reject this opportunity?" He suddenly sighed and said to you, "I had a strange dream." Then he raised his eyebrows seriously at you. "Alright, listen up." You kept your cheerful demeanor as you probed him without speaking. The subordinates behind you observed the internal energy you were quietly channeling. As expected, my master, my eyes lit up quickly despite his silence. The benefactor continued, "But first, I have 3 conditions. Don't be long-winded." "Go on." Han was curious about the first condition. Why didn't the mind projection charm work on you? Second, how did you manage to cast the 6-person spirit technique? And third, my safety. You nodded and came up with a way to ensure these conditions. You took off the ring from your hand and threw it towards him as a final reassurance. He looked at the ring in his hand, surprised. Mind projection charm. Good. You smiled and continued. "Wear it and swear loyalty to me. If you become my dog, I have no reason to harm you, right? Both of them were momentarily silent as they stared at each other. After a while, he changed his attitude, looking at you with anger. You stopped smiling and looked straight at him. It seems he's furious now. I can control you and torture you to make you wear it again. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped back loudly. Duling Shenjiang. You quickly retreated and dodged his attack. First condition, why didn't the mind projection charm work on me? My black is not Mok Kangwon, it's me. Remember that when you deal with me. The benefactor sneered. You act as if you've won. He realized. Who would have thought he was trapped by such a simple trick? Now I need to focus on controlling him. Benefactor Niangong was smug and confident that Duling Shenjiang would be hard for you to break through. Alone and with the ancient poison lost much of its power, it's no longer a threat. I'll use Duling Shenjiang to suppress him quickly. It seems he has the upper hand now, and you were slightly off balance defending against that strong attack. You weren't careful and got kicked. Your not so trivial internal energy sending you flying quite far. But as soon as he landed, he tried to maintain his balance not to be overwhelmed. His face turned serious and he began reading a spell, putting on armor, feeling the power of the protective spell. The sky around suddenly darkened. It seemed like he was facing all three sides at once. The brave righteousness official waved his talisman up and started reciting a spell, shouting at him before ending it. Despite facing such a strong opponent, he remained calm, gripping his hands tightly and giving orders to the subordinate. He ordered another thick chain to shoot towards the brave righteousness official. The chains fixed Thangxi all over his body. The talisman in his hand fell off quickly. He looked at Tao Jia in surprise. Impossible! How could it recover its spirit energy so fast without being supplied with killing intent? The young man laughed loudly, having lost his guard against that Mitch. But he was still. As the brave righteousness official tried to recite another spell, Tao Jia forcefully threw him into a nearby thick tree trunk. Both the official and the wooden figure of the summoned much charged at each other. The official continued, secondly, why I can perform the six-man spirit techniques. As soon as he landed, a white explosion sounded out. The two sharp mages summoned by him were easily defeated by him. The official said, my essence is made from sharp energy. I don't need to kill people to get sharp energy. It seemed like he was badly injured. He coughed hard but still couldn't believe what he had heard. Impossible, he didn't use his real name and he has an essence made from sharp energy? The official suddenly bent down to pick up the bracelet and threw it towards him. Now, your turn, he boldly said. Don't dream about it. I will absolutely obey. Suddenly he looked straight into his eyes. The man in front of him now had a very eerie face. He thought, please don't do this, but his hand involuntarily shook as he put on the bracelet. Can I bear it? From that moment on, the bracelet began to take effect under his command. The official pretended to talk to him. Such a disciple sacrificed for me. I am really touched. He felt fear rise up as he looked at the man in front of him. It's like I've mistaken my disciple for an evil spirit. After solving everything, he quickly let the two masters return to each other. The original master now seemed like a walking statue. The brave righteousness official kept looking at his master if he was in a trance. He was confused. How did it end up this way? But still, it's a big matter. Others don't need to say anything, but I doubt they can hide it from him. Although young, he has reached his master's level of cultivation, proficient in the most advanced techniques, and tamed to beasts as his spirit servants. The one mentioned is senior brother Jin Taisheng. He thought, I also warned Mok Kangwon, but you said I shouldn't just point out every little thing. If you succeed, you will become a master, so handle it yourself. The brave righteousness official tightly gripped his hand. Master, all right, now there's no turning back. Even though he lost to him, his talent is real. If successful, I will be honored as the teacher of the greatest mage and become a master myself. But something feels wrong. It feels like I've forgotten something important. He felt extremely uncomfortable, sweating silently. What could it be? He was feeling very uncomfortable. Finally, what is it? The scene switched to the official leisurely sipping tea. I didn't expect Tao Xia's master to have such abilities. I didn't even think my name could be forgotten. It was just a test. I ordered him to forget his own name. But I never expected it to actually work. Indeed, this is a magical artifact with unimaginable power. He recalled the time when he asked him, "Can we get more of these?" The official said, "I want that too, but it's probably too difficult." This magic artifact was crafted by Ming La, Golden Origin Great Mage, one of the 6 divine beings. My master participated in the grand gathering of the 6 regions and received for fruits. This is one of them. He also desired more and spent over 10 years researching it, but still couldn't grasp its secrets. You should be proud. It's a pity, the official thought. However, that means there are still 3 more like this. Hopefully one day we'll have a chance to acquire them too. You've been lost in thought about it, so you momentarily acted out of character. Ziwen has been standing by for a while now. He stammers. I just suddenly remembered something. Yes, sir, you've waited long enough. You picked up your teacup and regained composure. So let's continue the story then. The hidden past of King Lin and the great conflict of Wulin events. Ziwen asks back, so where should we start telling from? As Zheng was pondering where to begin, King Lin spoke up. Hey, Fan Ren. She got annoyed when he ignored her and shouted loudly. Zheng chuckled. I'm busy. Let's get on with it. King Lin looked dejected. I sincerely beg you. Don't ask any more now. Anyway, you'll find out at the right time anyway. She sighed deeply. If you follow my advice, I'll give you one of the 8 techniques to break through. Hearing this, Zheng seemed genuinely affected too. He momentarily acted out for a few seconds. You're starting to think about it now? I'm curious too. Clearly, you said I must figure it out on my own. Yet, even the hint of the 8 techniques was never given to me. Was it really because you didn't want the past revealed? Seeing him silent, she continued, if you want to follow my advice, just show me with your finger. He smirked. Whatever King Lin meant, one wasn't enough. Then he flicked his 2 fingers in front of her, surprising King Lin. She shouted loudly, what a man without honor. To demand both? Zheng spoke up. If you don't like it, that's fine. I need to benefit from this too. He started to look menacing and threaten. So what do we decide here? King Lin was annoyed. This guy who grabs everything. She hesitated, scratched her head, glared at him fiercely, but finally accepted. The agreement seemed finalized. He smiled contentedly and spoke up. Master Kuo, I'm sorry, but when Zheng suddenly said this, Ziwen was confused. Sir. He continued, let's discuss that later. He had his own calculations. So we now have 2 out of the 8 techniques to break through. King Lin was irritated. Just mastering one technique would be incredibly powerful. However, if not learned at the right time, it might not fully unleash its power. Originally planned to teach when appropriate, but this guy's name got in the way. Honestly, I even hate him more for knowing about that. She fell into deep thought. No, maybe I just don't want to hear how he knew. Ziwen continued, but sir, you should know this too. Zheng said, let's discuss it after everything stabilizes. He questioned stability. What do you mean? Zheng quickly changed the subject. Master Kuo, according to you, how is my martial arts currently? Ziwen was surprised. Martial arts, that's what you meant. He replied cheerfully and politely. Yes, let's get straight to it. Ziwen fell into deep thought, focusing seriously. Then he said, if I must be honest, based on the aura, one should reach first straight level. You asked again, first straight? He pondered. King Lin once said that just considering internal power, I've reached the pinnacle realm. But thinking about it, others don't seem to fully understand my martial arts. Can they not sense my aura at all? Lin King's concern was noticed. Ordinary humans can't usually perceive the essence of a person. He thought contentedly. So even experts can't grasp my martial arts if the opponent can't sense my aura? Ziwen quickly interrupted. Could it be that someone is trying to suppress their aura? He happily replied, I didn't do anything like you see. He was extremely satisfied. Then we can hide our true realm now. Ziwen seemed disappointed upon hearing this. You can tell too. He sincerely asked. You seem quite disappointed. He hesitated. Sorry. He smiled lightly. No problem. I understand. After all, I haven't reached your chi expectations yet. However, I just entered this body about a month ago. At that time, the owner of this body hadn't even achieved the third flow in martial arts circles. Wulin was taken aback and hesitated. Is that true? He quickly asked again. Yes, you don't believe me, right? He could guess his thoughts. I understand you had high hopes for me, but I've only just started from zero. He hesitated. No, I get it now. Actually, I even feel admiring. Did he reach the first flow level in just half a month? Wulin couldn't help but ask further. When can you regain your original realm then? He thought seriously. Your original realm, right? I haven't heard Lin King mention that before. Even though we can sense the strength, whether it's a spirit or me, to defeat us, one needs to be stronger. In other words, the time I mentioned now might also be when I'll seek revenge. A gentleman seeks revenge after 10 years. You need to patiently cultivate your power and wait for the right opportunity. He secretly smiled. 10 years is too long. Thinking this, he reached out in front of Wulin. Wulin was startled. Is that really true? Isn't that time too short? He confidently answered Wulin's question. No waiting needed. Lin King's expression changed slightly. She helplessly asked her son, who blurted out, "Are you crazy? You said you would reach the realm of transformation in tears. That is the ultimate level of martial arts, where one must transcend all barriers to achieve the peak of the 3 flowers and 5 chi. Currently, only the top experts in the 6 heaven 8 stars can be said to have reached this realm." Wulin trembled uncontrollably with tears streaming down his face. He was probably scared by what he heard. Lin King loudly said, "Even if you die and come back to life 100 times, do you think that's possible? Instead, you'll only realize the greatness of me. If you succeed, I will call you my lifelong master and serve you." He smiled lightly and whispered to her, "Remember this well." Holding an ancient relic in his hand, Muyu thought deeply as sunlight filtered through the window, replaying his solitary image. He fell into deep thought. At that time, that girl didn't know any shame in endangering you guys for her own pleasure. She directly accused Ma Tong, saying that guy was our accomplice. Surrounded with no way out, Ma Tong swore loudly, "Damn it." Then suddenly called out, "Ma Qian, are you there?" And Ma Tong handed over the item to him. Ma Qian muttered, "Ma Tong." The image of Ma Tong gradually faded in his mind, leaving only his last words echoing, hand over the end. He clutched the object tightly, his hands sweating. Unable to contain his agitation, he punched the thin wall beside him hard. Better if he blamed me than nothing at all. Just because I cared about my stepbrother Hein that I pushed Ma Tong into danger. Yet not only did Ma Tong resent me, but he trusted me so much. What am I to him? He was furious and looked at the empty bed in front of him. He imagined Ma Qinvan saying, "It's none of your business." Clenching his teeth, he said, "I won't let it go, not even if I have to deal with Ma Qinvan personally." Immediately, his blood rushed to his head as he focused all his strength on the imaginary figure. Ma Qinvan was severely injured, his hair matted with blood, yet he still provoked him. What does a person do? Kill each other quickly. If not, you'll be killed instead. He raged, muttering the name of the enemy. Ma Qinvan! Ma Qinvan! He pounded relentlessly until he was dazed and exhausted. He punched through a section of the wall. Finally stopping, his eyes still glinting with rage, he leaned against the wall helplessly. The illusion passed, but Ma Qinvan's words lingered. He was tormented, realizing that it was him who was wrong. Sitting on the bed, he took a moment to reflect carefully. Just as Ma Qinvan said, I had become weak by relying on old ways and couldn't recognize reality anymore. How foolish of me to think just surviving would bring back my normal life. Whether at Mock Sword Hall or anywhere else, martial arts are what matter. Survive? That's laughable. Maybe I need to give up all thoughts of comfort and survive. I must become stronger and use any means necessary. I must make everyone bow down before me, sitting in meditation on the bed. He poured his determination and grudges into this training session. His entire body radiated anger, enveloped by a red aura. This was exactly the training, the mock transformation heart method. Somewhere else, he confidently raised his fingers, saying he would break through to the transformation realm in 2 years. Lin King spoke loudly and arrogantly. If you succeed, I'll call you my parent and support you for life. He scratched his head awkwardly, but not because of a lack of confidence. He laughed confidently. Lin King is bold. It took me 20 years to break through. You haven't even realized anything significant yet. How can you sit there for 2 years? Hearing her say that, he fiercely burned with determination. You have to try to know. Our ancestors always said so. It was his grandfather who had patiently shaped him with one principle: if you don't try, you'll never know your true nature. He regained his senses, painfully holding his head, muttering, "Blood Chamber Lord, are you there?" Then kindly asked Han, "Are you okay?" He replied vaguely, "I'm fine," and continued to hold his head in confusion. What was that about? Why can't I remember what happened then? I just tried to recall my ancestor's image, but for some reason, my head hurts the most now. It felt like a door standing alone in a desolate and eerie place. 2 golden characters on the board gradually made him feel uncomfortable. Is there something? He said straightforwardly. He seems to be thinking about something, his eyes wide with shock and worry about a future scenario. Could our ancestor have? Seeing the shocked expression on his face, he couldn't help but feel more anxious, calling out, "Lord." Now he suddenly wakes up, rubbing his head before turning inside. "Don't worry, Lord CCC. I'm just a little tired, but I have some questions to ask." He honestly replied, "Yes, Lord, go ahead and ask." He immediately asked, "Does Lord CCC know anyone named Kwai Kim?" Hearing this name, despite the mask covering his face, it's easy to see the panic from deep within him that can't be hidden. Quickly setting aside any jealousy, he calms himself down. For now, let's put that aside. We should focus on this issue now. Hanko asked again, "Does your highness mean the Kwai Kim in the 6 heavens and 8 stars?" He answered immediately, yes. In his heart, he silently added, "I must avenge our ancestor. I will never get used to crying by my grandfather's grave or the cold-blooded swordsmanship of that man. That's why I came to this heavenly earth gathering. What do you think?" Then he smiled and let his grandson correct him. "Right now, I know nothing about the martial world Grand Road." The reason seems reasonable. He quickly explained, "Subordinate understands. First of all, Kwai Kim is very notorious for being ruthless and cruel." Then he sat down to start his story while she poured out the second cup of tea, one for him and one for herself. Hearing this, she was surprised. "Pardon me? Am I ruthless and cruel?" Sitting straight on the chair, he replied, "Yes. No one has ever survived a confrontation with him." She couldn't believe it, saying bluntly, "Really?" He continued, "No one knows his identity or background. He became famous for evading and confronting mortal enemies of the sect. This made her very confused about how much of this was true and how much was false, suspecting it was strange. The wound on the master's side from the mock Jian is clearly from Kwai Kim." Suddenly remembering something, his voice rose sharply. "Oh, there's one more thing. There's a very famous legend about him. In this gathering, there are 5 kings, by Saha being one of them. Before Kwai Kim disappeared, he had a few clashes with the Poison King." She sipped her tea as she listened to his story, surprised for a moment, but quickly hid it. If you weren't paying close attention, it would be hard to catch this small emotion of hers. One doubt was answered. It's not the mock Jin, right? But then another question rose. She asked, was one of the 5 kings who fought with Kwai Kim? Hand 9 replied, "Yes. Is there a problem?" Siohot said, "No, just that I heard Kwai Kim is an undercover master of the Heavenly Earth Gathering." Then he pondered. Mekhuthian mentioned that Kwai Kim could be an undercover master of the Gathering. Could there have been a mistake? Oh, one more thing. The only survivor was a member of the Heavenly Earth Gathering. Some people think it might be the bodyguard of the headmaster. Taking a sip of tea, she casually interjected, "Bodyguard. It seems they still maintain the old system. There are always people following and protecting beside the headmaster." That's right, the next part was from his inner voice. She asked again, so we still can't identify Kwai Kim? He hesitated to answer. Yes, maybe Poison King by Sa Ha knows. That's enough for now, quickly grasping the key points. She asked, does Poison King by Sa Ha know? So I have another question. But he remained patient and listened carefully. What is it? What's the purpose of the blood cup, huh? A stream of death energy enveloped the space. Ma Qiuqian continued his cultivation and meditation. Now we've reached the final stage. You must endure without a single slip for your entire life. Facing his own question, he boldly answered that it's to distinguish jade from stone. Distinction? Huh, you still find this quite confusing. He then explained, yes, this place exists to test whether someone is worthy of becoming an Earth Realm martial artist. If you pass the final gate, you'll have a chance to become a disciple of the leaders. You listened in amazement until the end, muttering to himself, disciple, 5 kings, and detox king. They fell silent for a moment. He chuckled sinisterly, finishing his explanation. He had ample time to express his heartfelt feelings. The subordinate has been disrespectful to the master for too long. I will immediately remove the master from my list of priorities. No need for further tests. You don't need to do that. It's not necessary either, because I can make use of this situation now. Han was momentarily stunned. He hadn't fully grasped the situation and your ambiguous thoughts yet. Why make use of this situation, huh? He chuckled again. Explain. Isn't it true that the cup master said if you pass the final gate, you can become a disciple of the leaders? Isn't it true that the pain from an infected wound is the worst? And he ended with a cryptic smile, leaving Han in shock. Ma Qiuqian was nearing his cultivation goal. The last steps were the most arduous. He panted heavily, his resolve growing stronger. Bup. I planned to stop if there were side effects, but I can't deny its power. This is the only way to strengthen me in a short time. Mok Yingwen's eyes flashed with cold fury. Meanwhile, the master was devising plans to lure you into his trap. If this is how it turns out, I'll become a disciple of Detox King and use that information from the Demon Sword. To do so, I just need to pass the final test. Both of us have one goal, to rule this place. Mok Yuji swore with unwavering loyalty that he would be the one to conquer it, not you. The next morning was bright and cool. Sunlight shone through the veranda of the building. Everyone gathered in a room, their faces filled with worry and confusion. He sat in the middle of the room, counting heads before speaking. Why is there an extra person? Then he turned to the others. I said only 8 people were needed. She hesitantly explained. Oh, I didn't know Liang would be coming along, so I recruited one more person. He was annoyed and uncomfortable. Yeah, such a simple thing. How could you make a mistake? She quickly replied. Oh, my apologies. Standing beside him, the demon monk in Liang's body appeared quite flustered, clenching his lips tightly. He waved his hand to dismiss them. It was too late now. One of you should know better and leave. Suddenly, a man with a fierce expression rushed forward to argue. What? Who do you think you are to order us around? He bumped into the person next to him, causing that person to cry out. Ooh. He was taken aback. Oh, I didn't expect to be scolded too. The orchid turned away without saying a word. Still angry, he said, I agreed to join because there's Liang here. Why did you suddenly bring in a parasite like this? Who do you think you are that I have to follow you? Do you think you're so great? His words were harsh enough to make even his companion in the group speak up. Hey, he reminded him. Hey, didn't you see anything just now? He's strong. You standing next to him in a purple robe agreed. That's right. Lin Dai is just his little toe. Seeing both of you defending him made them speak up. The stubborn guy shouted loudly in protest. Don't keep talking nonsense. Look at his face. Does he look like someone who was nearly beaten to death? His words have convinced some people to agree with him. The helmet-wearing guy, you said right, his face doesn't have any injuries at all. Since someone recognized him, the guy continued his argument. They must have done something sneaky because the team leader will pass no matter what. For sure, they bribed Lin Dai. Or maybe he used his pretty looks to intimidate others. Lingay was annoyed by this and gritted his teeth and he prepared to teach Song a lesson. Calm down, it's understandable that they're suspicious. You confidently looked at him and suggested, so what do we need to do to prove it? Want to fight me? The guy enthusiastically agreed as if he had been waiting for this. Alright, let's have a fight. You can fight if you want. As soon as I said that, I grabbed his hand and used my pre-awakening technique to pull him towards me. He didn't even get the chance to use his pre-awakening technique. The one who strikes first wins. His whole face was already in my palm, and he cried out in pain. After grabbing his head, I slammed it up and down with great pain. Even on a distant island, they could hear the loud noise. Sitting on him, I viciously tore at him. Oh! Pulling his hair, I asked, "Isn't this over already? So dull." Feeling upset that it wasn't interesting enough, the others in the room were even more terrified. Everyone huddled up thinking he hadn't even had a chance to react. Moreover, was she a puppet? Impossible. After successfully scaring them with the scare tactic, I stood straight and released him, calling the others over. Anyone else want to verify this? The two guys who were following him now shook their heads in fear. Have we seen the effect we needed? Alright, so no one is against it, and we have enough members. Let's start then. The yellow-clad guy was confused. Huh? What are you starting? Why is that guy lying on the ground? Bang! Finally! But before he could adjust, I kicked his shin with my foot. He fell again, clutching his painful leg. Everyone in the room was also scared. The helmet-wearing guy stammered. What are you doing? You lost already. Why are you still fighting? I tilted my head and replied casually. What's the big surprise? Immediately, his eyes turned serious. This isn't over yet. Seeing that, the helmet-wearing guy suddenly went blank. Huh? Not caring about their righteous indignation. I immediately instructed, we're going to be very busy from now on. Before the next exam, we need to break the limbs of others. The voice of the Blood Cup Master echoed. The head of the three halls is Wu Zhuangyao. The two of them stood out with a confident smile among the competitors there. Everyone surrounded them to congratulate. What's up? The joyful scene from their victory over there was completely different from his. He still stood calmly as he had been since the beginning. His face didn't show any emotion, just a deeper coldness. Lin Ning appeared with his cigarette right behind him. He glanced at his reaction. How does it feel to be hit from behind for the first time? This time he smiled. Well, that's interesting. 3 days ago it was already dark. Similar mournful sounds also echoed in another room. Then he slowly pushed open the door and stepped out with a whoosh. As if those guys had been defeated by him just like before. Too much bloodshed. He sighed as he reviewed his achievements. So there are only 8 left now. The others must be doing well, right? Fanning raised the cigarette to her lips and took a deep drag, scolding him. She is really cruel. Then Hein Haiche's footsteps approached, followed by Hoa Lan and Mu Jingyan's frantic cries. Seeing this, he stopped to wait for them. She was out of breath, making her words unclear. There is something big happening. He calmly asked, "What happened?" It turned out that the members of his team were beaten up and tied up. What are they saying? Yeah. The ones who captured them are from Wu Zhuangyao's team. Hu Qian was also there. He couldn't resist scratching his ear, wondering if these were members of our team. Then he looked straight at the others with a calm expression, showing no worry or indifference. In his mind, they were only second-rate, so we let them join to test them out. He asked, "Can you tell me what happened?" Looking directly into their eyes, he seemed tired and bored as he asked again, "What's going on?" He repeated his question for clarity. "Please explain what happened." One of the members from his team presented first. Sorry, the Han man hesitated before continuing. But it seems they have noticed our plan. We were ambushed. Both he and her were slightly surprised. He asked, Ambush, isn't my fuck the one who causes such a big commotion? An ambush is expected. Then he pondered, did they notice us breaking their limbs? Yes, that could be known, but why kidnap hostages? The man lectured, Mu Jingyan, did you dare do this? Suddenly, he angrily shouted, clearly the next gate is different from the previous ones. Why should people do that? Before he could finish his sentence, a loud laugh interrupted him. Is there a problem? I told you the main character doesn't like being lectured to. Surprised by the question, he instinctively asked, huh? He presented his most reasonable explanation. We're just eliminating some competitors. It's like what you're doing. The man angrily retorted, HMPH, do you think everyone is like you? We only kidnapped hostages to avoid wasting effort on such matters. He replied sarcastically, how can I trust you? Besides, have you ever thought about it? The illustration for the next test was clear and easy to understand. The content of the next gate involves a team of 8 people performing a sword array. But when it came to clearly state his vicious intentions, he suddenly got excited, his eyes and mouth showing a terrifying bloodthirstiness. So just break everyone's limbs and leave 8 people alive, that would automatically pass the test. After hearing his idea, he was so agitated he couldn't say anything, just nodding in agreement. Even after lecturing him about how wicked and disgusting this is, it wouldn't change a thing, so he sighed deeply. Forget it. Talking to him is such a waste of time. We've prepared everything already. He watched his actions closely, but didn't react. Slowly, he took off his outer jacket and called out someone nearby. Wu Chuingyu, he answered. All right. The people around him widened their eyes in shock. He pulled out a long, thin needle to introduce. This is a special acupuncture technique of our school. If the needle isn't removed within half a day after insertion, you must come back for another session within 10 days. I've inserted it into some people on your team. He placed another hand on his shoulder. Calm as if nothing happened, and the faces of his teammates showed firm agreement, ready to comply with whatever he said. While he was dressing up, he explained that if you don't agree to cooperate, both your team and ours will be eliminated. She secretly praised him for being clever. If done this way, Mo Jingyan would have 5 people on his team with paralyzed legs. Maybe Mo Jingyan has to follow us this time too. Thinking about it, it doesn't fit the main character. They can't possibly cooperate. He said it himself. Do you understand now? Just as he buttoned up his coat, he raised his fist and shouted, Brother, Mo Jingyan. But he lifted his chin high. Then he burst into a terrifying laugh. Seeing this, his face turned pale. He was sweating profusely, too scared to breathe. She and the others were terrified as they saw him. And then the monster in his body was activated. His entire body was covered in a thick, fiery aura. He was shocked and asked, What's going on? A sudden pressure shot towards him, forcing him to strain. He looked like a demon stepping out of hell, grinning, heavily wondering how to deal with his younger brother. Mo Dishin, should I kill him now? He kept thinking about the discomfort he felt when dealing with his rebellious younger brother all day long. Every time Mo Dishin did something to obstruct him, Mo Jingyan felt uncomfortable just from that feeling of discomfort. His eyes turned completely red like blood. The person was just a tiny glowing dot. Just the discomfort he felt made the air around them heavy. He focused and unleashed all his energy straight towards him. Mo Jingyan had already considered Mo Dishin as an enemy. Everyone in the room didn't dare move or act because they were all controlled by his eerie demonic aura, feeling immense pressure. They could only be restrained by this aura. Both of them were at a loss for words when he suddenly decided. He could kill Mo Dishin right now and stick to the old method of leaving 8 people alive, but he didn't know if Wu Chuingyu would cooperate. So he opened his hands. He wouldn't take on any more risks. Then he clapped a few times and gathered all the aura back. He acted as if nothing happened. Alright, let's do it this way. Again, he stood in the middle of the room and proposed. I agree. Instead, I need to keep 4 people from your team. We'll switch tomorrow morning. He smiled warmly. All right. But he still looked uncomfortable. He grinned wickedly and happily cooperated. And the next day, both sides exchanged hostages. In front of the hall was a training yard with many people gathered there. Some teams watched while others practiced swordsmanship in turns. Then each team spent 3 days practicing for the final battle. China seemed to favor his team. Everyone looked happy, still holding that round card. Both teams performed excellently, but Wu Zhuangyu's team was better prepared. With only 16 passing, Wu Zhuangxi became the leader of this martial gate due to their higher completion rate. He remembered when they talked. Yu asked, "What if we reduce the number?" He accidentally said, "Just follow the rules." Now it's tense. All contestants were wiped out by him. He whispered a plea, but only in his heart. "Master, shouldn't you be more cautious today?" He lamented that there weren't enough participants, but since the talented ones he aimed for passed, it wasn't an issue. The next martial gate was held the following day. They would have to go through a dungeon. The entrance to the dungeon was a small square door. In front of the cave stood a burning incense stick with smoke rising. From the martial gate, participants had to avoid traps in the dark and escape. If they escaped before 1/3 of the incense burned out, they passed. The task seemed difficult and dangerous. Li Jie was struggling to dodge swords. Then, torches shot towards them. Those who passed this gate would be eligible as reserve leaders for the Heaven and Earth Society. In the end, only 6 people made it: Ni Weihong, Mu Duishan, Ma Hulin, Wu Zhuangyu, Li Jie, and finally the first one out. He slowly stepped out of the long corridor at the entrance. Holding up the round card to confirm his victory, he smiled happily. The leader of the 4 gates, Mu Kenning, won. As soon as he exited, the guards were shocked and exchanged glances. 1/6 of the incense was still burning, but he left already? Did he just run out like that? The other agreed it's the first time in the history of the Blood Trial Cup. Mu Duishan's group was equally stunned, looking at his path. He smiled. "I didn't expect him to be faster than me." This reminded him of when they exchanged hostages before leaving. He turned and looked back at him, promising to meet the next day. Immediately pulling his men away, he stood there like a statue. He raised his hand to look. "My hand is full of sweat." Then, watching his retreating figure, he couldn't forget the excitement of discovering someone new. "I've never seen anyone around me stand out before now." He widened his eyes with delight on his face. "But he's different. For the first time, someone made me think like this." Then he turned to him and said, "Duishan, you have a tough brother." And he felt something too. His body warned him, if it is an enemy, kill immediately. Everyone left the forest and returned to the hall where they chose the leaders of the 4 gates. The next was the 5th gate, the final test of the Blood Trial Cup. Before reaching the final gate, 3 people stood by the courtyard entrance, looking at 6 young men standing solemnly. The head of the Blood Trial Cup congratulated them. "I congratulate the 6 who have made it so far. From now on, you all are eligible to become reserve leaders for the Heaven and Earth Society. Next, I will reward those who came first in each gate." The crowd was surprised. Mu Kenning looked at his token card. Indeed, it's not just a formality. At this moment, the head of the Blood Trial Cup raised a small box. Those with tokens would receive the Heaven and Earth Orchestra, a secret elixir from our society. Eating this will give you internal strength equivalent to 10 to 15 years of training. The contestants were excited. He continued, "This goes to Mu Kenning and Wu Zhuangyu." Then the head of the Blood Trial Cup announced the next prize. For those with 2 tokens, they can enter the Blood Trial Cup treasury. You can choose any martial arts there. Wu Zhuangyu and Mu Kixian Jinghao. Treasury. I've heard that the Blood Trial Cup has a treasury. It contains many secret techniques of martial arts, weapons, and more. Such an opportunity, how could I miss? Mu Kenning remained emotionless. Everyone sighed at the missed opportunity. He turned to look at everyone. Mok Jingwen looks puzzled at this. Everyone wants as much as possible, right? King Ling seems to have read his mind. More martial arts skills don't necessarily mean stronger, but more experience broadens your horizons. Hearing that, Mok Jingwen falls into deep thought, a broader horizon indeed. At this moment, the Blood Chamber Master on the stage speaks again. And also, Vivi, it's been about 8 years since someone possessed 3 talismans. The one with 3 talismans has the right to request any of the leaders of our organization to teach them. This includes the 5 kings, 3 treasurers, and 4 caves masters. As soon as he said this, everyone was speechless in amazement. But Mok Jingwen wonders why they are so shocked about this. Is this good news? My Wulin is surprised. What did you say? You're talking nonsense. In our 5 kings, 3 have already entered the 6 heavens 8 stars realm. Those called 8 stars are all experts in the transformation realm. Hearing my Wulin's explanation, Mok Jingwen's face darkens. 6 heavens 8 stars, top martial artists of the world. It seems King Ling also broke through to the 2nd transformation realm in the past. A series of images of great experts flashed before his eyes. If 8 stars are transformation realm experts, then perhaps Qi Jin is at that level too. King Mi feels a bit surprised about this. Just 100 years ago, our organization didn't even have 1 transformation realm expert. How could there be so many now after just 100 years? Mok Jingwen remains silent. If that's the case, alright, everyone take a break until the final blood chamber ceremony ends and we prepare to leave. I have something to ask. A hand raises as he turns around. Mok Jingwen raises another question. What about those who possess 4 talismans? Hearing this, the Blood Origin Master pauses for a moment. He doesn't answer immediately but looks down. Mok Jingwen's expressionless hand still falls back. He coldly says that person will receive guidance from the Chamber Master, one of the 6 heavens. The entire square falls into silence in an instant. Above the 8 stars is 6th heaven Lutian. Mok Jingwen's expression on this stage is indescribable. King Mi shows extreme annoyance at this. The Chamber Master is from the 6th heaven, she mocks. That kind of person can enter the 6th heaven hall too. Mok Jingwen immediately reveals a sly smile. It seems our enemy's path has become a bit difficult now. Amidst majestic mountains and lush trees, Mok Jingwen follows Kwa Wenshi towards the inner treasury until he steps into the protective barrier. Kwa Wenshi of Blood Chamber Reign greets the waiting Yang Wuyuan from the Bower Guardians delegation. He respectfully bows to Yang Wuyuan standing at the entrance. You're the one who received 3 talismans, right? Yang Wuyuan looks Mok Jingwen over carefully. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mok Jingwen, the person in charge of this treasury. He approaches with a scarred face and greets them. Alright, follow me now. Turning around, he holds a lantern and leads Mok Jingwen into the treasury. Kwa Wenshi at the back. I'll wait outside. Mok Jingwen follows Yang Wuyuan inside. The two in silence move deeper into the treasury. He thinks to himself, the entrance path. That way is the entrance path. Yang Wuyuan cautiously leads the way with the lantern. You can see the secret chamber once you enter. Remember, only 1 scroll can be taken out. It's hard to get in here, so choose carefully. You can take it out but read as many as you like, right? Mok Jingwen takes the lantern from Yang Wuyuan and asks. Of course, you must read before choosing. Yang Wuyuan confirms. Mok Jingwen tucks his lips into a vague smile. What good fortune! Yang Wuyuan reminds Mu Jingguan again. I forgot to tell you something. Mu Jingguan stops in his tracks. Inside, there's a room marked with a red line. If you don't want to see what's disturbing, turn around and look back at Mu Jingguan. Don't go in there under any circumstances. Yang Wuyuan warns with a terrifying face. Disturbing, Mu Jingguan doesn't understand. Generally speaking, that's how it is. Just remember what I said. Yang Wuyuan stops to say more and just reminds Mu Jingguan to remember my words. Although Mu Jingguan feels a bit strange about this, he pays no mind and takes the lamp into the room. I know already. So take your hand and open the door handle. Start now. As you step inside, the interior of the armory immediately opens his eyes wide. This is much larger than the entrance itself. Holding the lamp around, he sees books densely packed on shelves all around. There must be more martial arts techniques than one can count in a short time. Mu Jingguan doesn't know where to start. He sighs. I didn't expect there to be so many techniques here. It would take an hour just to look at them all. The recent stuff is mostly useless. Seeing him pick up a calendar and open it, Kinglin stops him. You have to flip through the first few pages before you can see anything useful. Kinglin's voice echoes in his ear. There are only a few like that. The people on the upper floor leave. Mu Jingguan follows with the lamp up the stairs. Yang Wuyuan watches from below and is surprised all this time. Go straight to the top floor? Does he know anything about here already? The structure of this place resembles that of Bashan's armory. The techniques here might just be copies. At this moment, Mu Jingguan carefully observes the books from bottom to top, with steps in between for movement. He wonders why they added another level like this. It must be to prevent intruders or to avoid fire. If stored on a cliff like this, it could serve as an emergency backup. Bashan doesn't know who came up with these strategies. They are quite clever and have been improved over time. Kinglin explains that she agrees. Mu Jingguan praises her. So where should I start? Hearing his question, she says take the book on your right. Okay, Mu Jingguan doesn't hesitate to pick up the book and quickly flip through it. Round them is quiet except for the sound of Mu Jingguan turning pages. Seeing this, Kinglin's face shows surprise. What is that? This man named Panfu. She can't believe what she's seeing with her own eyes. Is he really reading it? Hong Hong doubts the situation. Because Mu Jingguan's flipping speed doesn't match someone who is actually reading, rather, it looks like a quick glance. What next? Mu Jingguan folds back the previous book and asks, below to the left, but would he remember if he reads like that? Kinglin doubts this. Of course I'll remember. Mu Jingguan continues flipping through books without looking back. What is it? Kinglin exclaims. Mu Jingguan has finished the second book and calmly says, we can memorize everything even if we don't fully understand yet. Hearing this, even Kinglin finds it hard to believe. I know his mind is sharp, but not to this extent. He must have spent an hour here. At this rate, in front of Kinglin's eyes, Mu Jingguan and a pile of techniques are surrounded. What next? Mu Jingguan folds another book with satisfaction. How strong will he become? Kinglin dares not guess. Outside the armory, Kwa Week stands guard seriously. Suddenly, a rustling sound comes from behind him. When he turns around, his eyes widen in surprise. A man and woman, both young, with faces covered by hats are getting closer. They stop here at the entrance of the bloodletting cavern's armory. He reaches for his sword hilt cautiously. If they don't stop, he'll. But before he can draw his sword, the man's hand presses firmly on his wrist. Line 60 is reached. The speed was so fast that basic reactions couldn't keep up. Too quick for Quach Van K to react. The man slowly spoke, as if a blood-sweat cave martial artist had calmly arrived and was standing there quietly. Hearing the man's words, Quach Van K stood straight. May I ask who you are? Why do I only see you take out a token? That is it. Quach Van K was surprised. Clearly written on top were 3 large characters, Mingdao Wang. Is that a Mingdao Wang token? So this person, he thought, but couldn't guess what Quach Van K was thinking. The man put on his hat and revealed a smiling face. A disciple of the Mingdao Wang, Tandon? In a large cave, it was pitch black except for numerous towering bookshelves ranged side by side. Each level had several oil lamps hanging, providing some light. Kinvin's hand kept flipping through pages non-stop while mumbling to himself. Next, after going crazy with the golden-bound book, he immediately switched to reading a blue-bound one and closed it abruptly. I wonder if he's really reading or just flipping through for show. His mouth keeps moving. Next, continue. Oh my god. Kinvan had just finished the golden book, turning back and forth to see him, holding a blue-bound one closed with a snap. After finishing reading, he calmly asked, "What's next?" Seeing the boy so engrossed in books, Than Lin, as a wooden doll, hurriedly searched for new books. It's right here. While searching, Than Lin suddenly paused, as if seeing something strange. Hold on, why is this here? But Kin Van was already standing in front of the huge bookshelf. As he chose books, he asked, "This one?" Fan Lin, seeing him read like a book, replied, "Yes, that's it." Holding the book with a puzzled look, Qin Van blurted out, "What about the law of harmony?" Fan Lin, seeing his confusion, quickly explained, "It's a martial arts technique passed down by the Mi clan, once part of the Heaven-Earth Society." After explaining, Fan Lin said something earth-shaking. If slightly modified, it could be considered a divine item in martial arts. Indeed, Qinvan's eyes widened in surprise. Divine item? The image of a stack of books with one isolated book corner flashed in his mind along with Qinvan's thoughts. Fan Lin had said that advanced martial arts techniques approach the peak realm, while divine items transcend it, containing profound insights. As Qinvan continued flipping through the Vipro book, Fan Lin resumed her concerned tone. "You should learn this." Finding a cosmic-level book, Qinvan beamed with joy. He laughed and replied succinctly, "All right." It seems Qinvan read another book. Fan Lin continued jumping. "Next is..." But she paused again, as if seeing something familiar. "Oh, this one's here too." Noticing her pause for about 2 seconds, Qinvan asked, "Another law like the law of harmony?" Suddenly, Fan Lin seemed to float beside him, leaning in closely and whispering, "No, it's Tai Kai Liu Chang, a VE Hang school technique. But I advise against learning it." Qinvan's puzzled face turned to Fan Lin as he asked, "Why?" Her actions and words conveyed the depth of her conviction. It was the pinnacle of martial arts, relying on inner energy cultivation. If practiced incorrectly, it could conflict with one's true chi. Hearing this, Qinvan's face remained blank as he responded indifferently, I see." As if teasing him, Qinvan continued reading while Fan Lin asked, "You should remember it." Seeing this, Fan Lin inquired curiously, "Remember for me?" Qinvan's face turned mischievous as he explained, "I might need it someday. You once said that a sideways glance reveals the sect. Thus, pretending to be someone else would reveal your true nature." Fan Lin, seeing Qinvan's unusual thoughts, replied helplessly, "Thinking like that, people's imagination is truly unmatched." Qinvan continued his peculiar thinking as Fan Lin asked, Such thoughts a person's imagination can't keep up." But suddenly, when Jingyan was flipping through a book as usual, he paused for about 2 seconds. Then he asked his family members to call Thingle for help. Hearing Jingyan calling her name, Thingle, who was smoking at the time, had to turn around and ask, what's up?" He stood alone in front of a bookshelf, staring intently at pages filled with text as he asked, "They said this place only contains copies," but even Thingle hesitated for a moment. As she held her pipe tightly and frowned, she replied to Jingyan, "That's true, but why?" She looked at the book in Jingyan's hand that was still stained with blood. The air around it seemed to emit an odd purple magic as she continued to speak. "This looks more like the original. It's still the same big cave with shelves of books on different levels." Jingyan stood inside, full of questions for Thingle about why this was happening. Can they just copy it better instead of keeping the old version? Isn't that reason enough to change how things are arranged? But Thingle cut him off immediately with a short answer. While Jingyan carefully examined the mysterious book, his face serious, Thingle continued explaining, "The original has its own significance. Remember what we talked about. Clues." Instead of listening to her explanation, Jingyan jumped in and sat down, finishing her sentence as if he had memorized it. She puffed on her pipe while looking a bit surprised, but continued smoking. Just reading books made Jingyan taste all kinds of flavors. He read with a smug smile, jumping around like a self-involved lunatic. "I get it now. Now I understand." In the original, written by the creator themselves, each stroke carries their habits. In other words, the structure of the technique lies in the handwriting. Thingle was genuinely surprised and laughed out loud. She was so shocked she couldn't say a word. With her mouth open wide, Thingle thought to herself that this man was revealing insights only those at the peak could understand. Watching Jingyan read with one hand while hanging his legs, Thingle silently admired his extraordinary memory and comprehension. Not only is his memory exceptional, but so is his ability to learn. It seemed that Thingle was still silent, so Jingyan had to ask again, "Did I say something wrong?" Suddenly, Thingle's eyes lit up a bit before closing tightly as she thought and smote. She still answered the bookworm. No, you're right. Just getting one sentence confirmed made Jingyan smile smugly. So that means we guessed correctly. His annoying attitude made Thingle feel a bit uncomfortable and slightly disgusted, her face turning red like a ripe tomato as she gave him an affectionate but disdainful look. Irritated by Thingle's reaction, Jingyan continued his book-reading habit. As he carefully turned each page, he thought, the meaning lies in every stroke. Suddenly, the image of the author writing this book popped up in Jingyan's mind. He was thinking about it too. If I can sense the author's habits while reading, should I keep that awareness? Awareness, as he thought. A brush stroke from the old author suddenly hit the paper, splattering black ink everywhere. Jingyan's face widened in surprise as more ink droplets hit him. Suddenly, the author appeared with a serious expression and bright eyes like car headlights. Moreover, he turned his mother into a giant and lunged at Jingyan to give him a smack. Jingyan, who was writing with messy hair, stared blankly in shock. He just stared at the author. Suddenly, the book closed with a loud snap. Jingyan closed the book and held it tightly. He looked intently at it, thinking to himself, I saw an image. The author performed magic right in front of me. Suddenly, Thingle's voice echoed, startling Jingyan into looking up. Kinvan asked if she was about to mention something, but instead Fan Lin frowned and looked suspicious. Instead of answering Kinvan's question, Fan Lin raised an eyebrow and questioned him about someone who had entered a state of no self. Fan Lin suddenly asked a confusing question that made Kinvan raise his eyebrows in confusion. In the state of no self, people seem smart when reading but act like fools otherwise. So Fan Lin explained it was a deep meditative state where one forgets themselves and just let things flow naturally. Suddenly, Fan Lin noticed all the bookshelves here and told Kinvan that this wasn't a copy from the main library. Everything had been moved over in its original form. Fan Lin wore a cunning expression with a mix of joy, but it looked like she was possessed by spirits. She happily continued to say all these books were originals. Kinvan stared at his book as if it was melting in his hands. Fan Lin spoke nonstop like a machine after opening her mouth. So that book must be here, on the third shelf from the right. Facing this direction, Kinvan looked at the shelf, then Lin pointed to and asked again, is it there? The dimly lit cave showed shelves filled with books. After a while, Kinvan held the book then Lin mentioned. He took the book in one hand and gripped the shelf's pillar tightly with the other. MMC asked about the cultivation method of 100 herbs. Kinvan looked confused as Fan Lin explained it was a difficult process. The book I placed here opened the folded paper inside. Fan Lin instructed like a mother hen, and Kinvan did everything she said without hesitation. While unfolding the book to read the note, he kept asking questions. What is this? He started reading the mysterious notes. No sword against moonlight. Moon direction defeats sword. After just 2 lines, his eyes widened in shock as if he was about to die. Fan Lin turned her head and puffed on a pipe while smiling at Kinvan. Today is your lucky day. The moonlight sword method I created, it all started from here. Kinvan's mind flashed with images of Fan Lin wielding a bright red sword like a lightsaber in Star Wars. It's appearing before us, the path of this sword method. Fan Lin narrated, one of the 5 great sword methods representing ancient martial arts. Kinvan felt his inner strength awakening as he stared at himself, never seen until now. These are the last remnants of the No Moon Sword. Fan Lin explained her creation. The image of Fan Lin dancing with sword moves on water in the sunset appeared before Kinvan, making him stand still and observe. These sword techniques had reached a different level. Suddenly, an energy field surrounded Kinvan, shocking Fan Lin. She felt this strange energy as his consciousness stabilized. It was like watching someone practicing martial arts firsthand. Fan Lin sat there, smoking and talking to herself, hoping nothing would interrupt her enlightenment. You have truly entered a state of no self. Kinvan's energy field kept flowing in front of Fan Lin. After that, only Kinvan held the book tightly as an enormous energy field surrounded him. Fan Lin muttered to herself, hoping nothing would interrupt his enlightenment. Suddenly, someone came and startled the guard, who gasped. The guard asked who they were, but Wulin interrupted, asking about the librarian instead. Without waiting for an answer, Wulin introduced himself as a disciple of the Black Sword King. The guard's eyes widened at this name. "I am Wulin, disciple of the Black Sword King." The guard was shocked and wondered about Wulin's strength. All disciples of the 5 kings are masters, it seems true. Despite his youth, he had reached such a level, truly worthy to be the disciple of that man. Seeing the guard still silent, Wulin asked if he could enter. The guard refused with a hand gesture and closed eyes. According to rules, even disciples of the 5 kings are not allowed in the library. Despite being blocked, Wulin remained calm. He smiled and asked who was beside him. As if confirming his status, Wulin showed a token, which made the guard turn around. Seeing the token, the guard's eyes widened in shock and he couldn't speak. The librarian bowed deeply with a loud voice. It was Miss Ian Muggen. But seeing her, Wulin immediately silenced him. He shouted like a megaphone, "Miss Ian Muggen!" But the moment she opened her mouth, it silenced him again. Then he turned to Muggen with a smile and said something very warm. "Miss, please wait here. I'll bring him right away." Suddenly, this crazy guy started talking to her, making Muggen turn around, but she immediately rejected. "No need to trouble yourself." Ignoring Muggen's words, Wulin thought he had to act now. He shot a dart up into the air while still muttering, "A mere disciple, not worth for you to come personally." Seeing that guy being more shameless than a car, Muggen could only helplessly reply, "All right." Wulin had already landed near Jingguan, who was reading books calmly. The crazy Wulin kept laughing nonstop. In his mind, as expected, even though we're here, he still didn't react at all. He just kept staring at Jingguan like a scholar engrossed in reading while talking to himself, really immersed in the state of no self. Wulin then walked closer to Jingguan. He continued his speech. "If we touched him now, or he would wake him up, or fall into a demonic possession. But that's not my concern. I'm just following orders. Bring the person to meet Miss." "What dog are you talking about bringing someone to see Miss? So don't blame me." Wyhorn suddenly straightened his face and then gave a weird smile with 12 holes. His hand had been reaching out to Jingguan for some time, almost harming him, but still thinking, "You're just too unlucky." His hand was about to touch Jingguan's shoulder. Suddenly, Jingguan turned his head and glared at Wulin like that. Seeing this, Wulin jumped back in surprise, sweating profusely, his teeth clenching out of fear. Meanwhile, Jingguan closed his book with a loud snap, mumbling as he asked Wulin, "What are you doing?" He turned his face and used a scary expression to ask Wulin, "What do you think you're doing?" The feeling was that if Jingguan's answer was off even slightly, his teeth would be mixed with his lips. While Jingguan was reading alone on the 3rd floor, Fan Lin appeared next to a small doll and harumphed, wondering if Fan Fu was doing well. Hearing Wulin approaching Jingguan, Fan Lin was slightly startled but still calmly smoking her pipe. Seeing Wulin getting closer to Jingguan, Fan Lin wondered, "What's going on? Who is this guy?" When the guy who likes to harm others started laughing weirdly and reaching out to Jingguan, Fan Lin finally understood, but only asked herself, could he be trying to hurt Fan Fu? Seeing the situation becoming dangerous, Fan Lin didn't panic. She thought to herself, "It's too dangerous. I have to wake up Fan Fu." Thinking and acting immediately, Fan Lin then scrunched her face with sweat beads and shouted, "Fan Fu, wake up now! Fan Fu, wake up!" Seeing Wulin's hand almost touching Jingguan's shoulder, Fan Lin called out loudly, but Jingguan still didn't wake up, so she yelled again, "Fan Fu." Suddenly, Jingguan's purple-black aura flowed back into him, causing Fan Lin to jump in surprise. Seeing Jingguan, Fan Lin clutched his book tightly and frowned, thinking that Jingguan's aura was being sucked back while Wulin was still preparing to harm him. Jingguan held the book tightly with a serious face as his oars seemed to be attracted by some force. Thanlin thought. His aura is being absorbed back and Wyan is still preparing to harm Jingguan. He's still standing there laughing. Jingguan suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils bright like car headlights, red with a long face as if from an ancient wax figure. Realizing the situation, Thanlin calmed down and thought to herself, "That's right, just ended the state of no-self. Seems he has awakened." But still remembering her mission, Thanlin quickly shouted, "Pham Phu, look at that guy on your right." Jingguan was startled and his eyes widened in surprise. Jingguan became a loyal dog of Thanlin now. She just told him to turn right. He turned and gave Quayan an affectionate glare, catching him off guard. Then Jingguan used one hand to close the book and began questioning. "You!" He put down the book and asked again, "What are you doing?" Seeing himself caught in an immoral act, Wyan's face turned pale with fear. He grimaced and clenched his teeth while backing away and mumbling, yeah. But before Qin Van could waste saliva asking, Thanlin had already raised her hand to answer for Wyan. "You don't know this. He's trying to break you." Hearing Thanlin say that, Qin Van was a bit doubtful and asked, "Break me how?" The Wyan standing next to him looked confused as the doll in Qin Van's coat suddenly started talking. She made a puzzled face with her eyebrows twitching. Seeing Qin Van acting dumbfounded, Thanlin had no choice but to fold her arms and explain earnestly to help him understand. Because when someone is in a state of non-self, they can fall into demonic possession if touched. So he's trying to break you, right? As Thanlin described the scene, Wyan was running around with electric currents coursing through his body and energy pouring out. It looked terrifying. After Thanlin explained, Qin Van seemed to understand and asked Wyan angrily. To provoke someone in a non-self state into falling into demonic possession, that's the intention of the person, right? Caught off guard by Qin Van's sharp words, Wyan started sweating profusely. He was so worried that his eyebrows twitched and he stammered endlessly without finishing any sentence. But Qin Van remained calm as if nothing had happened. He quietly put Thanlin's book in his coat and closed his eyes, answering sternly. Turns out it was intentional. Then Qin Van quickly delivered a powerful punch to Guyan's neck, leaving him no time to retaliate. Guyan winced painfully and cried out. Still unsatisfied with one hit, Qin Van turned his face and struck Wyan several more times to make sure he would remember it. Qin Van continued lecturing, "No excuses, you're going to pay the price." In the third floor fight, Qin Van kept chasing Wyan like a mad dog. While the attacker was intimidating when attacking others, now that he was being hit, he kept retreating. Wyan kept his eyebrows furrowed as he retreated. He gritted his teeth and grunted continuously since the beginning of the fight. In his mind, he cursed. "Damn it! Hit in the neck, I can't breathe normally now." But then he thought about retaliating. Wyan raised his hand and grabbed the sword behind him, still thinking to himself, first, keep a distance from him. After planning his counterattack, Wyan swung his sword at Qin Van, but Qin Van dodged it easily as he was the main character with good reflexes. Not wanting to give Guyan any spotlight, Qin Van suddenly stepped on Wyan's sword. Wyan raised his sword high into the air, causing Qin Van to jump up like a squirrel. Seeing this, Wyan thought it was an order for something weird. Qin Van spun in midair and then kicked out with one leg, activating the skill Heavenly Vortex Kick to land for kicks. Thanlin was surprised as she saw Qin Van's dance-like moves. Suddenly, Thanlin leaped forward and exclaimed, "Little Qin Van." As Qin Van descended, he used the invisible flash step. He kicked Wyan down with a powerful downward strike. Wyan wasn't stupid and tried to block with his sword. Blocking that fatal kick was difficult, causing him to wrinkle his forehead in pain as if he had a severe constipation. After blocking the deadly attack, Wyan used his sword to slash Qin Van. Qin Van dodged easily. But Qin Van's main character, Aura, wouldn't let him be defeated so quickly. Qin Van easily avoided Guyan's move as if it was nothing. Guyan destroyed a bookshelf full of books, but showed no remorse. When facing Qin Van, Guyan was terrified and screamed like an old man. Kinvin's legs seemed to have engines as they produced sparks when landing. Wyon stood in the corner, muttering as he saw the books falling down. Master will kill me, he thought to himself. Secret technique. His face turned red like a tomato. His mouth full of blood clenched tightly. His face was twisted in pain. About to fight, he still kept thinking, it's all because of that guy. Unlike Wyon, Kinvan stood calmly amidst the falling books with a confident smile. Suddenly, Wyon swung his sword down forcefully. Seeing the sparks from Gwyn's sword, Kinvan was startled. But instead of using his sword to fight Gwyn, he confidently used his bare hands. His hands seemed to emit a greenish-blue power like Elsa's ice magic. Than Lin was shocked, her eyes wide open in surprise. She appeared beside the small doll and frowned, staring at him in disbelief. Wyon stood there, his mouth forming an odd shape like Seiko, but his hands kept emitting that terrifying power. Her shock was so obvious Mag had to ask herself. Spirit energy? Than Lin imagined a person with bright eyes and a hand constantly emitting power similar to Wyon's. She worried as she thought, only those who reach the pinnacle can awaken spirit energy. This means that Wyon is completely different from someone like HTN, truly a peak master. While Than Lin was still thinking, Wyon suddenly took off his hat with one hand. His face now showed an arrogant smile. That abundant power surrounded him. Then, too fast and dangerous, Wyon charged like a horse. He ran madly to where Gwyn was standing, showing no reaction as he shouted, I'll send you off as quickly as possible. Behind Wyon, after running, he released a powerful surge of energy similar to Gwyn's ice magic. Both Wyon and Than Lin were shocked, their faces contorted in surprise. Surmise saw the intense blue power from Gwyn's hands and exclaimed, New Yun Ki! Than Lin was equally surprised. She thought Gwyn was still just a chicken, but now she was 3 parts surprised, 7 parts happy, thinking to herself, he used New Yun Ki for the mystic step technique. That's how it is. It turns out Pham Phu has reached that level of enlightenment. Pham Phu no longer remained in a half state at the peak. He fully conquered the pinnacle state. Gwyn was completely unaware of Than Lin's thoughts. He continued his search without any emotion. Wyon like a mad dog. Seeing Gwyn activate spirit energy, he lost his previous confidence. His face now contorted in worry. Sweat poured down his face like a stream. He cursed, You bastard! Turns out you've been hiding your strength this whole time. But nothing can dampen Wyon's fighting spirit. He activated the power with another hand, shouting loudly as he fought. But the result will still be the same. Wyon shouted, Die! Then he used the Min Sun Dao method to activate his life-seizing technique. A bunch of magical energies rushed towards Gwyn, who was standing there. Those magical rays were about to hit Gwyn, but he stood still like a statue, seemingly bored with life. But at that moment, Gwyn saw through those magical rays. His pupils only focused on the power while his dark iris disappeared. Gwyn stared at the energy and thought, I can see how his sword technique is being perfected. Too fast, Wyon had already been embedded in the magical rays without him noticing. He suddenly lunged towards Gwyn as if his target was to pluck one of Gwyn's eyes out. But at that moment, he saw through the illusion and thought about the openings. Suddenly, Wyon's image turned hazy like an X-ray. Just when those magical rays were about to hit Gwyn, he retaliated. Gwyn suddenly looked down, crossed his arms, and his face was contorted in anger. He activated the Voidless Sword technique, a circular magic path with a diagonal slash. Gwyn created a blue-tinted magical circle that deflected Wyon's broken energy rays, shocking him. Wyon, who had been on top, was suddenly knocked back and asked in confusion, What? What happened? But Gwyn didn't care. He silently activated his spirit energy and charged towards Wyon. Gwyn shot a blue-tinted magical beam straight at Wyon, making him pale with fear that he didn't know what to do, only frowning in confusion. Wyon is about to lose his head, but the guard only spoke up to stop him just now. That's enough! Right after that, Wyon rushed out and blocked Kinvin's attack with Kinvin's It must be a hero saved by a beauty. When someone else took over blocking his attacks, Qin Van suddenly froze for a few seconds, looking shocked like what the hell is this? Meanwhile, Wai-On was still confused and scared, mumbling nervously, miss. But Dick didn't care about Wai-On's weakness. He turned to look at Skewin and asked, HM, can you withstand 3/10 of the 4 girls' power? Qin Van didn't understand her intentions, but stared coldly at Skewin. Their hands were still supporting each other. Qin Van neither answered nor glanced at Skewin secretly while assessing her. Skewin kept her face covered by a hat, but she smiled slightly and praised Qin Van. You're more powerful than I thought. Qin Van was impressed too, thinking, she's really strong. When Qin Van was praised, he turned to praise Skewin as well, not forgetting to criticize her. She is just like me. She may be delicate but has surprising strength. When Qin Van suddenly criticized Wai-On, the latter didn't react angrily or curse back. You! How dare you talk to Miss like that? Seeing Wai-On's continuous chatter, Skewin lost her patience and ordered him to be quiet. Then she raised his arm high, causing him pain and making him wince in agony. Wai-On fell down from the pain, his hand trembling like it was wired up. But she still gave him a cold smile before starting to threaten him. Your foolishness is hard to deal with. Better be careful what you say next. Do you understand? Wai-On was left confused and apologetic. He gritted his teeth, nodding slightly, sweat pouring down his face. Unlike Wai-On's indifferent attitude, Skewin politely apologized to Qin Van without caring about the still pained Wai-On on the ground. I sincerely apologize for my rudeness. It was due to excessive loyalty. Qin Van ignored her apology and asked bluntly, who are you? Suddenly, Skewin smiled mysteriously as she introduced herself. I am the 3rd disciple of Heavenly Hearing Master. This surprised Qin Van so much that he widened his eyes in disbelief. He was still processing this when he thought, unexpectedly, I met a disciple of the Master here. While Qin Van struggled to process, he thought, this is going to be tricky. Just as he finished thinking that, he suddenly froze with his face pale. His face turned pale and he was shocked so much that it seemed like he had met a ghost. Even Than Lin was surprised, her eyes wide open in shock. She couldn't believe what she saw, her eyebrows twitching as if electrocuted, mumbling no way. Seeing Skyen's face after removing the hat made Qin Van think, that face is just like Than Lin's. Skewin smiled gently and introduced herself again. I am Skewin, 3rd disciple of Heavenly Hearing Master. Than Lin was still in shock, her eyes wide open with sweat dripping down her cheeks. Standing before Qin Van, she smiled like the morning sun and said, I am the 3rd disciple of Heavenly Hearing Master, Skewin. Then she tried to ask something but was interrupted by a hand on her face, silencing her. Wait, Skewin could only stare blankly after being silenced. Suddenly cut off, Qin Van turned and ran away, leaving Skewin confused. Ignoring Skyen's confusion, Qin Van hid behind a pillar and held a doll with one hand. He looked puzzled and covered his mouth to whisper, does Than Lin have any children? So Than Lin has a family? Than Lin was embarrassed and blushed like a tomato when she was asked such a sensitive question, shouting, what's wrong with that? What kind of question is this? Qin Van seemed to have some trust issues as he continued questioning her. Who always avoids talking about the past, saying it's not the right time? How can I know if there is or isn't? Than Lin was annoyed but conceded that his point had merit. She folded her arms and closed her eyes, explaining to Qin Van, I am not married yet. Where would I get children from? In short, I don't have a family. Hearing this, Qin Van turned back to Skewin, who was still stunned. He wondered in his head, why does she look so much like Than Lin? They are almost identical twins. Just stop wondering about it. In his mind, he also saw Than Lin's cold demeanor and Skyen's gentle one. He added some comparisons but noted that their styles were completely different. While Than Lin was cold, the other woman was warm and approachable. Comparing women like this is quite impolite. But Qin Van sighed and answered himself in his head. You are just like you with mock Qin Van. Surprisingly, this situation happened by chance. Seeing Qin Van staring at her all this while, Shu Yuan felt a bit awkward and blushed. She touched her cheek and smiled shyly, asking a question with no shame. Why are you staring at me? Are you enchanted by my beauty? But just after Qin Van splashed cold water on her face, Ling Long said, no, who would save Sister Shu Yuan 10 pairs of pants? This is too awkward. Seeing Qin Van's cold response without thinking, Shu Yuan was indignant and pouted. Suddenly, Qin Van clasped his hands together and introduced himself. Startling Shu Yuan, he sincerely apologized for the delay in greeting. I am Mu Qin Van. With a mysterious 3 parts and cool 7 parts smile, he continued introducing the Heaven and Earth Society's preparatory team. Then, Qin Van behaved unusually polite to Shu Yuan, bowing slightly as he introduced himself formally. I am Mu Qin Van, right? Shu Yuan suddenly used one hand to support her face, putting on a crazy and perverted expression while thinking in her head, HMM. She examined Qin Van's face thoroughly, but she wasn't surprised by his skills. She just thought he was another handsome guy. He is quite handsome too. Shu Yuan then put on an innocent and naive look. Holding her hat with one hand, the other naturally went to her hair, but who knew what she was thinking in her head? His most prominent traits are his martial arts skills. He's only 17, yet he's so strong. Maybe I should bribe him now and then it would be better. Thinking that, Shu Yuan closed her eyes tightly and put on a mask. She muttered something under her breath, but we don't know what. But once again, Qin Van's awkwardness placed the chair right in front of her throat. He raised 2 fingers and started demanding, first, I have 2 things to say. Shu Yuan was interrupted by a sudden realization. After about 2 seconds of thinking, she agreed with Qin Van's demand. Okay, go ahead. Seeing Shu Yuan being kind like an angel, Qin Van thanked her sincerely. Thank you for your understanding and tolerance. Standing in the ruined room from their fight earlier, Qin Van demanded something from Shu Yuan. First of all, I am only allowed to stay here for 1 hour. Seeing that as an easy task, Shu Yuan closed her eyes tightly and smiled. She gestured with both hands and said, don't worry, I'll talk to the warehouse manager. With Qin Van now having someone backing him up, he felt a bit more confident. He thanked her politely. Thank you for your concern. After successfully demanding something, Qin Van pointed at Wulin and said, secondly, that person almost put me in danger, so they must pay the price. Hearing this, Shu Yuan raised an eyebrow and asked, pay what? Suddenly, Qin Van's face turned dark like a demon. He then smiled strangely, scaring everyone. After scaring them, he continued his demand, life for life, scaring them so much that Shu Yuan, still in shock, stared at him with wide eyes. Seeing the shocked Guion next to her, Qin Van turned and said sincerely, I really want it this way. Then he clasped his hands again and bowed slightly as if continuing a humanitarian speech. But then Miss would lose a loyal subordinate, so just pay an equivalent price for his life. After hearing Qin Van's seemingly humane speech, Shu Yuan remained cold but thought to herself, look at him. Facing Qin Van's innocent and naive smile, Shu Yuan still stared at him silently. She observed and judged. He's asking for compensation now. It seems like his skills aren't just martial arts. Suddenly, Shu Yuan smiled mysteriously and thought to herself. But, without any context or subject, she suddenly spoke up. No problem. This surprised Qin Van, who stopped for a moment in confusion. Then Shu Yuan turned and asked Qin Van directly, do you want his life? At this point, she looked like a demon in human form. Shu Yuan leaned slightly, but smiled at Qin Van before concluding with a sad face. Take it then. Seeing that her life was easily handed over to someone else by Shu Yuan, Wulin was shocked and speechless. He just stared wide-eyed at Shu Yuan. Wulin's words echoed like thunder in his ears, making him furrow his brows like a cat's butt, sweat dripping non-stop. Jing Wan's eyes suddenly lit up as if he had been waiting for this day for a long time, but the expressions of the 2 handsome men were vastly different. But when Wulin was trembling like a ghost dryer next to him, Su Yan suddenly jumped around like an old lady. Miss Bao has apologized. His hand is already broken. If that's not enough for someone else, we'll just have to accept it. Just so you know, I won't be responsible for anything that happens after this. Standing opposite Jing Wan, he could only stare dumbfounded as he heard her mumbling. Su Yan seemed to imply something, but Jing Wan didn't understand and had to ask again. Can't be held responsible, right? With Jing Wan looking dazed, Su Yan smiled teasingly to explain it to him. Oh, you still don't know. This guy is Yi Weixian, a disciple of the king of Mingdao. After introducing Yi Weixian's background, the angry face of the king of Mingdao appeared behind him if he was a solid support. Yi Weixian just stared blankly like a madman. Standing in front of Su Yan with confidence, Jing Wan suddenly turned to look at Yi Weixian and started talking again, causing himself to jump, if I'm not mistaken. While looking at Yi Weixian, Jing Wan asked Su Yan, "Does this mean you won't regret it when you attack him?" Su Yan just stood there smiling without saying a word. Lanting looked at Jing Wan's gesture of raising his hand to cover his mouth and thought deeply. This guy is really reckless. But if you give up now, you'll only be a talker. What do you plan to do? Actually, I'm just testing Jing Wan. After thinking for a while, he closed his eyes and let go of his hand, feeling helpless. There's no way out now. Turning to look at Yi Weixian, Jing Wan continued mumbling. If it involves the king of Mingdao, there will be consequences. I have to give up then. After escaping death, Yi Weixian placed his hand on his chest with relief, but still secretly watched Jing Wan. Su Yan saw him easily give up and raised an eyebrow, not knowing what to say. She closed her eyes and silently evaluated Jing Wan, choosing to give up again, really a fool. But while she wasn't paying attention, Jing Wan suddenly moved like a demon's speed towards Yi Weixian. Su Yan felt someone run past her and widened her eyes in surprise. Behind Su Yan, Yi Weixian was also wide-eyed, preparing to receive a fatal punch from Jing Wan. As Su Yan turned around in confusion, she saw Jing Wan smiling triumphantly, grabbing Yi Weixian's face with his hand, causing him to fall over. Yi Weixian's cheek throbbed painfully as if he had swallowed a needle, not knowing if any teeth were broken. After being punched by Jing Wan, Yi Weixian winced and held his cheek, mumbling incoherently. Man, what a man! After punching someone, Jing Wan stood there innocently as if he had done nothing wrong. I thought he was going to say something serious, but all he said was a meaningless insult. He opened his mouth and said it. Still dazed after the punch, Yi Weixian sat with his face in his hands. His sweat dripped down like he had just finished running a marathon around West Lake. Seeing Jing Wan say something nonsensical, Yi Weixian was confused and made a sound of disbelief. Then Jing Wan explained, "Didn't the lady earlier say that if someone opens their mouth, they will die?" After hearing that, Yi Weixian suddenly remembered when Su Yan had grabbed his wrist and threatened him. After explaining, Jing Wan turned to look at Su Yan with a sinister smile like Annabelle, warning her that he had spoken now. Hearing this, both Su Yan and Yi Weixian were shocked, their brows furrowed in confusion as if they couldn't believe what was happening. Jing Wan pretended to be sorry for almost killing Yi Weixian, but stood there with his hands on his hips, acting like it was all accidental. Alas, such a pity. I only wanted to hit him to vent my anger. Who would have thought that I accidentally pushed him into death? Jing Wan's performance was better than any Hollywood actor, and Yi Weixian on the ground could only stare dumbfoundedly with clenched teeth. Seeing his loyal subordinate about to die, Su Yan still smiled brightly as if she had found gold, exclaiming loudly. She looked at Jing Wan's face with 3 parts of pride and 7 parts cunning, thinking, using pain to kill someone, since he couldn't do it himself. He asked me to do it. What a sly guy. Realizing his life was about to end, Yi Weixian was terrified. He raised his trembling hands in front of him, worried and sweating profusely. Little miss, if miss kills me, master. Seeing the cowardly expression of Yi Weixian, Jing Wan stood there with his hands on his hips and mocked him. Truly a sight to behold. Hearing the name that pushed him into this situation, Yi Weixian forgot about begging for mercy and turned to stare at Jing Wan with a cunning look. Huh? Seeing the Tian's attitude, Qin Vander Eckley asked him back. Are you going to use our master as a shield forever like that? Qin Van must push this guy into his death. He looked at Bitian with disdain and immediately smiled, clearly showing it was bitter medicine. Don't damage the honor of your lord anymore. Just accept your death quietly. Unable to do anything, Bitian only furrowed his brows like a tangerine, gritted his teeth, and cursed, "You bastard." Skewin slightly smirked. Then she stood in the middle of the room, laughing loudly as if she was crazy. Ha 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 ha! Both Bitian and Qin Van were startled to turn around and check if Skyian's sanity had returned. After laughing for a while, Skewin turned to look at Qin Van with satisfaction on her face, smiling happily in her thoughts. I didn't expect him to come up with such an ingenious plan so quickly. I thought he only knew how to talk big. Later, Skewin asked Qin Van again, "But you didn't think we would kill you to cover everything up?" Hearing this, Qin Van covered his smile and muttered quietly. Bitian was also surprised and stared at Skewin blankly after hearing that. Despite the threat of death, Qin Van showed no fear. Instead, he confidently wore a proud face and a fuck you grin to challenge Skewin back. "Try it out, miss." Seeing his attitude, Skewin thought in her mind, he is really arrogant. But turns out everything from now on was just a test. Closing her eyes, Skewin smiled contentedly and reached into her pocket to pull something out as she praised. "I'm satisfied with you." In her mind, she thought, he is indeed talent. She threw the command card towards Qin Van and said, "Take it." Before Qin Van could figure out what it was, Bitian behind him shouted in shock, "Miss, that's..." Skewin calmly replied, "It's my command card." Qin Van looked closely at the card to check if it was genuine. She gave Qin Van a valuable gift and then bestowed an honor on him. "With this command card, you can ask for anything from me." Still not understanding why Skewin had given such a good gift, Qin Van stopped pretending to be surprised and asked, "Why?" But before he could finish his question, she quickly answered him, "That's the price you have to pay for Daipe Bitian's life. Didn't you say earlier that you should pay a corresponding price with your life?" The humiliated Bitian knelt down in relief as Qin Van accepted the gift, putting it away in his pocket. He closed his eyes and thanked Skewin. "I accept then. Thank you," though he said politely, he secretly judged her in his mind. "I thought she would kill or betray me. Looks like she's not that foolish." Bitian beside him kept grumbling, looking at Qin Van as if he was jealous of Skewin for the command card. Master Qin Van probably thought it was free, so Skewin had to clarify immediately. "No need to thank me. Just consider it an investment." Confused by her meaning, Qin Van asked again, "Investment?" Later, Skewin stood with her hands on her hips, looking authoritative like a frog, and started speaking in a coaxing tone. "Lord Jing, submit to me. Go under my command." Suddenly, a red aura surrounded Skewin as if her power was increasing rapidly. Still continuing her speech, "As you can guess, I want to become the head of this organization. Therefore, I need many talented people to accompany me." After introducing her goals and future plans, Skewin turned to Qin Van and said, "I won't betray your trust, so come with me." Qin Van remained silent, while Bitian kept grumbling as if he wanted to punch something. Thinking Jing would be lenient, but not, Qin Van closed his eyes and slightly bowed his head in refusal. "Sorry, I have to decline. I don't like conflict." Not believing she had been rejected, Skewin still acted tough, closing her eyes and waving her hair before jumping around. Then she stumbled forward towards Qin Van with a mischievous look on her face. "You must not like being involved with someone as weak as me. But unfortunately, we already have enough talent here. No one will take you in. Since recruitment didn't work, let's just mock her face instead." Deeply emotional. The deep sea passed by Jingyan but still turned to proudly smile, saying, "You won't regret it if you don't come back. I'll make sure of that. In the end, you have to choose anyway. And do you think that choice was an opportunity for you?" But Jingyan's response once again hit Suyuan like a bucket of cold water, making her stare in disbelief. Yes, Jingyan has more than enough confidence on herself. He walked over and smiled at Suyuan before arrogantly saying, "As long as the time comes, I will still be the talent that everyone desires." Hearing Jingyan's impressive response, Suyuan could only make a sour face, stiff like a goose. She looked at Jingyan's cold and emotionless face, then thought to herself about her eyes. Thinking again, she stared at Jingyan's determined and unwavering eyes, wondering if he was being sincere. Suyuan was rejected but still laughed, showing a mix of disbelief and admiration towards Jingyan. This is the first time I failed to recruit someone, her mind still analyzing what Jingyan said. A talent that everyone desires. Suyuan left, ignoring Jingyan behind with a bitter smile on her face. You really have confidence. Alright, let's see how you handle it. She put up her Van hat and smiled arrogantly to finish the last sentence. It is truly exciting. Jingyan was behind with his hands folded, slightly bowing his head. He smiled confidently in response to Suyuan. I won't disappoint, miss. Now only Jingyan remains in the huge library. Only then did Thanlin speak up. Why didn't you follow orders? Jingyan suddenly slammed the book shut. He closed his eyes and remembered Suyuan's triumphant smile before answering Thanlin. At least pretend to bow your head in front of that woman. But it seems Thanlin was disappointed for Jingyan, as she frowned and reproachfully asked, Do you think this opportunity is so good? Jingyan smiled cunningly and thought to himself, Your tone sounds disappointed. Is it because you see an opportunity to possess a body that looks exactly the same? But later, Thanlin put her hands down and dismissed the matter. Alright, forget about it. I thought Thanlin would forgive, but she still seemed disappointed. That is the disciple of the sect leader. Possessing it will greatly speed up our plan. Predicting what Jingyan was thinking, he wasn't surprised and just replied calmly. Sorry, but if we don't have a sure win, the risk is too high. Recalling his conversation with the blood sect leader, Jingyan remembered that not Julian was currently an active candidate for the next sect leader. He thought about it while remembering that he had 40% support from various factions and no reason to suddenly offend them. But suddenly, he walked down the stairs, Jingyan walking with a bounce. Well, what's done is done now. It seemed Thanlin noticed something different about Jingyan as she suddenly paused, but then curiously asked, Why are you acting strange? Jingyan had already reached the bottom of the steps. He looked at Thanlin and replied, Only when I got closer did I notice. Jingyan's eyes were on a red-marked door that seemed mysterious. He gestured to Thanlin as he pointed. That way! Thanlin followed his gaze, slightly dazed, not fully understanding what was happening. Jingyan continued to smile suspiciously at the door. Suddenly, countless dark purple shadows emerged from behind the door. The inside was pitch black with nothing visible. Even though he was far from the door, Jingyan could feel the mysterious and somewhat dangerous power. Seeing the dark magic seeping out like a stream, he turned to Thanlin and said, Dark energy is emanating. Thanlin looked at the door with a familiar feeling, her eyebrows furrowed as she muttered to herself. That's right, she remembered the librarian mentioning that strange door many times when leading Jingyan around. There's a room deep inside marked with a red line. They strictly warned not to enter. But how did Jingyan still stand in front of the door, hesitating outside as he could only peek through? Seeing an unfamiliar box on a high platform, Jingyan curiously wondered what it was. Noticing the purple gas continuously leaking from the mysterious box, Jingyan couldn't stop himself from asking if the gas was coming out of the box. Later, Jingyan tilted his head slightly. His puzzled face showed confusion as he thought to himself, strange indeed. Suddenly, the loud shouting from the book storage manager echoed through the upper floor like it had a built-in microphone. Oh, the shocking scream made Jingyan turn around out of curiosity to see what was happening. The manager kept shaking and picking up books one by one. Sitting amidst the messy old books, he wriggled his body as if crying for help. Secret scrolls! Secret scrolls! Then he started wailing pitifully. Oh, how many secret scrolls are there? Jingyan looked back and thought deeply while listening to the manager's cries. Suddenly, defying the rules of the book storage, Jingyan confidently stepped into the red-painted room. Just a few steps in, he heard a painful cry from inside, sounding like a woman. Hearing this, Jingyan widened his eyes and froze like a statue. The mysterious box surrounded by dark gas kept emitting pitiful cries. It sounded like here, over here, the air was suffocating. Not only that, but the dark gas also showed images of Jing Yun's grandfather pleading for mercy. Seeing his grandfather in the image, Jing Yun startled and thought to himself, "Grandfather." He kept staring at the ghostly image of his grandfather with a frown, not knowing what to say like a mute. Noticing Jing Yun standing still, Fan Lin asked curiously, "Dong Zeng, what's wrong?" Fan Lin's question was like a cold bucket of water that woke Jing Yun up. Jing Yun looked down and asked her, "Can't you see anything?" Fan Lin, not understanding what Jing Yun meant, Fan Lin asked again, "What's the matter? What are you talking about?" Confirming that Fan Lin couldn't see anything, Jing Yun sighed and said confidently, "It must be an illusion then." Jing Yun seemed to have narrowly avoided being tricked by the childish image. Fan Lin wasn't impressed. She gave him a loving glance and turned away to scold. "Are you going to fall for those illusions?" Jing Yun, annoyed, returned to his composed demeanor, looking ahead with one eye while confidently saying, "Of course not." He looked cool but was thinking differently in his head. "I guess so too, but impersonating my grandfather really got on my nerves." Seeing Fan Lin disrupting his plan, the box angrily released a cloud of dark gas, startling Jing Yun, who stepped back. It also shouted at him, "You dare to disturb me, you evil spirit?" Seeing herself being insulted as an evil spirit, Fan Lin retorted furiously, red-faced and waving her hands. She scowled and yelled, "What? Evil spirit? You dare!" But ignoring Fan Lin's insults, Jing Yun focused on the mysterious box in front of him. Suddenly, the broken box gave an order to Jing Yun. "Open that wooden box." It turned out the dark gas was leaking from a crack on the lid. Jing Yun stood still for about 2 seconds when he was commanded by the box. He glanced up at the mysterious box, puzzled. The box emitted more dark energy, and black magic flowed out. The curse box continued to harass Jing Yun with material things. "If you do that, the controller of death's power, will grant you any wish." After understanding the box's desire, Jing Yun folded his arms and smiled maniacally. He narrowed his eyes and teased the box in a mocking tone. "Now it's showing its tempting nature. How ridiculous. Even can't save itself, but still wants to make wishes for others." Fan Lin found Jing Yun's words amusing as her lips curled into a sarcastic smile. Feeling provoked, the box asked in surprise, "What was that?" Ignoring the stupid box, Jing Yun turned to Fan Lin and asked, "But what is that thing?" As if she were an omniscient Google, Fan Lin appeared beside the wooden doll, smoking a pipe while explaining everything to Jing Yun. "It looks like a spirit trapped inside an old wooden box, so the sound only leaks out occasionally. Now this box is talking to Qin Van as if they've known each other for years." After explaining things to Qin Van, the spirit starts complaining softly. "I thought it was rare to have someone hear my noble voice, but seeing you bring a wild spirit here, you must be a Taoist practitioner." But Qin Van just stepped up and replied, "If you need me, treat me as a specialist in capturing stray spirits." The box seems confused and asks back, "A spirit capture? It seems this isn't the first time meeting someone like Qin Van," so it continues to chat as if they're old friends. "Oh, probably similar to Seaman from last time." Now Qin Van is standing in front of the box. Not understanding what it's saying, he asks again, "Seaman, what does that mean?" Seeing this guy acting dumb, the box has to educate him. "You don't know what Seaman means, They are strange creatures born from human bellies." The box explains while a monster with a human face and 3 red eyes appears in his mind. Realizing the information is incomplete, it continues to explain. "People believe they carry bad luck, so they're usually killed at birth." Qin Van imagines a newborn baby with an uncut umbilical cord. Blood flows all over its body. Qin Van frowns and thinks to himself, "Seaman." Suddenly, the box becomes hazy as if about to disappear completely. Its voice doesn't stop. "Anyway, since that ferryman came, no one can sense my existence anymore, as if I never existed." The spirit jumps and starts shouting loudly, "What? This is impossible. Erasing someone's consciousness goes against the world's laws." Seeing the box acting superior like Einstein, it laughs sarcastically. "HMPH, just a wild spirit knowing too much. Huh? Unable to handle the box's rude comments, the spirit spits blood and starts flailing wildly. She keeps shouting as if she might even spit flames. But this creature, seeing the spirit acting like a panicking Mayo trying to get its eyes removed, Kinvan smiles gently and reminds her, "Calm down, spirit." But the spirit can't control herself and yells at Kinvan too. How am I supposed to control myself now? Suddenly, Kinvan's face turns serious. He smiles mischievously at her. "We have a better way." The spirit is shocked into silence. Remember something and suddenly she becomes happy again, smiling smugly at Kinvan. "Right, you were very good at creating sentience before, but before shutting it down, make it weaker first." Hearing this, Kinvan raises his hand to hold the other wrist. Meng answers Than Lin, "That's also part of my plan." The box gets offended and makes up a story. He starts scolding Kinvan. "Human, do you dare look down on me just because I'm trapped here? I am the master of death." But it seems this information isn't important to Kinvan. He just stares blankly and asks, "So what?" Suddenly, the box asks a question that makes Kinvan pause for a moment. "Don't you want to meet your grandfather again?" Despite this simple question, Kinvan thinks deeply before agreeing with the box. Finally deciding, Kinvan releases the spirit. He agrees calmly with the box's request. "You said you wanted to be released. Right, all right. We'll let you go." Seeing this name suddenly agree so easily, the box started to give instructions on how to open it to Kinvan. "Alright, first, open the box." But before the box could finish speaking, Kinvan already reached out and cut off its throat. "Hold on," mid-sentence and interrupted by a senpai, the box was left confused. Kinvan sneered and extended his hand to absorb the dark magic from the box into himself. "You just activated the devouring ritual to siphon energy from him while also demanding some of it for yourself. You have plenty of energy. Share a bit with me." The box reacted like WTF. But then it quickly understood everything. The box could only cry out weakly, "You dare! Stop!" Kinvan stood there, extending his hand to absorb the energy from the box, and did so without hesitation. It's too late now. Meanwhile, dark magic from the box kept swirling round Kinvan. He was still thinking that he had more energy than he thought, having only taken a little bit. Having absorbed all the energy, Kinvan didn't show any signs of satisfaction. He smiled with a mix of amusement and satisfaction. With 50 people worth of energy, Kinvan continued to absorb the dark magic, which flowed like a stream into him. Seeing its energy being drained, the box could only cry out, "Our energy, our power, no." Suddenly, Kinvan wondered what this thing was. Is there something wrong? His inner voice seemed to be warning that something wasn't right with the box. A ghostly presence suddenly appeared and started giving advice to Kinvan. "Good job. Now turn it into a spirit. It's weakened enough." Kinvan always listened obediently like a well-trained dog. As soon as she said fat, he responded with a "ya" and activated his own spiritual energy to rush towards the box. Kinvan's sixth sense was still telling him something wasn't right, making him think, "I have a bad feeling about this." Following the advice of the inner voice, Kinvan shot out his purple aura in search of his soul towards the box below. His aura hit the lid and sent a powerful wave of energy backward. Kinvan was momentarily stunned, eyes wide with confusion. The spiritual energy suddenly disappeared from his hand, leaving him bewildered and sweating. What's going on? But watermarks appeared all over the box, and the purple aura began to spread out. Both Kinvan and the ghostly presence were shocked, eyes wide in disbelief. A white smoke suddenly surrounded the box, making Kinvan look both mysterious and scared. The white smoke seemed to have some kind of pressure that made Kinvan sweat profusely out of fear. Even the small wooden ghostly presence was scared. More watermarks appeared on the box, releasing golden energy. The white smoke grew thicker around the box. The box's triumphant voice echoed, "I knew it! You're a human who can manipulate dark energy and break the seal made by a holy priest. I didn't think humans could have such power." A wrinkled old face with white hair appeared, praising Kinvan. "Indeed, you, at this moment, Qin Van looked defeated, sweating profusely as he stared at the water spirit in front of him, thinking that he had been tricked. From the beginning, it was all a pretense, pretending to be trapped. As Qin Van was still lost in thought, something strange came out of the box. The box shattered into pieces. A strange scroll flew towards Qin Van and opened itself, leaving him stunned as he stared at the paper. It turned out to be a landscape painting. As Qin Van looked at the painting, he thought, an amazing landscape painting hiding something within it. One surprise after another. A dark red aura suddenly surrounded the painting. Its destructive power was so strong that Qin Van almost lost his balance. The wrinkled old face of the water spirit appeared again. Seeing its terrifying, wrinkled face with bright eyes like car headlights, Qin Van was speechless and only thought to himself, such an existence. Suddenly, he stepped out of the painting. The atmosphere changed from natural green to a red color, making the wooden ghostly presence shockingly say, "This is unreasonable. How can this be? Alright, this isn't something humans can face." Qin Van was still confused and retreated behind his defenses. A huge amount of energy gathered at one point. In front of him stood the water spirit, completely emerging from the painting. He appeared in the middle of the room, absorbing all the dark energy towards himself. Qin Van could only stand there. There's a book called Da Vincent Hai Qin, recording legends and monsters across Central Plains. The mysterious green-covered book appeared. In it, when you open the book, you'll see entities between spirits and monsters, some high-level beings we should never approach. These beings have existed since ancient times. Seeing black smoke constantly swirling like a waterfall, Fan Lin's face contorted in fear and shock, looking like a monkey's bottom with bulging veins. She gritted her teeth, sweat pouring down like a stream, clearly feeling the tension. They are level 1 aquatic beasts, huge like giants, showing off their eyes and grinning at the tiny Qin Van below. Behind the old man was a golden-eyed fox, 2 glowing orbs in the darkness. "Is that what you mean?" The level 1 aquatic beast kept smiling, showing all 10 teeth, staring intently at Qin Van with terrifying eyes, taunting him as he trembled. Facing this scary old man, Qin Van could only fearfully sweat and nervously glance at him. They are book monsters, the highest beings in the illusionary realm. Each entity and its image is listed monsters, beasts, demons, fiends, spirits, gods, all nearly mythical creatures. A woman's face with naturally colored eyes appeared. Besides, she also started jumping around to introduce them as legendary creatures. Jingyan's body kept jerking like it touched lava, as if his flesh was burning. Facing this water spirit beast, he wondered if he would make it back alive and couldn't help but think of the heavens. Just being near these beasts made his skin feel hot. Even now, stopping to think about it felt difficult. Jingyan gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face. Seeing Thingli wasn't leading him anymore, Jingyan was helpless and thought. Even Thingli could only remain silent. The beast was right in front of him. Jingyan kept sweating as he stared at the creature. He looked at the towering water spirit beast standing before him like a mountain, its eyes glowing like car headlights. Its body was covered by a white magical aura, like thick smoke, making it an unpredictable threat from another world. Suddenly, the monster pointed one of its blackened fingers at the ground and softly made a sound. Jingyan lost his balance and fell forward for no apparent reason. His face contorted in confusion as if he had just seen something shocking. His lips were so dry from meeting this demon that they felt like they hadn't been hydrated in 10 years. With one finger, the water spirit caused Jingyan to fall flat on his face, but luckily he caught himself with both hands and managed to keep his face intact. The ground kept cracking, rocks flying everywhere. Despite holding on, the water spirit raised its hand and sighed, feeling it was too much trouble to crush him into a pulp. For some reason, even its fingernails were emitting that white smoke. Jingyan's sweat poured as he tried to keep up with the demon, wondering if he had any chance of survival, but still managed to retort. Still strong after being sealed for thousands of years? Seeing him praised, the demon's eyes lit up like a light bulb. Its body radiated power and it kept holding Jingyan down while making gestures. He laughed and said, "I'm still powerful, haha." After being sealed for so long, weakening is inevitable, but what do you know, insect? Jingyun gave the demon a condescending smile. In his mind, he thought, insect. He wasn't wrong. But why was it weaker now? Suddenly, the old monster with white hair and beard looked down at Jingyun and smiled. Good job, he said. But you're still worth praising. He jumped while suddenly turning his hand. His black nails kept emitting dark magic that turned a sickly green color. Just by turning, the dark magic sucked away some of Jingyun's wooden dolls, surprising him. But he couldn't do anything but grit his teeth and watch them disappear. The old monster chuckled as he took something from Jingyun. Who would have thought a human like you could control so many demons? The demon's wooden doll called out to Jingyun, Master, Master. But the other wooden doll named Thingli wasn't as lucky. It was attacked by the water spirit's dark magic and its skin cracked open. She cried out in pain. Suddenly, Thingli appeared from nowhere. She gritted her teeth, quickly grabbing the remaining doll and leaped to a different spot while secretly glancing at the old demon. The water spirit laughed when he saw Thingli jump like a squirrel. This mixed-up demon isn't bad, he mumbled. Meanwhile, Thingli's face contorted in fear. Just as he finished praising her, he decided to eat her alive. I'm hungry, and humans can fill my belly. As he spoke, a bunch of magical tentacles attacked Thingli, causing her to scream in terror. Huh? The old demon opened his mouth like a snake's tongue as he released the magic. He widened his eyes and laughed. I am the master of Shihai, an entity born from countless souls. Demon, offer your spirit power to your master. Suddenly, Jingyun activated his artifact and sternly rushed to save Thingli, but was noticed by the demon's minion, who only snorted without turning. He laughed mockingly, HMPH, then glanced at him with a blackened finger pointing up. Jingyun was suddenly pulled up, shocked as he widened his eyes in surprise. The old monster pointed his finger upwards and Jingyun's body shot towards the ceiling, crashing loudly. Rocks fell like rain. Jingyun was stuck to the ceiling, his face contorted with pain as he screamed. Keck! How could this mad old demon spare him easily? He laughed heavily and pointed in another direction. The demon pointed a full circle around the room, pulling Jingyun everywhere. He was like a toy being played with by the monster. Following his commands, rocks and debris flew everywhere. He would never use this room again. Jingyun's face was covered in cuts and blood. In pain, he gritted his teeth and coughed. Coo! Small rocks kept flying past his face. Suddenly, the maiden doll leaped out from one of the wooden dolls. She's already tall and has a striking face, like someone poured feces on her head. Meng cackled loudly as she gnashed her teeth. Hurry up! Later, she used magic to shoot out long chains that tightly bound the water dragon, causing it to stiffen instantly like it was petrified. The brave girl stood by and shouted, Release my master! But how could a weak ship chain control such a monster? He only needed to struggle slightly for them to snap and fly away, leaving the little girl in shock as she screamed. How? At that moment, the water dragon turned to look at her with a sinister smile. Meng praised him this, but then he laughed and flicked his fingers. Meng continued to jump around scaring people. But Yuan will have to pay for daring to touch my jade body. You act like you're so valuable, showing off. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhu Jie was seen with her hands cut off by the old sage. The incident happened too quickly. She didn't understand what was happening and just looked dumbfounded, blood splattering everywhere. Feeling the pain, Zhu Jie fell to the ground, her face contorted in agony. Qin Van lay on the ground, rolling around as he saw this scene, unable to do anything but weep silently. He tried to grip his fists tightly into the ground. His clothes were torn and tattered, looking like a beggar. Blood was everywhere. Now he looks like a corpse with closed eyes. In the large room, the water dragon stood confidently with its hands behind its back. It looked down at Qin Van lying face down on the ground. Surrounding them were scattered rocks. Zhu Jie, without arms, sat in a pool of blood, looking pitiful. Now only the spirit was safe, sitting alone in one corner. She witnessed her brothers and sisters almost dying, feeling 3 parts helpless and 7 parts frustrated as she frowned like an apple. Sweat dripped down her face nonstop. She looked around, thinking Qin Van would die, but instead saw him still smiling and jumping. Ha! Ha! Looks like we've made a mistake. We've mistaken the target. Seeing Qin Van still manage to laugh, the water dragon sage approached him, asking if he could still laugh in such a situation. The old sage wanted to see someone trembling with fear. Suddenly, the bookkeeper ran to the door and screamed in shock. What's going on? The sudden scream made the old monster pause for about 2 seconds. Seeing a huge old sage appear unexpectedly in the room, the bookkeeper was 3 parts scared and 7 parts confused as he asked, "Who are you?" Kinvan's voice startled the old monster, who stood still for about 2 seconds. The bookkeeper, seeing a huge old sage appear unexpectedly in the room, was both scared and confused as he asked, "You, who are you?" But instead of answering, the old monster looked at him with a sinister smile, saying, "You," confusing the bookkeeper but making him jump. The old monster raised his blackened hand towards the bookkeeper and grinned heavily, mumbling to himself, "I've always wanted to eat human flesh." But seeing that he wasn't affected at all, the old monster was a bit doubtful. Qin Van still stood there, confused by everything that happened. The monster started doubting himself. He raised his hand and looked at it, asking in confusion, "What is this?" Standing in the middle of the room, he noticed a red line glowing where the bookkeeper was standing and suddenly realized something. Could it be because of that red line? What did that three-eyed one do? Seeing his attempt to involve someone failed, the monster continued to mockingly walk away. Alright, so just leaving the room will suffice. The manager saw the old monster approaching and immediately wet himself and ran away. Lin Meng screamed loudly. But as the old monster's foot was about to touch the red line, a golden barrier appeared, pushing the water spirit back. The running manager was surprised and widened his eyes in shock. Meanwhile, a bunch of golden energy beams kept hitting the monster, forcing him to shield himself. Confused, he shouted, "What is happening?" Jingyun noticed this and frowned, suddenly realizing something. Then Leon tried to look up at Zujia and King Lin, loudly commanding, "Go out now." Both King Lin and Zujia grimaced in shock. They rushed out like dogs chasing a rabbit. Seeing his prey about to escape, the water spirit called Jingyun by name, startling him into raising his hand and shouting, "Hey! How unlucky could one be?" Neither King Lin nor Zujia managed to cross the red line in time. Jingyun was pulled back by the old monster's spell, falling face first onto the ground with a painful cry. Outside, King Lin and Zujia were shocked into gaping mouths. Seeing Jingyun dragged back, King Lin worriedly shouted, "Fam Fu!" Zujia stood beside him, equally confused. The little girl frowned and called out, "Master." The monster's magic tightly bound Jingyun, making him float in the air. He was both restraining him and leaping. "You're quick to grasp the situation. In such a short time, you've already thought of something." Jingyun, who felt like he was being cursed, only grunted in response. The monster threw a fireball at him and laughed. "It's me who should be annoyed. Not a divine being but so powerful. That three-eyed bastard." Jingyun could only nod without daring to argue back. Suddenly, Jingyun started talking with the monster, suggesting something. Surprised and confused, the old monster looked at him and asked, "What?" "I'm about to go see my ancestors," Jingyun confidently said. Lai smiled and calmly demanded from the monster, "If you open the gate, you'll fulfill your promise." "That proposal is still valid, isn't it?" The old monster was confused by this and asked again, "Proposal?" Jingyun continued shamelessly, "Yes, thanks to me, you're able to leave now." But the old monster sneered with pride, dismissing his words. "It's funny, how could it be possible without someone? I was just taking advantage of your greed." Jingyun, realizing he couldn't negotiate, tried to smile awkwardly and praised himself. Truly a clever person. Indeed, after living for 1,000 years, one can't help but admire his wisdom. Seeing the monster's constant sneering, the water spirit smiled mysteriously with a hint of malice. He waved his finger and leaped again. "Strange. Are you not afraid? Or?" The old monster asked Jingyun if he was confident he wouldn't die. Before finishing the sentence, His arm was twisted behind him in pain. Despite the pain, Jingyun maintained a smile and said, "Before you say that, you're wrong." The monster's eyes glowed with anger as he asked, "You can endure pain well, huh? Do you want me to pull your arm out?" Floating in the air, Jingyun smiled calmly and replied lightly, "No problem, but if I die, you won't be able to leave here." Hearing this, the water spirit tightened his grip and laughed sweetly like a grandfather with his grandson, mocking Jingyun. "You're clever, but do you still value your life? Do you want me to pull it out for you?" Despite the pain, Jingyun maintained his smile as he replied calmly, "Before you say that, you're wrong." The monster was annoyed and asked, "Can you endure more pain?" Jingyun smiled and said, "No problem, but if I die, you won't be able to leave here. Don't try it or you'll regret it. You think that if I let you go, you can help me out. Even with your bravado, you still care about your life." Jingyun smiled darkly and replied, "As a person, sooner or later, death is inevitable. There's no need to regret living." Hearing this, the old monster asked, "Why do you want me to spare your life?" Suddenly, Jingyun gave an eerie smile and answered, "Because I still have someone to kill." The water spirit's eyes widened in shock and laughed. "Who are you going to take revenge on?" Ignoring Jingyun, the old monster continued leaping and said, "Isn't it more interesting that you only want your own life?" Realizing there was still a chance, Jingyun quickly replied, "Yes." In this situation, just keeping your life is precious. The old monster teacher seems satisfied with Kinvan's answer. He suddenly turns around and smiles, praising him. "You're quite flexible too." Then the grumpy old man snaps his fingers, causing Kinvan to fall face first to the ground in surprise. But it seemed like he was going to spare your life at that moment. "Alright, I'll find a way for you." As soon as Kinvan landed, he winced and used one hand to realign his joints. He tried to breathe deeply while adjusting the bones. Too fast and too dangerous, Kinvan's hands crack with a snap, causing him to cry out in pain. The black monster stands there, suddenly opening its mouth like a fang and leaping. "Huh, this little guy!" In his mind, he thought, "Just let the human over there handle it." Suddenly, Kinvan discreetly glanced behind him to look at Than Lin and Zhu Jia, who were standing outside, observing him. The old monster in front of him was still trying to think, "This is a what-I'm opportunity." Even though it's just for a moment, both Than Lin and Zhu Jia are carefully watching him from the door. But then, the voice of the water spirit suddenly called out, sounding like he might be about to flip. It's quite unsettling. Suddenly, the old monster's magical tentacles wrapped around Kinvan, startling him and making him stand up. The monster raised a finger, smiling wickedly as he asked, "Do I have any reason to negotiate with you?" He stood beside Kinvan, grinning at his face that was contorted in pain while saying, "I only need to control your body like this." Seeing that he couldn't deceive the wise old monster and instead got a painful blow, Kinvan smiled weakly. "I've been tricked." He looked at the old monster's smiling face with wrinkles, his finger circling, thinking to himself, "I can no longer trust humans, not even this spirit." Perhaps because he has lived for so long, he doesn't show any flaws. At this point, Kinvan is completely helpless. He narrowed his eyes and reluctantly gave up thinking. "This time, it's over. Let's go. Maybe I can't surrender to you anymore." Now, two girls are looking at him from the entrance. Than Lin worries as she furrows her brows, her face showing fear. Zhu Jia can't hold back and is on the verge of crying. Turning around, he sees their faces. His dirt-covered face shows no signs of pain. He smiles faintly, "Ha ha," looking at them as if seeing himself from a distance. Why can't I take revenge in this moment? Deep down, he feels intense anger. There are people who become vengeful spirits even after death to seek revenge like Than Lin and Zhu Jia. At this moment, they can only watch him fight alone. He asks himself a question. Why me? With his hand outstretched, a purple aura spreads, as if igniting a flame. Now he feels the urge to awaken. Is it not enough for me to be avenged? His teeth grit together in determination. It seems like the time has come. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling his nails could scratch through flesh, determined not to be weak. He firmly believes that such a thing can't happen. Saying this, the purple magic flies towards the spirit. The water spirit's eyes widen in shock. He stammers, "This little guy of yours." His face glows like to burning flames, his anger clearly visible on his rugged features. He controls the magic with his hand and pushes harder. To prove that enough is not a word in his dictionary, he hardens his expression and adds more. Now, there's a storm brewing within him. He channels all his strength to feel the rage deep inside. Fan Lin is stunned by what she sees, exclaiming, "That's it," furrowing her brows as she thinks about this strange phenomenon. The aura is more intense than vitality itself. She can't believe her eyes. Only those who break through the ultimate level can do such a thing. Deep in his unexpressed anger, Zhuji raises an old hand. A purple-black aura seeps out from his fingers like a sword. What could this be? Could it be that? Kang-chi! She starts sweating in surprise, the color of it. Fan Lin's eyes widen with shock, her voice trembling as she exclaims, "Ordinary person." The battle scene continues. His eyes are still bloodshot as he scans the dimly lit room. He's already in a fighting stance, ready for a fatal blow, growling softly. Saying this, he roars loudly, "Moonless Sky Sword," and a powerful surge of energy knocks the spirit beast off balance, sending it crashing to the ground. The force of his attack also pushes him back, causing his feet to slide, making him have to brace himself on the floor. That little bit of power won't matter much against that spirit beast. He's been standing there for a while now, walking towards him with an arrogant tone. "Just like before, you can still control your body?" Meanwhile, he continues to aim his strongest sword at him with all his might. He marvels as his long-fingered hand emits a destructive electric current. Silence for a moment, then he's stunned, standing there, unable to predict his next move. The old man laughs, "Interesting, you're retreating now," while that spirit beast is circling round, extending its sharp, icy white claws and laughing maliciously. His face shows clear superiority as his brown hair dances in the whirlwind he creates. "Honestly, I want to test your body to find the answer." Hearing him say that, he realizes, "I can't fill this gap with my own power." But still, he looks at him angrily and shouts loudly. He makes up his mind, "I'll fight until the end." Then he tries to charge forward, but suddenly, blood-stained hands rush past him, drawing his attention. More bloody hands appear from behind him, flying towards the spirit beast as if trying to scratch it. He's frozen, confused by what's happening. Enraged by the continuous attack of these bloody hands, he curses and shouts, "This damn thing!" Still not recovered, he sees a red cloak flying wildly in the chaos, making him stare. The red cloak, controlling those blood rays only she could do it. He recognizes her immediately, the spirit blade. She angrily rushes past the red line towards the evil old man. He falls back from the surprise attack. A few drops of blood stain his cheeks as she shouts fiercely, "Mortal." Looking at himself, her face hardens and she yells, running away. He looks at the girl in front of him, surprised by the blood on her face, but quickly regains composure. Saying this, he turns back to run towards the red line, leaving Spirit Blade struggling with the evil spirit beast. But he stops mid-step, half turning his head, wondering why. He looks at her, filled with unanswerable questions in his mind. Even if she's my guardian spirit, she doesn't need to do this. Now, she's still struggling with the vicious one, making him ponder the reason behind her actions. Does she believe I'll avenge her? The boy denies it, dismissing that thought. It can't be true. He doesn't let that thought stop him and continues. Why did she do this? While still caught in the chaos, the old spirit beast grabs Spirit Blade's neck. She nearly chokes as he says, "I thought you were just a regular demon, but I was wrong." She struggles to breathe, her face turning red with discomfort. His eyes gleam with satisfaction. "Two of us are hungry now." He opens his mouth and black smoke envelops the woman in front of him, if trying to devour her. She struggles against the overwhelming force, shouting in pain. Seeing this, he snaps out of his thoughts, startled by that move. Their eyes meet. She sees him still there. She mutters, "Why?" His hand tightens even more. She's not afraid of him, but for him to be in danger. Liang takes a deep breath and shouts, "Run!" Urgently looking at him, she says, "Hurry!" Seeing the fragile girl struggling for life while still worrying about herself, he realizes something. His eyes brighten. Instantly turning around, he grits his teeth in anger. His feet quickly move to get a stable stance. The man in beast form notices him turn and tightens his grip on Spirit Blade's neck. Wanting to test something, he raises two fingers and spins them to create a purple aura. His expression is unreadable, as if planning something. Now not only the Spirit Beast, but also Spirit Blade turns to look at him. He asks, "What are you doing?" Not giving him time, he points his finger in a direction, and the aura follows immediately towards it. Surprisingly, he directs the sword's meaning into his own chest, showing no emotion as he knows what he is doing. Line 57, line 58, line 59, line 60. Than Lin was shocked while he roared with anger, his face tense and lips tightly clenched as if she had committed a sin against heaven. He wasn't doing much better. Blood flowed non-stop from his mouth, making it seem like he was about to go straight to hell. Fresh blood continued to flow, but her lips curled into a wicked smile. She struggled to call out, "Old Sage." It seemed she had achieved her goal as her fingers dug deep into his chest, staining his shirt with red. "Are you trying to keep me trapped here forever?" Black Beast saw this and immediately released Than Lin, rushing towards her. As he ran, he suddenly resembled a love story scene. He supported her waist gently, helping her stand steady. She weakly coughed. "Huck!" The old sage grabbed her head and shouted furiously, "Damn you!" But the old sage didn't know that she had secretly reached another hand behind his back, ready to strike him. This guy was acting like a madman now, struggling to get her up. What good purpose does he have? He thought if he died, they wouldn't be able to escape. Now he looked like a demon about to reveal its true form. "I can't let that happen." Before he could act, her hand quickly grabbed his and pulled it away from her body. Lost in dark thoughts, he didn't expect the enemy to attack first. Her voice was calm indeed. She laughed mysteriously, taunting him. "It's hard to grab an old sage's hand." The words just escaped her lips. A bright purple light appeared in the space, catching him off guard. Could this be him? The old sage finally realized he was tricked. Was he trying to set me up? No need for much talk. She used all her strength to activate unconsciousness. At this moment, the black beast was surrounded by dark aura. It seemed to squeeze his large body and roared fiercely. He didn't realize he had been caught. Indeed, this black beast always avoids situations where I can't activate unconsciousness. Otherwise, it would make him unable to control the spirit energy accurately. His hand still tightly gripped his demon's wrist. Her eyes were firm. "This risky move, but we won." The old sage looked at her, furious that he couldn't kill this nameless one in anger. But he dared not do it. You know why? If not for me, he wouldn't be able to escape. He couldn't let a lowly creature humiliate him and grabbed her head, angrily spitting out derogatory words. "This scum." He slammed her head into the ground with one move, causing her head to hit hard. She looked like a drug addict just getting high, grinning to provoke him. The old sage was completely driven mad by her provocation and growled hoarsely, unable to stop. He hit her head harder with each strike, breaking the ground into pieces. She seemed not to feel pain as she kept laughing like a fool. The old sage cursed fiercely but suddenly stopped. "I will." But he couldn't remember that he wasn't just fighting one person in this room. More bloody hands rushed towards him, grabbing his body tightly. It was Than Lin, running up from behind with a furious face, controlling hundreds of hands to attack him. The black beast had been cut at one spot and could only curse, "Damn you." She wasn't backing down either. She shouted loudly, her womanly voice full of power, "Don't underestimate me." He was now confused about which to deal with first, suddenly noticing the strange sound coming from the demon he was holding. Then very quickly, she burst into laughter, laughing uncontrollably, "Ha ha ha ha." The black beast looked at her, puzzled by what had possessed this madman. He continued to press her head down, hoping she would stop laughing in pain, but it seemed like he was trying to provoke him. She kept laughing. The old sage, a villain, was shocked by his own success and stared blankly ahead with wide eyes. His eyes filled with anger as he thought of all the grievances, surrounded by countless I wills. He let go of her head, still chuckling, stunned to see himself as a demon. Looking at his own contemptuous face and the devilish smile, he felt a mix of fear and disbelief. This human demon was gritting his teeth, sweating profusely, unable to believe what he saw. Before this scoundrel, blood and mucus flowed down Mok Kangwon's face, but she still laughed loudly in joy. In the dark space, surrounded by blood everywhere, Mok Kangwon fell and lay on the ground. Next to him is a spirit beast that's on its knees observing, his eyes unfocused. His mouth still smiles like he's bountiful, as if this drives the spirit beast mad. The spirit beast is shocked by his triumphant smile. Its face turns angry and resentful. It grits its teeth in disbelief, feeling fear. Before this lowly sinner, it can't be true. The spirit beast goes crazy. Standing up with glowing eyes like a fiery inferno, it grabs Mok Kangwon's head and shouts. A 1,000-year-old being who has instilled fear in countless people. How could he possibly fear him? The spirit beast is still at full power, its eyes shining strangely as if preparing to unleash something unknown. It roars, "Wretch, all of this is your own doing." They are facing each other. Mok Kangwon is held by the spirit beast's hand while his other hand clutches the old man's wrist tightly. A green light emanates from the old man directly towards Mok Kangwon. His doubtful eyes wonder what the spirit beast will do next. The spirit appears to have noticed something. She panics, sweat dripping down her face. Could it be that he intends? A sudden green light pierces Mok Kangwon's eyes and mouth. He weakly resists the intense invasion of the green light from the spirit beast. The spirit rushes in, red dress flying towards them while shouting at the top of her lungs. No, no, she thinks. Spiritual body. That's a soul escape, meaning the soul narrowly escaped. He intends to enter this mortal. He can't resist a spirit beast. Seeing the golden talisman on the red door with Chinese characters, the green light suddenly withdraws from Mok Kangwon's body. The spirit beast suddenly screams as the green light reverses and overwhelms him with the anger of both the spirit and the spirit. Mok Kangwon is still dazed. He looks at the spirit beast, exhausted and drained, realizing something. The spirit beast retracts the green light. Standing unsteadily, it angrily asks Mok Kangwon, You! What was that? Inside there. That's the golden talisman on the door with the characters for sealing evil. The spirit beast is furious, blood boiling. It covers its eyes and grits its teeth before shouting loudly. That thing! Mok Kangwon gasps after their intense clash, questioning the spirit beast. Old man, what are you saying? The spirit beast spits out black and purple liquid. Damn it! Guk! It slaps Mok Kangwon's hands, sending the liquid flying everywhere. His eyes widen in fear as he looks at the spirit beast. He shouts in anger, People! The fierce spirit beast roars with sharp teeth. Who dares? Who dares do that to me, the great spirit? Both the spirit and Mok Kangwon look up. She is extremely frightened by what's happening before her eyes. Meanwhile, he remains calm to observe the next move of the old man. The golden orange eyes full of anger appear large in front of Mok Kangwon like a fiery inferno. In an instant, it transforms into a fierce spirit beast with sharp teeth and menacing eyes, ready to devour the person before him. It rushes towards both the spirit and Mok Kangwon, shouting, Who dares show their true form? The vicious spirit beast opens its mouth wide with sharp teeth, threatening, I will kill you. In an instant, it hesitates for a moment to check if it missed anything, then realizes there's a Mok Kangwon sitting and extending his hand to absorb the purple air. It wonders, what is this? Is he sucking in air? But where does the air come from? After a moment of defiance, it recognizes that Mok Kangwon is absorbing the purple air behind him. The purple air rises vigorously from the broken pieces of the box behind the spirit beast. It wonders about the broken pieces, sacred wood spirit. The spirit beast's sharp eyes look at the broken pieces. Clearly, it has recognized the death energy and screams, Wretch, is this not the death you just experienced? Would Kin Yun turn to subdue the spirit energy? but he kept shouting angrily, "Quickly stop!" The golden-framed landscape painting quickly absorbed the spirit energy, and suddenly, it seemed like someone was stretching it out. The bottom part of the painting emitted an unusual light that caught the eye. In the ruins after battling the spirit beast, white-green threads unexpectedly shot out from the landscape painting, wrapping around the mischievous spirit beast. Lin Qingling still stood there and was trying to subdue the purple energy streams. Would Qin Yun was still making efforts to subdue the spirit energy. He felt satisfied. Indeed, if this was a seal used to imprison a spirit beast, we can guess that removing the trap would activate it again. Our prediction was correct. The spirit beast was surrounded by white-green threads. It opened its mouth and extended its green tongue as it started shouting loudly. How could such a simple sealing method cause the binding threads to break into pieces? Would Qin Yun and Lin Qingling jump down from above, surprising the spirit beast, not knowing what would happen next? Both of them dived and kicked the inner part of the spirit beast, making it fall backward. At the same time, the painting unfolded numerous binding threads, pulling Would Qin Yun back into the picture. After the kick, they looked at the spirit beast to see if they had subdued it. The spirit beast with fiery eyes opened its mouth wide and froze in place, unable to do anything else. Having survived this ordeal, the red-clad spirit lightly bid farewell to the crazy spirit beast. Don't meet again, Would Qin Yun finally got a chance to smile goodbye. The blue-green energy strands tightly bound the spirit beast with its strange power. The spirit beast was pulled back into the painting. It screamed wildly, "No!" The binding thread circled around the drawing of the easily deceived spirit beast, shouting loudly within it. Would Qin Yun had been completely subdued by the painting. The green-framed landscape painting quickly rolled up, its fragments gradually reconnecting to form an ancient box. The painting neatly closed and the lid automatically locked with smoke swirling around the box mysteriously. The ancient box lay quietly as if it had never been broken, the white smoke lingering in midair. The scene grew silent. Would Qin Yun and Lin Qingling looked at the wooden box. His body began to tremble like a sieve. Bloodied, Would Qin Yun hugged his neck, feeling proud that he almost died. Exhausted, he slumped down on the ground. Next to him was Lin Qingling in her red attire, with the ancient box lying still before them. Would Qin Yun's face started showing cracks like a broken glass, Lin Qingling noticed something amiss. She worriedly called out, "Mortal, why is his skin cracking?" More and larger droplets appeared, followed by an unusual light. In front of him was the dim silhouette with colorful energy swirling round it, the amount increasing. The energy rose into the air and spread strongly. Lin Qingling woke up to see Would Qin Yun's back. He was undergoing a rebirth transformation. This is a simulation of a person surrounded by colored energies, undergoing a rebirth transformation, reaching the peak and enlightenment to reach the transformed realm. She clutched her hands tightly. This energy would become stronger. At this point, he could control much more terrifying energy than before. Lin Qingling felt satisfied, her eyes half opened as she smiled contentedly. Rebirth transformation is the body's sudden restructuring to adapt to a new realm. But this only happens when someone breaks through to the transformed realm. Would Qin Yun's face was now full of deep cracks, his hair whipped back as if by wind. The surrounding energy made him seem more powerful. For Lin Qingling, he hadn't broken through to the transformed realm. He was evolving to absorb the spirit beast's essence. Would Qin Yun sat with his legs spread on the ground, his hands resting on his thighs, long hair standing up and fluttering. His eyes emitted a bright blue-green energy. Colored energies spread throughout his body as if he had gathered all the power. Lin Qingling's tired eyes silently looked at Would Qin Yun. It was strange. He is following an entirely different path from others. Perhaps a completely different high-level practitioner is being born right before our eyes. His hair gradually fell as usual. Would Qin Yun return to normal, but his eyes seemed even more uncertain than ever. He looked at the hand that was now spreading energy. Would Qin Yun's hand clenched into a fist. Very light. Is this the ultimate realm? He knelt and stared at his tightly clenched fist. All pain had vanished completely. Strength was gradually returning. I feel like I'm stronger now. Should this be considered luck? Would Qin Yun's eyes were filled with doubt and sadness? Did he become stronger? In your memories, Jia Gong ever stood with his hands clasped and said, "Have you heard that no one can tame a spirit beast to serve as their familiar?" Mu King answered respectfully, "Yes, Jia Gong still maintains his imposing presence. I don't know who told you this." In the storage room of Ku Qi and San Miao, Mu King sat cross-legged on the floor. Beside him was Mu Yuthin sleeping with his head resting on the ground. Across from them stood Jia Gong leaning against a wall, hands clasped, looking relaxed. But that's not impossible. In fact, two people have done it before. In front of us is a man wearing white with long hair and a white beard. The other has a shaved head, a large bead necklace around his neck, and holds a staff. There are Buddhist-like features on this sorcerer. Jia Gong began recounting the existence of these sorcerers. I didn't believe it either, but they do exist. Those who can tame spirit beasts to serve as familiars are revered as gods, reaching the realm of divine sorcery. Mu King listened intently. You don't need to worry about this because these beings belong to the extraordinary heaven realm. Moreover, one of them is Simi, or you just need to know that much. Mu King looked at his own hands and smiled faintly. It's still a long way. His sharp gaze seemed to have detected something. Wulin's hand started cracking, the fragments floating up. Her beautiful face with red lips also showed more cracks, the purple aura quickly leaving her body. Mu King was stunned by what she saw. Wulin in a red outfit lay on the ground, her eyes unfocused and looking into nowhere. Her mouth opened, watermarks growing larger as black blood droplets rose high. Mu King looked at her with concern. She lay still, her long golden hair spreading across the floor. Her pale face and tired body. The transformation is complete. Interesting, though it doesn't look much different. Wulin's body gradually faded. Her spirit energy and fragments of her body floated up together. It's possible for someone to break through in 2 years. Mu King stood rooted but remained calm. Wulin's spirit energy weakened. Mu King looked at her with his sympathetic gaze, his lips tightly pressed. Meanwhile, Wulin's body lost its spirit energy. The throne was like this to save you. You don't need to pity the throne. It did this not for praise. A light green aura floated in front of Mu King. His eyes contained sadness. Why is Wulin helping me? The watermarks grew larger, but her cold eyes remained steady. She was unusually calm. Once dead, everything ends. Sorrowful throne. There's no other way. Don't think you are sad because the sorrowful throne is about to disappear. Wulin's spirit energy hovered in front of Mu King, his eyes full of doubt. They disappeared. Her long golden hair spread across her beautiful face, red and dull eyes, lips moving, watermarks growing larger. From those watermarks, the spirit energy and black liquid rose forcefully. You don't need to be sad. I know you aren't anyway. But there's one thing, promise me something. Her eyes closed tightly as tears streamed down her cheeks. She must revive. Wulin will tell you later when she recovers. Mu King sat beside her, holding her hands to comfort her. Wulin suddenly opened her wide, puzzled eyes. Mu King gripped her hand tightly, his eyes focused on something. A stream of loving energy spreading throughout the air and into Wulin's body lying on the ground, surprising her with this action. His hands were firmly gripping hers. She was surprised by Mu King's actions. He wanted to share his remaining energy? With such a large amount of pure energy, she could recover quickly. Wulin's golden hair fluttered like flames, her white skin and broken red dress swaying in the wind. Her face now glowed with new life as her eyes opened wide in amazement. The energy transferred by Mu King to her was now stronger than ever. The dark purple energy turned into colorful, vibrant streams surrounding her. It turns out this energy not only saved her, but also broke through to the blue spirit realm. Red blood splattered around her delicate hands. She arched her chest as if trying to rise amidst the chaotic red energy. Her indifferent lips were captivating. Her beautiful face with sharp, cold eyes turned and stood up. The red dress billowed. Wulin had fully recovered. Wulin was shocked, touching her own hand. What's going on here? Looks like we're both lucky today. Qin Van smiled faintly to himself. His smug face appeared because he remembered the ancient book mentioning that Yin-Yang script was written in the original text. Lam Lin is a realm where spirit energy almost becomes tangible, surpassing illusory sound and illusory insight. The green-eyed demon child opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth. It doesn't resemble any species found before. This might be the Lam Lin Qin Van mentioned, a disaster not unlike a monster. Is this what you call fate? Happiness was clearly visible on Fan Lin's beautiful face. She couldn't take her eyes off her hands surrounded by aura. Qin Van stood behind Fan Lin with a serious expression. Now talk! She suddenly jumped at his suggestion. Her wide eyes showed surprise and a bit of panic, with sweat still on her forehead. Qin Van leaned close to Fan Lin's face. She shyly raised her hand to bite the red robe. Sweat dripped more heavily. He still wore a playful expression. What did Fan Lin say just now? Revenge for what? Qin Van continued teasing Fan Lin. Oh, should we call her Lam Lin now? She quickly responded. Just call me normally. He kept playing around. It seems Fan Lin really likes the name I gave her. Fan Lin and Qin Van stood facing each other. She rushed forward to punch him, wanting to knock him down. Hey, from now on you're. Both of them seemed to be teasing each other in front of the bridal chamber. The little girl had been standing there for a while, speaking softly with trembling voice. Master! Fan Lin and Qin Van turned to look. Kuetiebuha was shivering with bandages wrapped around her body. Chains were wound around her neck, her hands cut off, and her eyes filled with sorrow. Kuetiebuha suddenly regained a cheerful mood, her yellow eyes glowing like the sun. Fam Fu, do you still have any aura? Diandiang Vu and Guyan waved at Qin Van from behind. His subordinate will wait here for you. Qin Van turned and left with a happy look. Fan Lin followed him flying in the air. Behind them, Diandiang Vu and Guyan stood by the gate waving happily, remembering to greet his subordinates. He wore a close-fitting shirt showing his shoulders, a hairpin on top of his head, and had zits and a dimple on his chin, smiling while waving. It seems Kuetiebuha has taken over and possessed him. Be happy, your rank was promoted. You also got a new body. Qin Van and then Lin watched as Kuetiebuha sat happily in the aura. Originally LAC Lin was close to reaching the Lam Lin realm. When Pure Essence aura entered, Kuetiebuha's realm also improved. She chased after and suppressed Diandiang Vu and Guyan, who had started the mechanism. Kuetiebuha's face was fierce, her eyes glowing blue. Her hand shot out a series of chains to bind and pull Diandiang Vu and Guyan into her body. That made Kuetiever very happy. Qin Van turned around to tease the little girl. Yeah, but what Kuetiever seems happiest about is reading many martial arts manuals, since she used to be a martial artist, right? Fan Lin sighed in disgust too. It's scary. Diandiang Vu and Guyan turned his back and shyly laughed, acting like a young girl. Qin Van still wore an arrogant look. Let's go! Diandiang Vu and Guyan smiled mischievously, holding up a book, but seemed to have noticed something. In the dark space, several lights flickered. Holding the book, Diandiang Vu and Guyan stopped suddenly as he passed through the gate. Beyond the door he just passed was an odd box. The ancient box was neatly placed on a finely carved shelf in the large room. Outside, Diandiang Vu and Guyan glanced at where the box was placed. Amazingly, he really returned here. Immortal spirit wood. Is it truly the power of immortals? Recalling past scenes, Qin Van, Fan Lin, and Kuetiebuha surrounded the old box together. He pondered, maybe this should stay for a while. The girl was surprised. Didn't you want to eat it? Qin Van gently explained, eating now might cause trouble. Don't touch it. If anyone enters or searches here, inform me immediately. Kuetiebuha's expression was strange, her eyebrows tightly furrowed as she pondered Qin Van's words. Diandiang Vu and Guyan stood right by the door of the room containing the wooden box. The girl wondered despite what the master said. But I'm curious, why did the master leave such a dangerous thing here? What exactly was that refined creature referring to? In the darkness, an anonymous figure gradually revealed a grotesque face with 3 red eyes, surrounded by eerie and sinister energy. Diandiang Vu and Guyan remained patient, his face bearing the strain of holding back. In the dim hallway, Dian Vu and Guyan tried to suppress his curiosity, clutching the book as he hurried forward, ignoring it. The sky was bright with fiery sunlight illuminating a dark mountain range, lush greenery, and smoke rising from the mountains into the air. A hired assassin, who'd covering his face except for his eyes, dressed in traveler's attire, sighed, thinking of what the lady said. He was terrified to sweat, even though the lady had said he would be late. This is too late. Could there be a problem? He hurriedly turned to leave. I must check. As he turned, Mutkin Van stood right beside him. Have you been waiting long? He stepped back slightly in surprise. The assassin's hands and feet were flustered as the light from across faced Kinvan. Oh! Mutkin stood confidently with strong demonic energy surrounding him, his face filled with shock. What is this? Clearly before he entered, I could feel he was only at a first-rate level. Now! Mutkin stood with his hands behind his back, his cold and piercing gaze full of confidence. Even the strong demonic energy made him fear greatly. Why can't I sense anything now? The assassin's feet hurriedly turned, but he stayed still, fearing. No matter how close he is, I cannot sense his aura. What did he awaken inside there? Mutkin turned away and quickly called him. Let's go. With his long hair flowing in the wind and that confident gaze, the assassin was intimidated. It seems this final encounter is hard to predict. The moon rose high, its full round light brighter than usual, trees already shrouded in darkness. Moonlight illuminated the lake, only a few places lit up in the city, creating a serene and ominous night scene. Footsteps moved quietly. A man with many iron rings on his hands, back wrapped tightly, held a wine bottle. This tall man looked imposing, black hair with an unusual beard. His eyebrows appeared fierce. He is one of the 5 kings, Yuan Pingzhu. His sharp eyes quickly scanned the area. In the dim space, Yuan Pingzhu stood stunned by the river, praising the dark garden, a part of the 3 sects. Every time I come here, it feels so gloomy and uncomfortable. A figure appeared behind him laughing. Ha ha ha. Are you nervous? After our last talk, it must have been 2 months before we meet again. Yuan Pingzhu quickly glanced back, his eyes still cold and sharp. Long time no see, Dark Sect Master. He slowly stepped out, pale face with red spots on both cheeks, like a Japanese geisha. This is the Heavenly Earth Society, one of the 3 sects leaders, the Dark Sect Master. Under the bright moonlight, Yuan Pingzhu and the Dark Sect Master stood in the garden to converse briefly. You still wear that mask? The Dark Sect Master laughed. Ha ha ha, don't you know it's a rule? Yuan Pingzhu frowned, his eyes narrowing. Yes, I do. The Dark Sect Master turned and held the usual Han mask, but one couldn't identify his true face. Yuan Pingzhu understood that the Dark Sect was responsible for intelligence gathering, so only he knew the gender, and the appearance of the Dark Sect's master could only be known by the society leader. Despite knowing this, I still feel uneasy. The Dark Sect Master clasped his hands like a Japanese royal greeting, his eyes looking extremely fierce. The Dark Sect Master spoke to him. Why did you come here? King Yuan, quickly, take this red wine. This red wine is one of the famous wines from Xiang River, ranked alongside Red Girl and known as the famous daughter. Return. The sect master's eyes, sharp as a blade, widened. Is this a bribe? In the dark cave, thousands of golden charms were tied to a red string, weaving across each other like a dense web. His terrifying face gradually became clear on the alchemy expert's face. His eyes showed no fear, teeth clenched tightly, speaking with a bitter tone. This time, he relied on the sect master. The sect master of the secret sect nodded proudly and chuckled lightly. On a quiet night, Yuan Bingshu met secretly with the sect master outside the pavilion. Yuan Bingshu spoke first, this time's trial. He paused slightly before continuing, relying on the sect master. Across from him, the sect master of the secret sect chuckled lightly and nodded. Your meaning is that I must yield my disciple to you later. Yuan Bingshu was startled. His eyes showed a hint of confusion. The sect master of the secret sect covered his mouth with his hand. His eyes seemed calm, but there was evident satisfaction in his words. Sorry, but I must decline because I have my own matters to attend to. Yuan Bingshu's eyes sank deeply, the light cast a cold glow on his face. Still standing opposite him, Yuan Bingshu looked astonished as if he had been put in an awkward position by the sect master. He turned around and faced him with that stern demeanor. But the sect master of the secret sect glanced at the wine glass, saying with deep meaning, "Since we have received such fine liquor, it would be hard for me to reject a king's invitation decisively. So, assuming there is no overlap in disciples, I will accept your request." Under the green light, Yuan Bingshu's face seemed cold and calculating. He must have many schemes and questions. He wanted me to speak first, but I had no choice since I am the one who asked for help. His mind flashed back to stringent Wuhang, targeting BK Chan's child. To master my technique, that person needs a strong body. Yuan Bingshu recalled his disciple collapsing on the floor, arms tightly hugging the waist, trembling all over from pain. He hurriedly supported his disciple's body from behind, performing the Chuan Li Quan. My unique martial arts require complex movements. My disciples have suffered because of it. The sect master of the secret sect smiled lightly, but did not reveal his eyes. He covered his mouth with a hand in an ambiguous manner. Indeed, he suddenly changed his attitude, quickly clasping his hands as if delighted, face brightening, and the sect master was pleased and satisfied. What luck, I want that young girl more. Standing opposite each other, Yuan Bingshu thought of Mac Hualin's graceful figure with fiery orange hair. Zhang stood strong and resolute. This young girl must be from the Mao Huiban sect. The sect master chuckled while covering his mouth. Yes! Yuan Bingshu stood opposite, quickly placing his hands on his hips. Between them was a plain red wine jug neatly placed on a small, wooden table. So I want that boy from BK Jingmen as well. Thank you for agreeing. The sect master of the secret sect laughed heartily. Haha, it's nothing. Yuan Bingshu narrowed his stern eyes and looked at the sect master. Indeed, he wanted that child, but alas, the Chiyu Cavern Master also wants that kid. The image of a beautiful woman playing a pipa in dim light, surrounded by ethereal energy, her red silk scarf swirling round her, creating an enigmatic beauty. Yuan Bingshu bowed his head with a passionate gaze at the sect master. The sect master of the secret sect will have to worry soon. He clasped his hands and said, "I'll take my leave." Meanwhile, in another pavilion, Mac Hualin's small ears twitched at some sound. Mu Qingwan sat on a chair opposite Mac Hualin, who was kneeling on the floor. She turned her head curiously. "What is it?" "Itchy ear." Mu Qingwan asked casually, "Why are you itching your ear?" She hesitated and replied, "No, not really." Back to the scene, Mac Hualin finally asked, "So, why did they call me here?" Mac Hualin's eyes suspiciously looked at Mu Qingwan with worry, causing her to sweat in the middle of the night. Could it be? Mu Qingwan sat cross-legged, his left arm resting on the chair back. He seduced her. "Can you spend tonight with me?" Mac Hualin suddenly hugged herself defensively. Her eyes widened and her cheeks turned red. She shouted, "What are you talking about?" She was surprised, sweat dripping down her small face as she fell into a chaotic thought. Being called at midnight to share the night indeed. It's him. Mu Qingwan smiled warmly with sincere eyes, no longer looking menacing. He comforted Mac Hualin. "Yes, can you train with me tonight?" Mac Hualin sat down and sighed in relief. The atmosphere was no longer suffocating. "Training together?" Mu Qingwan confirmed. "Yeah, I want to warm up a bit for tomorrow's trial." Mac Hualin shyly lowered her head. Her face still flushed, sweat glistening. She realized, so it is. It makes sense. That guy can't treat me like a woman. She looked at him suspiciously but then thought, training together, though a bit abrupt. Mac Hualin's eyes grew sharp and burning with determination. Her brows furrowed as she resolved to retaliate. "I want to settle this too." Mu Qingwan smiled gently at her resolve. Mac Hualin thought it over. "Before, because of my focus on suppressing him, I was pushed back. But if I take advantage of his weakness this time, everything will be different." MOC. Qin Van spoke up, his eyes full of ambition as he startled Mac Hualin because he had read her thoughts. "Oh, that thing." He leaned against the wall and stood up, his face smug. Go ahead and try to kill me. Meanwhile, upon realizing Kinvan knew her thoughts, Wulin quickly stepped back in shock as he rose. Kinvan did some warm-up hand movements under Wulin's intense gaze. If you can suppress me, I'll detoxify for you. Wulin didn't believe what she heard. You're serious? He flicked his fingers with an extremely confident look on his face. Yeah, I promise. While he was making the gesture, Wulin quickly attacked Kinvan before he could finish speaking. If you can suppress me then. Immediately, Kinvan's finger pressed straight into Wulin's neck. Holding a knife, Wulin froze as she saw his finger touch her neck, her face showing complete contrast to the arrogant look in Kinvan's eyes. He released his finger and Wulin instinctively hugged her neck with both hands. Are you scared? What is it? Kinvan flicked his finger towards her neck, bringing it to the tip of his tongue. He taunted smugly. A bit slow. Quickly clenching his hand in determination, under the moonlight, Kinvan admired his hands and thought they weren't bad. Kinvan remembered Thanlin's warning. Don't be complacent, even though you've outgrown your youngling status. But reaching the pinnacle of mastery and fully comprehending it are two entirely different things. His eyes were deep in thought. I know, and more importantly, I always viewed martial arts as a tool for revenge. Black energy spread and rose from Kinvan's hands. I've always seen martial arts as a tool for revenge. But now I feel something completely different. A blood-red night, the dark crimson aura swirling in the darkness. The strange red light enveloped Kinvan's face, making everything look distorted. His glowing red eyes stared intently at his palm. His mouth curved into a sinister smile. I want to try more. Amidst the energy emanating from him, Wulin was taken aback and lost in thought. It seemed like the person before her had changed completely. Wulin stood there, unable to take her eyes off Kinvan as the energy spread around them, appearing calm on the surface but full of inner conflict. Not long ago, I thought we weren't that different, but now, I feel like a wall is blocking us. Standing arrogantly with his hands in his pockets, Kinvan controlled the energy swirling around him under the red sky. His face showed satisfaction, his eyes glowing red with madness. And Wulin stared at him, seeing a terrifying existence. The next morning, the final day of the Blood Cup opening ceremony, as the sun rose high in the city, thousands of people flowed like a festival. Laughter and gossip filled the air, very lively. In front of the city gate, the Blood Cup master and his guards surrounded him. He stopped but cautiously looked around. Sunlight filtered through the roof tiles, shining on a familiar figure in front. That person. Upon closer inspection, it was the Dark Sect Master, today adding a bright orange to his sharp eyes. Isn't he the Dark Sect Master? He walked past the Blood Cup Master with an imposing and dignified demeanor. Although different from before, he was indeed the Sect Master. But why is the Sect Master here? He never participates in such events. A woman in a purple dress played music on a lute, her voice causing the guards of the Blood Cup Master to cover their ears in alarm. Yuan Pingzhu sat with his hands folded, sighing. Crowded! It's starting! The Dark Sect Master next to him laughed happily, covering his mouth with his hand. Ha-hoo! The woman played joyfully, but the sound was so unbearable that people in the city covered their ears out of fear. The Blood Cup Master wasn't immune. That wench is here, the sound-attracting pavilion, a place for weaklings. Wearing a purple outfit, her long hair flowing gracefully in the wind, she looked very skilled with the lute, but the sound was harsh and terrifying. It made people fear. This beautiful face perfectly matched the purple makeup. The guards of the Blood Cup Master covered their ears, trembling out of fear. You puke! The Blood Cup Master stood next to her. That deep sound is hard to let go. Remembering the Dark Sect Master's stern expression with Hualiang Nong by his side, holding onto the lute without letting go, while the Vice Cup Master was reminding her of something. That wench always uses sound manipulation on the lute to cause chaos. Even the Vice Cup Master reminded her to be careful, but she still didn't listen. Hualiang Nong smiled confidently, closing her eyes and let go of the keys on the lute. The sound quickly spread around them. The sound like a rapid drumming echoed all around. Hung! Let's liven up the atmosphere a bit. The sound reached the ears of one of the bodyguards. He clutched his ear and fell to the ground, head bowed, unable to utter a word. Ack! Keck! There was no other choice for the Blood Cup Master. He swung his hand and grabbed the sword hanging at his side, prepared to deliver a fatal blow. No more options left. I have to do it. A man in brown boots approached. He shouted loudly, "That's enough, Cup Master." King of Clear Blade with his fierce face carried a large saber on his back and stood right behind the weaklings. The weakling suddenly jerked awake. The weakling's face showed some fear. She glared fiercely. King of Clear Blade arrived as well. King of Clear Blade's silhouette climbed the stairs. "I'm not supposed to be here, right?" The weakling followed closely behind. "That's not what I meant." King of Clear Blade sat down in his designated seat. The weakling was caught off guard. She still stood there looking at the King of Clear Blade. Han quickly calmed her down. "Hurry up and settle into your seat. It's because of you that the Blood Cup ceremony couldn't start properly." The weakling was terrified. Her face was covered in sweat, and she bit her lip. The weakling lay on the ground, her face filled with fear as King of Clearblade's saber was firmly planted into the floor. Just a hand's breadth away, she could have lost a life. The Blood Cup Master recalled that moment. King of Clearblade had once clashed with the Cup Master, almost beheading her. To her, King of Clearblade was like an enemy. On the seats reserved for the participants of the opening ceremony, sitting solemnly from left to right are Yuan Bingshu, Ming Dao Wang, Dark Sect Master Tangju, and Hang Wuluang. The head of the Blood Sacrifice Cavern is still deep in thought. But it's quite surprising, Ming Dao Wang already has many outstanding disciples. Why did he come today? A young man with long hair tied up high looks rather surprised at something unfamiliar. The other young man standing beside him gives a glance. Look, it's still the seats for participants of the opening ceremony. All four of them sit neatly, exuding authority. The surprised young man exclaims, "Not only are there 5 kings, but also Dark Sect Master Tangju and Mocking Cavern Head here? Who are they targeting for talent here?" Blood Sacrifice Cavern Head approaches Ming Dao Wang's seat. Han clasps his hands in a bow. Ming Dao Wang leans over, making me feel honored indeed. Ming Dao Wang sits with folded arms and nods slightly. "It's been a while since we last met." Head of Blood Sacrifice Cavern. Blood Sacrifice Cavern Head clasps his hands in a bow. "I didn't think I would come here today." Ming Dao Wang says with a sly smile, "There's always a reason for everything." Blood Sacrifice Cavern Head is surprised. "Reason?" Ming Dao Wang's eyes become intense as if he just realized something. Among the participants lined up in front of Ming Dao Wang, 2 people in the middle stand out the most. They have made a difference from the rest. Ming Dao Wang is angry. Han takes a deep breath. "Ha!" Han thinks to himself, "Really? I thought you were dead already." That's Mo Jingyan's handsome face. He gives a challenging and friendly smile. Ming Dao Wang looks agitated, his teeth clenched tightly as he grits his teeth. Han goes crazy when recognizing that Mo Jingyan still dares to come here for the ceremony. "Never thinking I would be alive like this." Old man remembers back then, he was very angry and asked the disciple, "What? The one who said it happened to whom? Speak clearly so that I can hear." The disciple, frightened, explains. If the disciple wasn't indifferent, they could have won already. Ming Dao Wang doesn't care about him and asks again, "What I meant isn't that. Who is his name?" The disciple still hasn't recovered but answers. His name is Mo Jingyan. Now, Mo Jingyan appears in front of the old man, making him surprised. He's still alive. Ming Dao Wang clenches his fists tighter in anger. "I thought even if he mastered the Moonstream sword technique, it would be hard for him to survive at Blood Sacrifice Cavern. It seems that my complaints about the Moonstream ending were unfounded. It looks like heaven has taken pity on me." Recalling back, Ming Dao Wang asks the disciple, "Why did you fight with each other?" The disciple, confused and worried, answers, "That thing, I didn't know he was in a state of no self, so I tried to touch him." Before he could finish speaking, Ming Dao Wang hits him on the head. He quickly pleads for forgiveness. "Master, please forgive me." Ming Dao Wang gets angrier and shouts at him to shut up. After the recollection, Ming Dao Wang continues to ponder. Not only is he still alive, but also passed through the final gate of Blood Sacrifice Cavern. He carefully examines Mo Jingyan's stern face. Indeed, this young man is very different. If he shows me that he has the qualifications, even if other leaders strongly oppose it, I will still accept him as a disciple. Ming Dao Wang thinks with a sly smile. He continues to observe another face. Turns out the one Ming Dao Wang just saw is Mo Shitian. The old man is surprised. That little guy is still alive too. Actually, I had predicted this because he has a natural talent for martial arts, but I didn't expect him to endure until the final gate. Moreover, perhaps due to going through many hardships, his eyes look more weary now. Ming Dao Wang is pleased. Ha ha, coming here was definitely right. The old man's aura has changed a bit. I'm looking forward to seeing the outcome of this official examination. At this moment, the Blood Cup Master started speaking. Alright, from here on out, the final official examination will begin and allow me to announce it. Blood Cup Master declares. Everyone noticed something? It was a pair of battle rays carried by those from the Blood Cup. Mu Shenqian quickly concluded that the final official examination is the Blood Cup Master himself observing everyone's expressions. It seems everyone has already realized this the final official examination of the Blood Cup. He emphasized it was the competition. The Blood Cup Master continued. The candidates have tested their limits through previous official examinations, and now they can stand here today. And the final official examination is an opportunity for you to showcase your potential in front of the examiners present there. As the Blood Cup Master spoke, everyone could see the faces of the examiners. The Blood Cup Master said that the winner of this final official examination will have a chance to be taught by their future master. Below, people couldn't help but discuss, would they become disciples of the 5 kings or the sect leaders? That's impressive. Ignoring the discussions below, the Blood Cup Master left with just one concise wish. Fight your best and win. The candidates below had different expressions. Some were excited, some worried. Mu Shenqian thought to himself, I don't need to choose anyone, I only need to stop him. He was referring to Mu Jingyuan. On this side, Jingyuan showed no concern. His expression seemed a bit bored. Actually, he was thinking about something else. Jingyuan looked at the examiners and thought they weren't there. Poison King, White Sand River. I thought I would get some information on the ghost sword from him. Mu Jingyuan was still thinking about the old man with white hair who specialized in poisons. He silently thought that he had to change his battle plan now. He planned to use the privileges of 3 stone tablets to seek guidance from one of the 5 kings, Ba King. Mu Jingyuan recalled what the Blood Cup Master told him. Those who could seek advice included one of the leaders of their organization, the 5 kings. 3 sect leaders. From the Cup Master, he silently sighed. Then he said aloud, "It's really boring." His words caught the attention of the surrounding candidates. Mu Shenqian was still focused on the competition. He thought about the numbers, but something didn't match. A member from the Blood Cup brought a wooden box and followed by the Blood Cup Master's voice. Please step out and draw your number, those whose names are called. First up were Mu Huitian and Ning Wuhang. Mu Huitian stepped forward to draw his number as instructed by the Cup Master, thinking, if this is the case. After drawing, he got the answer he expected indeed. The Blood Cup Master's voice echoed, Mu Huitian, 6, no fight, proceed directly to the inner round. Mu Huitian stood on the battle ray and thought as predicted, there was a lucky draw. Without saying anything, he passed by Ning Wuhang. The big guy seemed a bit envious of him. As the Cup Master's voice continued, more candidates drew their numbers. Ning Wuhang, 4, Wu Chang Yu Dao, 3, Ma Jilan, 4. Finally, it was Jingyuan's turn. The assistant's voice continued and Mu Jingyuan. He reached into the box to draw a number. Mu Jingyuan drew first. With the announcement, Jingyuan also showed his number for everyone to see. As soon as the announcement was made, Wu Chang Yu Dao immediately recognized who his opponent would be in this competition. He had a slight look of worry on his face. Finally, it was the final draw 5, no fight. Proceed directly to the inner round. The battle rays were chosen. The announcer called out for everyone's clarity. Wu Changyu Dao and Mu Jingyuan passed each other by. Wu Changyu Dao sighed, looking at his battle ray. Finally, it turned out like this. Why is the toughest opponent my first match? He comforted himself. No matter who the opponent is, I won't lose because I still have a hidden card. Linling asked Jingyuan, Fan Fu, why are you feeling so down? Jingyuan casually replied, that's right. Wu Changyu Dao just walked up to Jingyuan, so we're about to face each other now. Mu Jingyuan was surprised by his appearance and continued, no matter who wins, let's give it our best shot together. As he spoke, he extended his hand for a handshake with him. He gave him a big banana as a response. Oh, that's quite difficult. He looked a bit awkward at the gesture. Huh? Mu Jingyuan explained to Lin Ling, if I use all my strength, just one blink and it's already over. Wu Changyu Dao clenched his jaw tightly to maintain his composure, but inside he was questioning his ancestors. This guy is really good at provoking others. The Blood Cup Master announced that the two should step onto the arena. When both Jingyuan and Wu Changyu Dao received the announcement, they moved together towards the fighting platform. As he walked, Wu Changyu Dao said to Jingyuan, this Mu Jingyuan, if you're so confident, let's go all out. Jingyuan casually replied, go all out? DCC smiled menacingly at him, saying that the winner would be the boss of the loser, and they had to know their place. Men's expression was thoughtful. He thought his younger brother was just bluffing, saying you don't need confidence if you're not sure. Who said Qin Yun would win? Forget it, being a boss is boring. Wu Drought seemed a bit surprised when he heard that too. Mu Jingyan made another suggestion. Let's change the terms. The loser will have to be the dog for the winner. That's extreme. As he said, he adopted a menacing expression. Wu Drought thought he was being provocative. He looked at men and silently mused. This guy is too pushy with provocation. Meanwhile, he continued to speak. Why don't you have confidence? He retorted his own words back to him. Wu Drought muttered the words men say. Dog! At this moment, people around the arena got a fan watching the show. Even the Dark Sect Master and the Chao Yin Sect Master were slightly amused by the scene. Mindao Wang seemed a bit uncomfortable. This kid has some strength, but seems a bit unlucky. The old woman eagerly asked Wu Drought, did you bring any new recruits in this competition? Who is he? His subordinate immediately reported to her that apart from his background from a minor sect, she didn't know much about him. She slightly regretted it, indeed impressive. Did I make a hasty decision? That's why the examiners reacted like that, because they recognized Wu Drout's cultivation level. Mindao Wang silently thought this kid is already at the peak now. Moreover, the super peak was just in front of his eyes. Drought revealed his true cultivation level right then. Now, the Blood Sect Master announced that the new recruits should take their positions. Wu Drought responded to Min's suggestion. Okay, let's do it this way. The two were now in a fighting stance on the arena. They started. Drought continued talking to Men, saying whoever loses will be the dog. On the arena, Drought repeated Men's demand. Whoever loses will be the dog. Both Drought and Men were extremely confident about their abilities. Drought said again, that's all for now. Just to make sure it's you. He smiled confidently. Why? He launched a strike as he charged at Jingyan, saying because I will definitely beat you. The audience was amazed. He moved too fast. Drought performed the flowing water skill. Men couldn't dodge the attack in time. He laughed and countered with a strike of his own. It's tough. But unexpectedly, Drought's punch hit Men, leaving him surprised. The examiners and recruits watching attentively were also amazed. Men was pushed back several steps by the opponent's attack. Drought, who had taken control of the fight, launched more attacks. He threw a straight punch with his right hand while his left hand performed the flowing water skill. Men could only react defensively. At this moment, he was pushed back strongly. Wu Hong couldn't help but exclaim, Ha! Mo Yuqian recognized it as the right fist left long. Drought retracted his hand for defense, but both hands were still one punch and one long strike. He smiled, surprised. Men remained calm without saying anything. Drought continued. My ultimate technique is the right fist left long. Round him, two magical colors appeared. Mindaewang observed the battle below. As a longtime figure in the, he had profound knowledge and thought. I understand the right fist left long now. No one learns martial arts without knowing that it's nearly impossible. Because to use it, the user must maintain two separate streams of thought. Any lapse could be fatal. One's own chi can be heavily affected. Even a supreme master wouldn't dare use it recklessly. But once you manage to use it, power and authority are on your right, while control is in your left. Wu Chuangduo feels like he's facing two experts at the same time, doesn't he? King Mingdao evaluates silently. It seems this young man is indeed under attack from both sides. Among all the prodigies I've met, this one stands out the most. The outcome of this battle appears to be decided already. Despite his opponent's talent, Jingguan remains unperturbed. He even smiles. That's good. Very interesting. Jingguan's reaction exceeds everyone's expectations, especially Wu Chuangduo. He raises his eyebrows in doubt. Then he smiles again. You still have a crown prince? Let me see. He rushes to Jingguan with determination. How long can you be a crown prince before combining a punch and a palm, flowing like water and striking like lightning? He thinks the battle is about to end confidently. Suddenly, mock Jingguan's two hands emit distinct streams of chi, right fist, left palm. Fist against palm, palm against fist. Mock Jingguan easily counters his opponent's moves in kind. They exchange blows non-stop, each move countered with a counter move. This spectacle shocks all the spectators, including King Mingdao, the sect master's shadowy group, and especially Wu Chuangduo. The audience hall falls silent for an instant. Yuanping asks in bewilderment, "What's happening?" King Mingdao mutters to himself, He silently judges that he's copying his opponent's moves and mimicking them. Sect master chuckles, ha ha ha, truly interesting. A genius, indeed a genius. Beside him, the Yin Kuo master breathes heavily in excitement. That kid. She looks at Jingguan with longing thoughts. I must get that child. Wu Chuangduo still sparring, he angrily asks, did you catch me first? In combat, the worst is letting emotions take over. Mock Jingguan exploits his opening and lands a blow. Wu Chuangduo isn't hurt badly, but immediately retreats, turning completely passive under Jingguan's assault. Suddenly, Jingguan changes his move, preparing to kick. Swift heaven kick technique. The kick hits Wu Chuangduo's face directly. He winces in pain, his foot. The change of moves is terrifying. He's not just catching me anymore. Wu Chuangduo passively blocks with his hand as he concludes. Moreover, his strength, technique, and application are far superior to mine. Wu Chuangduo slumps in defeat, feeling like a bug being toyed with by overwhelming power. Ma Kuishan still observes from the start. Everything has surpassed his imagination. He fears and thinks, what's happening? Why him? Even I seem ordinary standing next to that Wu Chuangduo now. How can he? King Mingdao temporarily suppresses his surprise, thinking he's able to perform techniques even supreme masters find hard. Truly a rare genius of Central Plains. No. He contradicts himself and concludes, must be called a monster. Wu Chuangduo is continuously hit painfully. He struggles to think, am I losing? Me? He can't accept it. He grits his teeth in anger. His usual composed demeanor vanishes. He angrily shouts, impossible. Wu Chuangduo still forcefully kicks with such power that the earth shakes. He attacks Jingguan like a madman. Contrary to his loss of composure, mock Jingguan calmly dodges. Wu Chuangduo continues shouting, it should be a person who makes others act. He still goes berserk with moves as he speaks. Mock Jingguan smiles and sidesteps Wu Chuangduo's attack, bending down. This move left Wu Chuangyao confused. What's going on? Now, Mu Jingguan speaks up. The audience in the arena has different reactions. Some find it amusing, others are surprised or shocked. Keep talking to him. Make your bark loud and clear, then deliver the finishing blow. Mu Jingguan's leg is already raised towards Chuangyao's face. His leg strength is incredible. Turns out this final move involves Mu Jingguan pushing down on the ground to generate power for this kick. Hit hard by Mu Jingguan, Wu Chuanyao flies forward and loses consciousness. He can't explain how he could do that in that position. Wu Chuanyao's body falls to the ground. The arena falls silent as the bloodthirsty Cavern Master clearly declares the match over. Mu Jingguan is the winner. On the platform, Chuanyao lies motionless while Mu Jingguan smirks.